"You're as hopeless as any boys I have ever trained," Sir Alistair Thorne announced when they had all assembled in the yard. "Your hands are made for manure shovels, not for swords, and if it were up to me, the lot of you would be set to herding swine. But last night I was told that Gurren is marching 5 new boys up the King's Road. 1 or 2 may even be worth the price of piss. To make room for them, I've decided to pass 8 of you on to the Lord Commander to do with as he will." He called out the names one by one. Toad, Stonehead, Aurochs, Lava, Pimple, Monkey, Saloon. Last he looked at John, and the bastard. Pip let fly a whoop and thrust his sword into the air. Sir Alistair fixed him with a reptile stare. "They will call you men of Night's Watch now, but you are bigger fools than the mummers monkey here if you believe that. You are boys still, green and stinking of summer, and when the winter comes you will die like flies." And with that Sir Alistair Thorne took his leave of them. The other boys gathered round the 8 who had been named, laughing and cursing and offering congratulations. Holder smacked Toad on the butt with the flat of his sword and shouted, "Toad of the Night's Watch!" Yelling that a black brother needed a horse, Pip leapt onto Gren's shoulders, and they tumbled to the ground, rolling and punching and hooting. Darion dashed inside the armoury and returned with a skin of sour red. As they passed the wine from hand to hand, grinning like fools, John noticed Samuel Tarley standing by himself beneath a bare dead tree in the corner of the yard. John offered him the skin. "A swallow of wine?" Sam shook his head. "No, thank you, John. Are you well?" "Very well, truly," the fat boy lied. "I am so happy for you all." His round face quivered as he forced a smile. "You will be first ranger some day, just as your uncle was." "Is," John corrected. He would not accept that Benjamin Stark was dead. Before he could say more, Huldah cried, "Here, you planning to drink that all yourself?" Pip snatched the skin from his hand and danced away, laughing. While Gren seized his arm, Pip gave the skin a squeeze, and a thin stream of red squirted John in the face. Huldah held in protest at the waste of good wine. John sputtered and struggled. Mathar and Jaren climbed the wall and began pelting them all with snowballs. By the time he wrenched free, with snow in his hair and wine stains on his surcoat, Samuel Tarley had gone. That night, Threefinger Hob cooked the boys a special meal to mark the occasion. When John arrived at the common hall, the Lord Steward himself had led him to the bench near the fire. The older man clapped him on the arm in passing. The 8 soon-to-be brothers feasted on rack of lamb baked in a crust of garlic and herbs garnished with sprigs of mint and surrounded by mashed yellow turnips swimming in butter. From the Lord Commander's own table, Bowen Marsh told them. There were salads of spinach and chickpeas and turnip greens, and afterwards bowls of iced blueberries and sweet cream. "Do you think they'll keep us together?" Pip wondered as they gorged themselves happily. Toad made a face. "I hope not. I'm sick of looking at those ears of yours." "Ho," said Pip. "Listen to the crow call the raven black. You're certain to be a ranger, Toad. They'll want you as far from the castle as they can. If Mance Raider attacks, lift your visor and show your face, and he'll run off screaming." Everyone laughed but Gren. "I hope I'm a ranger. You and everyone else," said Mathar. "Every man who wore the black walked the wall, and every man was expected to take up steel in its defence. But the rangers are the true fighting heart of the Night's Watch. It was they who dared ride beyond the wall, sweeping through the haunted forest and the icy mountain heights west of the Shadow Tower, fighting wildlings and giants and monstrous snow bears." "Not everyone," said Huldah. "It's the builders for me. What use would rangers be if the wall fell down?" The Order of Builders provided the masons and carpenters to repair keeps and towers, the miners to dig tunnels and crush stone for roads and footpaths, the woodsmen to clear away new growth wherever the forest pressed too close to the wall. Once, it was said, they had quarried immense blocks of ice from frozen lakes deep in the haunted forest, dragging them south on sledges so the wall might be raised even ever higher. Those days were centuries gone, however. Now it was all they could do to ride the wall from Eastwatch to the Shadow Tower, watching for cracks or signs of melt and making what repairs they could. "The old bear's no fool," Darion observed. "You're certain to be a builder, and John's certain to be a ranger. He's the best sword and the best rider among us, and his uncle was the first before he—" His voice trailed off awkwardly as he realized what he had almost said. "Benjamin Stark is still first ranger," John told him, toying with his bowl of blueberries. The rest might have given up all hope of his uncle's safe return, but not him. He pushed away the berries, scarcely touched, and rose from the bench. "Aren't you going to eat those?" Toad asked. "They're yours." John had hardly tasted Hobbs' great feast. "I could not eat another bite." He took his cloak from its hook near the door and shouldered his way out. Pip followed him. "John, what is it?" "Sam," he admitted. "He was not at table tonight. It's not like him to miss a meal," Pip thought thoughtfully. "Do you suppose he's taken ill?" "He's frightened. We're leaving him." He remembered the day he had left Winterfell, all the bittersweet farewells, Bran lying broken, Rob with snow in his hair, Arya raining kisses on him after he'd given her needle. Once we say our words, we'll all have duties to attend to. Some of us may be sent away to Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower. Sam will remain in training, with the likes of Rast and Cougar and these new boys who are coming up the King's Road. God only knows what they'll be like, but you can bet Sir Alistair will send them against him first chance he gets. Pip made a grimace. You did all you could. All we could wasn't enough, John said. A deep restlessness was on him as he went back to Harden's Tower for Ghost. The direwolf walked beside him to the stables. Some of the more skittish horses kicked at their stalls and laid back their ears as they entered. John saddled his mare, mounted, and rode out from Castle Black, south across the moonlit night. Ghost raced ahead of him, flying over the ground, gone in the blink of an eye. John let him go. A wolf needed to hunt. He had no destination in mind. He wanted only to ride. He followed the creek for a time, listening to the icy trickle of water over rock, then cut across the fields to the King's Road. It stretched out before him, narrow and stony and pocked with weeds, a road of no particular promise, yet the sight of it filled Jon Snow with a vast longing. Winterfell was down that road, and beyond it Riverrun and King's Landing and the Eyrie and so many other places. Casterly Rock, the Isle of Faces, the Red Mountains of Dawn, the 100 Islands of Bravos in the sea, the smoking ruins of old Valyria, all the places that Jon would never see. The world was down that road, and he was here. Once he swore his vow, the wall would be his home until he was old as Maester Aemon. I have not sworn yet, he muttered. He was no outlaw, bound to take the black or pay the penalty for his crimes. He had come here freely, and he might leave freely, until he said the words. He need only ride on, and he could leave it all behind. By the time the moon was full again, he would be back in Winterfell with his brothers. Your half-brothers, a voice inside reminded him, and Lady Stark who will not welcome you. There was no place for him in Winterfell, no place in King's Landing either. Even his own mother had not had a place for him. The thought of her made him sad. He wondered who she had been, what she had looked like, why his father had left her, because she was a whore or an adulteress, fool, something dark and dishonourable. Why was Lord Eddard too ashamed to speak of her? Jon Snow turned away from the King's Road to look behind him. The fires of Castle Black were hidden behind a hill, but the wall was there, pale beneath the moon, vast and cold, running from horizon to horizon. He wheeled his horse around and started for home. Ghost returned as he crested a rise and saw the distant glow of lamplight from the Lord Commander's tower. The direwolf's muzzle was red with blood as he trotted beside the horse. Jon found himself thinking of Samwell Tarly again on the ride back. By the time he reached the stables, he knew what he must do. Maester Aemon's apartments were in a stout wooden keep below the rookery. Aged and frail, the Maester shared his chambers with two of the younger stewards, who tended to his needs and helped him in his duties. The brothers joked that he had been given the two ugliest men in the Night's Watch. Being blind, he was bad having to look at them. Clytus was short, bald, and chinless, with small pink eyes like a mole. Chet had a wen on his neck the size of a pigeon's egg, and a face red with boils and pimples. Perhaps that was why he always seemed so angry. It was Chet who answered Jon's knock. I need to speak to Maester Aemon, Jon told him. The Maester is abed, as you should be. Come back on the morrow and maybe he'll see you. He began to shut the door. Jon jammed it open with his boot. I need to speak to him now. The morning will be too late. Chet scowled. The Maester is not accustomed to being woken in the night. Do you know how old he is? Old enough to treat visitors with more courtesy than you, Jon said. Give him my pardons. I would not disturb his rest if it were not important. And if I refuse? Jon had his boot wedged solidly in the door. I can stand here all night if I must. The black brother made a disgusted noise and opened the door to admit him. Wait in the library. There's wood. Start a fire. I won't have the Maester catching a chill on account of you. Jon had the logs crackling merrily by the time Chet let in Maester Aemon. The old man was clad in his bedrobe, but around his throat was the chain collar of his order. Maisie did not remove it even to sleep. The chair beside the fire would be pleasant, he said when he felt the warmth on his face. When he was settled comfortably, Chet covered his legs with a fur and went to stand by the door. I am sorry to have woken you, Maester, Jon Snow said. You did not wake me, Maester Aemon replied. I find I need less sleep as I grow older, and I am grown very old. I often spend half the night with Ghost, remembering times 50 years past as if they were yesterday. The mystery of a midnight visitor is a welcome diversion. So tell me, Jon Snow, why have you come calling at this strange hour? Task that Samwell Tarly be taken from training and accepted as a brother of the Night's Watch. This is no concern of Maester Aemon, Chet complained. Our Lord Commander has given the training of recruits into the hands of Sir Alistair Thorne, the Maester said gently. Only he may say when a boy is ready to swear his vow, as you surely know. Why have it come to me? The Lord Commander listens to you, Jon told him, and the wounded and the sick of the Night's Watch are in your charge. And is your friend Samwell wounded or sick? He will be, Jon promised, unless you help. He told them all of it, even the part where he'd set Ghost at Rast's throat. Maester Aemon listened silently, blind eyes fixed on the fire, but Chet's face darkened with each word. Without us to keep him safe, Sam will have no chance, John finished. He's hopeless with a sword. My sister Arya could tear him apart, and she's not yet 10. If Sir Alistair makes him fight, it's only a matter of time before he's hurt or killed. Chet could stand no more. I've seen this fat boy in the common hall, he said. He is a pig, and a hopeless craven as well, if what you say is true. Maybe it is so, Maester Aemon said. Tell me, Chet, what would you have us do with such a boy? Leave him where he is, Chet said. The wall is no place for the weak. Let him train until he is ready, no matter how many years that takes. Sir Alistair shall make a man of him or kill him, as the gods will. That's stupid, John said. He took a deep breath to gather his thoughts. I remember once I asked Maester Luwin why he wore a chain around his throat. Maester Aemon touched his own collar lightly, his bony wrinkled finger stroking the heavy metal links. Go on. He told me that a maester's collar is made of chain to remind him that he is sworn to serve, John said, remembering. I asked why each link was a different metal. A silver chain would look much finer with his grey robes, I said. Maester Luwin laughed. A maester forges his chain with study, he told me. The different metals are each a different kind of learning. Gold for the study of money and accounts, silver for healing, iron for warcraft. And he said there were other meanings as well. The collar is supposed to remind a maester of the realm he serves, isn't that so? Lords are gold and knights steel, but 2 links can't make a chain. You also need silver and iron and lead, tin and copper and bronze and all the rest. And those are farmers and smiths and merchants and the like. A chain needs all sorts of metals, and a land needs all sorts of people. Maester Aemon smiled. And so? The Night's Watch needs all sorts too. Wales have rangers and stewards and builders. Lord Randall couldn't make Sam a warrior, and Sir Alistair won't either. You can't hammer tin into iron, no matter how hard you beat it, but that doesn't mean tin is useless. Why shouldn't Sam be a steward? Chet gave an angry scowl. I'm a steward. You think it's easy work, fit for cowards? The Order of Stewards keeps the watch alive. We hunt and farm, tend the horses, milk the cows, gather firewood, cook the meals. Who do you think makes your clothing? Who brings up supplies from the south? The stewards. Maester Aemon was gentler. Is your friend a hunter? He hates hunting, John had to admit. Can he plough a field? The maester asked. Can he drive a wagon or sail a ship? Could he butcher a cow? No. Chet gave a nasty laugh. I've seen what happens to soft lordlings when they're put to work. Set them to churning butter and their hands blister and bleed. Give them an axe to split logs, and they cut off their own foot. I know one thing Sam could do better than anyone. Yes? Maester Aemon prompted. John glanced warily at Chet, standing beside the door, his boils red and angry. He could help you, he said quickly. He can do sums, and he knows how to read and write. I know Chet can't read, and Clytus has weak eyes. Sam read every book in his father's library. He'd be good with the ravens too. Animals seemed to like him. Ghost took to him straight off. There's a lot he could do, besides fighting. The Night's Watch needs every man. Why kill one, to no end? Make use of him instead. Maester Aemon closed his eyes, and for a brief moment John was afraid that he had gone to sleep. Finally he said, Maester Luwin taught you well, Jon Snow. Your mind is as deft as your blade, it would seem. Does that mean? It means I shall think on what you have said, the maester told him firmly. And now I believe I am ready to sleep. Chet, show our young brother to the door. They had taken shelter beneath a copse of aspens just off the high road. Tyrion was gathering deadwood while their horses took water from a mountain stream. He stooped to pick up a splintered branch and examined it critically. Will this do? I'm not practiced at starting fires. Morik did that for me. A fire, Bronn said, spitting. Are you so hungry to die, dwarf? Or have you taken leave of your senses? A fire will bring the clansmen down on us from miles around. I mean to survive this journey, Lannister. And how do you hope to do that? Tyrion asked. He tucked the branch under his arm and poked around through the sparse undergrowth, looking for more. His back ached from the effort of bending. They had been riding since daybreak, when a stone-faced Sir Lyn Corbray had ushered them through the bloody gate and commanded them never to return. We have no chance of fighting our way back, Bronn said, but 2 can cover more ground than 10, and attract less notice. The fewer days we spend in these mountains, the more likely we are to reach the riverlands. Ride hard and fast, I say. Travel by night and hole up by day. Avoid the road where we can. Make no noise and light no fires. Tyrion Lannister sighed. A splendid plan, Bronn. Try it, as you like. And forgive me if I do not linger to bury you. You think to outlive me, dwarf? The sellsword grinned. He had a dark gap in his smile where the edge of Servatus Egan's shield had cracked a tooth in half. Tyrion shrugged. Riding hard and fast by night is a sure way to tumble down a mountain and crack your skull. I prefer to make my crossing slow and easy. I know you love the taste of horse, Bronn, but if our mounts die under us this time, we'll be trying to saddle shadow cats. And if truth be told, I think the clans will find us no matter what we do. Their eyes are all around us. He swept a gloved hand over the high, wind-carved crags that surrounded them. Bronn grimaced. Then we're dead men, Lannister. If so, I prefer to die comfortable, Tyrion replied. We need a fire. The nights are cold up here, and hot food will warm our bellies and lift our spirits. Do you suppose there's any game to be had? Lady Liza has kindly provided us with a veritable feast of salt beef, hard cheese, and stable bread, but I would hate to break a tooth so far from the nearest maester. I can find meat. Beneath a fall of black hair, Bronn's dark eyes regarded Tyrion suspiciously. I should leave you here for your fool's fire. If I took your horse, I'd have twice the chance to make it through. What would you do then, dwarf? Die, most like. Tyrion stooped to get another stick. You don't think I'd do it? You'd do it in an instant if it meant your life. You were quick enough to silence your friend Chicken when he caught that arrow in his belly. Bronn had yanked back the man's head by the hair, and driven the point of his dirk in under the ear, and afterward told Catelyn Stark that the other sellsword had died of his wound. He was good as dead, Bronn said, and his moaning was bringing them down on us. Chicken would have done the same for me. And he was no friend, only a man I rode with. Make no mistake, dwarf. I fought for you, but I do not love you. It was your blade I needed, Tyrion said, not your love. He dumped his armful of wood on the ground. Bronn grinned. You're bold as any sellsword, I'll give you that. How did you know I'd take your part? No, Tyrion squatted awkwardly on his stunted legs to build the fire. I tossed the dice. Back at the inn, you and Chicken helped take me captive. Why? The other sword is their duty, for the honour of the lords they served. But not you two. You had no lord, no duty, and precious little honour. So why trouble to involve yourselves? He took out his knife and whittled some thin strips of bark off one of the sticks he'd gathered to serve as kindling. Well, why do sellswords do anything? For gold. You were thinking Lady Catelyn would reward you for your help, perhaps even take you into her service. Here, that should do, I hope. Do you have a flint? Bronn slid 2 fingers into the pouch at his belt and tossed down a flint. Tyrion caught it in the air. My thanks, he said. The thing is, you did not know the Starks. Lord Eddard is a proud, honourable and honest man, and his lady wife is worse. Oh, no doubt she would have found a coin or two for you when this was all over, and pressed it in your hand with a polite word and a look of distaste. But that's the most you could have hoped for. The Starks look for courage and loyalty and honour in the men they choose to serve them, and if truth be told, you and Chicken were low-born scum. Tyrion struck the flint against his dagger, trying for a spark. Nothing. Bronn snorted. You have a bold tongue, little man. One day someone is like to cut it out and make you eat it. Everyone tells me that. Tyrion glanced up at the sellsword. Did I offend you? My pardons. But you are scum, Bronn. Make no mistake. Duty, honour, friendship, what's that to you? No, don't trouble yourself. We both know the answer. Still, you're not stupid. Once we reached the Vale, Lady Stark had no more need of you. But I did, and the one thing the Lannisters have never lacked for is gold. When the moment came to toss the dice, I was counting on your being smart enough to know where your best interest lay. Happily for me, you did. He slammed stone and steel together again, fruitlessly. Here, Bronn said, squatting. I'll do it. He took the knife and flint from Tyrion's hands and struck sparks on his first try. A curl of bark began to smoulder. Well done, Tyrion said. Scum you may be, but you're undeniably useful, and with a sword in your hand, you're almost as good as my brother Jaime. What do you want, Bronn? Gold, land, women. Keep me alive and you'll have it. Bronn blew gently on the fire, and the flames leapt up higher. And if you die, why then I'll have one mourner whose grief is sincere. Tyrion said, grinning. The gold ends when I do. The fire was blazing up nicely. Bronn stood, tucked the flint back into his pouch, and tossed Tyrion his dagger. Fair enough, he said. My sword's yours then, but don't go looking for me to bend the knee, and my lord, you every time you take a shit. I'm no man's toady, nor any man's friend, Tyrion said. I've no doubt you'd betray me as quick as you did Lady Stark if you saw a profit in it. If the day ever comes and you're tempted to sell me out, remember this, Bronn. I'll match their price. Whatever it is, I like living. And now, do you think you could do something about finding us some supper? Take care of the horses, Bronn said, unsheathing the long dirk he wore at his hips. He strode into the trees. An hour later, the horses had been rubbed down and fed. The fire was crackling away merrily, and a haunch of a young goat was turning above the flames, spitting and hissing. All we like now is some good wine to wash down our kid, Tyrion said. That, a woman, and another dozen swords, Bronn said. He sat cross-legged beside the fire, honing the edge of his long sword with an oil stone. There was something strangely reassuring about the rasping sound it made when he drew it down the steel. It will be full dark soon, the sellsword pointed out. I'll take first watch. For all the good it will do us. It might be kinder to let them kill us in our sleep. Oh, I imagine they'll be here long before it comes to sleep. The smell of the roasting meat made Tyrion's mouth water. Bronn watched him across the fire. You have a plan, he said flatly, with a scrape of steel on stone. I hope, call it, Tyrion said. Another toss of the dice. With our lives at the stake? Tyrion shrugged. What choice do we have? He leaned over the fire and sawed a thin slice of meat from the kid. Ah, he sighed happily as he chewed. Grease ran down his chin. A bit tougher than I'd like and in want of spicing, but I'll not complain too loudly. If I were back at the Eyrie, I'd be dancing on a precipice in hopes of a boiled bean. And yet you gave the turnkey a purse of gold, Bronn said. A Lannister always pays his debts. Even Maud had scarcely believed it when Tyrion tossed him the leather purse. The jailer's eyes had gone big as boiled eggs as he yanked open the drawstring and beheld the glint of gold. I kept the silver, Tyrion had told him with a crooked smile. But you were promised the gold, and there it is. It was more than a man like Maud could hope to earn in a lifetime of abusing prisoners. And remember what I said, this is only a taste. If you ever grow tired of Lady Arryn's service, but present yourself at Casterly Rock, and I'll pay you the rest of what I owe you. With golden dragons spilling out of both hands, Maud had fallen to his knees and promised that he would do just that. Bronn yanked out his dirk and pulled the meat from the fire. He began to carve thick chunks of charred meat off the bone as Tyrion hollowed out 2 heels of stale bread to serve as trenchers. If we do reach the river, what will you do then? The sellsword asked as he cut. Oh, a whore and a featherbed and a flagon of wine for a start. Tyrion held out his trencher and Bronn filled it with meat. And then to Casterly Rock or King's Landing, I think. I have some questions that want answering concerning a certain dagger. The sellsword chewed and swallowed. So you were telling it true. It was not your knife. Tyrion smiled thinly. Do I look a liar to you? By the time their bellies were full, the stars had come out, and a half-moon was rising over the mountains. Tyrion spread his shadow-skinned cloak on the ground and stretched out with his saddle for a pillow. Our friends are taking their sweet time. If I were them, I'd fear a trap, Bronn said. Why else would we be so open, if not to lure them in? Tyrion chuckled. Then we ought to sing and send them fleeing in terror. He began to whistle a tune. You're mad, dwarf, Bronn said as he cleaned the grease out from under his nails with his dirk. Where's your love of music, Bronn? If it was music you wanted, you should have gotten the singer to champion you. Tyrion grinned. That would have been amusing. I can just see him fending off Savalas with his wood harp. He resumed his whistling. Do you know this song? He asked. You hear it here and there in inns and whorehouses. Meerish, Seasons of My Love. Sweet and sad, if you understand the words. The first girl I ever bedded used to sing it, and I've never been able to put it out of my head. Tyrion gazed up at the sky. It was a clear, cold night, and the stars shone down upon the mountains, as bright and merciless as truth. I met her on a night like this, he heard himself saying. Jamie and I were riding back from Lannisport when we heard her scream, and she came running out into the road with 2 men dogging her heels, shouting threats. My brother unsheathed his sword and went after them, while I dismounted to protect the girl. She was scarcely a year older than I was, dark-haired, slender, with a face that would break your heart. It certainly broke mine, low-born, half-starved, unwashed, yet lovely. They'd torn the rags she was wearing half off her back, so I wrapped her in my cloak while Jamie chased the men into the woods. By the time he came trotting back, I had gotten a name out of her and a story. She was a crofter's child, orphaned when her father died of fever, on her way to, well, nowhere, really. Jamie was all in a laver to hunt down the men. It was not often outlaws dared prey on travellers so near to Casterly Rock, and he took it as an insult. The girl was too frightened to send off by herself, though, so I offered to take her to the closest inn and feed her while my brother rode back to the rock for help. She was hungrier than I would have believed. We finished 2 whole chickens and part of a third, and drank a flagon of wine, talking. I was only 13, and the wine went to my head, I fear. The next thing I knew, I was sharing her bed. If she was shy, I was shyer. I'll never know where I found the courage. When I broke her maidenhead, she wept, but afterwards she kissed me and sang a little song, and by morning I was in love. You! Bronn's voice was amused. Absurd, isn't it? Tyrion began to whistle the song again. I married her, he finally admitted. A Lannister of Casterly Rock wed to a crofter's daughter, Bronn said. How did you manage that? Oh, you'd be astonished at what a boy can make of a few lies, 50 pieces of silver, and a drunken septon. I dared not bring my bride home to Casterly Rock, so I set her up in a cottage of her own, and for a fortnight we played at being man and wife, and then the septon sobered and confessed all to my lord father. Tyrion was surprised at how desolate it made him feel to say it, even after all these years. Perhaps he was just tired. That was the end of my marriage. He sat up and stared at the dying fire, blinking at the light. He sent the girl away? He did better than that, Tyrion said. First he made my brother tell me the truth. The girl was a whore, you see. Jamie arranged the whole affair, the road, the outlaws, all of it. He thought it was time I had a woman. He paid double for a maiden, knowing it would be my first time. After Jamie had made his confession, to drive home the lesson, Lord Tywin brought my wife in and gave her to the guards. They paid her fair enough, a silver for each man. How many whores command that higher price? He sat me down in the corner of the barracks and bade me watch. At the end she had so many silvers the coins were slipping through her fingers and rolling on the floor. The smoke was stinging his eyes. Tyrion cleared his throat and turned away from the fire to gaze out into darkness. Lord Tywin had me go last, he said in a quiet voice, and he gave me a gold coin to pay her, because I was a Lannister and worth more. After a time he heard the noise again, the rasp of steel on stone as Bronn sharpened his sword. 13 or 30 or 3, I would have killed the man who did that to me. Tyrion swung around to face him. You may get that chance one day. Remember what I told you. A Lannister always pays his debts. He yawned. I think I will try to sleep. Wake me if we're about to die. He rolled himself up in the shadow skin and shut his eyes. The ground was stony and cold, but after a time Tyrion Lannister did sleep. He dreamt of the sky cell. This time he was the jailer, not the prisoner. Big, with a strap in his hand, and he was hitting his father, driving him back, toward the abyss. Tyrion. Bronn's warning was low and urgent. Tyrion was awake in the blink of an eye. The fire had burned down to embers, and the shadows were creeping in all around them. Bronn had raised himself to one knee, his sword in one hand and his dirk in the other. Tyrion held up a hand. Stay still, it said. Come share our fire. The night is cold. He called out to the creeping shadows. I fear we've no wine to offer you, but you're welcome to some of our goat. All movement stopped. Tyrion saw the glint of moonlight on metal. Our mountain, a voice called out from the trees, deep and hard and unfriendly. Our goat. Your goat, Tyrion agreed. Who are you? When you meet your gods, a different voice replied. Say it was Gunfor, son of Gurn of the Stone Crows, who sent you to them. A branch cracked underfoot as he stepped into the light, a thin man in a horned helmet, armed with a long knife. And Shagga, son of Dolph. That was the first voice, deep and deadly. A boulder shifted to their left, and stood, and became a man. Massive and slow and strong he seemed, dressed all in skins, with a club in his right hand and an axe in his left. He smashed them together as he lumbered closer. Other voices called other names, Con and Torrik and Jagged, and more that Tyrion forgot the instant he heard them, 10 at least. A few had swords and knives, others brandished pitchforks and scythes and wooden spears. He waited until they were done shouting out their names before he gave them answer. I am Tyrion, son of Tywin, of the clan Lannister, the Lions of the Rock. We will gladly pay you for the goat we ate. What do you have to give us, Tyrion, son of Tywin? Asked the one who named himself Gunfor, who seemed to be their chief. There is silver in my purse, Tyrion told them. This hauberk I wear is large for me, but it should fit Con nicely, and a battle axe I carry would suit Shagga's mighty hand far better than that wood axe he holds. The half-man would pay us with our own coin, said Con. Con speaks truly, Gunfor said. Your silver is ours, your horses are ours, your hauberk and your battle axe and the knife at your belt, those are ours too. You have nothing to give us but your lives. How would you like to die, Tyrion, son of Tywin? In my own bed, with a belly full of wine and a maiden's mouth around my cock at the age of 80, he replied. The huge one, Shagga, laughed first and loudest. The others seemed less amused. Con, take their horses, Gunfor commanded. Kill the other and seize the half-man. He can milk the goats and make the mothers laugh. Bronn sprang to his feet. Who dies first? No, Tyrion said sharply. Gunfor, son of Gurn, hear me. My house is rich and powerful. If the Stone Crows will see us safely through these mountains, my lord Fowler will shower you with gold. The gold of a lowland lord is as worthless as a half-man's promise, as Gunfor said. Half a man I may be, Tyrion said, yet I have the courage to face my enemies. What do the Stone Crows do but hide behind rocks and shiver with fear as the Knights of the Vale ride by? Shagga gave a roar of anger and clashed club against axe. Jaggot poked at Tyrion's face with the fire-hardened point of a long wooden spear. He did his best not to flinch. Are these the best weapons you could steal? He said. Good enough for killing sheep, perhaps, if the sheep do not fight back. My father's smith's shit better steal. Little boy man, Shagga roared, will you mock my axe after I chop off your manhood and feed it to the goats? But Gunfor raised a hand. No, I would hear his words. The mothers go hungry, and steel fills more mouths than gold. What would you give us for your lives, Tyrion, son of Tywin? Swords, lances, mail, all that and more, Gunfor, son of Gurn, Tyrion Lannister replied, smiling. I will give you the Vale of Arryn. Through the high, narrow windows of the Red Keep's cavernous throne room, the light of sunset spilled across the floor, laying dark red stripes upon the walls where the heads of dragons had once hung. Now the stone was covered with hunting tapestries, vivid with greens and browns and blues, and yet still it seemed to Ned Stark that the only colour in the hall was the red of blood. He sat high upon the immense ancient seat of Aegon the Conqueror, an ironwork monstrosity of spikes and jagged edges and grotesquely twisted metal. It was, as Robert had warned him, a hellishly uncomfortable chair, and never more so than now, with his shattered leg throbbing more sharply every minute. The metal beneath him had grown harder by the hour, and the fanged steel behind made it impossible to lean back. A king should never sit easy, Aegon the Conqueror had said, when he commanded his armourers to forge a great seat from the swords laid down by his enemies. Damn Aegon for his arrogance, Ned thought sullenly, and damn Robert and his hunting as well. You are quite certain these were more than brigands? Varys asked softly from the council table beneath the throne. Grand Maester Pycelle stirred uneasily beside him, while Littlefinger toyed with a pen. They were the only councillors in attendance. A White Hart had been sighted in the Kingswood, and Lord Renly and Sir Barristan had joined the king to hunt it, along with Prince Joffrey, Sandor Clegane, Balon Swan, and half the court. Sir Ned must needs sit the Iron Throne in his absence. At least he could sit. Save the council, the rest must stand respectfully or kneel. There were petitioners clustered near the tall doors, the knights and high lords and ladies beneath the tapestries, the small folk in the gallery, the mailed guards in their cloaks, gold or grey, all stood. The villagers were kneeling, men, women, and children, alike tattered and bloody, their faces drawn by fear. The three knights who had brought them here to bear witness stood behind them. Brigands, Lord Varys? Sir Raymond Darry's voice dripped scorn. Oh, they were brigands, beyond a doubt. Lannister brigands. Ned could feel the unease in the hall, as high lords and servants alike strained to listen. He could not pretend to surprise. The West had been a tinderbox since Catelyn had seized Tyrion Lannister. Both Riverrun and Casterly Rock had called their banners, and armies were massing in the pass below the Golden Tooth. It had only been a matter of time until the blood began to flow. The sole question that remained was how best to staunch the wound. Sad-eyed as Sir Carol Vance, who would have been handsome but for the wine-stained birthmark that discoloured his face, gestured at the kneeling villagers. This is all the remains of the holdfast of Shera, Lord Eddard. The rest are dead, along with the people of Wendish Town and the Mummers Ford. Rise, Ned commanded the villagers. He never trusted what a man told him from his knees. All of you, up. In ones and twos, the holdfast of Shera struggled to its feet. One ancient needed to be helped, and a young girl in a bloody dress stayed on her knees, staring blankly at Sir Aerys Oakheart, who stood by the foot of the throne in the white armour of the King's Guard, ready to protect and defend the king. Or, Ned supposed, the king's hand. Joss, Sir Raymond Darry said to a plump, balding man in a brewer's apron, tell the hand what happened at Shera. Joss nodded. If it please his grace. His grace is hunting across the Blackwater, Ned said, wondering how a man could live his whole life a few days' ride from the Red Keep and still have no notion what his king looked like. Ned was clad in a white linen doublet with the direwolf of Stark on the breast. His black wool cloak was fastened at the collar by his silver hand of office, black and white and grey, all the shades of truth. I am Lord Eddard Stark, the king's hand. Tell me who you are, and what you know of these raiders. I kept an alehouse, my lord, in Shera, by the stone bridge, the finest ale south of the neck. Everyone said so, begging your pardons, my lord. It's gone now, like all the rest, my lord. They came and drank their fill and spilled the rest before they fired my roof, and they would have spilled my blood too if they'd caught me, my lord. They burned us out, a farmer beside him said, come riding in the dark up from the south, and fired the fields and the houses alike. Killing them tried to stop them. There weren't no raiders, though, my lord. They had no mind to steal our stock, not these. They butchered my milk cow where she stood and left her for the flies and the crows. They rode down my prentice boy, said a squat man with a smith's muscles and a bandage around his head. He had put on his finest clothes to come to court, but his breeches were patched, his cloak travel-stained and dusty, chased him back and forth across the fields on their horses, poking at him with their lances like it was a game, them laughing and the boy stumbling and screaming till the big one pierced him clean through. The girl on her knees craned her head up at Ned, high above her on the throne. They killed my mother too, your grace, and they... Her voice trailed off, as if she had forgotten what she was about to say. She began to sob. Sir Raymond Darry took up the tale. At Wendish Town, the people sought shelter in their holdfast, but the walls were timbered. The raiders piled straw against the wood and burnt them all alive. When the Wendish folk opened their gates to flee the fire, they shot them down with arrows as they came running out, even women with suckling babes. Oh, dreadful, murmured Varys. How cruel can men be? The would have done the same for us, but the Shera holdfasts made of stone, Joss said. Some wanted to smoke us out, but the big ones said there was riper fruit upriver, and they made for the Mummers Ford. Ned could feel cold steel against his fingers as he leaned forward. Between each finger was a blade, the points of twisted swords, fanning out like talons from arms of the throne. Even after 3 centuries, some were still sharp enough to cut. The Iron Throne was full of traps for the unwary. The song said it had taken 1,000 blades to make it, heated white-hot in the furnace ref of Baleary on the Black Dread. The hammering had taken 59 days. The end of it was this hunched black beast made of razor edges and barbs and ribbons of sharp metal, a chair that could kill a man, and had, if the stories could be believed. What Eddard Stark was doing sitting there he would never comprehend, yet there he sat, and these people looked to him for justice. What proof do you have that these were Lannisters? He asked, trying to keep his fury under control. Did they wear crimson cloaks or fly a lion banner? Even Lannisters are not so blind stupid as that, Sir Mark Piper snapped. He was a swaggering bantam rooster of a youth, too young and too hot-blooded for Ned's taste, though a fast friend of Catelyn's brother, Edmure Tully. Every man among them was mounted and mailed, my lord, Sir Carol answered calmly. They were armed with steel-tipped lances and long swords, with battle-axes for the butchering. He gestured toward one of the ragged survivors. You. Yes, you. No one's going to hurt you. Tell the hand what you told me. The old man bobbed his head. Concerning their horses, he said, it were war horses they rode. Many a year I worked in old Sir Willem's stables, so I knows the difference. Not a one of these ever pulled a plough. Gods bear witness if I'm wrong. Well-mounted brigands, observed Littlefinger. Perhaps they stole the horses from the last place they raided. How many men were there in this raiding party? Ned asked. 100 at the least, Joss answered. In the same instant as the bandaged smith said, 50, and the grandmother behind him. Hundreds and hundreds, my lord. An army there was. You are more right than you know, good woman, Lord Eddard told her. You say they flew no banners. What of the armour they wore? Did any of you note ornaments or decorations, devices on shield or helm? The brewer Joss shook his head. It grieves me, my lord, but no, the armour they showed us was plain, only the one who led them. He was armoured like the rest, but there was no mistaking him all the same. It was the size of him, my lord. Those as say the giants are all dead never saw this one, I swear. Big as an ox he was, and a voice like stone breaking. The mountain, Sir Mark said loudly. Can any man doubt it? This was Gregor Clegane's work. Ned heard muttering from beneath the windows in the far end of the hall. Even in the galley, nervous whispers were exchanged. High lords and small folk alike knew what it could mean if Sir Mark was proved right. So Gregor Clegane stood bannerman to Lord Tywin Lannister. He studied the frightened faces of the villagers. Small wonder they had been so fearful. They had thought they were being dragged here to name Lord Tywin a red-handed butcher before a king who was his son by marriage. He wondered if the knights had given them a choice. Grand Maester Pycelle rose ponderously from the council table, his chain of office clinking. Sir Mark, with respect, you cannot know that this outlaw was Sir Gregor. There are many large men in the realm, as large as the mountain that rides, Sir Carol said. I have never met one, nor has any man here, Sir Raymond added hotly. Even my brother is a pup beside him. My lords, open your eyes. Do you need to see a seal on the corpses? It was Gregor. Why should Sir Gregor turn brigand? Pycelle asked. By the grace of his liege lord, he holds stout keep and lands of his own. The man is an anointed knight. A false knight, Sir Mark said. Lord Tywin's mad dog. My Lord Hand, Pycelle declared in a stiff voice, I urge you to remind this good knight that Lord Tywin Lannister is the father of our own gracious queen. Thank you, Grand Maester Pycelle, Ned said. I fear we might have forgotten that if you had not pointed it out. From his vantage point atop the throne, he could see men slipping out the door at the far end of the hall. Hares going to ground, he supposed, or rats off to nibble the queen's cheese. He caught a glimpse of Septim Ordain in the gallery, with his daughter Sansa beside her. Ned felt a flash of anger. This was no place for a girl. But the scepter could not have known that today's court would be anything but the usual tedious business of hearing petitions, settling disputes between rival holdfasts, and adjudicating the placement of boundary stones. At the council table below, Peter Baelish lost interest in his quill and leaned forward. Sir Mark, Sir Carol, Sir Raymond, perhaps I might ask you a question? These holdfasts were under your protection. Where were you when all this slaughtering and burning was going on? Sir Carol Vance answered. I was attending my lord father in the pass below the Golden Tooth, as was Sir Mark. When the word of these outrages reached Sir Edmure Tully, he sent word that we should take a small force of men to find what survivors we could and bring them to the king. Sir Raymond Darry spoke up. Sir Edmure had summoned me to Riverrun of all my strength. I was camped across the river from his walls, awaiting his commands when the word reached me. By the time I could return to my own lands, Clegane and his vermin were back across the Red Fork, riding for Lannister's hills. Littlefinger stroked the point of his beard thoughtfully. And if they come again, sir? If they come again, we'll use their blood to water the fields they burnt, Sir Mark Piper declared hotly. Sir Edmure has sent men to every village and hold fast within a day's ride of the border, Sir Carol explained. The next raider will not have such an easy time of it. And that may be precisely what Lord Tywin wants, Ned thought to himself, to bleed off strength from Riverrun, goad the boy into scattering his swords. His wife's brother was young and more gallant than wise. He would try to hold every inch of his soil, to defend every man, woman, and child who named him lord, and Tywin Lannister was shrewd enough to know that. If your fields and holdfasts are safe from harm, Lord Peter was saying, what then do you ask of the throne? The lords of the Trident keep the king's peace, Sir Raymond Darry said. The Lannisters have broken it. We ask leave to answer them. Steel for steel. We ask justice for the small folk of Shera and Wendish Town and the Mummers Ford. Edmure agrees. We must pay Gregor Clegane back his bloody coin, Sir Mark declared, but old Lord Hoster commanded us to come here and beg the king's leave before we strike. Thank the gods for old Lord Hoster, then. Tywin Lannister was as much fox as lion, if indeed he'd sent Sir Gregor to burn and pillage, and Ned did not doubt that he had. He'd taken care to see that he rode under cover of night, without banners, in the guise of a common brigand. Should Riverrun strike back, Cersei and her father would insist that it had been the Tullys who broke the king's peace, not the Lannisters. The gods only knew what Robert would believe. Grand Maester Pycelle was on his feet again. My Lord Hand, if these good folk believe that Sir Gregor has forsaken his holy vows for plunder and rape, let them go to his liege lord and make their complaint. These crimes are no concern of the throne. Let them seek Lord Tywin's justice. It is all the king's justice, Ned told him. North, south, east or west, all we do in Robert's name. The king's justice, Grand Maester Pycelle. So it is, and so we should defer this matter until the king is hunting across the river and may not return for days, Lord Eddard said. Robert bid me to sit here in his place, to listen with his ears and to speak of his voice. I mean to do just that, though I agree that he must be told. He saw a familiar face beneath the tapestries. Sir Robar Royce stepped forward and bowed. My lord, your father is hunting with the king, Ned said. Will you bring them word of what was said and done here today? At once, my lord. Do we have your leave to take our vengeance against Sir Gregor, then? Mark Piper asked the throne. Vengeance? Ned said. I thought we were speaking of justice. Burning Clegane's fields and slaughtering his people will not restore the king's peace, only your injured pride. He glanced away before the young knight could voice his outraged protest and address the villagers. People of Shera, I cannot give you back your homes or your crops, nor can I restore your dead to life. But perhaps I can give you some small measure of justice, in the name of our king, Robert. Every eye in the hall was fixed on him, waiting. Slowly, Ned struggled to his feet, pushing himself up from the throne with the strength of his arms, his shattered leg screaming inside its cast. He did his best to ignore the pain. It was no moment to let them see his weakness. The first men believed that the judge who called for death should wield the sword, and in the north we hold to that still. I mislike sending another to do my killing, yet it seems I have no choice. He gestured at his broken leg. Lord Eddard! The shout came from the west side of the hall, as a handsome stripling of a boy strode forth boldly. Out of his armour, Sir Loras Tyrell looked even younger than his 16 years. He wore pale blue silk, his belt a linked chain of golden roses, the sigil of his house. I beg you the honour of acting in your place. Give this task to me, my lord, and I swear I shall not fail you. Littlefinger chuckled. Sir Loras, if we send you off alone, Sir Gregor will send us back your head with a plum stuffed in that pretty mouth of yours. The mountain is not the sort to bend his neck to any man's justice. I do not fear Gregor Clegane, Sir Loras said, haughtily. Ned eased himself slowly back onto the hard iron seat of Aegon's misshapen throne. His eyes searched the faces along the wall. Lord Beric, he called out. Varys of Mere, Sir Gladden, Lord Lothar. The men named stepped forward one by one. Each of you is to assemble 20 men to bring my word to Gregor's keep. 20 of my own guards shall go with you. Lord Beric Dondarrion, you shall have the command as befits your rank. The young lord of the red gold hair bowed. As you command, Lord Eddard. Ned raised his voice so it carried to the far end of the throne room. In the name of Robert of the House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Arndals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, by the word of Eddard of the House Stark, his hand, I charge you to ride to the Westlands with all haste, to cross the Red Fork of the Trident under the King's flag, and there bring the King's justice to the false knight Gregor Clegane and to all those who shared in his crimes. I denounce him and attaint him, and strip him of all rank and titles, of all lands and incomes and holdings, and do sentence him to death. May the gods take pity on his soul. When the echo of his words had died away, the Knight of Flowers seemed perplexed. Lord Eddard, what of me? Ned looked down on him. From on high, Loras Tyrell seemed almost as young as Rob. No one doubts your valour, Sir Loras, but we are about justice here, and what you seek is vengeance. He looked back to Lord Beric. Right at first light. These things are best done quickly. He held up a hand. The throne will hear no more petitions today. Alan and Porfer climbed the steep iron steps to help him back down As they made their descent, he could feel Loris Tyrell's sullen stare, but the boy had stalked away before Ned reached the floor of the throne room. At the base of the Iron Throne, Varys was gathering papers from the council table. Littlefinger and Grand Maester Pycelle had already taken their leave. "You are a bolder man than I, my lord," the eunuch said softly. "How so, Lord Varys?" Ned asked brusquely. His leg was throbbing and he was in no mood for word games. "Had it been me up there, I should have sent Sir Loras. He so wanted to go. And a man who was the Lannisters for his enemies would do well to make the Tyrells his friends. Sir Loras is young," said Ned. "I dare say he will outgrow the disappointment." "And Sir Ilyn?" The eunuch stroked the plump, powdered cheek. "He is the king's justice after all. Sending other men to do his office. Some might construe that as a grave insult. No slight was intended. In truth, Ned did not trust the mute knight, though perhaps that was only because he misliked executioners. I remind you, the pains of bannermen to House Lannister. I thought it best to choose men who owed Lord Tywin no fealty. Very prudent, no doubt," Varys said. "Still, I chanced to see Sir Ilyn in the back of the hall, staring at us with those pale eyes of his, and I must say he did not look pleased, though to be sure it is hard to tell with our silent knight. I hope he outgrows his disappointment as well. He does so love his work." "He wouldn't send Sir Loras," Sansa told Jane Poole that night as they shared a cold supper by lamplight. "I think it was because of his leg." Lord Eddard had taken his supper in his bedchamber with Alan, Harwin and Veon Poole, the better to rest his broken leg, and Septa Mordaunt complained of sore feet after standing in the gallery all day. Arya was supposed to join them, but she was late coming back from a dancing lesson. "His leg?" Jane said uncertainly. She was a pretty dark-haired girl of Sansa's own age. "Did Sir Loras hurt his leg?" "Not his leg," Sansa said, nibbling delicately at a chicken leg. "Father's leg, silly. It hurts him ever so much. It makes him cross. Otherwise, I'm certain he would have sent Sir Loras." Her father's decision still bewildered her. When the Knight of Flowers had spoken up, she'd been sure she was about to see one of Old Nan's stories come to life. Sir Gregor was the monster and Sir Loras the true hero who would slay him. He even looked a true hero, so slim and beautiful, with golden roses around his slender waist, and his rich brown hair tumbling down into his eyes. And then father had refused him. It had upset her more than she could tell. She had said as much to Septa Mordaunt as they descended the stairs from the gallery. The Septa had only told her it was not her place to question her Lord Father's decisions. That was when Lord Baelish had said, "Oh, I don't know, Septa. Some of her Lord Father's decisions could do with a bit of questioning. The young lady is as wise as she is lovely." He made a sweeping bow to Sansa, so deep she was not quite sure if she was being complimented or mocked. Septa Mordaunt had been very upset to realise that Lord Baelish had overheard them. "The girl was just talking, my lord," she'd said. "Foolish chatter. She meant nothing by the comment." Lord Baelish stroked his little pointed beard and said, "Nothing? Tell me, child, why would you have sent Sir Loras?" Sansa had no choice but to explain about heroes and monsters. The king's counsellor smiled. "Well, those are not the reasons I'd have given, but—" He had touched her cheek, his thumb lightly tracing the line of a cheekbone. "Life is not a song, sweetling. You may learn that one day to your sorrow." Sansa did not feel like telling all that to Jane, however. It made her uneasy just to think back on it. "Sir Ilyn's the king's justice, not Sir Loras," Jane said. "Lord Eddard should have sent him." Sansa shuddered. Every time she looked at Sir Ilyn Payne, she shivered. He made her feel as though something dead was slithering over her naked skin. Sir Ilyn's almost like a second monster. I'm glad father didn't pick him. "Lord Beric is as much a hero as Sir Loras. He's ever so brave and gallant." "I suppose so," Sansa said doubtfully. "Beric Dondarrion was handsome enough, but he was awfully old, almost 22. The Knight of Flowers would have been much better. Of course, Jane had been in love with Lord Beric ever since she had first glimpsed him in the lists. Sansa thought she was being silly. Jane was only a steward's daughter after all, and no matter how much she mooned after him, Lord Beric would never look at someone so far beneath him, even if she hadn't been half his age. It would have been unkind to say so, however, so Sansa took a sip of milk and changed the subject. "I had a dream that Joffrey would be the one to take the White Hart," she said. It had been more of a wish, actually, but it sounded better to call it a dream. Everyone knew that dreams were prophetic. White Harts were supposed to be very rare and magical, and in her heart she knew her gallant prince was worthier than his drunken father. A dream? Truly? Did Prince Joffrey just go up to it and touch it with his bare hand and do it no harm? "No," Sansa said. "He shot it with a golden arrow and brought it back for me. In the songs, the knights never killed magical beasts. They just went up to them, touched them, and did them no harm. But she knew Joffrey liked hunting, especially the killing part. Only animals, though. Sansa was certain her prince had no part in murdering Jory and those other poor men. That had been his wicked uncle, the Kingslayer. She knew her father was still angry about that, but it wasn't fair to blame Joff. That would be like blaming her for something that Arya had done. "I saw your sister this afternoon," Jane blurted out. as if she'd been reading Sansa's thoughts. She was walking through the stables on her hands. Why would she do a thing like that? I'm sure I don't know why Arya does anything. Sansa hated stables, smelly places full of manure and flies. Even when she went riding, she liked the boy to saddle the horse and bring it to her in the yard. Do you want to hear about the court or not? I do, Jane said. There was a black brother, Sansa said, begging men for the wall, only he was kind of old and smelly. She hadn't liked that at all. She had always imagined the Night's Watch to be men like Uncle Benjen. In the songs they were called the Black Knights of the Wall. But this man had been crook-backed and hideous, and he looked as though he might have lice. If this was what the Night's Watch was truly like, she felt sorry for her bastard half-brother Jon. Father asked if there were any knights in the hall who would do honour to their houses by taking the black, but no one came forward. So he gave this yarn his pick of the king's dungeons and sent him on his way. And later these two brothers came before him, free riders from the Dornish marches, and pledged their swords to the service of the king. Father accepted their oaths. Jane yawned. Are there any lemon cakes? Sansa did not like being interrupted, but she had to admit lemon cake sounded more interesting than most of what had gone on in the throne room. Let's see, she said. The kitchen yielded no lemon cakes, but they did find half of a cold strawberry pie, and that was almost as good. They ate it on the tower steps, giggling and gossiping and sharing secrets, and Sansa went to bed that night feeling almost as wicked as Arya. The next morning she woke before first light and crept sleepily to her window to watch Lord Beric form up his men. They rode out as dawn was breaking over the city, with 3 banners going before them. The crowned stag of the king flew from the high staff, the direwolf of Stark and Lord Beric's own forked lightning standard from shorter poles. It was all so exciting, a song come to life, the clatter of swords, the flicker of torchlight, banners dancing in the wind, horses snorting and whinnying, the golden glow of sunrise slanting through the bars of the portcullis as it jerked upward. The Winterfell men looked especially fine in their silvery mail and long grey cloaks. Alan carried the Stark banner. When she saw him rein in beside Lord Beric to exchange words, it made Sansa feel ever so proud. Alan was handsomer than Jory had been. He was going to be a knight one day. The Tower of the Hand seemed so empty after they left that Sansa was even pleased to see Arya when she went down to break her fast. Where is everyone? Her sister wanted to know as she ripped the skin from her blood orange. Did Father send them to hunt down Jaime Lannister? Sansa sighed. They rode with Lord Beric to behead Sir Gregor Clegane. She turned to Septa Mordain, who was eating porridge with a wooden spoon. Septa, will Lord Beric spike Sir Gregor's head on his own gate, or bring it back here for the king? She and Jane Poole had been arguing over that last night. The Septa was horror-struck. A lady does not discuss such things over her porridge. Where are your courtesies, Sansa? I swear, of late you've been near as bad as your sister. What did Gregor do? Arya asked. He burned down a holdfast and murdered a lot of people, women and children too. Arya screwed up her face in a scowl. Jaime Lannister murdered Jory and Heward and Will, and the Hound murdered Mika. Somebody should have beheaded them. It's not the same, Sansa said. The Hound is Joffrey's sworn shield. Your butcher's boy attacked the prince. Liar, Arya said. Her hand clenched the blood orange so hard that red juice oozed between her fingers. Go ahead, call me all the names you want, Sansa said airily. You won't dare when I'm married to Joffrey. You'll have to bow to me and call me your grace. She shrieked as Arya flung the orange across the table. He caught her in the middle of the forehead with a wet squish and plopped down into her lap. You have juice on your face, your grace, Arya said. It was running down her nose and stinging her eyes. Sansa wiped it away with a napkin. When she saw what the fruit in her lap had done to her beautiful ivory silk dress, she shrieked again. You're horrible, she screamed at her sister. They should have killed you instead of Lady. Septa Mordain came lurching to her feet. Your Lord Father will hear of this. Go to your chambers. At once. At once. Me too? Tears welled in Sansa's eyes. That's not fair. The matter is not subject to discussion. Go. Sansa stalked away with her head up. She was to be a queen, and queens did not cry, at least not where people could see. When she reached her bedchamber, she barred the door and took off her dress. The blood orange had left a blotchy red stain on the silk. I hate her, she screamed. She pulled up the dress and flung it into the cold hearth on top of the ashes of last night's fire. When she saw that the stain had bled through onto her underskirt, she began to sob despite herself. She ripped off the rest of her clothes wildly, threw herself into bed, and cried herself back to sleep. It was midday when Septa Mordain knocked upon her door. Sansa, your Lord Father will see you now. Sansa sat up. Lady, she whispered. For a moment it was as if the direwolf was there in the room, looking at her with those golden eyes. Sad and knowing. She had been dreaming, she realized. Lady was with her, and they were running together, and... Trying to remember was like trying to catch the rain of her fingers. The dream faded, and Lady was dead again. Sansa, the rap came again sharply. Do you hear me? Yes, Septar, she called out. Might I have a moment to dress, please? Her eyes were red from crying, but she did her best to make herself beautiful. Lord Eddard was bent over a huge leather-bound book when Septim Ordain marched her into the solar, his plaster-wrapped legs stiff beneath the table. Come here, Sansa, he said, not unkindly, when the Septa had gone for her sister. Sit beside me. He closed the book. Septim Ordain returned with Arya squirming in her grasp. Sansa had put on a lovely pale green damask gown and a look of remorse, but her sister was still wearing the ratty leathers and rough sponge she'd worn at breakfast. Here is the other one, the Septa announced. My thanks, Septim Ordain. I'll talk to my daughters alone, if you would be so kind. The Septa bowed and left. Arya started it, Sansa said quickly, anxious to have the first word. She called me a liar and threw an orange at me and spoiled my dress, the ivory silk, the ones Queen Cersei gave me when I was betrothed to Prince Joffrey. She hates that I'm going to marry the prince. She tries to spoil everything. Father, she can't stand for anything to be beautiful or nice or splendid. Enough, Sansa. Lord Eddard's voice was sharp with impatience. Arya raised her eyes. I'm sorry, Father. I was wrong and I beg my sweet sister's forgiveness. Sansa was so startled that for a moment she was speechless. Finally she found her voice. What about my dress? Maybe I could wash it, Arya said doubtfully. Washing won't do any good, Sansa said. Not if you scrubbed all day and night. The silk is ruined. Then I'll make you a new one, Arya said. Sansa threw back her head in disdain. You couldn't sew a dress fit to clean the pigsties. Their father sighed. I did not call you here to talk of dresses. I'm sending you both back to Winterfell. For the second time, Sansa found herself too stunned for words. She felt her eyes grow moist again. You can't, Arya said. Please, Father, Sansa managed at last. Please don't. Eddard Stark favoured his daughters with a tired smile. At last we found something you agree on. I didn't do anything wrong, Sansa pleaded with him. I don't want to go back. She loved King's Landing, the patronry of the court, the high lords and ladies in their velvets and silks and gemstones, the great city with all its people. The tournament had been the most magical time of her whole life, and there was so much she had not seen yet. Harvest feasts and masked balls and mama shows. She could not bear the thought of losing it all. Send Arya away. She started it. Father, I swear it. I'll be good, you'll see. Just let me stay and I promise to be as fine and noble and courteous as the Queen. Father's mouth twitched strangely. Sansa, I'm not sending you away for fighting, for the gods know I'm sick of you two squabbling. I want you back in Winterfell for your own safety. 3 of my men were cut down like dogs not a league from where we sit. And what does Robert do? He goes hunting. Arya was chewing at her lip in that disgusting way she had. Can we take Syrio back with us? Who cares about your stupid dancing master? Sansa flared. Father, I only just now remembered. I can't go away. I'm to marry Prince Joffrey. She tried to smile bravely for him. I love him, Father. I truly, truly do. I love him as much as Queen Nerys loved Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, as much as Jon Kill loved Sir Florian. I want to be his queen and have his babies. Sweet one, her father said gently, listen to me. When you're old enough, I will make you a match of a high lord who's worthy of you, someone brave and gentle and strong. This match of Joffrey was a terrible mistake. That boy is no Prince Aemon, you must believe me. He is, Sansa insisted. I don't want someone brave and gentle. I want him. We'll be ever so happy, just like in the songs. You'll see. I'll give him a son with golden hair, and one day he'll be the king of all the realm, the greatest king that ever was, as brave as the wolf and as proud as the lion. Arya made a face. Not if Joffrey's his father, she said. He's a liar and a craven, and anyhow, he's a stag, not a lion. Sansa felt tears in her eyes. He is not. He's not the least bit like that old drunken king, she screamed at her sister, forgetting herself in her grief. Father looked at her strangely. Gods, he swore softly, out of the mouth of babes. He shouted for Septim Ordain. To the girls he said, I am looking for a fast trading galley to take you home. These days the sea is safer than the King's Road. You will sail as soon as I can find a proper ship, with Septim Ordain and the complement of guards. And yes, with Syrio Forel if he agrees to enter my service. But say nothing of this. It's better if no one knows of our plans. We'll talk again tomorrow. Sansa cried as Septim Ordain marched them down the steps. They were going to take it all away, the tournaments and the court and her prince, everything. They were going to send her back to the bleak grey walls of Winterfell and lock her up forever. Her life was over before it had begun. Stop that weeping, child, Septim Ordain said sternly. I am certain your Lord Father knows what is best for you. It won't be so bad, Sansa, Arya said. We're going to sail on a galley. It will be an adventure. And then we'll be with Bran and Robb again, and old Nan and Hodor and the rest. She touched her on the arm. Hodor, Sansa yelled. You ought to marry Hodor. You're just like him, stupid and hairy and ugly. She wrenched away from her sister's hand, stormed into her bedchamber, and barred the door behind her. Pain is a gift from the gods, Lord Eddard, Grand Maester Pycelle told him. It means the bone is knitting, the flesh healing itself. Be thankful. I will be thankful when my leg stops frothing. Pycelle set a stoppered flask on the table by the bed. The milk of the poppy for when the pain grows too onerous. I sleep too much already. Sleep is the great healer. I had hoped that was you. Pycelle smiled wanly. It is good to see you in such a fierce humour, my lord. He leaned close and lowered his voice. There was a raven this morning, a letter for the queen from her lord father. I thought you had best know. Dark wings, dark words. Ned said grimly. What of it? Lord Tyrone is greatly wroth about the men you sent after Sir Gregor Clegane, the Maester confided. I feared he would be. You will recall I said as much in council. Let him be wroth, Ned said. Every time his leg throbbed, he remembered Jaime Lannister's smile and Drury dead in his arms. Let him write all the letters to the Queen he likes. Lord Beric rides beneath the King's own banner. If Lord Tyrone attempts to interfere with the King's justice, he will have Robert to answer to. The only thing his grace enjoys more than hunting is making war on lords who defy him. Pycelle pulled back, his maester's chain jangling. As you say, I shall visit again on the morrow. The old man hurriedly gathered up his things and took his leave. Ned had little doubt that he was bound straight for the royal apartments to whisper at the Queen. I thought you had best know, indeed, as if Cersei had not instructed him to pass along her father's threats. He hoped his response rattled those perfect teeth of hers. Ned was not near as confident of Robert as he pretended, but there was no reason Cersei need know that. When Pycelle was gone, Ned called for a cup of honeyed wine. That clouded the mind as well, yet not as badly. He needed to be able to think. 1,000 times he asked himself what Jon Arryn might have done, had he lived long enough to act on what he had learned, or people perhaps he had acted and died for it. It was queer how sometimes the child's innocent eyes can see things that grown men are blind to. Someday, when Sansa was grown, he would have to tell her how she had made it all come clear for him. He's not the least bit like that old drunken king, she had declared, angry and unknowing, and the simple truth of it had twisted inside him, cold as death. This was the sword that killed Jon Arryn, Ned thought then, and it will kill Robert as well, a slower death but full as certain. Shattered legs may heal in time, but some betrayals fester and poison the soul. Littlefinger came calling an hour after the Grand Maester had left, clad in a plum-coloured doublet with a mockingbird embroidered on the breast in black thread, and a striped cloak of black and white. I cannot visit long, my lord, he announced. Lady Tanda expects me to lunch with her. No doubt she will roast me a fatted calf. If it's near as fatted as her daughter, I'm like to rupture and die. And how is your leg? Inflamed and painful, with an itch that is driving me mad. Littlefinger lifted an eyebrow. In future, try not to let any horses fall on it. I would urge you to heal quickly. The realm grows restive. Varys has heard ominous whispers from the west. Free riders and sellswords have been flocking to Casterly Rock, and not for the thin pleasure of Lord Tywin's conversation. Is there word of the king? Ned demanded. Just how long does Robert intend to hunt? Given his preferences, I believe he'd stay in the forest until you and the Queen both die of old age, Lord Peter replied with a faint smile. Lacking that, I imagine he'll return as soon as he's killed something. They found the White Hart, it seems, or rather what remained of it. Some wolves found it first, and left his grace scarcely more than a hoof and a horn. Robert was in a fury until he heard talk of some monstrous boar deeper in the forest. Then nothing would do but he must have it. Prince Joffrey returned this morning with the Royces, Sir Balon Swan, and some 20 others of the party. The rest are still with the king. The Hound? Ned asked, frowning. Of all the Lannister party, Sandor Clegane was the one who concerned him the most, now that Sir Jaime had fled the city to join his father. I returned with Joffrey and went straight to the Queen. Littlefinger smiled. I would have given 100 silver stags to have been a roach in the rushes when he learned that Lord Beric was off to behead his brother. Even a blind man could see the Hound loathed his brother. Ah, but Gregor was his to loathe, not yours to kill. Once Dondarrion lobs the summit off our mountain, the Clegane lands and incomes will pass to Sandor, but I wouldn't hold my water waiting for his thanks, not that one. Now you must forgive me. Lady Tanda awaits with her fatted calves. On the way to the door, Lord Peter spied Grand Maester Malleon's massive tome on the table, and paused to idly flip open the cover. The lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children, he read. Now there is tedious reading if ever I saw it. A sleeping potion, my lord. For a brief moment, Ned considered telling him all of it, but there was something in Littlefinger's japes that irked him. The man was too clever by half, a mocking smile never far from his lips. Jon Arryn was studying this volume when he was taken sick, Ned said in a careful tone, to see how he might respond. And he responded as he always did, with a quip. In that case, he said, death must have come as a blessed relief. Lord Peter Baelish bowed and took his leave. Eddard Stark allowed himself a curse. Aside from his own retainers, there was scarcely a man in this city he trusted. Littlefinger had concealed Catelyn and helped Ned in his inquiries, yet his haste to save his own skin when Jaime and his swords had come out of the rain still rankled. Varys was worse. For all his protestations of loyalty, the eunuch knew too much and did too little. Grand Maester Pycelle seemed more Cersei's creature with every passing day. Sir Barristan was an old man and rigid. He would tell Ned to do his duty. Time was perilously short. The king would return from his hunt soon, and honour would require Ned to go to him for all he had learned. Veon Poole had arranged for Sansa and Arya to sail on the Wind Witch out of Braavos 3 days hence. They would be back at Winterfell before the harvest. Ned could no longer use his concern for their safety to excuse his delay. Yet last night he had dreamt of Rhaegar's children. Lord Tywin had laid the bodies beneath the Iron Throne, wrapped in the crimson cloaks of his house guard. That was clever of him. The blood did not show so badly against the red cloth. The little princess had been barefoot, still dressed in her bedgown, and the boy... Ned could not let that happen again. The realm could not withstand a second Mad King, another dance of blood and vengeance. He must find some way to save the children. Robert could be merciful. Sir Barristan was scarcely the only man he had pardoned. Grand Maester Pycelle, Varys the Spider, Lord Balon Greyjoy, each had been counted an enemy to Robert once, and each had been welcomed into friendship and allowed to retain honours and offers for a pledge of fealty. So long as the man was brave and honest, Robert would treat him with all the honour and respect due a valiant enemy. This was something else. Poison in the dark, a knife thrust to the soul. This he could never forgive. No more than he had forgiven Rhaegar. He will kill them all, Ned realised. And yet he knew he could not keep silent. He had a duty to Robert, to the realm, to the shade of Jon Arryn, and to Bran, who surely must have stumbled on some part of the truth. Why else would they have tried to slay him? Late that afternoon, he summoned Tomard, the portly guardsman with the ginger-coloured whiskers his children called Fat Tom. With Jory dead and Alan gone, Fat Tom had command of his household guard. The thought filled Ned with vague disquiet. Tomard was a solid man, affable, loyal, tireless, capable in a limited way, but he was near 50, and even in his youth he had never been energetic. Perhaps Ned should not have been so quick to send off half his guard, and all his best swords among them. "I shall require your help," Ned said when Tom Arder appeared, looking faintly apprehensive, as he always did when called before his lord. "Take me to the Godswood. Is that wise, Lord Eddard? With your leg and all? Perhaps not, but necessary." Tomard summoned Varley. With one arm around each man's shoulder, Ned managed to descend the steep tower steps and hobble across the bailey. "I want the guard doubled," he told Fat Tom. "No one enters or leaves the Tower of the Hand without my leave." Tom blinked. "My lord, with Alan and the others away, we are hard-pressed already. It will only be a short while. Lengthen the watches." "As you say, my lord," Tom answered. "Might I ask why?" "Best not," Ned answered crisply. The Godswood was empty, as it always was here in this citadel of the Savron gods. Ned's leg was screaming as they lowered him to the grass beside the heart tree. "Thank you." He drew a paper from his sleeve, sealed with the sigil of his house. "Kindly deliver this at once." Tomard looked at the name Ned had written on the paper and licked his lips anxiously. "My lord, do as I bid you, Tom," Ned said. How long he waited in the quiet of the Godswood he could not say. It was peaceful here. The thick walls shut out the clamour of the castle, and he could hear birds singing, the murmur of crickets, leaves rustling in a gentle wind. The heart tree was an oak, brown and faceless, yet Ned Stark still felt the presence of his gods. His leg did not seem to hurt so much. She came to him at sunset, as the clouds reddened above the walls and towers. She came alone, and as he had bid her. For once she was dressed simply, in leather boots and hunting greens. When she drew back the hood of her brown cloak, he saw the bruise where the king had struck her. The angry plum colour had faded to yellow, and the swelling was down, but there was no mistaking it for anything but what it was. "Why here?" Cersei Lannister asked as she stood over him, so the gods can see. She sat beside him on the grass. Her every move was graceful. Her curling blonde hair moved in the wind, and her eyes were green as the leaves of summer. It had been a long time since Ned Stark had seen her beauty, but he saw it now. "I know the truth Jon Arryn died for," he told her. "Do you?" The Queen watched his face, wary as a cat. "Is that why you called me here, Lord Stark? To pose me riddles? Or is it your intent to seize me, as your wife seized my brother? If you truly believed that, you would never have come." Ned touched her cheek gently. "Has he done this before?" "Once or twice." She shied away from his hand. "Never on the face before. Jaime would have killed him, even if it meant his own life." Cersei looked at him defiantly. "My brother is worth 100 of your friend." "Your brother?" Ned said. "Or your lover?" "Both." She did not flinch from the truth. Since we were children together, and why not? The Targaryens wed brother to sister for 300 years to keep the bloodlines pure, and Jaime and I are more than brother and sister. We are one person in two bodies. We shared a womb together. He came into this world holding my foot, our old maester said. When he is in me, I feel whole. The ghost of a smile flitted over her lips. My son Bran, to her credit, Cersei did not look away. He saw us. You love your children, do you not? Robert had asked him the very same question, the morning of the melee. He gave her the same answer. With all my heart. No less do I love mine. Ned thought, if it came to that, the life of some child I did not know against Robb and Sansa and Arya and Bran and Rickon, what would I do? Even more so, what would Catelyn do, if it were Jon's life, against the children of her body? He did not know. He prayed he never would. All three are Jaime's, he said. It was not a question. Thank the gods. The seed is strong, Jon Arryn had cried on his deathbed, and so it was. All those bastards, all with hair as black as night. Grand Maester Melion recorded the last mating between stag and lion some 90 years ago, when Tyr Lannister wed Gawain Baratheon, third son of the reigning lord. Their only issue, an unnamed boy described in Malion's tome as a large and lusty lad born with a full head of black hair, died in infancy. 30 years before that, a male Lannister had taken a Baratheon maid to wife. She had given him 3 daughters and a son, each black-haired. No matter how far back Ned searched in the brittle yellow pages, always he found the gold yielding before the coal. 12 years, Ned said. How is it that you have had no children by the king? She lifted her head, defiant. Your Robert got me with child once, she said, her voice thick of contempt. My brother found a woman to cleanse me. He never knew. If truth be told, I can scarcely bear for him to touch me, and I have not let him inside me for years. I know other ways to pleasure him, when he leaves his whores long enough to stagger up to my bedchamber. Whatever we do, the king is usually so drunk that he's forgotten it all by the next morning. How could they have all been so blind? The truth was there in front of them all the time, written on the children's faces. Ned felt sick. I remember Robert as he was the day he took the throne, every inch a king, he said quietly. 1,000 other women might have loved him with all their hearts. What did he do to make you hate him so? Her eyes burned, green fire in the dusk, like the lioness that was her sigil, the night of our wedding feast, the first time we shared a bed. He called me by your sister's name. He was on top of me, in me, stinking of wine, and he whispered Lyanna. Ned Stark thought of pale blue roses, and for a moment he wanted to weep. I do not know which of you I pity most. The Queen seemed amused by that. Save your pity for yourself, Lord Stark. I want none of it. You know what I must do. Must? She put her hand on his good leg, just above the knee. A true man does what he will, not what he must. Her fingers brushed lightly against his thigh, the gentlest of promises. The Rom needs a strong hand. Joff will not come of age for years. No one wants war again, least of all me. Her hand touched his face, his hair. If friends can turn to enemies, enemies can become friends. Your wife is 1,000 leagues away, and my brother has fled. Be kind to me, Ned. I swear to you, and you shall never regret it. Did you make the same offer to Jon Arryn? She slapped him. I shall wear that as a badge of honour, Ned said dryly. Honour, she spat. How dare you play the noble lord with me? What do you take me for? You've a bastard of your own. I've seen him. Who was the mother, I wonder? Some Dornish peasant you raped while her holdfast burned? A whore? Or was it the grieving sister, the Lady Ashara? She threw herself into the sea, I'm told. Why was that? For the brother you slew, or the child you stole? Tell me, my honourable Lord Eddard, how are you any different from Robert, or me, or Jaime? For a start, said Ned, I do not kill children. You will do well to listen, my lady. I shall say this only once. When the king returns from his hunt, I intend to lay the truth before him. You must be gone by then, you and your children, all free, and not to Casterly Rock. If I were you, I should take ship for the free cities, or even farther, to the Summer Isles, or to the port of Ibn, as far as the winds blow. Exile, she said. A bitter cup to drink from, a sweeter cup than your father served Rhaegar's children, Ned said, and kinder than you deserve. Your father and your brothers would do well to go with you. Lord Tywin's gold will buy you comfort and higher swords to keep you safe. You shall need them. I promise you, no matter where you flee, Robert's wrath will follow you, to the back of beyond if need be. The Queen stood. And what of my wrath, Lord Stark? She asked softly. Her eyes searched his face. You should have taken the realm for yourself. It was there for the taking. Jaime told me how you found him on the Iron Throne the day King's Landing fell, and made him yield it up. That was your moment. All you needed to do was climb those steps and sit. Such a sad mistake. I have made more mistakes than you could possibly imagine, Ned said, but that was not one of them. Oh, but it was, my lord, Cersei insisted. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground. She turned up her hood to hide her swollen face and left him there in the dark beneath the oak, amidst the quiet of the godswood, under a blue-black sky. The stars were coming out. The heart was steaming in the cool evening air when Khal Drogo set it before her, raw and bloody. His arms were red to the elbow. Behind him, his blood riders knelt on the sand beside the corpse of the wild stallion, stone knives in their hands. The stallion's blood looked black in the flickering orange glare of the torches that ringed the high chalk walls of the pit. Dany touched the soft swell of her belly. Sweat beaded her skin and trickled down to her brow. She could feel the old women watching her, the ancient crones of Ace Dothraki, with eyes that shone dark as polished flint in their wrinkled faces. She must not flinch or look afraid. I am the blood of the dragon, she told herself as she took the stallion's heart in both hands, lifted it to her mouth, and plunged her teeth into the tough, stringy flesh. Warm blood filled her mouth and ran down over her chin. The taste threatened to gag her, but she made herself chew and swallow. The heart of the stallion would make her son strong and swift and fearless, or so the Dothraki believed, but only if the mother could eat it all. If she choked on the blood or retched up the flesh, the omens were less favourable. The child might be stillborn or come forth weak, deformed, or female. Her handmaids had helped her ready herself for the ceremony. Despite the tender mother's stomach that had afflicted her these past 2 moons, Dany had dined on bowls of half-clotted blood to accustom herself to the taste, and Eerie made her chew strips of dried horseflesh under her jaw until her jaws were aching. She had starved herself for a day and a night before the ceremony in the hopes that hunger would help her keep down the raw meat. The wild stallion's heart was all muscle, and Dany had to bury it with her teeth and chew each mouthful a long time. No steel was permitted within the sacred confines of Ace Dothraki. Beneath the shadow of the Mother of Mountains, she had to rip the heart apart with teeth and nails. Her stomach roiled and heaved, yet she kept on, her face smeared with the heart's blood that sometimes seemed to explode against her lips. Khal Drogo stood over her as she ate, his face as hard as a bronze shield. His long black braid was shiny with oil. He wore gold rings in his moustache, gold bells in his braid, and a heavy belt of solid gold medallions around his waist, but his chest was bare. She looked at him whenever she felt her strength failing, looked at him and chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed. Toward the end, Dany thought she glimpsed a fierce pride in his dark, almond-shaped eyes, but she could not be sure. The Khale's face did not often betray the thoughts within. And finally it was done. Her cheeks and fingers were sticky as she forced down the last of it. Only then did she turn her eyes back to the old women, the crones of the Dosh Khaleen. Kalaka, Dothrai, Marana, she proclaimed in her best Dothraki. A prince rides inside me. She had practiced the phrase for days with her handmaid, Jiqui. The oldest of the crones, a bent and shriveled stick of a woman with a single black eye, raised her arms on high. Kalaka Dothrai, she shrieked. The prince is riding. He is riding, the other women answered. Rak, Rak, Rak Haj, they proclaimed. A boy, a strong boy. Bells rang, a sudden clangor of bronze birds. A deep-throated war horn sounded its long, low note. The old women began to chant. Underneath their painted leather vests, their withered dugs swayed back and forth, shiny with oil and sweat. The eunuchs who served them threw bundles of dried grasses into a great bronze brazier, and clouds of fragrant smoke rose up toward the moon and the stars. The Dothraki believed the stars were horses made of fire, a great herd that galloped across the sky by night. As the smoke ascended, the chanting died away, and the ancient crone closed her single eye, the better to peer into the future. The silence that fell was complete. Dany could hear the distant call of night birds, the hiss and crackle of the torches, the gentle lapping of water from the lake. The Dothraki stared at her with eyes of night, waiting. Khal Drogo laid his hand on Dany's arm. She could feel the tension in his fingers. Even a Khal as mighty as Drogo could know fear when the Dosh Khaleen peered into smoke of the future. At her back, her handmaids fluttered anxiously. Finally, the crone opened her eye and lifted her arms. I've seen his face and heard the thunder of his hooves, she proclaimed in a thin, wavery voice. The thunder of his hooves, the others chorused. As swift as the wind he rides, and behind him his Khalasar covers the earth, men without number, with araks shining in their hands like blades of razor grass. Fierce as a storm this prince will be. His enemies will tremble before him, and their wives will weep tears of blood and rend their flesh in grief. The bells in his hair will sing his coming, and the milkmen in the stone tents will fear his name. The old woman trembled and looked at Dany almost as if she were afraid. The prince is riding, and he shall be the stallion who mounts the world. The stallion who mounts the world, the onlookers cried in echo, until the night rang to the sound of their voices. The one-eyed crone peered at Dany. What shall he be called, the stallion who mounts the world? She stood to answer. "He shall be called Rhaego," she said, using the words that Jikwi had taught her. Her hands touched the swell beneath her breasts protectively as a roar went up from the Dothraki. "Rhaego!" they screamed. "Rhaego! Rhaego! Rhaego!" The name was still ringing in her ears as Khal Drogo led her from the pit. His blood riders fell in behind them. A procession followed them out onto the God's Way, the broad grassy road that ran through the heart of Vaes Dothrak from the Horse Gate to the Mother of Mountains. The crones of the Dosh Khaleen came first, with their eunuchs and slaves. Some supported themselves with tall carved staffs as they struggled along on ancient shaking legs, while others walked as proud as any household horse lord. Each of the old women had been a Khaleesi once. When their lord husbands died and a new Khal took his place at the front of his riders, with a new Khaleesi mounted beside him, they were sent here to reign over the vast Dothraki nation. Even the mightiest of Khals bowed to the wisdom and authority of the Dosh Khaleen. Still, it gave Dany the shivers to think that one day she might be sent to join them, whether she willed it or not. Behind the wise women came the others. Khal Ogo and his son, the Khalakar Thogo, Khal Dromo and his wives, the chief men of Drogo's Khalazar, Dany's handmaids, the Khal servants and slaves, and more. Bells rang and drums beat a stately cadence as they marched along the God's Way, stolen heroes and the gods of dead peoples brooded in the darkness beyond the road. Alongside the procession, slaves ran lightly through the grass with torches in their hands, and the flickering flames made the great monument seem almost alive. "What is meaning, name Rhaego?" Khal Drogo asked as they walked, using the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. She had been teaching him a few words when she could. Drogo was quick to learn when he put his mind to it, though his accent was so thick and barbarous that neither Ser Jorah nor Viserys could understand a word he said. "My brother Rhaegar was a fierce warrior, my son and stars," she told him. "He died before I was born. Ser Jorah says that he was the last of the dragons." Khal Drogo looked down at her. His face was a copper mask, yet under the long black moustache drooping beneath the weight of its gold rings, she thought she glimpsed the shadow of a smile. "Is good name, Dan Aerys' wife, moon of my life," he said. They rode to the lake the Dothraki called the Womb of the World, surrounded by a fringe of reeds, its water still and calm. 1,000 years ago, Jikwi told her, the first man had emerged from its depths, riding upon the back of the first horse. The procession waited on the grassy shore as Dany stripped and let her soiled clothing fall to the ground. Naked, she stepped gingerly into the water. Irri said the lake had no bottom, but Dany felt soft mud squashing between her toes as she pushed through the tall reeds. The moon floated on the still black waters, shattering and reforming as her ripples washed over it. Goose pimples rose on her pale skin as the coldness crept up her thighs and kissed her lower lips. The stallion's blood had dried on her hands and around her mouth. Dany cupped her fingers and lifted the sacred waters over her head, cleansing herself and the child inside her while the Khal and the others looked on. She heard the old women of the Dosh Khaleen muttering to each other as they watched, and wondered what they were saying. When she emerged from the lake, shivering and dripping, her handmaid Doria hurried to her with a robe of painted silk, but Khal Drogo waved her away. He was looking on her swollen breasts and the curve of her belly with approval, and Dany could see the shape of his manhood pressing through his horsehide trousers below the heavy gold medallions of his belt. She went to him and helped him unlace. Then a huge Khal took her by the hips and lifted her into the air as he might lift a child. The bells in his hair rang softly. Dany wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pressed her face against his neck as he thrust himself inside her. 3 quick strokes and it was done. "The stallion who mounts the world," Drogo whispered hoarsely. His hands still smelled of horse blood. He bit at her throat hard in the moment of his pleasure, and when he lifted her off, his seed filled her and trickled down the inside of her thighs. Only then was Doria permitted to drape her in the scented sand silk, and Irri to fit soft slippers to her feet. Khal Drogo laced himself up and spoke a command, and horses were brought to the lake shore. Koholo had the honour of helping the Khaleesi onto her silver. Drogo spurred his stallion and set off down the God's Way beneath the moon and stars. On her silver, Dany easily kept pace. The silk tenting that roofed Khal Drogo's hall had been rolled up tonight, and the moon followed them inside. Flames leapt 10 feet in the air from 3 huge stone-lined fire pits. The air was thick with the smells of roasting meat and curdled, fermented mare's milk. The hall was crowded and noisy when they entered, the cushions packed with those whose rank and name were not sufficient to allow them at the ceremony. As Dany rode beneath the arched entry and up the centre aisle, every eye was on her. The Dothraki screamed out comments on her belly and her breasts, hailing the life within her. She could not understand all they shouted, but one phrase came clear. "The stallion that mounts the world," she heard, bellowed in 1,000 voices. The sounds of drums and horns swelled up into the night. Half-clothed women spun and danced on the low tables amid joints of meat and platters piled high with plums and dates and pomegranates. Many of the men were drunk on clotted mare's milk, yet Danny knew no araks would clash tonight, not here in the sacred city, where blades and bloodshed were forbidden. Khal Drogo dismounted and took his place on the high bench. Khal Dromo and Khal Ogo, who had been in Vaes Dothrak with their Khalazars when they arrived, were given seats of high honour to Drogo's right and left. The blood riders of the Free Khals sat below them, and farther down Khal Dromo's 4 wives. Danny climbed off her silver and gave the reins to one of the slaves. As Doria and Eerie arranged her cushions, she searched for her brother. Even across the length of the crowded hall, Viserys should have been conspicuous of his pale skin, silvery hair, and beggar's rags, but she did not see him anywhere. Her glance roamed the crowded tables near the walls, where men whose braids were even shorter than their manhood sat on frayed rugs and flat cushions around the low tables, but all the faces she saw had black eyes and copper skin. She spied Ser Jorah Mormont near the centre of the hall, close to the middle fire pit. It was a place of respect, if not high honour, for Dothraki esteemed the knight's prowess of a sword. Danny sent Jiqui to bring him to her table. Mormont came at once and went to one knee before her. "Khaleesi," he said, "I am yours to command." She patted the stuffed horsehide cushion beside her. "Sit and talk with me. You honour me." The knight seated himself cross-legged on the cushion. A slave knelt before him, offering a wooden platter full of ripe figs. Ser Jorah took one and bit it in half. "Where is my brother?" Danny asked. "He ought to have come by now for the feast." "I saw his grace this morning," he told her. "He told me he was going to the western market in search of wine." "Wine?" Danny said doubtfully. Viserys could not abide the taste of the fermented mare's milk the Dothraki drank, she knew that, and he was off to the bazaars these days, drinking with the traders who came in the great caravans from east and west. He seemed to find their company more congenial than hers. "Wine," Ser Jorah confirmed, "and he has some thought to recruit men for his army from the sellswords to guard the caravans." A serving girl laid a blood pie in front of him, and he attacked it with both hands. "Is that wise?" she asked. "He has no gold to pay soldiers. What if he's betrayed?" Caravan guards were seldom troubled much by thoughts of honour, and the usurper in King's Landing would pay well for her brother's head. "He ought to have gone with him, to keep him safe. You are his sworn sword." "We are in Vaes Dothrak," he reminded her. "No one may carry a blade here or shed a man's blood." "Yet men die," she said. "Drogo told me. Some of the traders have eunuchs with them, huge men who strangle thieves with wisps of silk. That way no blood is shed, and the gods are not angered." "Then let us hope your brother will be wise enough not to steal anything." Ser Jorah wiped the grease off his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned close over the table. "He had planned to take your dragon's eggs until I warned him that I'd cut off his hand if he so much as touched them." For a moment Danny was so shocked she had no words. "My eggs? But they're mine. Magister Illyrio gave them to me, a bride gift. Why would Viserys want... They're only stones." "The same could be said of rubies and diamonds and fire opals, princess. And dragon's eggs are rarer by far. Those traders he's been drinking with would sell their own manhoods for even one of those stones, and with all 3, Viserys could buy as many sellswords as he might need." Danny had not known, had not even suspected. Then, he should have them. He does not need to steal them. He had only to ask. "He is my brother, and my true king." "He is your brother," Ser Jorah acknowledged. "You do not understand, sir," she said. "My mother died giving me birth, and my father and my brother Rhaegar even before that. I would never have known so much as their names if Viserys had not been there to tell me. He was the only one left, the only one. He is all I have." "Once," said Ser Jorah, "no longer, Khaleesi. You belong to the Dothraki now. In your room rides the stallion who mounts the world." He held out his cup, and a slave filled it with fermented mare's milk, sour-smelling and thick with clots. Danny waved her away. Even the smell of it made her feel ill, and she would take no chances of bringing up the horse heart she had forced herself to eat. "What does it mean?" she asked. "What is this stallion? Everyone was shouting it at me, but I don't understand." "The stallion is the Khal of Khals promised in ancient prophecy, child. He will unite the Dothraki into a single Khalazar and ride to the ends of the earth, or so it was promised. All the people of the world will be his herd." "Oh," Danny said in a small voice. Her hand moved her robe down over the swell of her stomach. "I named him Rhaego, a name to make the usurper's blood run cold." Suddenly Doria was tugging at her elbow. "My lady," the handmaid whispered urgently, "your brother." Danny looked down the length of the long roofless hall, and there he was, striding toward her. From the lurch in his step, she could tell at once that Viserys had found his wine, and something that passed for courage. He was wearing his scarlet silk, soiled and travel-stained. His cloak and gloves were black velvet, faded from the sun. His boots were dry and cracked, his silver-blonde hair matted and tangled, a long sword swung from his belt in a leather scabbard. The Dothraki eyed the sword as he passed. Dany heard curses and threats and angry muttering rising all around her like a tide. The music died away in a nervous stammering of drums. A sense of dread closed around her heart. "Go to him," she commanded Ser Jorah. "Stop him. Bring him here. Tell him he can have the dragon's eggs, if that is what he wants." The knight rose swiftly to his feet. "Where is my sister?" Viserys shouted, his voice thick with wine. "I've come for her feast. How dare you presume to eat without me? No one eats before the king. Where is she? The whore can't hide from the dragon." He stopped beside the largest of the 3 fire pits, peering around at the faces of the Dothraki. There were 5,000 men in the hall, but only a handful who knew the common tongue. Yet even if his words were incomprehensible, you had only to look at him to know that he was drunk. Ser Jorah went to him swiftly, whispered something in his ear, and took him by the arm, but Viserys wrenched free. "Keep your hands off me. No one touches the dragon without leave." Dany glanced anxiously up at the high bench. Khal Drogo was saying something to the other Khals beside him. Khal Drogo grinned, and Khal Oko began to guffaw loudly. The sound of laughter made Viserys lift his eyes. "Khal Drogo," he said thickly, his voice almost polite. "I'm here for the feast." He staggered away from Ser Jorah, making to join the 3 Khals on the high bench. Khal Drogo rose, spat out a dozen words in Dothraki, faster than Dany could understand, and pointed. "Khal Drogo says your place is not on the high bench," Ser Jorah translated for her brother. "Khal Drogo says your place is there." Viserys glanced where the Khal was pointing. At the back of the long hall, in a corner by the wall, deep in shadow so better men would not need to look on them, sat the lowest of the low. Raw, unblooded boys, old men with clouded eyes and stiff joints, the dim-witted and the maimed, far from the meat and farther from honour. "That is no place for a king," her brother declared. "His place," Khal Drogo answered, in the common tongue that Dany had taught him, "for Sorefoot King." He clapped his hands together. "A cart. Bring cart for Khal Ragart." 5,000 Dothraki began to laugh and shout. Ser Jorah was standing beside Viserys, screaming in his ear, but the roar in the hall was so thunderous that Dany could not hear what he was saying. Her brother shouted back, and the 2 men grappled until Mormont knocked Viserys bodily to the floor. Her brother drew his sword. The bared steel shone a fearful red in the glare from the fire pits. "Keep away from me," Viserys hissed. Ser Jorah backed off a step, and her brother climbed unsteadily to his feet. He waved the sword over his head, the borrowed blade that Magistrate Lyria had given him to make him seem more kingly. Dothraki were shrieking at him from all sides, screaming vile curses. Dany gave a wordless cry of terror. She knew what a drawn sword meant here, even if her brother did not. Her voice made Viserys turn his head, and he saw her for the first time. "There she is," he said, smiling. He stalked toward her, slashing at the air as if to cut a path through a wall of enemies, though no one tried to bar his way. "The blade! You must not," she begged him. "Please, Viserys, it is forbidden. Put down the sword and come share my cushions. There's drink, food. Is it the dragon's eggs you want? You can have them. Only throw away the sword." "Do as she tells you, fool," Ser Jorah shouted, "before you get us all killed." Viserys laughed. "They can't kill us. They can't shed blood here in the sacred city. But I can." He laid the point of his sword between Daenerys' breasts and slid it downward over the curve of her belly. "I want what I came for," he told her. "I want the crown he promised me. He brought you, but he never paid for you. Tell him I want what I bargained for, or I'm taking you back. You and the eggs both. He can keep his bloody foal. I'll cut the bastard out and leave it for him." The sword point pushed through her silks and pricked at her navel. Viserys was weeping, she saw, weeping and laughing, both at the same time. This man who had once been her brother. Distantly, as far away, Dany heard her handmaid Jiqui sobbing in fear, pleading that she dared not translate, that the Khal would bind her and drag her behind his horse all the way up the Mother of Mountains. She put her arm around the girl. "Don't be afraid," she said. "I shall tell him." She did not know if she had enough words, yet when she was done, Khal Drogo spoke a few brusque sentences in Dothraki, and she knew he understood. The son of her life stepped down from the high bench. "What did he say?" the man who had been her brother asked her, flinching. It had grown so silent in the hall that she could hear the bells in Khal Drogo's hair chiming softly with each step he took. His blood riders followed him, like 3 copper shadows. Daenerys had gone cold all over. "He says you shall have a splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold." Viserys smiled and lowered his sword. That was the saddest thing, the tone that tore at her afterward, the way he smiled. "That was all I wanted," he said. "What was promised." When the son of her life reached her, Danny slid an arm around his waist. The Carl said a word, and his blood riders leapt forward. Clotho seized the man who had been her brother by the arms. Hago shattered his wrist with a single, sharp twist of his huge hands. Kaholo pulled the sword from his limp fingers. Even now Viserys did not understand. "No," he shouted. "You cannot touch me. I am the dragon, and I will be crowned." Khal Drogo unfastened his belt. The medallions were pure gold, massive and ornate, each one as large as a man's hand. He shouted a command. Cook slaves pulled a heavy iron stew pot from the fire pit, dumped the stew onto the ground, and returned the pot to the flames. Drogo tossed in the belt and watched without expression as the medallions turned red and began to lose their shape. She could see fires dancing in the onyx of his eyes. A slave handed him a pair of thick horsehair mittens, and he pulled them on, never so much as looking at the man. Viserys began to scream the high, wordless scream of the coward facing death. He kicked and twisted, whimpered like a dog, and wept like a child, but the Dothraki held him tight between them. Sir Jorah had made his way to Dany's side. He put a hand on her shoulder. "Turn away, my princess, I beg you." "No." She folded her arms across the swell of her belly, protectively. At the last, Viserys looked at her. "Sister, please. Dany, tell them. Make them, sweet sister." When the gold was half melted and starting to run, Drogo reached into the flames, snatched out the pot. "Crown," he roared. "Here, a crown for Cart King," and upended the pot over the head of the man who had been her brother. The sound Viserys Targaryen made when that hideous iron helmet covered his face was like nothing human. His feet hammered a frantic beat against the dirt floor, slowed, stopped. Thick globs of molten gold dripped down onto his chest, setting the scarlet silk to smouldering. Yet no drop of blood was spilled. He was no dragon, Dany thought, curiously calm. Fire cannot kill a dragon. He was walking through the crypts beneath Winterfell as he had walked 1,000 times before. The kings of winter watched him pass with eyes of ice, and the dire wolves at their feet turned their great stone heads and snarled. Last of all, he came to the tomb where his father slept, with Brandon and Lyanna beside him. "Promise me, Ned," Lyanna's statue whispered. She wore a garland of pale blue roses, and her eyes wept blood. Eddard Stark jerked upright, his heart racing, the blankets tangled around him. The room was black as pitch, and someone was hammering on the door. "Lord Eddard," a voice called loudly. "A moment." Groggy and naked, he stumbled his way across the darkened chamber. When he opened the door, he found Tomard with an upraised fist and Cain with a taper in hand. Between them stood the king's own steward. The man's face might have been carved of stone, so little did it show. "My lord hand," he intoned. "His grace the king commands your presence. At once." Sir Robert had returned from his hunt. It was long past time. "I shall need a few moments to dress." They had left the man waiting without. Cain helped him with his clothes, white linen tunic and grey cloak, trousers cut open down his plaster-sheathed leg, his badge of office, and, last of all, a belt of heavy silver links. He sheathed a Valyrian dagger at his waist. The Red Keep was dark and still as Cain and Tomard escorted him across the inner bailey. The moon hung low over the walls, ripening toward full. On the ramparts, a guardsman in a gold cloak walked his rounds. The royal apartments were in Maegor's Holdfast, a massive square fortress that nestled in the heart of the Red Keep behind walls 12 feet thick and a dry moat lined with iron spikes, a castle within a castle. Sir Boris Blount guarded the far end of the bridge, white steel armour ghostly in the moonlight. Within, Ned passed 2 other knights of the King's Guard. Sir Preston Greenfield stood at the bottom of the steps, and Sir Barristan Selmy waited at the door of the King's bedchamber. 3 men in white cloaks, he thought, remembering, and a strange chill went through him. Sir Barristan's face was as pale as his armour. Ned had only to look at him to know that something was dreadfully wrong. The royal steward opened the door. "Lord Eddard Stark, the hand of the king," he announced. "Bring him here," Robert's voice called, strangely thick. Fires blazed in the twin hearths at either end of the bedchamber, filling the room with a sullen red glare. The heat within was suffocating. Robert lay across the canopy bed. At the bedside hovered Grand Maester Pycelle, while Lord Renly paced restlessly before the shuttered windows. Servants moved back and forth, feeding logs to the fire and boiling wine. Cersei Lannister sat on the edge of the bed beside her husband. Her hair was tousled, as if from sleep, but there was nothing sleepy in her eyes. They followed Ned as Tomard and Cain helped him cross the room. He seemed to move very slowly, as if he was still dreaming. The king still wore his boots. Ned could see dried mud and blades of grass clinging to the leather, where Robert's feet stuck out beneath the blanket that covered him. A green doublet lay on the floor, slashed open and discarded, the cloth crusted with red-brown stains. The room smelled of smoke and blood and death. "Ned," the king whispered when he saw him. His face was pale as milk. "Come closer." His men brought him close. Ned steadied himself with a hand on the bedpost. He had only to look down at Robert to know how bad it was. What? He began, his throat clenched. A boar. Lord Renly was still in his hunting greens, his cloak spattered with blood. A devil, the king asked. My own fault. Too much wine, damn me to hell. Missed my thrust. And where were the rest of you? Ned demanded of Lord Renly. Where was Sir Barristan in the Kingsguard? Renly's mouth twitched. My brother commanded us to stand aside and let him take the boar alone. Eddard Stark lifted the blanket. They had done what they could to close him up, but it was nowhere near enough. The boar must have been a fearsome thing. It had ripped the king from groin to nipple with its tusks. The wine-soaked bandages that Grand Maester Pycelle had applied were already black with blood, and the smell of the wound was hideous. Ned's stomach turned. He let the blanket fall. Stinks, Robert said. The stink of death. Don't think I can't smell it. Bastard did me good, eh? But I paid him back in kind, Ned. The king's smile was as terrible as his wound. His teeth red, drove a knife right through his eye. Ask them if I didn't. Ask them. Truly, Lord Renly murmured. We brought the carcass back with us, at my brother's command. For the feast, Robert whispered. Now leave us, the lot of you. I need to speak with Ned. Robert, my sweet lord, Cersei began. I said leave, Robert insisted with a hint of his old fierceness. What part of that don't you understand, woman? Cersei gathered up her skirts and her dignity and led the way to the door. Lord Renly and the others followed. Grand Maester Pycelle lingered, his hands shaking as he offered the king a cup of thick white liquid. The milk of the poppy, your grace, he said. Drink, for your pain. Robert knocked the cup away off the back of his hand. Away with you. I'll sleep soon enough, old fool. Get out. Grand Maester Pycelle gave Ned a stricken look as he shuffled from the room. Damn you, Robert, Ned said when they were alone. His leg was throbbing so badly he was almost blind with pain, or perhaps it was grief that fogged his eyes. He lowered himself to the bed, beside his friend. Why do you always have to be so headstrong? Ah, fuck you, Ned, the king said hoarsely. I killed the bastard, didn't I? A lock of matted black hair fell across his eyes as he glared up at Ned. Ought to do the same for you. Can't leave a man to hunt in peace. Sir Robar found me. Gregor's head. Ugly fort. Never told the hound. Let Cersei surprise him. His laugh turned into a grunt as a spasm of pain hit. Gods have mercy, he muttered, swallowing his agony. The girl. Daenerys, only a child. You were right. That's why. The girl. The gods sent the boar, sent to punish me. The king coughed, bringing up blood. Wrong it was, wrong, I. Only a girl. Varys, Littlefinger, even my brother. Worthless. No one to tell me no but you, Ned. Only you. He lifted his hand, the gesture pained and feeble. Paper and ink. There, on the table. Write what I tell you. Ned smoothed the paper out across his knee and took up the quill. At your command, your grace. This is the will and word of Robert of House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and all the rest. Put in the damn titles, you know how it goes. I do hereby command Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King, to serve as Lord Regent and Protector of the realm upon my death, to rule in my stead, until my son Joffrey does come of age. Robert, Joffrey is not your son, he wanted to say, but the words would not come. The agony was written too plainly across Robert's face. He could not hurt him more. So Ned bent his head and wrote. But where the king had said, my son Joffrey, he scrawled, my heir. Instead, the deceit made him feel soiled. The lies we told for love, he thought. May the gods forgive me. What else would you have me say? Say whatever you need to. Protect and defend, gods old and new, you have the words. Right, I'll sign it. You give it to the council when I'm dead. Robert, Ned said in a voice figure of grief. You must not do this. Don't die on me. The realm needs you. Robert took his hand, fingers squeezing hard. You are such a bad liar, Ned Stark, he said through his pain. The realm knows what a wretched king I've been. Bad as Ares, the gods spare me. No, Ned told his dying friend. Not so bad as Ares, your grace. Not near so bad as Ares. Robert managed a weak red smile. At the least they will say, this last thing, this I did right. You won't fail me. You'll rule now. You'll hate it, worse than I did, but you'll do well. Are you done with the scribbling? Yes, your grace. Ned offered Robert the paper. The king scrawled his signature blindly, leaving a smear of blood across the letter. The seal should be witnessed. Serve the boar at my funeral feast. Robert rasped, apple in its mouth, skin seared crisp. Eat the bastard. Don't care if you choke on him. Promise me, Ned. I promise. Promise me, Ned. Lyanna's voice echoed. The girl, the king said. Daenerys, let her live, if you can, if it, not too late. Talk to them. Varys, Littlefinger. Don't let them kill her. And help my son, Ned. Make him be better than me. He winced. Gods have mercy. They will, my friend, Ned said. They will. The king closed his eyes and seemed to relax. Killed by a pig, he muttered. Ought to laugh, but it hurts too much. Ned was not laughing. Shall I call them back? Robert gave a weak nod. As you will. Gods, why is it so cold in here? The servants rushed back in and hurried to feed the fires. The queen had gone. That was some relief. Some small relief, at least. If she had any sense, Cersei would take her children and fly before the break of day, Ned thought. She had lingered too long already. King Robert did not seem to miss her. He bid his brother Renly and Grand Maester Pycelle to stand in witness as he pressed his seal into the hot yellow wax that Ned had dripped upon the letter. Now give me something for the pain and let me die. Hurriedly, Grand Maester Pycelle mixed him another draught of the milk of the poppy. This time the king drank deeply. His black beard was beaded with thick white droplets when he threw the empty cup aside. Will I dream? Ned gave him his answer. You will, my lord. Good, he said, smiling. I will give Lyanna your love, Ned. Take care of my children for me. The words twisted in Ned's belly like a knife. For a moment he was at a loss. He could not bring himself to lie. Then he remembered the bastards, little Barra at her mother's breast, Maya in the Vale, Gendry at his forge, and all the others. I shall guard your children as if they were my own, he said slowly. Robert nodded and closed his eyes. Ned watched his old friend sag softly into the pillows as the milk of the poppy washed the pain from his face. Sleep took him. Heavy chains jangled softly as Grand Maester Pycelle came up to Ned. I will do all in my power, my lord, but the wound has mortified. It took them 2 days to get him back. By the time I saw him, it was too late. I can lessen his grace's suffering, but only the gods can heal him now. How long? Ned asked. By rights he should be dead already. I have never seen a man cling to life so fiercely. My brother is always strong, Lord Renly said. Not wise, perhaps, but strong. In the sweltering heat of the bedchamber, his brow was slick with sweat. He might have been Robert's ghost as he stood there, young and dark and handsome. He slew the boar. His entrails were sliding from his belly, yet somehow he slew the boar. His voice was full of wonder. Robert was never a man to leave the battleground so long as the foe remained standing, Ned told him. Outside the door, Sir Barristan Selmy still guarded the tower stairs. Maester Pycelle has given Robert the milk of the poppy, Ned told him. See that no one disturbs his rest without leave from me. It shall be as you command, my lord. Sir Barristan seemed old beyond his years. I have failed my sacred trust. Even the truest knight cannot protect the king against himself, Ned said. Robert loved to hunt boar. I have seen him take 1,000 of them. He would stand his ground without flinching, his legs braced, the great spear in his hands, and as often as not he would curse the boar as it charged, and wait until the last possible second, until it was almost on him, before he killed it with a single, sure and savage thrust. No one could know this one would be his death. You are kind to say so, Lord Eddard. The king himself said as much. He blamed the wine. The white-haired knight gave a weary nod. His grace was reeling in his saddle by the time we flushed the boar from his lair, yet he commanded us all to stand aside. I wonder, Sir Barristan, asked Varys so quietly, who gave the king this wine? Ned had not heard the eunuch approach, but when he looked around, there he stood. He wore a black velvet robe that brushed the floor, and his face was freshly powdered. The wine was from the king's own sack, Sir Barristan said. Only one skin? Hunting is such thirsty work. I did not keep count. More than one, for a certainty. His squire would fetch him a fresh skin whenever he required it. Such a dutiful boy, said Varys, to make certain his grace did not lack for refreshment. Ned had a bitter taste in his mouth. He recalled the 2 fair-haired boys Robert had sent chasing after a breastplate stretcher. The king had told everyone the tale that night at the feast, laughing until he shook. Which squire? The elder, said Sir Barristan. Lancel. I know the lad well, said Varys. A stalwart boy, Sir Kevin Lannister's son, nephew to Lord Tywin and cousin to the Queen. I hope the dear sweet lad does not blame himself. Children are so vulnerable in the innocence of their youth, how well do I remember? Certainly Varys had once been young. Ned doubted that he had ever been innocent. You mentioned children. Robert had a change of heart concerning Daenerys Targaryen. Whatever arrangements you made, I want unmade. At once. Alas, said Varys, at once may be too late. I fear those birds have flown, but I shall do what I can, my lord. With your leave. He bowed and vanished down the steps, his soft-soled slippers whispering against the stone as he made his descent. Cain and Tomard were helping Ned across the bridge when Lord Renly emerged from Maegor's holdfast. Lord Eddard, he called after Ned. A moment, if you would be so kind. Ned stopped. As you wish. Renly walked to his side. Send your men away. They met in the centre of the bridge, the dry moat beneath them, moonlight silvered the cruel edges of the spikes that lined its bed. Ned gestured. Tomard and Cain bowed their heads and backed away respectfully. Lord Renly glanced warily at Sir Boros on the far end of the span, and at Sir Preston in the doorway behind them. That letter, he leaned close. Was it the Regency? Has my brother named you Protector?" He did not wait for a reply. "My lord, I have 30 men in my personal guard, and other friends beside, knights and lords. Give me an hour, and I can put 100 swords in your hand." "And what should I do with 100 swords, my lord?" "Strike! Now while the castle sleeps." Renly looked back at Sir Boris again and dropped his voice to an urgent whisper. "We must get Joffrey away from his mother and take him in hand. Protector or no, the man who holds the king holds the kingdom. We should seize Myrcella and Tommen as well. Once you have her children, Cersei will not dare oppose us. The council will confirm you as Lord Protector and make Joffrey your ward." Ned regarded him coldly. "Robert is not dead yet. The gods may spare him. If not, I shall convene the council to hear his final words and consider the matter of the succession. But I will not dishonour his last hours on earth by shedding blood in his halls and dragging frightened children from their beds." Lord Renly took a step back, taut as a bowstring. "Every moment you delay gives Cersei another moment to prepare. By the time Robert dies, it may be too late for both of us. Then we should pray that Robert does not die." "Small chance of that," said Renly. "Sometimes the gods are merciful. The Lannisters are not." Lord Renly turned away and went back across the moat to the tower where his brother lay dying. By the time Ned returned to his chambers, he felt weary and heartsick, yet there was no question of his going back to sleep. Not now. "When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die," Cersei Lannister had told him in the Godswood. He found himself wondering if he had done the right thing by refusing Lord Renly's offer. He had no taste for these intrigues, and there was no honour in threatening children, and yet, if Cersei elected to fight rather than flee, he might well have need of Renly's 100 swords, and more besides. "I want Littlefinger," he told Cain. "If he's not in his chambers, take as many men as you need and search every wine-sink and whorehouse in King's Landing until you find him. Bring him to me before break of day." Cain bowed and took his leave, and Ned turned to Tomard. "The wind which sails on the evening tide. Have you chosen the escort?" 10 men, with Porfa in command. 20 and you will command," Ned said. Porfa was a brave man but headstrong. He wanted someone more solid and sensible to keep watch over his daughters. "As you wish, my lord," Tom said. "Can't say I'll be sad to see the back of this place. I miss the wife. You will pass near Dragonstone when you turn north. I need you to deliver a letter for me." Tom looked apprehensive. "To Dragonstone, my lord?" The island fortress of House Targaryen had a sinister repute. "Tell Captain Cost to hoist my banner as soon as he comes in sight of the island. They may be wary of unexpected visitors. If he is reluctant, offer him whatever it takes. I'll give you a letter to place into the hand of Lord Stannis Baratheon. No one else. Not his steward, nor the captain of his guard, nor his lady wife, but only Lord Stannis himself." "As you command, my lord." When Tomard had left him, Lord Eddard Stark sat staring at the flame of the candle that burned beside him on the table. For a moment, his grief overwhelmed him. He wanted nothing so much as to seek out the Godswood, to kneel beneath the heart tree and pray for the life of Robert Baratheon, who had been more than a brother to him. Men would whisper afterward that Eddard Stark had betrayed his king's friendship and disinherited his sons. He could only hope that the gods would know better, and that Robert would learn the truth of it in the land beyond the grave. Ned took out the king's last letter. A roll of crisp bright parchment sealed with golden wax, a few short words and a smear of blood. How small the difference between victory and defeat, between life and death. He drew out a fresh sheet of paper and dipped his quill in the ink pot. "To His Grace, Stannis of the House Baratheon," he wrote. "By the time you receive this letter, your brother Robert, our king these past 15 years, will be dead. He was savaged by a boar whilst hunting in the Kingswood." The letter seemed to writhe and twist on the paper as his hand trailed to a stop. Lord Tywin and Sir Jaime were not men to suffer disgrace meekly. They would fight rather than flee. No doubt Lord Stannis was weary after the murder of Jon Arryn, but it was imperative that he sail for King's Landing at once with all his power before the Lannisters could march. Ned chose each word with care. When he was done, he signed the letter. Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Hand of the King, and Protector of the Realm, blotted the paper, folded it twice, and melted the sealing wax over the candle flame. His regency would be a short one, he reflected as the wax softened. The new king would choose his own hand. Ned would be free to go home. The thought of Winterfell brought a wan smile to his face. He wanted to hear Bran's laughter once more, to go hawking with Robb, to watch Rickon at play. He wanted to drift off to a dreamless sleep in his own bed, with his arms wrapped tight around his lady Catelyn. Cain returned as he was pressing the direwolf seal down into the soft white wax. Desmond was with him, and between them Littlefinger. Ned thanked his guards and sent them away. Lord Peter was clad in a blue velvet tunic with puffed sleeves, his silvery cape patterned with mockingbirds. "I suppose congratulations are in order," he said as he seated himself. Ned scowled. "The king lies wounded and near to death." "I know," Littlefinger said. "I also know that Robert has named you Protector of the Realm." Ned's eyes flicked to the king's letter on the table beside him, its seal unbroken. "And how is it you know that, my lord?" "Varys hinted as much," Littlefinger said, "and you have just confirmed it." Ned's mouth twisted in anger. "Damn Varys and his little birds." Catelyn spoke truly. "The man is some black art. I do not trust him." "Excellent. You're learning." Littlefinger leaned forward. "Yet I'll wager you did not drag me here in the black of night to discuss the eunuch." "No," Ned admitted. "I know the secret Jon Arryn was murdered to protect. Robert will leave no true-born son behind him. Joffrey and Tommen are Jaime Lannister's bastards, born of his incestuous union with the Queen." Littlefinger lifted an eyebrow. "Shocking," he said in a tone that suggested he was not shocked at all. "The girl as well?" "No doubt. So when the king dies, the throne by rights passes to Lord Stannis, the older of Robert's two brothers." Lord Peter stroked his pointed beard as he considered the matter. "So it would seem. Unless, my lord, there is no seeming to this. Stannis is the heir. Nothing can change that. Stannis cannot take the throne without your help. If you're wise, you'll make certain Joffrey succeeds." Ned gave him a stony stare. "Have you no shred of honour?" "Oh, a shred, surely," Littlefinger replied negligently. "Hear me out. Stannis is no friend of yours, nor of mine. Even his brothers can scarcely stomach him. The man is iron, hard and unyielding. He'll give us a new hand and a new council for a certainty. No doubt he'll thank you for handing him the crown, but he won't love you for it, and his assent will mean war. Stannis cannot rest easy on the throne until Cersei and her bastards are dead. Do you think Lord Tywin will sit idly while his daughter's head is measured for a spike? Casterly Rock will rise, and not alone. Robert found it in him to pardon men who served King Aerys so long as they did him fealty. Stannis is less forgiving. He will not have forgotten the siege of Storm's End, and the Lords Tyrell and Redwyne dare not. Every man who fought beneath the dragon banner or rose with Balon Greyjoy will have good cause to fear. Seat Stannis on the Iron Throne, and I promise you, the realm will bleed. Now look at the other side of the coin. Joffrey is but 12, and Robert gave you the regency, my lord. You are the hand of the king, and protector of the realm. The power is yours, Lord Stark. All you need to do is reach out and take it. Make your peace with the Lannisters. Release the imp. Wed Joffrey to your Sansa. Wed your younger girl to Prince Tommen and your heir to Myrcella. It will be 4 years before Joffrey comes of age. By then he will look to you as a second father, and if not, well, 4 years is a good long while, my lord. Long enough to dispose of Lord Stannis. Then, should Joffrey prove troublesome, we can reveal his little secret and put Lord Renly on the throne." "We?" Ned repeated. Littlefinger gave a shrug. "You'll need someone to share your burdens. I assure you my price would be modest." "Your price?" Ned's voice was ice. "Lord Baelish, what you suggest is treason. Only if we lose." "You forget," Ned told him. "You forget Jon Arryn. You forget Jory Castle. And you forget this." He drew the dagger and laid it on the table between them. A length of dragonbone and Valyrian steel, as sharp as the difference between right and wrong, between true and false, between life and death. "They sent a man to cut my son's throat, Lord Baelish." Littlefinger sighed. "I fear I did forget, my lord. Pray forgive me. For a moment I did not remember that I was talking to a Stark." His mouth quirked. "So it will be Stannis and war?" "It is not a choice. Stannis is the heir. Far be it from me to dispute the Lord Protector. What would you have of me, then? Not my wisdom, for a certainty. I shall do my best to forget your wisdom," Ned said with distaste. "I called you here to ask for the help you promised Catelyn. This is a perilous hour for all of us. Robert has named me Protector, true enough, but in the eyes of the world, Joffrey is still his son and heir. The Queen has a dozen knights and 100 men-at-arms who will do whatever she commands, enough to overwhelm what remains of my own household guard. And for all I know, her brother Jaime may be riding for King's Landing even as we speak, with a Lannister host at his back." "And you without an army?" Littlefinger toyed with the dagger on the table, turning it slowly with a finger. "There is small love lost between Lord Renly and the Lannisters. Bronze Jon Royce, Sir Balon Swann, Sir Loras, Lady Tanda, the Redwyne twins. Each of them has a retinue of knights and sworn swords here at court. Renly has 30 men in his personal guard, the rest even fewer. It is not enough, even if I could be certain that all of them will choose to give me their allegiance. I must have the gold cloaks. The city watch is 2,000 strong, sworn to defend the castle, the city, and the king's peace. Ah, but when the Queen proclaims one king and the hand another, whose peace do they protect?" Lord Peter flicked at the dagger with his finger, setting it spinning in place. Round and round it went, wobbling as it turned. When at last it slowed to a stop, the blade pointed at Littlefinger. "Why, there's your answer," he said, smiling. "They follow the man who pays them." He leaned back and looked Ned full in the face, his grey-green eyes bright with mockery. You wear your honour like a suit of armour, Stark. You think it keeps you safe, but all it does is weigh you down and make it hard for you to move. Look at you now. You know why you summoned me here. You know what you want to ask me to do. You know it has to be done. But it's not honourable, so the words stick in your throat." Ned's neck was rigid with tension. For a moment he was so angry that he did not trust himself to speak. Littlefinger laughed. "I ought to make you say it, but that would be cruel. So have no fear, my good lord. For the sake of the love I bear for Catelyn, I will go to Janos Slint this very hour and make certain that the city watch is yours. 6,000 gold pieces should do it. A third for the commander, a third for the officers, a third for the men. I might be able to buy them for half that much, but I prefer not to take chances." Smiling, he plucked up the dagger and offered it to Ned, hilt first. Jon was breaking his fast on apple cakes and blood sausage when Samwell Tarly plopped himself down on the bench. "I've been summoned to the Sept," Sam said in an excited whisper. "They're passing me out of training. I'm to be made a brother with the rest of you. Can you believe it? No, truly? Truly, I'm to assist Maester Aemon of the library and the birds. He needs someone who can read and write letters." "You'll do well at that," Jon said, smiling. Sam glanced about anxiously. "Is it time to go? I shouldn't be late. They might change their minds." He was fairly bouncing as they crossed the weed-strewn courtyard. The day was warm and sunny. Rivulets of water trickled down the sides of the wall, so the ice seemed to sparkle and shine. Inside the Sept, the great crystal caught the morning light as it streamed through the south-facing window and spread it in a rainbow on the altar. Pip's mouth dropped open when he caught sight of Sam, and Toad poked Gren in the ribs, but no one dared say a word. Septon Saladar was swinging a censer, filling the air with fragrant incense that reminded Jon of Lady Stark's little sept in Winterfell. For once the Septon seemed sober. The high officers arrived in a body, Maester Aemon leaning on Clyda, Sir Alistair cold-eyed and grim, Lord Commander Mormont resplendent in a black wool doublet with silvered bear-claw fastenings. Behind them came the senior members of the Free Orders, red-faced Bowen Marsh, the Lord Steward, First Builder Offal Yarwick, and Sir Jeremy Ricker, who commanded the Rangers in the absence of Benjen Stark. Mormont stood before the altar, the rainbow shining on his broad, bald head. "You came to us outlaws," he began, "poachers, rapers, debtors, killers, and thieves. You came to us children. You came to us alone in chains, with neither friends nor honour. You came to us rich, and you came to us poor. Some of you bear the names of proud houses, others have only bastards' names, or no names at all. It makes no matter. All that is past now. On the wall, we are all one house. At evenfall, as the sun sets and we face the gathering night, you shall take your vows. From that moment you will be a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Your crimes will be washed away, your debts forgiven. So too you must wash away your former loyalties, put aside your grudges, forget old wrongs and old loves alike. Here you begin anew. A man of the Night's Watch lives his life for the realm, not for a king nor a lord, nor the honour of his house, this house or that house, neither for gold nor glory nor a woman's love, but for the realm, and all the people in it. A man of the Night's Watch takes no wife and fathers no sons. Our wife is duty, our mistress is honour, and you are the only sons we shall ever know. You have learned the words of the vow. Think carefully before you say them, for once you have taken the black, there is no turning back. The penalty for desertion is death." The old bear paused for a moment before he said, "Are there any among you who wish to leave our company? If so, go on, and no one shall think the less of you." No one moved. "Well and good," said Mormont. "You may take your vows here at evenfall, before Septon Saladar and the first of your order. Do any of you keep to the old gods?" Jon stood. "I do, my lord." "I expect you will want to say your words before a heart tree, as your uncle did," Mormont said. "Yes, my lord," Jon said. "The gods of the Sept had nothing to do with him. The blood of the first men flowed in the veins of the Starks." He heard Gren whispering behind him. "There's no godswood here." "Is there? I never saw a godswood." "You wouldn't see a herd of aurochs until they trampled you into the snow," Pip whispered back. "I would so," Gren insisted. "I'd see them a long way off." Mormont himself confirmed Gren's doubts. Castle Black has no need of a godswood. Beyond the wall the haunted forest stands as it stood in the Dawn Age. Long before the Andals brought the Seven across the narrow sea, you will find a grove of weirwoods half a league from this spot, and mayhap your gods as well. "My lord." The voice made Jon glance back in surprise. Samwell Tarly was on his feet. The fat boy wiped his sweaty palms against his tunic. Might I go as well, to say my words at this heart tree?" "Does House Tarly keep the old gods too?" Mormont asked. "No, my lord," Sam replied in a thin, nervous voice. The high officers frightened him, Jon knew, the old bear most of all. "I was named in the light of the Seven at the Sept on Horn Hill, as my father was, and his father, and all the Tarlys for 1,000 years. Why would you forsake the gods of your father and your house?" wondered Sir Jeremy Ricker. "The Night's Watch is my house now," Sam said. "The Seven have never answered my prayers. Perhaps the old gods will." As you wish, boy, Mormont said. Sam took his seat again, as did John. We have placed each of you in an order, as befits our need and your own strengths and skills. Bowen Marsh stepped forward and handed him a paper. The Lord Commander unrolled it and began to read. Halder to the builders, he began. Halder gave a stiff nod of approval. Gren to the Rangers. Albert to the builders. Piper to the Rangers. Pip looked over at John and wiggled his ears. Samuel to the stewards. Sam sagged with relief, mopping at his brow with a scrap of silk. Maffar to the Rangers. Darion to the stewards. Toddler to the Rangers. John to the stewards. The stewards? For a moment John could not believe what he had heard. Mormont must have read it wrong. He started to rise, to open his mouth to tell them there had been a mistake, and then he saw Sir Alister studying him, eyes shiny as 2 flakes of obsidian, and he knew. The old bear rolled up the paper. Your firsts will instruct you in your duties. May all the gods preserve you, brothers. The Lord Commander favoured them with a half bow and took his leave. Sir Alister went with him, a thin smile on his face. John had never seen the Master-at-Arms look quite so happy. Rangers with me, Sir Jeremy Ricker called when they were gone. People staring at John as he got slowly to his feet. His ears were red. Gren, grinning broadly, did not seem to realise that anything was amiss. Matt and Toad fell in beside them, and they followed Sir Jeremy from the sept. Builders, announced Lantern-jawed Oval Yarwick. Halder and Albert trailed out after him. John looked around him in sick disbelief. Maester Aemon's blind eyes were raised toward the light he could not see. The septon was arranging crystals on the altar. Only Sam and Darion remained on the benches, a fat boy, a singer, and him. Lord Steward Bowen Marsh rubbed his plump hands together. Samuel, you will assist Maester Aemon in the rookery and library. Ched is going to the kennels to keep the help of the hounds. You shall have his cell, so as to be close to the Maester night and day. I trust you will take good care of him. He is very old and very precious to us. Darion, I am told that you sang at many a High Lord's table and shared their meat and mead. We are sending you to Eastwatch. Maybe your palate you will be some help to Cotter Pike when merchant galleys come trading. We are paying too dear for salt beef and pickled fish, and the quality of the olive oil we're getting has been frightful. Present yourself to Borkas when you arrive. He will keep you busy between ships. Marsh turned his smile on John. Lord Commander Mormont has requested you for his personal steward, John. You'll sleep in a cell beneath his chambers in the Lord Commander's tower. And what will my duties be? John asked sharply. Will I serve the Lord Commander's meals, help him fasten his clothes, fetch hot water for his bath? Certainly. Marsh frowned at John's tone. And you'll return his messages, keep a fire burning in his chambers, and change his sheets and blankets daily, and do all else for the Lord Commander might require of you. Do you take me for a servant? No, Maester Aemon said, from the back of the sept. Clytus helped him stand. We took you for a man of night's watch, but perhaps we were wrong in that. It was all John could do to stop himself from walking out. Was he supposed to churn butter and sew doublets like a girl for the rest of his days? May I go? He asked stiffly. As you wish, Bowen Marsh responded. Darion and Sam left with him. They descended to the yard in silence. Outside, John looked up at the wall, shining in the sun, the melting ice creeping down its side in 100 thin fingers. John's rage was such that he would have smashed it all in an instant, and the world be damned. John, Samuel Tarley said excitedly. Wait. Don't you see what they're doing? John turned on him in a fury. I see Sir Alister's bloody hand, that's all I see. He wanted to shame me, and he has. Darion gave him a look. The stewards are fine for the likes of you and me, Sam, but not for Lord Snow. I'm a better swordsman and a better rider than any of you, John blazed back. It's not fair. Fair? Darion sneered. The girl was waiting for me, naked as the day she was born. She pulled me through the window, and you talk to me of fair? He walked off. There was no shame in being a steward, Sam said. Do you think I want to spend the rest of my life washing an old man's small clothes? The old man is Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Sam reminded him. You'll be with him day and night. Yes, you'll pour his wine and see that his bed linen is fresh, but you'll also take his letters, attend him at meetings, squire for him in battle. You'll be as close to him as his shadow. You'll know everything, be a part of everything. And the Lord Steward said Mormont asked for you himself. When I was little, my father used to insist that I attend him in the audience chamber whenever he held court. When he rode to Highgarden to bend his knee to Lord Tyrell, he made me come. Later, though, he started to take Dickon and leave me at home, and he no longer cared whether I sat through his audiences so long as Dickon was there. He wanted his heir at his side, don't you see? To watch and listen and learn from all he did. I'll wager that's why Lord Mormont requested you, John. What else could it be? He wants to groom you for command. John was taken aback. It was true, Lord Eddard had often made Rob part of his councils back at Winterfell. Could Sam be right? Even a bastard could rise high in the Night's Watch, they said. I never asked for this, he said stubbornly. None of us are here for asking, Sam reminded him. and suddenly Jon Snow was ashamed. Craven or not, Samwell Tarly had found the courage to accept his fate like a man. On the wall, a man gets only what he earns, Benjen Stark had said the last night Jon had seen him alive. You're no ranger, Jon, only a green boy with the smell of summer still on you. You'd heard it said that bastards grow up faster than other children. On the wall, you grew up or you died. Jon let out a deep sigh. You have the right of it. I was acting the boy. Then you'll stay and say your words with me? The old gods will be expecting us. He made himself smile. They set out late that afternoon. The wall had no gates as such, neither here at Castle Black nor anywhere along its 300 miles. They led their horses down a narrow tunnel cut through the ice, cold dark walls pressing in around them as the passage twisted and turned. 3 times their way was blocked by iron bars, and they had to stop while Bowen Marsh drew out his keys and unlocked the massive chains that secured them. Jon could sense the vast weight pressing down on him as he waited behind the Lord Steward. The air was colder than a tomb, and more still. He felt a strange relief when they re-emerged into the afternoon light on the north side of the wall. Sam blinked at the sudden glare and looked around apprehensively. The wildlings, they'd never dare come this close to the wall. Would they? They never have. Jon climbed into his saddle. When Bowen Marsh and their ranger escort had mounted, Jon put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Ghost came loping out of the tunnel. The Lord Steward scowled wicked and backed away from the direwolf. Do you mean to take that beast? Yes, my lord, Jon said. Ghost's head lifted. He seemed to taste the air. In the blink of an eye he was off, racing across the broad, weed-choked field to vanish in the trees. Once they had entered the forest, they were in a different world. Jon had often hunted with his father and Jory and his brother Robb. He knew the wolfswood around Winterfell as well as any man. The haunted forest was much the same, yet the feel of it was very different. Perhaps it was all in the knowing. They had ridden past the end of the world. Somehow that changed everything. Every shadow seemed darker, every sound more ominous. The trees pressed close and shut out the light of the setting sun. A thin crust of snow cracked beneath the hooves of their horses, with a sound like breaking bones. When the wind set the leaves to rustling, it was like a chilly finger tracing a path up Jon's spine. The wall was at their backs, and only the gods knew what lay ahead. The sun was sinking below the trees when they reached their destination, a small clearing in the deep of the wood where 9 weirwoods grew in a rough circle. Jon drew in a breath and he saw Sam Tarly staring. Even in the wolf's wood, you never found more than 2 or 3 of the white trees growing together. A grove of 9 was unheard of. The forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves, blood red on top, black rot beneath. The wide smooth trunks were bone pale, and 9 faces stared inward. The dried sap that crusted in the eyes was red and hard as ruby. Bowen Marsh commanded them to leave their horses outside the circle. This is a sacred place. We will not defile it. When they entered the grove, Samwell Tarly turned slowly, looking at each face in turn. No 2 were quite alike. They're watching us, he whispered. The old gods. Yes. Jon knelt, and Sam knelt beside him. They said the words together, as the last light faded in the west and grey day became black night. Hear my words and bear witness to my vow, they recited, their voices filling the twilight grove. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come. The woods fell silent. You knelt as boys, Bowen Marsh intoned solemnly. Rise now as men of the Night's Watch. Jon held out a hand to pull Sam back to his feet. The rangers gathered round to offer smiles and congratulations, all but the gnarled old forester Tywin. Best we be starting back, my lord, he said to Bowen Marsh. Dark's falling, and there's something in the smell of the night that I mislike. And suddenly Ghost was back, stalking softly between 2 weirwoods. White fur and red eyes, Jon realized, disquieted, like the trees. The wolf had something in its jaws, something black. What's he got there? Asked Bowen Marsh, frowning. To me, Ghost, Jon knelt. Bring it here. The direwolf trotted to him. Jon heard Samwell Tarly's sharp intake of breath. Gods be good, Tywin muttered. That's a hand. The grey light of dawn was streaming through his window and the thunder of hoofbeats awoke Eddard's Dark from his brief, exhausted sleep. He lifted his head from the table to look down into the yard. Below, men in mail and leather and crimson cloaks were making the morning ring to the sound of swords, and riding down mock warriors stuffed with straw. He had watched Sandor Clegane gallop across the hard-packed ground to drive an iron-tipped lance through a dummy's head. Canvas ripped and straw exploded as Lannister guardsmen joked and cursed. Is this brave show for my benefit? He wondered. If so, Cersei was a greater fool than he'd imagined. Damn her, he thought. Why has the woman not fled? I have given her chance after chance. The morning was overcast and grim. Ned broke his fast of his daughters and Septim Ordain. Sansa, still disconsolate, stared sullenly at her food and refused to eat, but Arya wolfed down everything that was set in front of her. Syrio says we have time for one last lesson before we take ship this evening, she said. Can I, father? All my things are packed. A short lesson, and make certain you leave yourself time to bathe and change. I want you ready to leave by midday. Is that understood? By midday, Arya said. Sansa looked up from her food. If she can have a dancing lesson, why won't you let me say a farewell to Prince Joffrey? I would gladly go with her, Lord Eddard, Septim Ordain offered. There would be no question of her missing the ship. It would not be wise for you to go to Joffrey right now, Sansa. I'm sorry. Sansa's eyes filled with tears. But why? Sansa, your Lord Father knows best, Septim Ordain said. You are not to question his decisions. It's not fair. Sansa pushed back from her table, rocked over her chair, and ran weeping from the solar. Septim Ordain rose, but Ned gestured her back to her seat. Let her go, Septa. I'll try to make her understand when we are all safely back in Winterfell. The Septa bowed her head and sat down to finish her breakfast. It was an hour later when Grand Maester Pycelle came to Eddard's Dark in his solar. His shoulders slumped, as if the weight of the great maester's chain around his neck had become too great to bear. My lord, he said, King Robert is gone. The gods give him rest. No, Ned answered. He hated rest. The gods give him love and laughter and the joy of righteous battle. It was strange how empty he felt. He had been expecting the visit, and yet with those words something died within him. He would have given all his titles for the freedom to weep. But he was Robert's hand, and the hour he dreaded had come. Be so good as to summon the members of the council here to my solar, he told Pycelle. The Tower of the Hand was as secure as he and Tamard could make it. He could not say the same for the council chambers. My lord, Pycelle blinked, surely the affairs of the kingdom will keep till the morrow, when our grief is not so fresh. Ned was quiet but firm. I fear we must convene at once. Pycelle bowed. As the hand commands. He called his servants and sent them running, then gratefully accepted Ned's offer of a chair and a cup of sweet beer. Sir Barristan Selmy was the first to answer the summons, immaculate in white cloak and enamelled scales. My lords, he said, my place is beside the young king now. Pray give me leave to attend him. Your place is here, Sir Barristan, Ned told him. Littlefinger came next, still garbed in the blue velvets and silver mockingbird cape he had worn the night previous, his boots dusty from riding. My lords, he said, smiling at nothing in particular before he turned to Ned, that little task you set me is accomplished, Lord Eddard. Varys entered in a wash of lavender, pink from his bath, his plump face scrubbed and freshly powdered, his soft slippers all but soundless. The little birds sing a grievous song today, he said, as he seated himself. The realm weeps. Shall we begin? When Lord Renly arrives, Ned said. Varys gave him a sorrowful look. I fear Lord Renly has left the city. Left the city? Ned had counted on Renly's support. He took his leave for a postern gate an hour before dawn, accompanied by Sir Loras Tyrell and some 50 retainers, Varys told them. When last seen, they were galloping south in some haste, no doubt bound for Storm's End or Highgarden. So much for Renly and his 100 swords. Ned did not like the smell of that, but there was nothing to be done for it. He drew out Robert's last letter. The king called me to his side last night and commanded me record his final words. Lord Renly and Grand Maester Pycelle stood witness as Robert sealed the letter, to be opened by the council after his death. Sir Barristan, if you would be so kind. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard examined the paper, King Robert's seal, and unbroken. He opened the letter and read, Lord Eddard's Dark is herein named Protector of the Realm to rule as regent until the heir comes of age. And as it happens, he is of age, Ned reflected, but he did not give voice to the thought. He trusted neither Pycelle nor Varys, and Sir Barristan was honour bound to protect and defend the boy he thought his new king. The old knight would not abandon Joffrey easily. The need for deceit was a bitter taste in his mouth, but Ned knew he must tread softly here, must keep his counsel and play the game until he was firmly established as regent. There would be time enough to deal with the succession when Arya and Sansa were safely back in Winterfell, and Lord Stannis had returned to King's Landing with all his power. I would ask this council to confirm me as Lord Protector, as Robert wished, Ned said, watching their faces, wondering what thoughts hid. Behind Pycelle's half-closed eyes, Littlefinger's lazy half-smile, and the nervous flutter of Varys' fingers. The door opened. Fat Tom stepped into the solar. Pardon, my lords. The king's steward insists. The royal steward entered and bowed. Esteemed lords, the king demands the immediate presence of his small council in the throne room. Ned had expected Cersei to strike quickly. The summons came as no surprise. The king is dead, he said, but we shall go with you nonetheless. Tom, assemble an escort, if you would. Littlefinger gave Ned his arm to help him down the steps. Varys, Pycelle, and Sir Barristan followed close behind. A double column of men-at-arms in chainmail and steel helms was waiting outside the tower, 8 strong. Grey cloaks snapped in the wind as the guardsmen marched them across the yard. There was no Lannister crimson to be seen, but Ned was reassured by the number of gold cloaks visible on the ramparts and at the gates. Janos Slint met them at the door of the throne room, armoured in ornate black and gold plate, with a high-crested helm under one arm. The commander bowed stiffly. His man pushed open the great oaken doors, 20 feet tall and banded with bronze. The royal steward led them in. All hail his grace, Joffrey of the house Baratheon and Lannister, the first of his name, king of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, he sang out. It was a long walk to the far end of the hall, where Joffrey waited atop the iron throne. Supported by Littlefinger, Ned Stark slowly limped and hopped toward the boy who called himself king. The others followed. The first time he had come this way, he had been on horseback, sword in hand, and the Targaryen dragons had watched from the walls as he forced Jaime Lannister down from the throne. He wondered if Joffrey would step down quite so easily. 5 knights of the Kingsguard, all but Sir Jaime and Sir Barristan, were arrayed in a crescent around the base of the throne. They were in full armour, enamelled steel from helm to helm, long pale cloaks over their shoulders, shining white shields strapped to their left arms. Cersei Lannister and her 2 younger children stood behind Sir Boros and Sir Meryn. The Queen wore a gown of sea-green silk, trimmed with nearish lace as pale as foam. On her finger was a golden ring with an emerald the size of a pigeon's egg. On her head a matching tiara. Above them Prince Joffrey sat amidst the barbs and spikes in a cloth of gold, doublet and a red satin cape. Sandor Clegane was stationed at the foot of the throne's steep, narrow stair. He wore mail and soot grey plate and his snarling dog's head helm. Behind the throne, 20 Lannister guardsmen waited with long swords hanging from their belts. Crimson cloaks draped their shoulders and steel lions crested their helms. But Littlefinger had kept his promise. All along the walls, in front of Robert's tapestries of their scenes of hunt and battle, the gold-cloaked ranks of the city watch stood stiffly to attention, each man's hand clasped around the haft of an 8-foot-long spear tipped in black iron. They outnumbered the Lannisters 5-1. Ned's leg was a blaze of pain by the time he stopped. He kept a hand on Littlefinger's shoulder to help support his weight. Joffrey stood. His red satin cape was patterned in gold thread, 50 roaring lions to one side, 50 prancing stags to the other. "I command the council to make all the necessary arrangements for my coronation," the boy proclaimed. "I wish to be crowned within the fortnight. Today I shall accept oaths of fealty from my loyal councillors." Ned produced Robert's letter. "Lord Varys, be so kind as to show this to my lady of Lannister." The eunuch carried the letter to Cersei. The Queen glanced at the words. "Protector of the realm," she read. "Is this meant to be your shield, my lord? A piece of paper?" She ripped the letter in half, ripped the halves in quarters, and let the pieces flutter to the floor. "Those were the king's words," Sir Barristan said, shocked. "We have a new king now," Cersei Lannister replied. "Lord Eddard, when last we spoke, you gave me some counsel. Allow me to return the courtesy. Bend the knee, my lord. Bend the knee and swear fealty to my son, and we shall allow you to step down his hand and live out your days in the grey waste you call home." "Would that I could," Ned said grimly. If she was so determined to force the issue here and now, she left him no choice. "Your son has no claim to the throne he sits. Lord Stannis is Robert's true heir." "Liar!" Joffrey screamed, his face reddening. "Mother, what does he mean?" Princess Myrcella asked the Queen, plaintively. "Isn't Joff the king now?" "You condemn yourself with your own mouth, Lord Stark," said Cersei Lannister. "Sir Barristan, seize this traitor." The Lord Commander of the Kingsguard hesitated. In the blink of an eye he was surrounded by Stark guardsmen, bare steel in their mailed fists. "Now the treason moves from words to deeds," Cersei said. "Do you think Sir Barristan stands alone, my lord?" With an ominous rasp of metal on metal, the Hound drew his long sword. The knights of the Kingsguard and 20 Lannister guardsmen in crimson cloaks moved to support him. "Kill him," the boy king screamed down from the iron throne. "Kill all of them. I command it." "You leave me no choice," Ned told Cersei Lannister. He called out to Janos Slint, "Commander, take the Queen and her children into custody. Do them no harm, but escort them back to the royal apartments and keep them there under guard." "Man of the watch," Janos Slint shouted, donning his helm. 100 gold cloaks levelled their spears and closed. "I want no bloodshed," Ned told the Queen. "Tell your men to lay down their swords and no one need." With a single sharp thrust, the nearest gold cloak drove his spear into Tomard's back. Fat Tom's blade dropped from nerveless fingers as the wet red point burst out through his ribs, piercing leather and mail. He was dead before his sword hit the floor. Ned's shout came far too late. Janos Slint himself slashed open Varley's throat. Cane whirled, steel flashing, drove back the nearest spearman with a flurry of blows. For an instant it looked as though he might cut his way free. Then the Hound was on him. Sandor Clegane's first cut took off Kane's sword hand at the wrist. His second drove him to his knees and opened him from shoulder to breastbone. As his men died around him, Littlefinger slid Ned's dagger from its sheath and shoved it up under his chin. His smile was apologetic. "I did warn you not to trust me, you know." "Hi," Syrio Farrell called out, slashing at her head. The stick swords clacked as Arya parried. "Left! he shouted, and his blade came whistling. Hers darted to meet it. The clack made him click his teeth together. Right, he said, and low, and left again, faster and faster moving forward. Arya retreated before him, checking each blow. Lunge, he warned. When he thrust, she sidestepped, swept his blade away, and slashed at his shoulder. She almost touched him, so close it made her grin. A strand of hair dangled in her eyes, limp with sweat. She pushed it away with the back of her hand. Left, Syrio sang out. Low! His sword was a blur, and the small hall echoed to the clack, clack, clack. Left, high, left, right, left, low, left. The wooden blade caught her high in the breast, a sudden stinging blow that hurt all the more because it came from the wrong side. Ow! She cried out. She would have a fresh bruise there by the time she went to sleep, somewhere out at sea. A bruise is a lesson, she told herself, and each lesson makes us better. Syrio stepped back. You are dead now. Arya made a face. You cheated, she said hotly. You said left and you went right. Just so, and now you are a dead girl. But you lied. My words lied. My eyes and my arms shouted out the truth, but you were not seeing. I was so, Arya said. I watched you every second. Watching is not seeing, dead girl. The water dancer sees. Come, put down the sword. It is time for listening now. She followed him over to the wall, where he settled onto a bench. Syrio Forel was the first sword to the Sea Lord of Bravos. And are you knowing how that came to pass? You were the first Aina swordsman in the city? Just so. But why? Other men were stronger, faster, younger. Why was Syrio Forel the best? I will tell you now. He touched the tip of his little finger lightly to his eyelid. The seeing, the true seeing, that is the heart of it. Hear me. The ships of Bravos sail as far as the winds blow to land strange and wonderful, and when they return their captains fetch queer animals to the Sea Lord's menagerie. Such animals as you have never seen, striped horses, great spotted things with necks as long as stilts, hairy mouse pigs as big as cows, stinging manticores, tigers that carry their cubs in a pouch, terrible walking lizards with scythes for claws. Syrio Forel has seen these things. On the day I am speaking of, the first sword was newly dead, and the Sea Lord sent for me. Many bravos had come to him, and as many had been sent away. None could say why. When I came into his presence, he was seated, and in his lap was a fat yellow cat. He told me that one of his captains had brought the beast to him from an island beyond the sunrise. Have you ever seen her like? He asked of me. And to him I said, each night in the alleys of Bravos I see 1,000 like him. And the Sea Lord laughed, and that day I was named the first sword. Arya screwed up her face. I don't understand. Syrio clicked his teeth together. The cat was an ordinary cat, no more. The others expected a fabulous beast, so that is what they saw. How large it was, they said. It was no larger than any other cat, only fat from indolence, for the Sea Lord fed it from his own table. What curious small ears, they said. Its ears had been chewed away in kitten fights, and it was plainly a tomcat, yet the Sea Lord said her, and that is what the others saw. Are you hearing? Arya thought about it. You saw what was there. Just so. Opening your eyes is all that is needing. The heart lies and the head plays tricks with us, but the eyes see true. Look with your eyes, hear with your ears, taste with your mouth, smell with your nose, feel with your skin. Then comes the thinking afterward, and in that way knowing the truth. Just so, said Arya, grinning. Syrio Forel allowed himself a smile. I am thinking that when we are reaching this Winterfell of yours, it will be time to put this needle in your hand. Yes, Arya said eagerly. Wait till I show Jon. Behind her, the great wooden doors of the small hall flew open with a resounding crash. Arya whirled. A knight of the King's Guard stood beneath the arch of the door, with 5 Lannister guardsmen arrayed behind him. He was in full armour, but his visor was up. Arya remembered his droopy eyes and rust-coloured whiskers from when he had come to Winterfell with the king, Sir Meryn Trant. The red cloaks wore mail shirts over boiled leather and steel caps with lion crests. Arya Stark, the knight said. Come with us, child. Arya chewed her lip uncertainly. What do you want? Your father wants to see you. Arya took a step forward, but Syrio Forel held her by the arm. And why is it that Lord Eddard is sending Lannister men in the place of his own? I am wondering. Mind your place, dancing master, Sir Meryn said. This is no concern of yours. My father wouldn't send you, Arya said. She snatched up her stick sword. The Lannisters laughed. Put down the stick, girl, Sir Meryn told her. I am a sworn brother of the King's Guard, the White Swords. So was the Kingslayer when he killed the old king, Arya said. I don't have to go with you if I don't want. Sir Meryn Trant ran out of patience. Take her, he said to his men. He lowered the visor of his helm. 3 of them started forward, chainmail clinking softly with each step. Arya was suddenly afraid. Fear cuts deeper than swords, she told herself, to slow the racing of her heart. Syrio Forel stepped between them, tapping his wooden sword lightly against his boot. You will be stopping there. Are you men or dogs that you would threaten a child? Out of the way, old man, one of the red cloaks said. Syrio's stick came whistling up and rang against his helm. I am Syrio Forel, and you will now be speaking to me with more respect. Bold bastard, the man yanked free his longsword. The stick moved again, blindingly fast. Arya heard a loud crack as the sword went clattering to the stone floor. "My hand!" the guardsman yelped, cradling his broken fingers. "You are quick for a dancing master," said Sir Meryn. "You are slow for a knight," Syrio replied. "Kill the Bravosi and bring me the girl," the knight in the white armour commanded. 4 Lannister guardsmen unsheathed their swords. The 5th, with the broken fingers, spat and pulled free a dagger with his left hand. Syrio Forel clicked his teeth together, sliding into his water dancer's stance, presenting only his side to the foe. "Arya, child," he called out, never looking, never taking his eyes off the Lannisters. "We are done with dancing for the day. Best you are going. Run to your father. Best you are going now. Run to your father." Arya did not want to leave him, but he had taught her to do as he said. "Swift as a deer," she whispered. "Just so," said Syrio Forel as the Lannisters closed. Arya retreated, her own sword stuck clutched tightly in her hand. Watching him now, she realized that Syrio had only been toying with her when they duelled. The red cloaks came at him from 3 sides with steel in their hands. They had chainmail over their chest and arms and steel codpieces sewn into their pants, but only leather on their legs. Their hands were bare, and the caps they wore had nose guards, but no visor over the eyes. Syrio did not wait for them to reach him, but spun to his left. Arya had never seen a man move as fast. He checked one sword with his stick and whirled away from a second. Off balance, the second man lurched into the first. Syrio put a boot to his back, and the red cloaks went down together. The 3rd guard came leaping over them, slashing at the water dancer's head. Syrio ducked under his blade and thrust upward. The guardsman fell, screaming as blood welled from the wet red hole where his left eye had been. The fallen men were getting up. Syrio kicked one in the face and snatched the steel cap off the other's head. The dagger man stabbed at him. Syrio caught the thrust in the helmet and shattered the man's kneecap with his stick. The last red cloak shouted a curse and charged, hacking down with both hands on his sword. Syrio rolled right, and the butcher's cut caught the helmetless man between neck and shoulder as he struggled to his knees. The longsword crunched through mail and leather and flesh. The man on his knees shrieked. Before his killer could wrench free his blade, Syrio jabbed him in the apple of his throat. The guardsman gave a choked cry and staggered back, clutching at his neck, his face blackening. 5 men were down, dead or dying by the time Arya reached the back door that opened on the kitchen. She heard Sir Meryn Trant curse. "Bloody oaths," he swore, drawing his long sword from its scabbard. Syrio Forel resumed his stance and clicked his teeth together. "Arya, child," he called out, never looking at her. "Be gone now. Look with your eyes," he had said. She saw. The knight in his pale armour head to foot, legs, throat, and hands sheathed in metal, eyes hidden behind his high white helm, and in his hand cruel steel. Against that, Syrio in a leather vest with a wooden sword in his hand. "Syrio, run!" she screamed. "The first sword of Bravos does not run," he sang as Sir Meryn slashed at him. Syrio danced away from his cut, his stick ablur. In a heartbeat he had bounced blows off the knight's temple, elbow and throat, the wood ringing against the metal of helm, gauntlet, and gorget. Arya stood frozen. Sir Meryn advanced, Syrio backed away. He checked the next blow, spun away from the second, deflected the third. The 4th sliced his stick in 2, splintering the wood and shearing through the lead core. Sobbing, Arya spun and ran. She plunged through the kitchens and buttery, blind with panic, weaving between cooks and potboys. A baker's helper stepped in front of her, holding a wooden tray. Arya bowled her over, scattering fragrant loaves of fresh-baked bread on the floor. She heard shouting behind her as she spun around a portly butcher who stood gaping at her with a cleaver in his hands. His arms were red to the elbow. All that Syrio Forel had taught her went racing through her head, swift as a deer, quiet as a shadow, fear cuts deeper than swords, quick as a snake, calm as still water, fear cuts deeper than swords, strong as a bear, fierce as a wolverine, fear cuts deeper than swords. The man who fears losing has already lost, fear cuts deeper than swords, fear cuts deeper than swords, fear cuts deeper than swords. The grip of her wooden sword was slick with sweat, and Arya was breathing hard when she reached the turret's stair. For an instant she froze, up or down. Up would take her to the covered bridge that spanned the small court to the Tower of the Hand. But that would be the way they'd expect her to go, for certain. "Never do what they expect," Syrio once said. Arya went down, around and around, leaping over the narrow stone steps 2 and 3 at a time. She emerged in a cavernous vaulted cellar, surrounded by casks of ale stacked 20 feet tall. The only light came through narrow slanting windows high in the wall. The cellar was a dead end. There was no way out but the way she had come in. She dare not go back up those steps, but she couldn't stay here either. She had to find her father and tell him what had happened. Her father would protect her. Arya thrust her wooden sword through her belt and began to climb, leaping from cask to cask until she could reach the window. Grasping the stone with both hands, she pulled herself up. The wall was 3 feet thick, the window a tunnel slanting up and out. Arya wiggled through daylight. When her head reached ground level, she peered across the bailey to the Tower of the Hand. The stout wooden door hung splintered and broken, as if by axes. A dead man sprawled face down on the steps, his cloak tangled beneath him, the back of his mailed shirt soaked red. The corpse's cloak was grey wool. trimmed with white satin, she saw with sudden terror. She could not tell who he was. No, she whispered. What was happening? Where was her father? Why had the red cloaks come for her? She remembered what the man with the yellow beard had said, the day she had found the monsters. If one hand can die, why not a second? Arya felt tears in her eyes. She held her breath to listen. She heard the sounds of fighting, shouts, screams, the clang of steel on steel, coming through the windows of the Tower of the Hand. She could not go back. Her father. Arya closed her eyes. For a moment she was too frightened to move. They had killed Jory and Will and Heward, and that guardsman on the step, whoever he had been. They could kill her father too, and her if they caught her. Fear cuts deeper than swords, she said aloud, but it was no good pretending to be a water dancer. Syria had been a water dancer, and the White Knight had probably killed him. And anyhow, she was only a little girl with a wooden stick, alone and afraid. She squirmed out into the yard, glancing around warily as she climbed to her feet. The castle seemed deserted. The Red Keep was never deserted. All the people must be hiding inside, their doors barred. Arya glanced up longingly at her bedchamber, then moved away from the Tower of the Hand, keeping close to the wall as she slid from shadow to shadow. She pretended she was chasing cats, except she was the cat now, and if they caught her, they would kill her. Moving between buildings and over walls, keeping stone to her back wherever possible so no one could surprise her, Arya reached the stables almost without incident. A dozen gold cloaks in mail and plate ran past as she was edging across the inner bailey, but without knowing whose side they were on, she hunched down low in the shadows and let them past. Hullen, who had been master of Horse of Winterfell as long as Arya could remember, was slumped on the ground by the stable door. He had been stabbed so many times it looked as if his tunic was patterned with scarlet flowers. Arya was certain he was dead, but when she crept closer, his eyes opened. "Arya Underfoot," he whispered, "you must warn your lord father." For every red spittle bubbled from his mouth. The master of horse closed his eyes again and said no more. Inside were more bodies, a groom she had played with, and 3 of her father's household guard. A wagon, laden with crates and chests, stood abandoned near the door of the stable. The dead men must have been loading it for the trip to the docks when they were attacked. Arya snuck closer. One of the corpses was Desmond, who'd shown her his longsword and promised to protect her father. He lay on his back, staring blindly at the ceiling as flies crawled across his eyes. Close to him was a dead man in the red cloak and lion crest helm of the Lannisters. Only one, though. Every Northerner is worth 10 of these Saffron swords, Desmond had told her. "You liar," she said, kicking his body in a sudden fury. The animals were restless in their stalls, whickering and snorting at the scent of blood. Arya's only plan was to saddle a horse and flee, away from the castle and the city. All she had to do was stay on the King's Road and it would take her back to Winterfell. She took a bridle and harness off the wall. As she crossed in back of the wagon, a fallen chest caught her eye. It must have been knocked down in the fight or dropped as it was being loaded. The wood had split, the lid opening to spill the chest's contents across the ground. Arya recognized silks and satins and velvets she never wore. She might need warm clothes on the King's Road, though. And besides... Arya knelt in the dirt among the scattered clothes. She found a heavy wooden cloak, a velvet skirt and a silk tunic and some small clothes, a dress her mother had embroidered for her, a silver baby bracelet she might sell. Shoving the broken lid out of the way, she groped inside the chest for needle. She had hidden it way down at the bottom, under everything, but her stuff had all been jumbled around when the chest was dropped. For a moment Arya was afraid someone had found the sword and stolen it, then her fingers felt the hardness of metal under a satin gown. "There she is," a voice hissed close behind her. Startled, Arya whirled. A stable boy stood behind her, a smirk on his face, his filthy white undertunic peeking out from beneath a soiled jerkin. His boots were covered with manure, and he had a pitchfork in one hand. "Who are you?" she asked. "She don't know me," he said, "but I knows her. Oh yes, the wolf girl. Help me saddle a horse," Arya pleaded, reaching back into the chest, groping for needle. "My father's the hand of the king. He'll reward you." "Father's dead," the boy said. He shuffled toward her. "It's the queen who'll be rewarding me." "Come here, girl. Stay away." Her fingers closed around Needle's hilt. I says, "Come." He grabbed her arm hard. Everything Syria Farrell had ever taught her vanished in a heartbeat. In that instant of sudden terror, the only lesson Arya could remember was the one Jon Snow had given her, the very first. She struck him with the pointy end, driving the blade upward with a wild hysterical strength. Needle went through his leather jerkin and the white flesh of his belly and came out between his shoulder blades. The boy dropped the pitchfork and made a soft noise, something between a gasp and a sigh. His hands closed around the blade. "Oh gods," he moaned, as his undertunic began to redden. "Take it out." When she took it out, he died. The horses were screaming. Arya stood over the body, still and frightened in the face of death. Blood had gushed from the boy's mouth as he collapsed, and more was seeping from the slit in his belly, pooling beneath the body. His palms were cut where he'd grabbed at the blade. She backed away slowly, needle red in her hand. She had to get away, someplace far from here, someplace safe, away from the stable boy's accusing eyes. She snatched up the bridle and harness again and ran to her mare, but as she lifted the saddle to the horse's back, Arya realized with a sudden sick dread that the castle gates would be closed. Even the postern doors would likely be guarded. Maybe the guards wouldn't recognize her. If they thought she was a boy, perhaps they'd let her. No, if they'd have orders not to let anyone out, it wouldn't matter whether they knew her or not. But there was another way out of the castle. The saddle slipped from Arya's fingers and fell to the dirt with a thump and a puff of dust. Could she find the room of the monsters again? She wasn't certain, yet she knew she had to try. She found the clothing she'd gathered and slipped into the cloak, concealing Needle beneath its folds. The rest of her things she tied in a roll. With the bundle under her arm, she crept at the far end of the stable. Unlatching the back door, she peeked out anxiously. She could hear the distant sound of swordplay and the shivery wail of a man screaming in pain across the bailey. She would need to go down the serpentine steps past the small kitchen and the pig yard. That was how she'd gone last time, chasing the black tomcat. Only that would take her right past the barracks of the gold cloaks. She couldn't go that way. Arya tried to think of another way. If she crossed to the other side of the castle, she could creep along the river wall and through the little godswood. But first she'd have to cross the yard, in the plain view of the guards on the walls. She had never seen so many men on the walls. Gold cloaks, most of them armed with spears. Some of them knew her by sight. What would they do if they saw her running across the yard? She'd look so small from up there. Would they be able to tell who she was? Would they care? She had to leave now, she told herself, but when the moment came, she was too frightened to move. Calm as still water, a small voice whispered in her ear. Arya was so startled she almost dropped her bundle. She looked around wildly, but there was no one in the stable but her, and the horses, and the dead men. Quiet as a shadow, she heard. Was it her own voice, or Sirio's? She could not tell, yet somehow it calmed her fears. She stepped out of the stable. It was the scariest thing she'd ever done. She wanted to run and hide, but she made herself walk across the yard, slowly putting one foot in front of the other as if she had all the time in the world and no reason to be afraid of anyone. She thought she could feel their eyes like bugs crawling on her skin under her clothes. Arya never looked up. If she saw them watching, all her courage would desert her, she knew, and she would drop the bundle of clothes and run and cry like a baby, and then they would have her. She kept her gaze on the ground. By the time she reached the shadow of the royal sept on the far side of the yard, Arya was cold with sweat, but no one had raised the hue and cry. The sept was open and empty. Inside, 100 prayer candles burned in a fragrant silence. Arya figured the gods would never miss too. She stuffed them up her sleeves and left by a back window. Sneaking back to the alley where she had cornered the one-eared Tom was easy, but after that she got lost. She crawled in and out of windows, hopped over walls, and felt her way through dark cellars, quiet as a shadow. Once she heard a woman weeping. It took her more than an hour to find the low, narrow window that slanted down to the dungeon where the monsters waited. She tossed her bundle through and doubled back to light her candle. That was Chansey. The fire she'd remembered seeing had burnt down to embers, and she heard voices as she was blowing on the coals. Cupping her fingers around the flickering candle, she went out the window as they were coming in the door, without ever getting a glimpse of who it was. This time the monsters did not frighten her. They seemed almost old friends. Arya held the candle over her head. With each step she took, the shadows moved against the walls as if they were turning to watch her pass. Dragons, she whispered. She slid Needle out from under her cloak. The slender blade seemed very small and the dragons very big, yet somehow Arya felt better with steel in her hand. The long windowless hall beyond the door was as black as she remembered. She held Needle in her left hand, her sword hand, the candle in her right fist. Hot wax ran down across her knuckles. The entrance to the well had been to the left, so Arya went right. Part of her wanted to run, but she was afraid of snuffing out her candle. She heard the faint squeaking of rats and glimpsed a pair of tiny glowing eyes on the edge of the light, but the rats did not scare her. Other things did. It would be so easy to hide here, as she had hidden from the wizard and the man with the forked beard. She could almost see the stable boy standing against the wall, his hands curled into claws, with the blood still dripping from the deep gashes in his palms where Needle had cut him. He might be waiting to grab her as she passed. He would see her candle coming a long way off. Maybe she would be better off without the light. Fear cuts deeper than swords, the quiet voice inside her whispered. Suddenly Arya remembered the crypts at Winterfell. They were a lot scarier than this place, she told herself. She'd been just a little girl the first time she saw them. Her brother Rob had taken them down. Her and Sansa and baby Bran, who'd been no bigger than Rickon was now. They only had one candle between them, and Bran's eyes had gotten as big as saucers as he stared at the stone faces of the kings of winter, with their wolves at their feet and their iron swords across their laps. Rob took them all the way down to the end, past Grandfather and Brandon and Lyanna, to show them their own tombs. Sansa kept looking at the stubby little candle, anxious that it might go out. Old Ned had told her there were spiders down here, and rats as big as dogs. Rob smiled when she said that. There are worse things than spiders and rats, he whispered. This is where the dead walk. That was when they heard the sound. Low and deep and shivery, baby Bran had clutched at Arya's hand. When the spirit stepped out of the open tomb, pale white and moaning for blood, Sansa ran shrieking for the stairs, and Bran wrapped himself around Rob's leg, sobbing. Arya stood her ground and gave the spirit a punch. It was only John, covered with flour. "You stupid," she told him. "You scared the baby." But John and Rob just laughed, and pretty soon Bran and Arya were laughing too. The memory made Arya smile, and after that the darkness held no more terrors for her. The stable boy was dead. She'd killed him, and if he jumped out at her, she'd kill him again. She was going home. Everything would be better once she was home again, safe behind Winterfell's grey granite walls. Her footsteps sent soft echoes hurrying ahead of her as Arya plunged deeper into the darkness. They came for Sansa on the third day. She chose a simple dress of dark grey wool, plainly cut but richly embroidered around the collar and sleeves. Her fingers felt thick and clumsy. She struggled with the silver fastenings without the benefit of servants. Jane Poole had been confined with her, but Jane was useless. Her face was puffy from all her crying, and she could not seem to stop sobbing about her father. "I'm certain your father is well," Sansa told her when she had finally gotten the dress button right. "I'll ask the Queen to let you see him." She thought that kindness might lift Jane's spirits, but the other girl just looked at her with red, swollen eyes and began to cry all the harder. She was such a child. Sansa had wept too, the first day, even within the stout walls of Maegor's Holdfast, with her door closed and barred. It was hard not to be terrified when the killing began. She had grown up to the sound of steel in the yard, and scarcely a day of her life had passed without hearing the clash of sword on sword, yet somehow knowing that the fighting was real made all the difference in the world. She heard it as she had never heard it before, and there were other sounds as well, grunts of pain, angry curses, and shouts for help, and the moans of wounded and dying men. In the songs, the knights never screamed nor begged for mercy. So she wept, pleading through her door for them to tell her what was happening, calling for her father, for Septim Ordain, for the king, for her gallant prince. If the men guarding her heard her pleas, they gave no answer. The only time the door opened was late that night, when they thrust Jane Poole inside, bruised and shaking. "They're killing everyone," the steward's daughter had shrieked at her. She went on and on. The hound had broken down her door with a warhammer, she said. There were bodies on the stair of the Tower of the Hand, and the steps were slick with blood. Sansa dried her own tears as she struggled to comfort her friend. They went to sleep in the same bed, cradled in each other's arms like sisters. The second day was even worse. The room where Sansa had been confined was at the top of the highest tower of Maegor's Holdfast. From its window she could see that the heavy iron portcullis in the gatehouse was down, and the drawbridge drawn up over the deep dry moat that separated the keep within a keep from the larger castle that surrounded it. Lannister guardsmen prowled the walls with spears and crossbows in hand to hand. The fighting was over, and the silence of the grave had settled over the Red Keep. The only sounds of Jane Poole's endless whimpers and sobs. They were fed, hard cheese and fresh-baked bread and milk to break their fast, roast chicken and greens at midday, and a late supper of beef and barley stew. But the servants who brought the meals would not answer Sansa's questions. That evening some women brought her clothes from the Tower of the Hand, and some of Jane's things as well, but they seemed nearly as frightened as Jane, and when she tried to talk to them they fled from her as if she had the grey plague. The guards outside the door still refused to let them leave the room. "Please, I need to speak to the Queen again," Sansa told them, as she told everyone she saw that day. "She'll want to talk to me. I know she will. Tell her I want to see her, please. If not the Queen, then Prince Joffrey, if he'd be so kind. We're to marry when we're older." At sunset on the second day, a great bell began to ring. Its voice was deep and sonorous, and the long, slow clanging filled Sansa with a sense of dread. The ringing went on, and after a while they heard other bells answering from the great sept of Baelor on Visenya's hill. The sound rumbled across the city like thunder, warning of the storm to come. "What is it?" Jane asked, covering her ears. "Why are they ringing the bells?" "The king is dead." Sansa could not say how she knew it, yet she did. The slow, endless clanging filled their room, as mournful as a dirge. Had some enemy stormed the castle and murdered King Robert? Was that the meaning of the fighting they had heard? She went to sleep wondering, restless and fearful. Was her beautiful Joffrey the king now, or had they killed him too? She was afraid for him and for her father. If only they would tell her what was happening. That night, Sansa dreamt of Joffrey on the throne, with herself seated beside him in a gown of woven gold. She had a crown on her head, and everyone she had ever known came before her, to bend the knee and say their courtesies. The next morning, the morning of the third day, Sir Boros Blount of the Kingsguard came to escort her to the Queen. Sir Boros was an ugly man with a broad chest and short, bandy legs. His nose was flat, his cheeks baggy with jowls, his hair grey and brittle. Today he wore white velvet, and his snowy cloak was fastened with a lion brooch. The beast had the soft sheen of gold, and his eyes were tiny rubies. "You look very handsome and splendid this morning, Sir Boros," Sansa told him. A lady remembered her courtesies, and she resolved to be a lady no matter what. "And you, my lady," Sir Boros said in a flat voice, "her grace awaits. Come with me." There were guards outside her door, Lannister men-at-arms in crimson cloaks and lion-crested helms. Sansa made herself smile at them pleasantly and bid them a good morning as she passed. It was the first time she had been allowed outside the chamber since Sir Aerys Oakheart had led her there 2 mornings past. "To keep you safe, my sweet one," Queen Cersei had told her, "Joffrey would never forgive me if anything happened to his precious." Sansa had expected that Sir Boros would escort her to the royal apartments, but instead he led her out of Maegor's holdfast. The bridge was down again. Some workmen were lowering a man on ropes into the depths of the dry moat. When Sansa peered down, she saw a body impaled on the huge iron spikes below. She averted her eyes quickly, afraid to ask, afraid to look too long, afraid he might be someone she knew. They found Queen Cersei in the council chambers, seated at the head of a long table littered with papers, candles, and blocks of sealing wax. The room was as splendid as any that Sansa had ever seen. She stared in awe at the carved wooden screen and the twin sphinxes that sat beside the door. "Your Grace," Sir Boros said, when they were ushered inside by another of the King's Guard, Sir Mandan of the curiously dead face, "I've brought that girl." Sansa had hoped Joffrey might be with her. Her prince was not there, but 3 of the Queen's councillors were. Lord Peter Baelish sat on the Queen's left hand, Grand Maester Pycelle at the end of the table, while Lord Varys hovered over them, smelling flowery. All of them were clad in black, she realised to a feeling of dread. Mourning clothes. The Queen wore a high-collared black silk gown of 100 dark red rubies sewn into her bodice, covering her from neck to bosom. They were cut in the shape of teardrops, as if the Queen were weeping blood. Cersei smiled to see her, and Sansa thought it was the sweetest and saddest smile she had ever seen. "Sansa, my sweet child," she said, "I know you've been asking for me. I'm sorry that I could not send for you sooner. Matters have been very unsettled, and I have not had a moment. I trust my people have been taking good care of you?" "Everyone has been very sweet and pleasant, Your Grace. Thank you ever so much for asking," Sansa said politely. "Only, well, no one will talk to us or tell us what's happened." "Us?" Cersei seemed puzzled. "I put the steward's girl in with her," Sir Boros said. "We did not know what else to do with her." The Queen frowned. "Next time you will ask," she said, her voice sharp. "The gods only know what sort of tale she's been filling Sansa's head with." "Jane's scared," Sansa said. "She won't stop crying. I promised her I'd ask if she could see her father." Old Grand Maester Pycelle lowered his eyes. "Her father is well, isn't he?" Sansa said anxiously. She knew there had been fighting, but surely no one would harm a steward. Theon Poole did not even wear a sword. Queen Cersei looked at each of the councillors in turn. "I won't have Sansa fretting needlessly. What shall we do with this little friend of hers, my lords?" Lord Peter leaned forward. "I'll find a place for her." "Not in the city," said the Queen. "Do you take me for a fool?" The Queen ignored that. "Sir Boros, escort this girl to Lord Peter's apartments and instruct his people to keep her there until he comes for her. Tell her that Littlefinger will be taking her to see her father. That ought to calm her down. I want her gone before Sansa returns to her chamber." "As you command, Your Grace," Sir Boros said. He bowed deeply, spun on his heel, and took his leave, his long white cloak stirring the air behind him. Sansa was confused. "I don't understand," she said. "Where is Jane's father? Why can't Sir Boros take her to him instead of Lord Peter having to do it?" She had promised herself she would be a lady, gentle as the Queen and as strong as her mother, the Lady Catelyn, but all of a sudden she was scared again. For a second she thought she might cry. "Where are you sending her? She hasn't done anything wrong. She's a good girl." "She's upset you," the Queen said gently. "We can't be having that. Not another word now. Lord Baelish will see that Jane's well taken care of, I promise you." She patted the chair beside her. "Sit down, Sansa. I want to talk to you." Sansa seated herself beside the Queen. Cersei smiled again, but that did not make her feel any less anxious. Varys was wringing his soft hands together. Grand Maester Pycelle kept his sleepy eyes on the papers in front of him, but she could feel Littlefinger staring. Something about the way the small man looked at her made Sansa feel as though she had no clothes on. Goosebumps pimpled her skin. "Sweet Sansa," Queen Cersei said, laying a soft hand on her wrist. "Such a beautiful child. I do hope you know how much Joffrey and I love you." "You do?" Sansa said, breathless. Littlefinger was forgotten. Her prince loved her. Nothing else mattered. The Queen smiled. "I think of you almost as my own daughter, and I know the love you bear for Joffrey." She gave a weary shake of her head. "I am afraid we have some grave news about your Lord Father. You must be brave, child." Her quiet words gave Sansa a chill. "What is it?" "Your father is a traitor, dear," Lord Varys said. Grand Maester Pycelle lifted his ancient head. "With my own ears I heard Lord Eddard swear to our beloved King Robert that he would protect the young princes as if they were his own sons. And yet the moment the king was dead, he called the small council together to steal Prince Joffrey's rightful throne." "No," Sansa blurted. "He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't." The Queen picked up a letter. The paper was torn and stiff with dried blood, but the broken seal was her father's, the direwolf stamped in pale wax. "We found this on the captain of your household guard, Sansa. It is a letter to my late husband's brother Stannis, inviting him to take the crown. Please, your grace, there's been a mistake. Sudden panic made her dizzy and faint. Please, send for my father. He'll tell you. He would never write such a letter. The king was his friend. Robert thought so, said the queen. This betrayal would have broken his heart. The gods are kind, that he did not live to see it. She sighed. Sansa, sweetling, you must see what a dreadful position this has left us in. You are innocent of any wrong. We all know that, and yet you are the daughter of a traitor. How can I allow you to marry my son? But I love him, Sansa wailed, confused and frightened. What did they mean to do to her? What had they done to her father? It was not supposed to happen this way. She had to wed Joffrey. They were betrothed. He was promised to her. She had even dreamed about it. It wasn't fair to take him away from her on account of whatever her father might have done. How well I know that, child, Cersei said, her voice so kind and sweet. Why else should you have come to me and told me of your father's plan to send you away from us, if not for love? It was for love, Sansa said in a rush. Father wouldn't even give me leave to say farewell. She was the good girl, the obedient girl, but she had felt as wicked as Arya that morning, sneaking away from Septa Mordane, defying her lord father. She had never done anything so wilful before, and she would never have done it then if she hadn't loved Joffrey as much as she did. He was going to take me back to Winterfell and marry me to some hedge knight, even though it was Joff I wanted. I told him, but he wouldn't listen. The king had been her last hope. The king could command father to let her stay in King's Landing and marry Prince Joffrey. Sansa knew he could, but the king had always frightened her. He was loud and rough-voiced and drunk as often as not, and would probably have just sent her back to Lord Eddard, if they even let her see him. So she went to the queen instead and poured out her heart, and Cersei had listened and thanked her sweetly. Only then Sir Aerys had escorted her to the high room in Maegor's holdfast and posted guards, and a few hours later the fighting had begun outside. Please, she finished, you have to let me marry Joffrey. I'll be ever so good a wife to him, you'll see. I'll be a queen just like you, I promise. Queen Cersei looked to the others. My lords of the council, what do you say to her plea? The poor child, murmured Varys. A love so true and innocent, your grace, it would be cruel to deny it. And yet what can we do? Her father stands condemned. His soft hands washed each other in a gesture of helpless distress. A child born of traitor's seed will find that betrayal comes naturally to her, said Grand Maester Pycelle. She's a sweet thing now, but in 10 years who can say what treasons she may hatch? No, Sansa said, horrified. I'm not. I wouldn't betray Joffrey. I love him. I swear it. I do. Oh, so poignant, said Varys, and yet it is truly said that blood runs truer than oaths. She reminds me of the mother, not the father, Lord Peter Baelish said quietly. Look at her, the hair, the eyes. She's the very image of Cat at the same age. The queen looked at her, troubled, yet Sansa could see kindness in her clear green eyes. Child, she said, if I could truly believe that you are not like your father, why nothing should please me more than to see you wed my Joffrey. I know he loves you with all his heart, she sighed. And yet I fear that Lord Varys and the Grand Maester have the right of it. The blood will tell. I have only to remember how your sister set her wolf on my son. I'm not like Arya, Sansa blurted. She has the traitor's blood, not me. I'm good. Ask Septa Mordane. She'll tell you. I only want to be Joffrey's loyal and loving wife. She felt the weight of Cersei's eyes as the queen studied her face. I believe you mean it, child. She turned to face the others. My lords, it seems to me that if the rest of her kin were to remain loyal in this terrible time, that would go a long way toward laying our fears to rest. Grand Maester Pycelle stroked his huge soft beard, his wide brow furrowed in thought. Lord Eddard has 3 sons. Mere boys, Lord Peter said with a shrug. I should be more concerned with Lady Catelyn and the Tullys. The queen took Sansa's hand in both of hers. Child, do you know your letters? Sansa nodded nervously. She could read and write better than any of her brothers, although she was hopeless at sums. I am pleased to hear that. Perhaps there is hope for you and Joffrey still. What do you want me to do? You must write your lady mother and your brother, the eldest. What is his name? Robb, Sansa said. The word of your lord father's treason will no doubt reach them soon. Better that it should come from you. You must tell them how Lord Eddard betrayed his king. Sansa wanted Joffrey desperately, but she did not think she had the courage to do as the queen was asking. But he never... Your Grace, I wouldn't know what to say. The queen patted her hand. We will tell you what to write, child. The important thing is that you urge Lady Catelyn and your brother to keep the king's peace. It will go hard for them if they don't, said Grand Maester Pycelle. By the love you bear them, you must urge them to walk the path of wisdom. Your lady mother will no doubt fear for you dreadfully, the queen said. You must tell her that you are well and in our care, that we are treating you gently and seeing to your every want. Bid them to come to King's Landing and pledge their fealty to Joffrey when he takes his throne. If they do that, why then we shall know that there is no taint in your blood, and when you come into the flower of your womanhood, you shall wed the king in the great sept of Baelor before the eyes of gods and men. Wed the king. The words made her breath come faster, yet still Sansa hesitated. Perhaps, if I might see my father, talk to him about treason, Lord Varys hinted. You disappoint me, Sansa, the queen said, with eyes gone hard as stones. We've told you of your father's crimes. If you're truly as loyal as you say, why should you want to see him?" I only meant," Sansa felt her eyes grow wet. "He's not... Please, he hasn't been hurt, or Lord Eddard has not been harmed," the Queen said. "But what's to become of him? That is a matter for the King to decide," Grand Maester Pycelle announced ponderously. The King, Joffrey blinked back her tears. Joffrey was the King now, she thought. The gallant prince would never hurt her father, no matter what he might have done. If she went to him and pleaded for mercy, she was certain he'd listen. He had to listen. He loved her. Even the Queen said so. Joff would need to punish father. The lords would expect it, but perhaps he could send him back to Winterfell, or exile him to one of the free cities across the narrow sea. It would only have to be for a few years, but then she and Joffrey would be married. Once she was queen, she could persuade Joff to bring father back and grant him a pardon. Only, if Mother or Robb did anything treasonous, called the banners or refused to say fealty or anything, it would all go wrong. Her Joffrey was good and kind. She knew it in her heart, but a king had to be stern with rebels. She had to make them understand. She had to. I'll write the letters," Sansa told them. With a smile as warm as the sunrise, Cersei Lannister leaned close and kissed her gently on the cheek. "I knew you would. Joffrey will be so proud when I tell him what courage and good sense you've shown here today." In the end, she wrote 4 letters, to her mother, the Lady Catelyn Stark, and to her brothers at Winterfell, and to her aunt and her grandfather as well, Lady Lysa Arryn of the Eyrie and Lord Hostertully of Riverrun. By the time she had done, her fingers were cramped and stiff and stained with ink. Varys had her father's seal. She warmed the pale white beeswax over a candle, poured it carefully, and watched as the eunuch stamped each letter with the direwolf of House Stark. Jane Poole and all her things were gone when Sir Mandon Moore returned Sansa to the high tower of Maegor's Holdfast. No more weeping, she thought gratefully, yet somehow it seemed colder with Jane gone, even after she'd built a fire. She pulled a chair close to the hearth, took down one of her favourite books, and lost herself in the stories of Florian and Jonquil, of Lady Shella and the Rainbow Knight, and valiant Prince Aemon and his doomed love for his brother's queen. It was not until later that night, as she was drifting off to sleep, that Sansa realised she had forgotten to ask about her sister. "Ovor," announced Sir Jeremy Ricker, beyond a doubt, and this one was Japheth Flowers. He turned the corpse over with his foot, and the dead white face stared up at the overcast sky with blue eyes. They were Ben Stark's men, both of them. "My uncle's men," Jon thought numbly. You remember how he'd pleaded to ride with them. Gods, I was such a green boy. If he had taken me, it might be me lying here. Japheth's right wrist dented in the ruin of torn flesh and splintered bone left by Ghost's jaws. His right hand was floating in a jar of vinegar back in Maester Aemon's tower. His left hand, still at the end of his arm, was as black as his cloak. "Gods have mercy," the old bear muttered. He swung down from his garron, handing his reins to Jon. The morning was unnaturally warm. Beads of sweat dotted the Lord Commander's broad forehead, like dew on a melon. His horse was nervous, rolling her eyes, backing away from the dead men as far as her lead would allow. Jon led her off a few paces, fighting to keep her from bolting. The horses did not like the feel of this place. For that matter, neither did Jon. The dogs liked it least of all. Ghost had led the party here. A pack of hounds had been useless. When Bass the kennel master had tried to get them to take the scent from the severed hand, they had gone wild, yowling and barking, fighting to get away. Even now they were snarling and whimpering by turns, pulling at their leashes while Chet cursed them for curs. It is only a wood, Jon told himself, and they were only dead men. He had seen dead men before. Last night he had dreamt the Winterfell dream again. He was wandering the empty castle, searching for his father, descending into the crypts, only this time the dream had gone further than before. In the dark he'd heard the scrape of stone on stone. When he turned he saw that the vaults were opening one after the other. As the dead kings came stumbling from their cold black graves, Jon had woken in pitch dark, his heart hammering. Even when Ghost leapt up on the bed to nuzzle at his face, he could not shake his deep sense of terror. He dared not go back to sleep. Instead he had climbed the wall and walked, restless, till he saw the light of the dawn off to the east. It was only a dream. I am a brother of the Night's Watch now, not a frightened boy. Samwell Tarly huddled beneath the trees, half hidden behind the horses. His round fat face was the colour of curdled milk. So far he had not lurched off to the woods to retch, but he had not so much as glanced at the dead men either. "I can't look," he whispered miserably. "You have to look," Jon told him, keeping his voice low so the others would not hear. "Maester Aemon sent you to be his eyes, didn't he? Look what our eyes if they're shut." "Yes, but I'm such a coward, Jon." Jon put a hand on Sam's shoulder. "We have a dozen rangers with us, and the dogs, even Ghost. No one will hurt you, Sam. Go ahead and look. The first look is the hardest." Sam gave a tremulous nod. Working up the courage for visible effort, Slowly he swiveled his head, his eyes widened, but John held his arm so he could not turn away. "Sir Jeremy," the old bear asked gruffly. "Ben Stark had 6 men with him when he rode from the wall. Where are the others?" Sir Jeremy shook his head. "Would that I knew." Plainly, Mormont was not pleased with that answer. 2 of our brothers butchered almost within sight of the wall, yet your rangers heard nothing, saw nothing. Is this what the Night's Watch has fallen to? Do we still sweep these woods? Yes, my lord, but do we still mount watches? Yet we do, but this man was a hunting horn. Mormont pointed at Othor. Master, I suppose that he died without sounding it, or have your rangers all gone, deaf as well as blind? Sir Jeremy bristled, his face taut with anger. No horn was blown, my lord, and my rangers would have heard it. I do not have sufficient men to mount as many patrols as I should like, and since Benjamin was lost, we have stayed closer to the wall than we were wont to do before, by your own command. The old bear grunted. Yes. Well, be that as it may. He made an impatient gesture. Tell me how they died. Squatting beside the dead man he had named Jafer Flowers, Sir Jeremy grasped his head by the scalp. The hair came out between his fingers, brittle as straw. The knight cursed and shoved at the face with the heel of his hand. A great gash in the side of the corpse's neck, opened like a mouth, crusted with dried blood. Only a few ropes of pale tendon still attached the head to the neck. This was done with an axe. Aye, muttered Tywin, the old forester, be like the axe that Othor carried, my lord. John could feel his breakfast churning in his belly, but he pressed his lips together and made himself look at the second body. Othor had been a big ugly man, and he made a big ugly corpse. No accident in evidence. John remembered Othor. He had been the one bellowing the bawdy song as the rangers rode out. His singing days were done. His flesh was blanched white as milk, everywhere but his hands. His hands were black like Jafer's. Blossoms of hard-cracked blood decorated the mortal wounds that covered him like a rash, breast and groin and throat. Yet his eyes were still open. They stared up at the sky, blue as sapphires. So Jeremy stood. The wildlings have axes too. Mormont rounded on him. So you believe this man's raiders work, this close to the wall? Who else, my lord? John could have told him. He knew. They all knew, yet no man of them would say the words. The others are only a story, a tale to make children shiver. If they ever lived at all, they are gone 8,000 years. Even the thought made him feel foolish. He was a man grown now, a black brother of the Night's Watch, not the boy who once sat at old Nan's feet with Bran and Robb and Arya. Yet Lord Commander Mormont gave a snort. If Ben Stark had come under wildling attack a half-day's ride from Castle Black, he would have returned for more men, chased the killers through all the Evan Hells and brought me back their heads. Unless he was slain as well, Sir Jeremy insisted. The words hurt, even now. It had been so long, it seemed folly to cling to the hope that Ben Stark was still alive, but Jon Snow was nothing if not stubborn. It has been close on half a year since Benjen left us, my lord, Sir Jeremy went on. The forest is vast. The wildlings might have fallen on him anywhere. I'd wager these 2 are the last survivors of his party, on their way back to us, but the enemy caught them before they could reach the safety of the wall. The corpses are still fresh. These men cannot have been dead more than a day. No, Samwell Tarly squeaked. John was startled. Sam's nervous, high-pitched voice was the last he would have ever expected to hear. The fat boy was frightened over the officers, and Sir Jeremy was not known for his patience. I did not ask for your views, boy, Ricker said coldly. Let him speak, sir, John blurted. Mormont's eyes flicked from Sam to John and back again. If the latter's something to say, I'll hear him out. Come closer, boy. We can't see you behind those horses. Sam edged past John and the Garons, sweating profusely. My lord, it can't be a day or... Look, the blood. Yes? Mormont groaned impatiently. Blood, what of it? He saw his small close at the side of it, Jet shouted out, and the rangers laughed. Sam mopped at the sweat on his brow. You can see where Ghost, John's direwolf, you can see where he tore off that man's hand, and yet the stump hasn't bled. Look. He waved a hand. My father, the Lord Randall, he made me watch him dress animals sometimes when, after. Sam shook his head from side to side, his chin quivering. Now that he had looked at the bodies, he could not seem to look away. A fresh kill. The blood would still flow, my lords. Later it would be clotted like a jelly, thick and it looked as though he was going to be sick. This man, look at the wrist, it's all crusty, dry, like... John saw at once what Sam meant. He could see the torn veins in the dead man's wrist, iron worms in the pale flesh. His blood was a black dust, yet Jeremy Ricker was unconvinced. If they'd been dead much longer than a day, they'd be right by now, boy. They don't even smell. Darwin, the gnarled old forester who liked to boast that he could smell snow coming on, sidled closer to the corpses and took a whiff. Well, they're no pansy flowers, but the Lord has the truth of it. There's no corpse stink. They aren't rotting, Sam pointed, his fat finger shaking only a little. Look, there's no maggots or worms or anything. They've been lying here in the woods, but they They haven't been chewed or eaten by animals, only ghost. Otherwise, they're untouched, John said softly. And ghost is different. The dogs and the horses won't go near them. The rangers exchanged glances. They could see it was true. Every man of them. Mormont frowned, glancing from the corpses to the dogs. Chet, bring the hounds closer. Chet tried, cursing, yanking on the leashes, giving one animal a lick of his boot. Most of the dogs just whimpered and planted their feet. He tried dragging one. The bitch resisted, growling and squirming as if to escape her collar. Finally, she lunged at him. Chet dropped the leash and stumbled backward. The dog leapt over him and bounded off into the trees. This is all wrong, Sam Tarley said earnestly. The blood. There's bloodstains on their clothes and their flesh dry and hard, but there's none on the ground or anywhere. With those, Sam made himself swallow, took a deep breath. With those wounds, terrible wounds, there should be blood all over. Shouldn't there? Darwin sucked at his wooden teeth. Might be they didn't die here. Might be someone brought him and left him for us. A warning is like. The old forester peered down suspiciously. It might be I'm a fool, but I don't know that all four never had no blue eyes afore. Sir Jeremy looked startled. Neither did Flowers, he blurted, turning to stare at the dead man. A silence fell over the wood. For a moment all they heard was Sam's heavy breathing and the wet sound of Darwin sucking on his teeth. John squatted beside Ghost. Burn them, someone whispered. One of the rangers. John could not have said who. Yes, burn them, a second voice urged. The old bear gave a stubborn shake of his head. Not yet. I want Maester Aemon to have a look at them. We'll bring them back to the wall. Some commands are more easily given than obeyed. They wrapped the dead men in cloaks, but when Hake and Darwin tried to tie one onto a horse, the animal went mad, screaming and rearing, lashing out with its hooves, even biting at Kedda when he ran to help. The rangers had no better luck with the other Garans. Not even the most placid wanted any part of these burdens. In the end, they were forced to hack off branches and fashion crude slings to carry the corpses back on foot. It was well past midday by the time they started back. I will have these woods scorched, Mormont commanded Sir Jeremy as they set out. Every tree, every rock, every bush, and every foot of muddy ground within 10 leagues of here. Use all the men you have, and if you do not have enough, borrow hunters and foresters from the stewards. If Ben and the others are out here, dead or alive, I will have them found, and if there is anyone else in these woods, I will know of it. You are to track them and take them, alive if possible. Is that understood? It is, my lord, Sir Jeremy said. It will be done. After that, Mormont rode in silence, brooding. John followed close behind him as the Lord Commander's steward. That was his place. The day was grey, damp, overcast, the sort of day that made you wish for rain. No wind stirred in the wood. The air hung humid and heavy, and John's clothes clung to his skin. It was warm, too warm. The wall was weeping copiously, had been weeping for days, and sometimes John even imagined it was shrinking. The old man called this weather spirit summer, and said it meant the season was giving up its ghosts at last. After this the cold would come, they warned, and a long summer always meant a long winter. This summer had lasted 10 years. John had been a babe in arms when it began. Ghost ran with them for a time, and then vanished among the trees. Without the direwolf, John felt almost naked. He found himself glancing at every shadow with unease. Unbidden, he thought back on the tales that old Nan used to tell them. When he was a boy at Winterfell, he could almost hear her voice again, and the click-click-click of her needles. In that darkness the others came riding, she used to say, dropping her voice lower and lower. Cold and dead they were, and they hated iron and fire and the touch of the sun and every living creature with hot blood in its veins. Holdfasts and cities and kingdoms of men all fell before them, as they moved south on pale dead horses, leading hosts of the slain. They fed their dead servants on the flesh of human children. When he caught his first glimpse of the wall looming above the tops of an ancient gnarled oak, John was vastly relieved. Mormont reined up suddenly and turned in his saddle. Tarley, he barked, come here. John saw the start of fright on Sam's face as he lumbered up on his mare. Doubtless he thought he was in trouble. You're fat, but you're not stupid, boy, the old bear said gruffly. You did well back there. And you, Snow. Sam blushed a vivid crimson and tripped over his own tongue as he tried to stammer out a courtesy. John had to smile. When they emerged from under the trees, Mormont spurred his tough little Garan to a trot. Ghost came streaking out from the woods to meet them, licking his chops, his muzzle red from prey. High above, the men on the wall saw the column approaching. John heard the deep, throaty call of the watchman's great horn, calling out across the miles, a single long blast that shuddered through the trees and echoed off the ice. sound faded slowly to silence. One blast meant rangers returning, and John thought, I was a ranger for one day, at least. Whatever may come, they cannot take that away from me. Bowen Marsh was waiting at the first gate as they led their garrons through the icy tunnel. The Lord Steward was red-faced and agitated. My lord, he blurted at Mormont as he swung open the iron bars. There's been a bird. You must come at once. What is it, man? Mormont said gruffly. Curiously, Marsh glanced at John before he answered. Maester Aemon has the letter. He's waiting in your solar. Very well. John, see to my horse and tell Sir Jeremy to put the dead men in a storeroom until the maester is ready for them. Mormont strode away, grumbling. As they led the horses back to the stable, John was uncomfortably aware that people were watching him. Sir Alistair Thorne was drilling his boys in the yard, but he broke off to stare at John, a faint half-smile on his lips. One-armed Donalnoy stood in the door of the armoury. The gods be with you, Snow, he called out. Something's wrong, John thought. Something's very wrong. The dead men were carried to one of the storerooms along the base of the wall, a dark old cell chiseled from the ice and used to keep meat and grain and sometimes even beer. John saw that Mormont's horse was fed and watered and groomed before he took care of his own. Afterward he sought out his friends. Gren and Toad were on watch, but he found Pip in the common hall. What's happened? He asked. Pip lowered his voice. The king's dead. John was stunned. Robert Baratheon had looked old and fat when he visited Winterfell, yet it seemed hale enough. And there'd been no talk of illness. How can you know? One of the guards overheard Clydas reading a letter to Maester Aemon. Pip leaned close. John, I'm sorry. He was your father's friend, wasn't he? They were as close as brothers once. John wondered if Joffrey would keep his father as the king's hand. It did not seem likely. That might mean Lord Eddard would return to Winterfell, and his sisters as well. He might even be allowed to visit them, with Lord Mormont's permission. It would be good to see Arya's grin again and to talk with his father. I will ask him about my mother, he resolved. I am a man now. It is past time he told me. Even if she was a whore, I don't care. I want to know. I heard Hake say the dead men were your uncles, Pip said. Yes, John replied. 2 of the 6 he took with him. They'd been dead a long time only. The bodies are queer. Queer? Pip was all curiosity. How queer? Sam will tell you. John did not want to talk of it. I should see if the old bear has need of me. He walked to the Lord Commander's tower alone, with a curious sense of apprehension. The brothers on guard eyed him solemnly as he approached. The old bear's in his solar, one of them announced. He was asking for you. John nodded. He should have come straight from the stable. He climbed the tower steps briskly. He wants wine or a fire in his hearth. That's all, he told himself. When he entered the solar, Mormont's raven screamed at him. Corn, the bird shrieked. Corn, corn, corn. Don't you believe it? I just fed him, the old bear growled. He was seated by a window, reading a letter. Bring me a cup of wine, and pour one for yourself. For myself, my lord? Mormont lifted his eyes from the letter to stare at John. There was pity in that look. He could taste it. You heard me. John poured with exaggerated care, vaguely aware that he was drawing out the act. When the cups were filled, he would have no choice but to face whatever was in that letter. He had all too soon. They were filled. Sit, boy, Mormont commanded him. Drink. John remained standing. It's my father, isn't it? The old bear tapped the letter with a finger. Your father and the king, he rumbled. I won't lie to you. It's grievous news. I never thought to see another king, not at my age, with Robert half my years and strong as a bull. He took a gulp of wine. They say the king loved the hunt. The things we love destroy us every time, lad. Remember that. My son loved that young wife of his, vain woman. If not for her, he would never have fought to sell those poachers. John could scarcely follow what he was saying. My lord, I don't understand. What's happened to my father? I told you to sit, Mormont grumbled. Sit, the raven screamed, and have a drink, damn you. That's a command, Snow. John sat and took a sip of wine. Lord Eddard has been imprisoned. He is charged with treason. It is said he plotted with Robert's brothers to deny the throne to Prince Joffrey. No, John said at once, and that couldn't be. My father would never betray the king. Be that as it may, said Mormont, it is not for me to say. Not for you, nor for you. But it's a lie, John insisted. How could they think his father was a traitor? Had they all gone mad? Lord Eddard Stark would never dishonour himself. Would he? He fathered a bastard, a small voice whispered inside him. Where was the honour in that? And your mother, what of her? He will not even speak her name. My lord, what will happen to him? Will they kill him? As to that, I cannot say, lad. I mean to send a letter. I know some of the king's counsellors in my youth. Old Pycelle, Lord Stannis, Sir Barristan. Whatever your father has done or hasn't done, he is a great lord. He must be allowed to take the black and join us here. God knows, we need a man of Lord Eddard's ability. John knew that other men accused of treason had been allowed to redeem their honour on the wall in days past. Why not Lord Eddard? His father here. That was a strange thought, and strangely uncomfortable. It would be a monstrous injustice to strip him of Winterfell. and force him to take the black, and yet if it meant his life. And would Joffrey allow it? He remembered the prince at Winterfell, the way he'd mocked Robb and Sir Roderick in the yard. John himself he had scarcely even noticed. Bastards were beneath even his contempt. My lord, will the king listen to you? The old bear shrugged. A boy king, I imagine he'll listen to his mother. I pity the dwarf isn't with them. He's the lad's uncle, and he saw our need when he visited us. It was a bad thing, your lady mother taking him captive. Lady Stark is not my mother. John reminded him sharply. Tyrion Lannister had been a friend to him. If Lord Eddard was killed, she would be as much to blame as the Queen. My lord, what of my sisters, Arya and Sansa? They are with my father. Do you know? Pycelle makes no mention of them, but doubtless they'll be treated gently. I will ask about them when I write. Norman shook his head. This could not have happened at a worse time. If ever the realm needed a strong king, there are dark days and cold nights ahead. I feel it in my bones. He gave John a long, shrewd look. I hope you are not thinking of doing anything stupid, boy. He's my father, John wanted to say, but he knew that Mormont would not want to hear it. His throat was dry. He made himself take another sip of wine. Your duty is here now, the Lord Commander reminded him. Your old life ended when you took the black. His bird made a raucous echo. Black. Mormont took no notice. Whatever they do in King's Landing is none of our concern. When John did not answer, the old man finished his wine and said, You're free to go. I'll have no further need of you today. On the morrow you can help me write that letter. John did not remember standing or leaving the solar. The next he knew he was descending the tower steps thinking, This is my father, my sisters. How can it be none of my concern? Outside, one of the guards looked at him and said, Be strong, boy. The gods are cruel. They know, John realized. My father is no traitor, he said hoarsely. Even the words stuck in his throat, as if to choke him. The wind was rising, and it seemed colder in the yard than it had when he'd gone in. Spirit summer was drawing to an end. The rest of the afternoon passed as if in a dream. John could not have said where he walked, what he did, who he spoke with. Ghost was with him, he knew that much. The silent presence of the dire wolf gave him comfort. The girls do not even have that much, he thought. Their wolves might have kept them safe, but Lady is dead and Nymeria is lost. They're all alone. A north wind had begun to blow by the time the sun went down. John could hear it skirling against the wall and over the icy battlements as he went to the common hall for the evening meal. Hob had cooked up a venison stew, thick with barley, onions and carrots. When he spooned an extra portion onto John's plate and gave him the crusty heel of the bread, he knew what it meant. He knows. He looked around the hall, saw heads turn quickly, eyes politely averted. They all know. His friends rallied to him. We asked the Septon to light a candle for your father. Mathar told him, It's a lie, we all know it's a lie, even Gren knows it's a lie. Pip chipped in. Gren nodded, and Sam clasped John's hand. You're my brother now, so he's my father too, the fat boy said. If you want to go out to the weirwoods and pray to the old gods, I'll go with you. The weirwoods were beyond the wall, yet he knew Sam meant what he said. They are my brothers, he thought, as much as Robb and Bran and Rickon. And then he heard the laughter, sharp and cruel as a whip, and the voice of Sir Alliser Thorne. Not only a bastard, but a traitor's bastard, he was telling the men around him. In the blink of an eye, John had vaulted onto the table, dagger in his hand. Pip made a grab for him, and he wrenched his leg away, and then he was sprinting down the table and kicking the bowl from Sir Alliser's hand. Stew went flying everywhere, spattering at the brothers. Thorne recoiled. People were shouting, but Sir Jon Snow did not hear them. He lunged at Sir Alliser's face with the dagger, slashing at those cold onyx eyes, but Sam threw himself between them, and before John could get around him, Pip was on his back, clinging like a monkey, and Gren was grabbing his arm while Toad wrenched the knife from his fingers. Later, much later, after they had marched him back to his sleeping cell, Mormont came down to see him, Raven on his shoulder. I told you not to do anything stupid, boy, the old bear said. Boy, the bird chorused. Mormont shook his head, disgusted, and to think I had high hopes for you. They took his knife and his sword and told him he was not to leave his cell until the high officers met to decide what was to be done with him. And then they placed a guard outside his door to make certain he obeyed. His friends were not allowed to see him, but the old bear did relent and permit him ghost, so he was not utterly alone. My father is no traitor, he told the direwolf when the rest had gone. Ghost looked at him in silence. John slumped against the wall, hands again round his knees, and stared at the candle on the table beside his narrow bed. The flame flickered and swayed, the shadows moved around him, the room seemed to grow darker and colder. I will not sleep tonight, John thought. Yet he must have dozed. When he woke, his legs were stiff and cramped, and the candle had long since burned out. Ghost stood on his hind legs, scrabbling at the door. John was startled to see how tall he'd grown. "Ghost, what is it?" he called softly. The direwolf turned his head and looked down at him, baring his fangs in a silent snarl. "Has he gone mad?" John wondered. "It's me, Ghost," he murmured, trying not to sound afraid. Yet he was trembling violently. When had it gotten so cold? Ghost backed away from the door. There were deep gouges where he'd raked the wood. John watched him with mounting disquiet. "There's something out there, isn't there? There's someone out there, isn't there?" he whispered. Crouching, the direwolf crept backward, white fur rising on the back of his neck. "The guard," he thought. "They left a man to guard my door. Ghost smells him through the door. That's all it is." Slowly, John pushed himself to his feet. He was shivering uncontrollably, wishing he still had a sword. 3 quick steps brought him to the door. He grabbed the handle and pulled it inward. The creak of the hinges almost made him jump. His guard was sprawled bonelessly across the narrow steps, looking up at him, even though he was lying on his stomach. His head had been twisted completely around. "It can't be," John told himself. "This is the Lord Commander's tower. It's guarded day and night. This couldn't happen. It's a dream. I'm having a nightmare." Ghost slid past him, out the door. The wolf started up the steps, stopped, looked back at John. That was when he heard it. The soft scrape of a boot on stone, the sound of a latch turning. The sounds came from above, from the Lord Commander's chambers. A nightmare this might be, but yet it was no dream. The guard sword was in its sheath. John knelt and worked it free. The heft of steel in his fist made him bolder. He moved up the steps, Ghost padding silently before him. Shadows lurked in every turn of the stair. John crept up warily, probing any suspicious darkness with the point of his sword. Suddenly he heard the shriek of Mormont's raven. "Corn," the bird was screaming. "Corn, corn, 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 corn." Ghost bounded ahead and John came scrambling after. The door to Mormont's solo was wide open. The direwolf plunged through. John stopped in the doorway, blade in hand, giving his eyes a moment to adjust. Heavy drapes had been pulled across the windows, and the darkness was black as ink. "Who's there?" he called out. Then he saw it, a shadow in the shadows, sliding toward the inner door that led to Mormont's sleeping cell. A man's shape, all in black, cloaked and hooded, but beneath the hood, its eyes shone with an icy blue radiance. Ghost leapt. Man and wolf went down together with neither scream nor snarl, rolling, smashing into a chair, knocking over a table laden with papers. Mormont's raven was flapping overhead, screaming, "Corn, corn, corn, corn." John felt as blind as Maester Aemon. Keeping the wall to his back, he slid toward the window and ripped down the curtain. Moonlight flooded the solar. He glimpsed black hands buried in white fur, swollen dark fingers tightening around his direwolf's throat. Ghost was twisting and snapping, legs flailing in the air, but he could not break free. John had no time to be afraid. He threw himself forward, shouting, bringing down the longsword with all his weight behind it. Steel sheared through sleeve and skin and bone, yet the sound was wrong somehow. The smell that engulfed him was so queer and cold, he almost gagged. He saw arm and hand on the floor, black fingers wriggling in a pool of moonlight. Ghost wrenched free of the other hand and crept away, red tongue lolling from his mouth. The hooded man lifted his pale moon face, and John slashed at it without hesitation. The sword laid the intruder open to the bone, taking off half his nose and opening a gash cheek to cheek under those eyes like blue stars burning. John knew that face. Ovor, he thought, reeling back. Gods, he's dead. I saw him dead. He felt something scrabble at his ankle. Black fingers clawed at his calf. The arm was crawling up his leg, ripping at wool and flesh. Shouting with revulsion, John pried the fingers off his leg with the point of his sword and flipped the thing away. It lay writhing, fingers opening and closing. The corpse lurched forward. There was no blood. One-armed, face cut near in half, it seemed to feel nothing. John held the longsword before him. "Stay away," he commanded, his voice gone shrill. "Corn," screamed the raven. "Corn, corn." The severed arm was wriggling out of its torn sleeve, a pale snake with a black five-fingered head. Ghost pounced and got it between his teeth. Finger bones crunched. John hacked at the corpse's neck, felt the steel bite deep and hard. Dead Offal slammed into him, knocking him off his feet. John's breath went out of him as the fallen table caught him between his shoulder blades. The sword. Where was the sword? He'd lost the damned sword. When he opened his mouth to scream, the white jammed its back corpse fingers into John's mouth. Gagging, he tried to shove it off, but the dead man was too heavy. His hand forced itself farther down his throat, icy cold, choking him. His face was against his own, filling the world. Frost covered its eyes, sparkling blue. John raked cold flesh with his nails and kicked at the thing's legs. He tried to bite, tried to punch, tried to breathe, and suddenly the corpse's weight was gone, its fingers ripped from his throat. It was all Jonkodoo to roll over, retching and shaking. Ghost had it again. He watched as a direwolf buried his teeth in the white's gut and began to rip and tear. He watched, only half conscious, for a long moment before he finally remembered to look for his sword. Saw Lord Mormont, naked and groggy from sleep, standing in the doorway with an oil lamp in hand, gnawed and fingerless, the arm thrashed on the floor, wriggling toward him. John tried to shout, but his voice was gone. Staggering to his feet, he kicked the arm away and snatched the lamp from the old bear's fingers. The flame flickered and almost died. "Burn," the raven called. "Burn, burn, burn." Spinning, John saw the drapes he'd ripped from the window. He flung the lamp into the puddled cloth with both hands. Metal crunched, glass shattered, oil spewed, and the hangings went up in a great whoosh of flame. The heat of it on his face was sweeter than any kiss John had ever known. "Ghost," he shouted. The direwolf wrenched free and came to him as the white struggled to rise, dark snakes spilling from the great wound in its belly. John plunged his hand into the flames, grabbed a fistful of the burning drapes, and whipped them at the dead man. "Let it burn," he prayed as the cloth smothered the corpse. "Gods, please, please, let it burn." The Karstarks came in on a cold, windy morning, bringing 300 horsemen and near 2,000 foot from their castle at Carhold. The steel points of their pikes winked in the pale sunlight as the column approached. A man went before them, pounding out a slow, deep-throated marching rhythm on a drum that was bigger than he was. Boom, boom, boom. Bran watched them come from a guard turret atop the outer wall, peering through Maester Luwin's bronze far eye while perched on Hodor's shoulders. Lord Rickard himself led them, his sons Harrion and Eddard and Torhen riding beside him beneath night-black banners emblazoned with the white sunburst of their house. Old Nan said they had Stark blood in them, going back hundreds of years, but they did not look like Starks to Bran. They were big men and fierce, faces covered with thick beards, hair worn loose past the shoulders. Their cloaks were made of skins, the pelts of bear and seal and wolf. They were the last, he knew. The other lords are already here, with their hosts. Bran yearned to ride out among them, to see the winter houses full to bursting, the jostling crowds in the market square every morning, the streets rutted and torn by wheel and hoof. But Robb had forbidden him to leave the castle. "We have no men to spare to guard you," his brother had explained. "I'll take Summer," Bran argued. "Don't act the boy with me, Bran," Robb said. "You know better than that. Only 2 days ago, one of Lord Bolton's men knifed one of Lord Serwyn's at the smoking log. Our Lady Mother would skin me for a pelt if I let you put yourself at risk." He was using the voice of Robb the Lord when he said it. Robb knew that meant there was no appeal. It was because of what had happened in the Wolf's Wood, he knew. The memory still gave him bad dreams. He had been as helpless as a baby, no more able to defend himself than Rickon would have been. Less even. Rickon would have kicked them, at the least. It shamed him. He was only a few years younger than Robb. If his brother was almost a man grown, so was he. He should have been able to protect himself. A year ago, before, he would have visited the town even if it meant climbing over the walls by himself. In those days he could run stairs, get on and off his pony by himself, and wield a wooden sword good enough to knock Prince Tommen in the dirt. Now he could only watch, peering out through Maester Luwin's lens tube. The Maester had taught him all the banners, the mailed fist of the Glovers, silver and scarlet, Lady Mormont's black bear, the hideous flayed man that went before Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, a bull moose for the Hornwoods, a battle axe for the Serwins, 3 sentinel trees for the Tallhearts, and the fearsome sigil of House Umber, a roaring giant in shattered chains. And soon enough he learned the faces too, when the lords and their sons and knights retainer came to Winterfell to feast. Even the great hall was not large enough to seat all of them at once. So Robb hosted each of the principal bannermen in turn. Bran was always given the place of honour at his brother's right hand. Some of the lords' bannermen gave him queer, hard stares as he sat there, as if they wondered by what right a green boy should be placed above them, and him a cripple too. "How many is it now?" Bran asked Maester Luwin as Lord Karstark and his sons rode through the gates in the outer wall. 12,000 men, or near enough as makes no matter. "How many knights?" "Few enough," the Maester said with a touch of impatience. "To be a knight you must stand your vigil and a sept, and be anointed with the 7 oils to consecrate your vows. In the north only a few of the great houses worship the 7, the rest honour the old gods and name no knights. But those lords and their sons and sworn swords are no less fierce or loyal or honourable. A man's worth is not marked by a sir before his name, as I have told you 100 times before." "Still," said Bran, "how many knights?" Maester Luwin sighed. 300 perhaps, for among 3,000 armoured lancers who are not knights. Lord Karstark is the last, Bran said thoughtfully. Robb will feast him tonight. No doubt he will. How long before they go? He must march soon, or not at all, Maester Luwin said. The winter town is full to bursting, and this army of his will eat the countryside clean if it camps here much longer. Others are waiting to join him all along the King's Road. Barrow Knights and Crannogmen and the Lords Manderley and Flint. The fighting has begun in the Riverlands, and your brother has many leagues to go. I know. Bran felt as miserable as he sounded. He handed the bronze tube back to the maester and noticed how thick Luwin's hair had grown on top. He could see the pink of scalp showing through. It felt queer to look down on him this way, when he'd spent his whole life looking up at him, but when you sat on Hodor's back, you looked down on everyone. I don't want to watch any more. Hodor, take me back to the keep. Hodor, said Hodor. Maester Luwin tucked the tube up his sleeve. Bran, your lord brother will not have time to see you now. He must greet Lord Karstark and his sons and make them welcome. I won't trouble, Robb. I want to visit the Godswood. He put his hand on Hodor's shoulder. Hodor. A series of chisel-cut handholds made a ladder in the ground of the town's inner wall. Hodor hummed tunelessly as he went down hand over hand, Bran bouncing against his back in the wicker seat that Maester Luwin had fashioned for him. Luwin had gotten the idea from the baskets the women used to carry firewood on their backs. After that, it had been a simple matter of cutting leg holes and attaching some new straps to spread Bran's weight more evenly. It was not as good as riding Dancer, but there were places Dancer could not go, and this did not shame Bran the way it did when Hodor carried him in his arms like a baby. Hodor seemed to like it too, though with Hodor it was hard to tell. The only tricky part was doors. Sometimes Bran forgot that he had Hodor on his back, and that it could be painful when he went through a door. For near a fortnight there had been so many comings and goings that Robb ordered both portcullises kept up and the drawbridge down between them, even in the dead of night. A long column of armoured lancers was crossing the moat between the walls when Bran emerged from the tower, Karstark men, following their lords into the castle. They wore black iron half-helms and black woolen cloaks patterned with the white sunburst. Hodor trotted along beside them, smiling to himself, his boots thudding against the wood of the drawbridge. The riders gave them queer looks as they went by. Once Bran heard someone guffaw. He refused to let it trouble him. Men will look at you, Maester Luwin had warned him the first time they had strapped the wicker basket around Hodor's chest. They will look, and they will talk, and some will mock you. Let them mock, Bran thought. No one mocked him in his bedchamber, but he would not live his life in bed. As they passed beneath the gatehouse portcullis, Bran put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Summer came loping across the yard. Suddenly the Karstark lancers were fighting for control as their horses rolled their eyes in wicked dismay. One stallion reared, screaming, his rider cursing and hanging on desperately. The scent of the direwolf sent horses into a frenzy of fear, as if they were not accustomed to it, but they'd quiet soon enough once Summer was gone. The Godswood, Bran reminded Hodor. Even Winterfell itself was crowded. The yard rang to the sound of sword and axe, the rumble of wagons and the barking of dogs. The armory doors were open, and Bran glimpsed Mikken at his forge, his hammer rigging as sweat dripped off his bare chest. Bran had never seen as many strangers in all his years, not even when King Robert had come to visit father. He tried not to flinch as Hodor ducked through a low door. They walked down a long dim hallway, Summer padding easily beside them. The wolf glanced up from time to time, eyes smouldering like liquid gold. Bran would have liked to touch him, but he was riding too high for his hand to reach. The Godswood was an island of peace in the sea of chaos that Winterfell had become. Hodor made his way through the dense stands of oak and ironwood and sentinels to the still pool beside the heart tree. He stopped under the gnarled limbs of the weirwood, humming. Bran reached up over his head and pulled himself out of his seat, drawing the dead weight out of his legs up through the holes in the wicker basket. He hung for a moment, dangling, the dark red leaves brushing against his face, until Hodor lifted him and lowered him to the smooth stone beside the water. I want to be by myself for a while, he said. You go soak. Go to the pools. Hodor stomped through the trees and vanished. Across the Godswood, beneath the windows of the great guest house, an underground hot spring fed 3 small ponds. Steam rose from the water day and night, and the wall that loomed above was thick with moss. Hodor hated cold water. It would fight like a treed wildcat when threatened with soap, but he would happily immerse himself in the hottest pool and sit for hours, giving a loud burp to echo the spring whenever a bubble rose from the murky green depths to break upon the surface. Summer lapped at the water and settled down at Bran's side. He rubbed the wolf under the jaw, and for a moment boy and beast both felt at peace. Bran had always liked the Godswood, even before, but of late he found himself drawn to it more and more. Even the heart tree no longer scared him the way it used to. The deep red eyes carved into the pale trunk still watched him, yet somehow he took comfort from that now. The gods were looking over him, he told himself. The old gods, gods of the Starks and the First Men and the children of the forest, his father's gods. He felt safe in their sight, and the deep silence of the trees helped him think. Bran had been thinking a lot since his fall, thinking and dreaming and talking of the gods. Please make it so Rob won't go away, he prayed softly. He moved his hand through the cold water, sending ripples across the pool. Please make him stay, or if he has to go, bring him home safe with mother and father and the girls, and make it so Rickon understands. His baby brother had been wild as a winter storm since he learned Rob was riding off to war, weeping and angry by turns. He refused to eat, cried and screamed for most of the night, even punched old Nan when she tried to sing him to sleep. And the next day he'd vanished. Rob had set half the castle searching for him, and when at last they'd found him down in the crypts, Rickon had slashed at them with a rusted iron sword he'd snatched from a dead king's hand, and Shaggy Dog had come slavering out of the darkness like a green-eyed demon. The wolf was near as riled as Rickon. He'd bitten Gage on the arm and torn a chunk of flesh from Micked's thigh. It had taken Rob himself and Greywind to bring him to bay. Farland had the black wolf chained up in the kennels now, and Rickon cried all the more for being without him. Maester Lewin counselled Rob to remain at Winterfell, and Bran pleaded with him too, for his own sake as much as Rickon's, but his brother only shook his head stubbornly and said, I don't want to go. I have to. It was only half a lie. Someone had to go, to hold the neck and help the Tullys against the Lannisters. Bran could understand that, but it did not have to be Rob. His brother might have given the command to Hal Mullen or Theon Greyjoy, or to one of his lord's bannermen. Maester Lewin urged him to do just that, but Rob would not hear of it. My lord father would never have sent men off to die while he huddled like a craven behind the walls of Winterfell, he said, old Rob the Lord. Rob seemed half a stranger to Bran now, transformed, a lord in truth, though he had not yet seen his 16th name day. Even their father's bannermen seemed to sense it. Many tried to test him, each in his own way. Roose Bolton and Robert Glover both demanded the honour of battle command, the first brusquely, the second with a smile and a jest. Stout grey-haired Mage Mormont, dressed in mail like a man, told Rob bluntly that he was young enough to be her grandson and had no business giving her commands, but as it happened, she had a granddaughter she would be willing to have him marry. Soft-spoken Lord Selwyn had actually brought his daughter with him, a plump homely maid of 30 years who sat at her father's left hand and never lifted her eyes from her plate. Jovial Lord Hornwood had no daughters, but he did bring gifts, a horse one day, a haunch of venison the next, a silver-chased hunting horn the day after, and he asked nothing in return, nothing but a certain holdfast taken from his grandfather, and hunting rights north of a certain ridge, and leave to dam the white knife if it pleased the Lord. Rob answered each of them with cool courtesy, much as father might have, and somehow he bent them to his will. And when Lord Umbar, who was called the Great John by his men and stood as tall as Hodor and twice as wide, threatened to take his forces home if he was placed behind the Hornwoods or the Serwans in the order of march, Rob told him he was welcome to do so, and when we are done with the Lannisters, he promised, scratching Greywind behind the ear, we will march back north, root you out of your keep, and hang you for an oath-breaker. Cursing, the Great John flung a flagon of ale into the fire and bellowed that Rob was so green he must piss grass. When Hallis Mullen moved to restrain him, he knocked him to the floor, kicked over a table, and unsheathed the biggest, ugliest greatsword that Bran had ever seen. All along the benches, his sons and brothers and sworn swords leapt to their feet, grabbing for their steel. Yet Rob only said a quiet word, and in a snarl and the blink of an eye, Lord Umber was on his back, his sword spinning on the floor there, 3 feet away, and his hand dripping blood where Greywind had bitten off 2 fingers. My lord father taught me that it was death to bear steel against your liege lord, Rob said, but doubtless you only meant to cut my meat. Bran's bowels went to water as the Great John struggled to rise, sucking at the red stumps of fingers. But then, astonishingly, the huge man laughed. Your meat, he roared, is bloody tough. And somehow after that the Great John became Rob's right hand, his staunchest champion, loudly telling all and sundry that the boy lord was a Stark after all, and the damn well better bend their knees if they didn't fancy having them chewed off. Yet that very night his brother came to Bran's bedchamber, pale and shaken, after the fires had burned low in the great hall. I thought he was going to kill me, Rob confessed. Did you see the way he threw down Hal like he was no bigger than Rickon? Gods, I was so scared. And the Great John's not the worst of them, only the loudest. Lord Roose never says a word, he only looks at me, and all I can think of is that room they have in the Dreadfort, where the Boltons hang the skins of their enemies. That's just one of Old Nan's stories, Bran said. A note of doubt crept into his voice. Isn't it? I don't know. He gave a weary shake of his head. Lord Selwyn means to take his daughter south with us, to cook for him, he says. Fionn is certain I'll find the girl in my bedroll one night. I wish father was here. That was the one thing they could agree on. Bran and Rickon and Robb the Lord, they all wished father was here, but Lord Eddard was 1,000 leagues away, a captive in some dungeon, a hunted fugitive running for his life, or even dead. No one seemed to know for certain. Every traveller told a different tale, each more terrifying than the last. The heads of father's guardsmen were rotting on the walls of the Red Keep, impaled on spikes. King Robert was dead at father's hands. The Baratheons had laid siege to King's Landing. Lord Eddard had fled south with the king's wicked brother Renly. Arya and Sansa had been murdered by the Hound. Mother had killed Tyrion the Imp and hung his body from the walls of Riverrun. Lord Tywin Lannister was marching on the Eyrie, burning and slaughtering as he went. One wine-sodden tale-teller even claimed that Rhaegar Targaryen had returned from the dead and was marshalling a vast host of ancient heroes on Dragonstone to reclaim his father's throne. When the Raven came, bearing a letter marked with father's own seal and written in Sansa's hand, the cruel truth seemed no less incredible. Bran would never forget the look on Robb's face as he stared at their sister's words. She says father conspired at treason with the king's brothers, he read. King Robert is dead, and mother and I are summoned to the Red Keep to swear fealty to Joffrey. She says we must be loyal, and when she marries Joffrey she will plead with him to spare our forefather's life. His fingers closed into a fist, crushing Sansa's letter between them, and she says nothing of Arya, nothing, not so much as a word. Damn her, what's wrong with the girl? Bran felt all cold inside. She lost her wolf, he said, weakly, remembering the day when 4 of his father's guardsmen had returned from the south with Lady's bones. Summer and Greywind and Shaggy Dog had begun to howl before they crossed the drawbridge, in voices drawn and desolate. Beneath the shadow of the first keep was an ancient lich yard, its headstone spotted with pale lichen, where the old kings of winter had laid their faithful servants. It was there they buried Lady, while her brothers stalked between the graves like restless shadows. She had gone south, and only her bones had returned. Their grandfather, old Lord Rickard, had gone as well, with his son Brandon, who was father's brother, and 200 of his best men. None had ever returned, and father had gone south, with Arya and Sansa and Jory and Hullen and Fat Tom and the rest, and later mother and Sir Roderick had gone, and they hadn't come back either, and now Robb meant to go, not to King's Landing and not to swear fealty, but to Riverrun with a sword in his hand. If their lord father were truly a prisoner, that could mean his death for a certainty. It frightened Bran more than he could say. If Robb has to go, watch over him, Bran entreated the old gods, as they watched him with the heart tree's red eyes, and watch over his men, Hal and Quent and the rest, and Lord Umber and Lady Mormont and the other lords, and Theon too, I suppose. Watch them and keep them safe, if it please you, gods. Help them defeat the Lannisters and save father and bring them home. A faint wind sighed through the godswood, and the red leaves stirred and whispered. Summer bared his teeth. You hear them, boy? A voice asked. Bran lifted his head. Osha stood across the pool, beneath an ancient oak, her face shadowed by leaves. Even in irons, the wildling moved, quiet as a cat. Summer circled the pool, sniffed at her. The tall woman flinched. Summer, to me, Bran called. The direwolf took one final sniff, spun, and bounded back. Bran wrapped his arms around him. What are you doing here? He had not seen Osha since they'd taken her captive in the Wolf's Wood, though he knew she'd been set to working in the kitchens. They are my gods too, Osha said. Beyond the wall they are the only gods. Her hair was growing out, brown and shaggy. It made her look more womanly, that and the simple dress of brown rough-spun they'd given her when they took her mail and leather. Gage lets me have my prayers from time to time when I feel the need, and I let him do as he likes under my skirt when he feels the need. It's nothing to me. I like the smell of flour on his hands, and he's gentler than stiff. She gave an awkward bow. I'll leave you. There's pots that want scouring. No, stay, Bran commanded her. Tell me what you meant about hearing the gods. Osha studied him. You ask them and they're answering. Open your eyes. Listen. You'll hear. Bran listened. It's only the wind, he said after a moment. Uncertain. The leaves are rustling. Who do you think sends the wind, if not the gods? She seated herself across the pool from him, clinking faintly as she moved. Mikan had fixed iron manacles to her ankles, with a heavy chain between them. She could walk so long as she kept her stride small, but there was no way for her to run or climb or mount a horse. They see you, boy. They hear you talking. That rustling, that's them talking back. What are they saying? They're sad. Your lord brother will get no help from them, not where he's going. The old gods have no power in the south. The weirwoods there were all cut down thousands of years ago. How can they watch your brother when they have no eyes? Bran had not thought of that. It frightened him. If even the gods could not help his brother, what hope was there? Maybe Osha wasn't hearing them right. He cocked his head and tried to listen again. He thought he could hear the sadness now, but nothing more than that. The rustling grew louder. Bran heard muffled footfalls and a low humming, and Hodor came blundering out of the trees, naked and smiling. "Hodor!" "You must have heard our voices," Bran said. "Hodor, you forgot your clothes." "Hodor," Hodor agreed. He was dripping wet from the neck down, steaming in the chill air. His body was covered with brown hair, thick as a pelt. Between his legs his manhood swung long and heavy. Osha eyed him with a sour smile. "Now there's a big man," she said. "He has giant's blood in him, or I'm the queen. Maester Luwin says there are no more giants. He says they're all dead, like the children of the forest. All that's left of them are old bones in the earth that men turn up with ploughs from time to time." "Let Maester Luwin ride beyond the wall," Osha said. "He'll find giants then, or they'll find him. My brother killed one. 10 foot tall she was, and stunted at that. They've been known to grow big as 12 and 13 feet. Fierce things they are too, all hair and teeth, and the wives have beards like their husbands, so there's no telling them apart. The women take human men for lovers, and it's from them the half-bloods come. It goes harder on the women they catch. The men are so big they'll rip a maid apart before they get her with child." She grinned at him. "But you don't know what I mean, do you, boy?" "Yes, I do," Bran insisted. He understood about mating. He had seen dogs in the yard, and watched a stallion mount a mare, but talking about it made him uncomfortable. He looked at Hodor. "Go back and bring your clothes, Hodor," he said. "Go dress." Hodor. He walked back the way he had come, ducking under a low-hanging tree limb. He was awfully big, Bran thought as he watched him go. "Are there truly giants beyond the wall?" he asked Osha uncertainly. "Giants and worse than giants, lordling. I tried to tell your brother when he asked his questions. Him and your master and that smiley boy Greyjoy. The cold winds are rising and men go out from their fires and never come back. Or if they do, they're not men no more, but only whites, with blue eyes and cold black hands. Why do you think I run south with Stiv and Harley and the rest of them fools? Man thinks he'll fight, the brave, sweet, stubborn man. Like the White Walkers were no more than rangers, but what does he know? He can call himself king beyond the wall all he likes, but he's still just another old black crow who flew down from the Shadow Tower. He's never tasted winter. I was born up there, child, like my mother and her mother before her and her mother before her, born of the free folk. We remember." Osha stood, her chains rattling together. "I tried to tell your lordling brother. Only yesterday, when I saw him in the yard, 'My Lord Stark,' I called to him, respectful as you please, but he looked through me, and that sweaty oaf great John Umber shoves me out of the path. So be it. I'll wear my irons and hold my tongue. A man who won't listen can't hear. Tell me. Rob will listen to me. I know he will. Will he now? We'll see. You tell him this, my lord. You tell him he's bound on marching the wrong way. It's north he should be taking his swords. North, not south. You hear me?" Bran nodded. "I'll tell him." But that night, when they feasted in the great hall, Rob was not with them. He took his meal in the Solar instead, with Lord Rickard and the Great John and the other lords bannermen, to make the final plans for the long march to come. It was left to Bran to fill his place at the head of the table, and act the host to Lord Karstark's sons and honoured friends. They were already at their places when Hodor carried Bran into the hall on his back, and knelt beside the high seat. 2 of the serving men helped lift him from his basket. Bran could feel the eyes of every stranger in the hall. It had grown quiet. "My lords," Hallis Mullen announced, "Brandon Stark of Winterfell, I welcome you to our fires," Bran said stiffly, "and offer you meat and mead in honour of our friendship." Harry and Karstark, the oldest of Lord Rickard's sons, bowed and his brothers after him, yet as they settled back in their places he heard the younger 2 talking in low voices over the clatter of wine cups. "Sooner die than live like that," muttered one, his father's namesake, Eddard, and his brother Torrhen said likely. That boy was broken inside as well as out, too grave for him to take his own life. Broken, Bran thought bitterly as he clutched his knife. Is that what he was now? Bran the Broken? I don't want to be broken, he whispered fiercely to Maester Luwin, who had been seated to his right. I want to be a knight. There are some who call my order the Knights of the Mind, Luwin replied. You are a surpassing clever boy when you work at it, Bran. Have you ever thought that you might wear a maester's chain? There is no limit to what you might learn. I want to learn magic, Bran told him. The crow promised that I would fly. Maester Luwin sighed. I can teach you history, healing, herb lore. I can teach you the speech of ravens and how to build a castle and the way a sailor steers his ship by the stars. I can teach you to measure the days and mark the seasons. And at the citadel and old town they can teach you 1,000 things more. But Bran, no man can teach you magic. The children could, Bran said. The children of the forest. That reminded him of the promise he had made to Osha in the Godswood, so he told Luwin what she had said. The maester listened politely. The wildling woman could give old Nan lessons in telling tales, I think, he said when Bran was done. I will talk of her again if you like. but it would be best if you did not trouble your brother with this folly. He has more than enough to concern him without fretting over giants and dead men in the woods. It is for Lannisters you hold your Lord Father, Bran, not the children of the forest." He put a gentle hand on Bran's arm. "Think on what I said, child." And 2 days later, as the red dawn broke across a windswept sky, Bran found himself in the yard beneath the gatehouse, strapped atop to answer as he said his farewells to his brother. "You are the Lord in Winterfell now," Robb told him. He was mounted on a shaggy grey stallion, his shield hung from the horse's side, hood banded with iron, white and grey, and on it the snarling face of a direwolf. His brother wore grey chainmail over bleached leathers, sword and dagger at his waist, a fur-trimmed cloak across his shoulders. "You must take my place, as I took father's, until we come home." "I know," Bran replied, miserably. He had never felt so little or alone or scared. He did not know how to be a lord. "Listen to Maester Luwin's counsel and take care of Rickon. Tell him that I'll be back as soon as the fighting is done." Rickon had refused to come down. He was up in his chamber, red-eyed and defiant. "No!" he'd screamed when Bran had asked him if he didn't want to say farewell to Robb. "No farewell." "I told him," Bran said. "He says no one ever comes back. He can't be a baby forever. He's a Stark, and near 4. Robb sighed. "Well, Mother will be home soon, and I'll bring back Father, I promise." He wheeled his courser around and trotted away. Greywind followed, loping beside the warhorse, lean and swift. Halas Marlon went before them through the gate, carrying the rippling white banner of House Stark atop a high standard of grey ash. Theon Greyjoy and the Great John fell in on either side of Robb, and their knights formed up in a double column behind them, steel-tipped lances glinting in the sun. Uncomfortably he remembered Osha's words. "He's marching the wrong way," he thought. For an instant he wanted to gallop after him and shout a warning, but when Robb vanished beneath the portcullis, the moment was gone. Beyond the castle walls, a roar of sound went up. The foot soldiers and townsfolk were cheering Robb as he rode past, Bran knew, cheering for Lord Stark, for the Lord of Winterfell on his great stallion, with his cloak streaming and Greywind racing beside him. They would never cheer for him that way, he realised with a dull ache. He might be the Lord in Winterfell while his brother and father were gone, but he was still Bran the Broken. He could not even get off his own horse, except to fall, when the distant cheers had faded to silence and the yard was empty at last. Winterfell seemed deserted and dead. Bran looked around at the faces of those who remained, women and children and old men, and Hodor. The huge stable boy had a lost and frightened look to his face. "Hodor?" he said sadly. "Hodor," Bran agreed, wondering what it meant. When he had taken his pleasure, Khal Drogo rose from their sleeping mats to tower above her. His skin shone dark as bronze in the ruddy light from the brazier, the faint lines of old scars visible on his broad chest. Ink-black hair, loose and unbound, cascaded over his shoulders and down his back, well past his waist. His manhood glistened wetly. The Khal's mouth twisted in a frown beneath the droop of his long mustachio. The stallion who mounts the world has no need of iron chairs. Dany propped herself on an elbow to look up at him, so tall and magnificent. She loved his hair especially. It had never been cut. He had never known defeat. "It was prophesied that the stallion will ride to the ends of the earth," she said. "The earth ends at the Black Salt Sea," Drogo answered at once. He wet a cloth in a basin of warm water to wipe the sweat and oil from his skin. "No horse can cross the poison water. In the free cities there are ships by the thousand," Dany told him, as she had told him before. "Wooden horses with 100 legs that fly across the sea on wings full of wind." Khal Drogo did not want to hear it. "We will speak no more of wooden horses and iron chairs." He dropped the cloth and began to dress. "This day I will go to the grass and hunt, woman wife," he announced as he shrugged into a painted vest and buckled on a wide belt of heavy medallions of silver, gold, and bronze. "Yes, my son and stars," Dany said. Drogo would take his blood riders and ride in search of the Hrakar, the great white lion of the plains. If they returned triumphant, her lord husband's joy would be fierce, and he might be willing to hear her out. Savage beasts he did not fear, nor any man who had ever drawn breath, but the sea was a different matter. To the Dothraki, water that a horse could not drink was something foul. The heaving grey-green plains of the ocean filled them with superstitious loathing. Drogo was a bolder man than the other horse lords in 100 ways, she had found, but not in this. If only she could get him onto a ship. After the Khal and his blood riders had ridden off with their bows, Dany summoned her handmaids. Her body felt so fat and ungainly now that she welcomed the help of their strong arms and deft hands, whereas before she had often been uncomfortable with the way they fussed and fluttered about her. They scrubbed her clean and dressed her in sand silk, loose and flowing. Astoria combed out her hair. She sent Jiqui to find Ser Jorah Mormont. The night came at once. He wore horsehair leggings and painted vest, like a rider. Coarse black hair covered his thick chest and muscular arms. "My princess, how may I serve you?" "You must talk to my lord husband," Danny said. "Drogo says the stallion who mounts the world will have all the lands of the earth to rule, and no need to cross the poison water. He talks of leading his Khalazar east after Rhaego is born. To plunder the lands around the Jade Sea." The knight looked thoughtful. "The Khal has never seen the Seven Kingdoms," he said. "They are nothing to him. If he thinks of them at all, no doubt he thinks of islands, a few small cities clinging to rocks in the manner of Loraf or Lais, surrounded by stormy seas. The riches of the east must seem a more tempting prospect. But he must ride west," Danny said, despairing. "Please, help me make him understand." She had never seen the Seven Kingdoms either, no more than Drogo, yet she felt as though she knew them from all the tales her brother had told her. Viserys had promised her 1,000 times that he would take her back one day, but he was dead now, and these promises had died with him. "The Dothraki do things in their own time, for their own reasons," the knight answered. "Have patience, princess. Do not make your brother's mistake. We will go home, I promise you." Home? The word made her feel sad. So Jorah had his bare island, but what was home to her? A few tales, names recited as solemnly as the words of a prayer, the fading memory of a red door. Was Vaes Dothrak to be her home forever? When she looked at the crones of the Dosh Khaleen, was she looking at her future? So Jorah must have seen the sadness on her face. A great caravan arrived during the night, Khaleesi, 400 horses from Pentos by way of Norvos and Qohor, under the command of merchant captain Bayan Vortiris. Illyrio may have sent a letter. "Would you care to visit the Western Market?" Danny stirred. "Yes," she said. "I would like that." The markets came alive when a caravan had come in. You could never tell what treasures the traders might bring this time, and it would be good to hear men speaking Valyrian again, as they did in the free cities. "Irri, have them prepare a litter." "I shall tell your Khaz," Sir Jorah said, withdrawing. If Khal Drogo had been with her, Danny would have ridden her silver. Among the Dothraki, mothers stayed on horseback almost up to the moment of birth, and she did not want to seem weak in her husband's eyes. But with the Khal off hunting, it was pleasant to lie back on soft cushions and be carried across Vaes Dothrak, with red silk curtains to shield her from the sun. So Jorah saddled up and rode beside her, with the 4 young men of her Khaz and her handmaids. The day was warm and cloudless, the sky deep blue. When the wind blew, she could smell the rich scents of grass and earth. As her litter passed beneath the stolen monuments, she went from sunlight to shadow and back again. Danny swayed along, studying the faces of dead heroes and forgotten kings. She wondered if the gods of burned cities could still answer prayers. "If I were not the blood of the dragon," she thought wistfully, "this could be my home." She was Khaleesi. She had a strong man and a swift horse, handmaids to serve her, warriors to keep her safe, an honored palace in the Dosh Khaleen awaiting her when she grew old, and in her womb grew a son who would one day bestride the world. That should be enough for any woman, but not for the dragon. With Viserys gone, Daenerys was the last, the very last. She was the seed of kings and conquerors, and so too the child inside her. She must not forget. The Western Market was a great square of beaten earth surrounded by warrens of mud-baked brick, animal pens, whitewashed drinking halls. Hummocks rose from the ground, like the backs of great subterranean beasts breaking the surface, yawning black mouths leading down to cool and cavernous storerooms below. The interior of the square was a maze of stalls and crookback aisles, shaded by awnings of woven grass. 100 merchants and traders were unloading their goods and setting up in stalls when they arrived. Yet even so, the great market seemed hushed and deserted compared to the teeming bazaars that Danny remembered from Pentos and the other free cities. The caravans made their way to Vaes Dothrak from west and east, not so much to sell to the Dothraki as to trade with each other, so Jorah had explained. The riders let them come and go unmolested, so long as they observed the peace of the sacred city, did not profane the mother of mountains or the womb of the world, and honoured the crones of the Dosh Khaleen with the traditional gifts of salt, silver, and seed. The Dothraki did not truly comprehend this business of buying and selling. Danny liked the strangeness of the eastern market too, with all its queer sights and sounds and smells. She often spent her mornings there, nibbling tree eggs, locust-buying green noodles, listening to the high ululating voices of the spell singers, gaping at manticores in silver cages and immense grey elephants and the striped black and white horses of the Jogos Nai. She enjoyed watching all the people too, dark solemn Asai and tall pale Carfine, the bright-eyed men of Yeti and monkey-tail hats, warrior maids from Beasapad, Shamiriana and Kayakayanea, with iron rings in their nipples and rubies in their cheeks, even the dour and frightening shadow men, who covered their arms and legs and chests with tattoos and hid their faces behind masks. The Eastern Market was a place of wonder and magic for Danny, but the Western Market smelled of home. As Irri and Jikwi helped her from her litter, she sniffed and recognized the sharp odors of garlic and pepper, scents that reminded Danny of days long gone in the alleys of Tirosh and Mir, and brought a fond smile to her face. Under that she smelled the heady, sweet perfumes of Lais. She saw slaves carrying bolts of intricate Moorish lace and fine wools in a dozen rich colours. Caravan guards wandered among the aisles in copper helmets and knee-length tunics of quilted yellow cotton, empty scabbards swinging from their woven leather belts. Behind one stall, an armourer displayed steel breastplates worked with gold and silver in ornate patterns, and helms hammered in the shapes of fanciful beasts. Next to him was a pretty young woman selling Lannisport goldwork, rings and brooches and torques, and exquisitely wrought medallions suitable for belting. A huge eunuch guarded her stall, mute and hairless, dressed in sweet, wet-stained velvets and scowling at anyone who came close. Across the aisle, a fat cloth trader from Yi Ti was haggling with a pentoshi over the price of some green dye, the monkey tail on his hat swaying back and forth as he shook his head. When I was a little girl, I loved to play in the bazaar, Danny told Ser Jorah as they wandered down the shady aisle between the stalls. It was so alive there, all the people shouting and laughing, so many wonderful things to look at. Though we seldom had enough coin to buy anything, well, except for a sausage now and again, or honey fingers. Do they have honey fingers in the Seven Kingdoms? The kind they bake in Tirosh? Cakes, are they? I could not say, Princess. The knight bowed. If you would pardon me for a time, I will seek out the captain and see if he has letters for us. Very well, I will help you find him. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Ser Jorah glanced away impatiently. Enjoy the market. I will rejoin you when my business is concluded. Curious, Danny thought as she watched him stride off through the wrongs. She didn't see why she should not go with him. Perhaps Ser Jorah meant to find a woman after he met with the merchant captain. Hors frequently travelled with the caravans she knew, and some men were queerly shy about their couplings. She gave a shrug. Come, she told the others. Her handmaids trailed along as Danny resumed her stroll through the market. Oh, look, she exclaimed to Doria. Those are the kind of sausages I meant. She pointed to a stall where a wizened little woman was grilling meat and onions on a hot firestone. They make them with lots of garlic and hot peppers. Delighted with her discovery, Danny insisted the others join her for a sausage. Her handmaidens wolfed theirs down, giggling and grinning, for the men of her cars sniffed at the grilled meat suspiciously. They taste different than I remember, Danny said after her first few bites. In Pentos, I make them with pork, the old woman said, but all my pigs died on the Dothraki Sea. These are made of horse meat, Khaleesi, but I spice them the same. Oh, Danny felt disappointed, but Quaro liked his sausage so well he decided to have another one, and Rakaro had to outdo him and eat 3 more, belching loudly. Danny giggled. You have not laughed since your brother, the Khal Ragat, was crowned by Drogo, said Eerie. It is good to see, Khaleesi. Danny smiled shyly. It was sweet to laugh. She felt half a girl again. They wandered for half the morning. She saw a beautiful feathered cloak from the Summer Isles, and took it for a gift. In return she gave the merchant a silver medallion from her belt. That was how it was done among the Dothraki. A bird seller taught a green and red parrot to say her name, and Danny laughed again, yet still refused to take him. What would she do with a green and red parrot in a Khalazar? She did take a dozen flasks of scented oils, the perfumes of her childhood. She had only to close her eyes and sniff them, and she could see the big house with the red door once more. When Doria looked longingly at a fertility charm at a magician's booth, Danny took that too, and gave it to the handmaid, thinking that now she should find something for Eerie and Cheeky as well. Turning a corner, they came upon a wine merchant offering thimble-sized cups of his wares to the passer-by. Sweet reds, he cried in fluent Dothraki. I have sweet reds from Lys and Volantis and the Arbor, whites from Lys, Tiroshi, pear, brandy, fire wine, pepper wine, the pale green nectars of Myr, smokeberry browns, and Andalish sours. I have them. He was a small man, slender and handsome, his flaxen hair curled and perfumed after the fashion of Lys. When Danny paused before his stall, he bowed low. A taste for the Khaleesi? I have a sweet red from Dawn, my lady. It sings of plums and cherries and rich dark oak. A cask, a cup, a swallow? One taste, and you will name your child after me. Danny smiled. My son has his name, but I will try your summer wine, she said in Valyrian as they spoke it in the Free Cities. The words felt strange on her tongue after so long. Just a taste, if you would be so kind. The merchant must have taken her for Dothraki, with her clothes and her oiled hair and sun-browned skin. When she spoke, he gaped at her in astonishment. My lady, you are Tiroshi? Can it be so? My speech may be Tiroshi, and my garb Dothraki, but I am of Westeros, of the Sunset Kingdoms, Danny told him. Doria stepped up beside her. You have the honor to address Daenerys of the House Targaryen, Daenerys Stormborn, Khaleesi of the Riding Men and Princess of the Seven Kingdoms. The wine merchant dropped to his knees. Princess, he said, bowing his head. Rise, Danny commanded him. I would still like to taste the summer wine you spoke of. The man bounded to his feet. That? Dornish swill. It is not worthy of a princess. I have a dry red from the Arbor, crisp and delectable. Please, let me give you a cask. Khal Drogo's visits to the Free Cities had given him a taste for good wine, and Danny knew that such a noble vintage would please him. "You honour me, sir," she murmured sweetly. "The honour is mine." The merchant rummaged about in the back of his stall and produced a small oaken cask. Burnt into the wood was a cluster of grapes. "The red wine sigil," he said, pointing, "for the arbor. There is no finer drink. Khal Drogo and I will share it together. Aggo, take this back to my litter, if you be so kind." The wine seller beamed as the Dothraki hefted the cask. She did not realize that Ser Jorah had returned until she heard the knight say, "No." His voice was strange, brusque. "Aggo, put down that cask." Aggo looked at Dany. She gave a hesitant nod. "Ser Jorah, is something wrong? I have a thirst." "Open it, wine seller." The merchant frowned. "The wine is for the Khaleesi, not for the likes of you, sir." Ser Jorah moved closer to the stall. "If you don't open it, I'll crack it open with your head." He carried no weapons here in the sacred city, save his hands. Yet his hands were enough, big, hard, dangerous, his knuckles covered with coarse dark hairs. The wine seller hesitated a moment, then took up his hammer and knocked the plug from the cask. "Pour," Ser Jorah commanded. The 4 young warriors of Dany's caste arrayed themselves behind him, frowning, watching with their dark almond-shaped eyes. It would be a crime to drink this richer wine without letting it breathe. The wine seller had not put his hammer down. Drogo reached for the whip coiled at his belt, but Dany stopped him with a light touch on the arm. "Do as Ser Jorah says," she said. People were stopping to watch. The man gave her a quick, sullen glance. "As the princess commands." He had to set aside his hammer to lift the cask. He filled 2 thimble-sized tasting cups, pouring so deftly he did not spill a drop. Ser Jorah lifted a cup and sniffed at the wine, frowning. "Sweet, isn't it?" the wine seller said, smiling. "Can you smell the fruit, sir? The perfume of the arbor. Taste it, my lord, and tell me it isn't the finest, richest wine that's ever touched your tongue." Ser Jorah offered him the cup. "You taste it first." "Me?" the man laughed. "I am not worthy of this vintage, my lord, and it's a poor wine merchant who drinks up his own wares." His smile was amiable, yet she could see the sheen of sweat on his brow. "You will drink," Dany said, cold as ice. "Empty the cup, or I will tell them to hold you down while Ser Jorah pours the whole cask down your throat." The wine seller shrugged, reached for the cup, and grabbed the cask instead, flinging it at her with both hands. Ser Jorah bulled into her, knocking her out of the way. The cask bounced off his shoulder and smashed open on the ground. Dany stumbled and lost her feet. "No!" she screamed, thrusting her hands out to break her fall, and Doria caught her by the arm and wrenched her backward, so she landed on her legs and not her belly. The trader vaulted over the stall, darting between Aggo and Rakaro. Quaro reached for an arak that was not there as the blonde man slammed him aside. He raced down the aisle. Dany heard the snap of Jogo's whip, saw the lever lick out and coil around the wine seller's leg. The man sprawled face first in the dirt. A dozen caravan guards had come running. With them was the master himself, Merchant Captain Bayan Votiris, a diminutive Norvoshi with skin like old leather and a bristling blue mustachio that swept up to his ears. He seemed to know what had happened without a word being spoken. "Take this one away to await the pleasure of the Khal," he commanded, gesturing at the man on the ground. 2 guards hauled the wine seller to his feet. "His goods I give to you as well, princess," the merchant captain went on. "Small token of regret that one of mine would do this thing." Doria and Jikui helped Dany back to her feet. The poisoned wine was leaking from the broken cask in the dirt. "How did you know?" she asked Ser Jorah, trembling. "How? I did not know Khaleesi, not until the man refused to drink, but once I read Magister Illyrio's letter, I feared." His dark eyes swept over the faces of the strangers in the market. "Come, best not to talk of it here." Dany was near tears as they carried her back. The taste in her mouth was one she had known before: fear. For years she had lived in terror of Viserys, afraid of waking the dragon. This was even worse. It was not just for herself that she feared now, but for her baby. He must have sensed her fright, for he moved restlessly inside her. Dany stroked the swell of her belly gently, wishing she could reach him, touch him, soothe him. "You are the blood of the dragon, little one," she whispered. As her litter swayed along, curtains drawn tight. "You are the blood of the dragon, and the dragon does not fear." Under the hollow hummock of earth that was her home in Vaes Dothrak, Dany ordered them to leave her. All but Ser Jorah. "Tell me," she commanded as she lowered herself onto her cushions. "Was it the usurper?" "Yes." The knight drew out a folded parchment. "A letter to Viserys from Magister Illyrio. Robert Baratheon offers lands and lordships for your death, or your brother's." "My brother?" Her sob was half a laugh. "He does not know yet, does he? The usurper owes Drogo a lordship." This time her laugh was half a sob. She hugged herself protectively. "And me, you said." "Only me?" You and the child, Sir Jorah said, grim. No, he cannot have my son. She would not weep, she decided. She would not shiver with fear. The usurper has woken the dragon now, she told herself, and her eyes went to the dragon's eggs resting in their nest of dark velvet. The shifting lamplight limned their stony scales, and shimmering motes of jade and scarlet and gold swam in the air around them, like courtiers around a king. Was it madness that seized her then, born of fear, or some strange wisdom buried in her blood? Dany could not have said. She heard her own voice saying, Sir Jorah, light the brazier. Khaleesi? The knight looked at her strangely. It is so hot. Are you certain? She had never been so certain. Yes, I have a chill. Light the brazier. He bowed. As you command. When the coals were afire, Dany sent Sir Jorah from her. She had to be alone to do what she must do. This is madness, she told herself as she lifted the black and scarlet egg from the velvet. It will only crack and burn, and it's so beautiful. Sir Jorah will call me a fool if I ruin it. And yet, cradling the egg with both hands, she carried it to the fire and pushed it down amongst the burning coals. The black scales seemed to glow as they drank the heat. Flames licked against the stone with small red tongues. Dany placed the other two eggs beside the black one in the fire. As she stepped back from the brazier, the breath trembled in her throat. She watched until the coals had turned to ashes. Drifting sparks floated up and out of the smoke hole. Heat shimmered in waves around the dragon's eggs, and that was all. Your brother Rhaegar was the last dragon, Sir Jorah had said. Dany gazed at her eggs sadly. What had she expected? 1,000 years ago they had been alive, but now they were only pretty rocks. They could not make a dragon. A dragon was air and fire, living flesh, not dead stone. The brazier was cold again by the time Khal Drogo returned. Kohola was leading a pack horse behind him, with the carcass of a great white lion slung across its back. Above, the stars were coming out. The Khal laughed as he swung down off his stallion and showed her the scars on his leg where the Hrakar had raked him through his leggings. I shall make you a cloak of its skin, moon of my life, he swore. When Dany told him what had happened at the market, all laughter stopped, and Khal Drogo grew very quiet. This poisoner was the first, Sir Jorah Mormont warned him, but he will not be the last. Men will risk much for a lordship. Drogo was silent for a time. Finally, he said, This seller of poisons ran from the moon of my life. Better he should run after her. So he will. Drogo, Jorah the Undal, to each of you I say, choose any horse you wish from my herds, and it is yours. Any horse save my red and the silver. That was my bride gift to the moon of my life. I make this gift to you for what you did. And to Rhaegar, son of Drogo, the stallion who will mount the world, to him I also pledge a gift. To him I will give this iron chair his mother's father sat in. I will give him the 7 kingdoms. I, Drogo, Khal, will do this thing. His voice rose, and he lifted his fist to the sky. I will take my Khalasar west to where the world ends, and ride the wooden horses across the black salt water, as no Khal has done before. I will kill the men in the iron suits and tear down their stone houses. I will rape their women, take their children as slaves, and bring their broken gods back to Vaestofrak to bow down beneath the mother of mountains. This I vow, I, Drogo, son of Barbo, this I swear before the mother of mountains, as the stars look down in witness. As Khalasar left Vaestofrak 2 days later, striking south and west across the plains, Khal Drogo led them on his great red stallion, with Daenerys beside him on her silver. The wine seller hurried behind them, naked, on foot, chained at throat and wrists. His chains were fastened to the halter of Dany's silver. As she rode, he ran after her, barefoot and stumbling. No harm would come to him, so long as he kept up. It was too far to make out the banners clearly, but even through the drifting fog she could see that they were white, with a dark smudge in their centre that could only be the direwolf of Stark, grey upon its icy field. When she saw it with her own eyes, Catelyn reined up her horse and bowed her head in thanks. The gods were good. She was not too late. They await our coming, my lady, Sir Wylas Manderly said, as my lord father swore they would. Let us not keep them waiting any longer, sir. Sir Brynden Tully put the spurs to his horse and trotted briskly toward the banners. Catelyn rode beside him. Sir Wylas and his brother, Sir Wendell, followed, leading their levies, near 1,500 men, some 20-odd knights and as many squires, 200 mounted lancers, swordsmen and free riders, and the rest foot, armed with spears, pikes, and tridents. Lord Wyman had remained behind to see to the defences of White Harbour. A man of near 60 years, he had grown too stout to sit a horse. If I had fought to see a war again in my lifetime, I should have eaten a few less eels, he told Catelyn when he met her ship, slapping his massive belly with both hands. His fingers were fat as sausages. My boys will see you safe to your sons, so have no fear. His boys were both older than Catelyn, and she might have wished that they did not take after their father quite so closely. So Silas was only a few ills short of not being able to mount his own horse. She pitied the poor animal. Sir Wendell, the younger boy, would have been the fattest man she'd ever known, but had she only neglected to meet his father and brother. Silas was quiet and formal, Wendell loud and boisterous. Both had ostentatious walrus moustaches and heads as bare as a baby's bottom. Neither seemed to own a single garment that was not spotted with food stains, yet she liked them well enough. They had gotten her to rob, as their father had vowed, and nothing else mattered. She was pleased to see that her son had sent eyes out, even to the east. The Lannisters would come from the south when they came, but it was good that Rob was being careful. My son is leading a host to war, she thought, still only half believing it. She was desperately afraid for him and for Winterfell, yet she could not deny feeling a certain pride as well. A year ago he had been a boy. What was he now, she wondered. Outriders spied the Manderley banners, the white merman with trident in hand, rising from a blue-green sea, and hailed them warmly. They were led to a spot of high ground dry enough for a camp, so Silas called to halt there, and remained behind, with his men to see the fires laid and the horses tended, while his brother Wendell rode on with Catelyn and her uncle to present their father's respects to their liege lord. The ground under their horses' hooves was soft and wet. It fell away slowly beneath them as they rode past smoky peat fires, lines of horses and wagons heavy laden with hard bread and salt beef. On a stony outcrop of land higher than the surrounding country, they passed a lord's pavilion with walls of heavy sailcloth. Catelyn recognised the banner, the bull moose of the Hornwoods, brown on its dark orange field. Just beyond, through the mist, she glimpsed the walls and towers of Moat Cailin, or what remained of them. Immense blocks of black basalt, each as large as a crofter's cottage, lay scattered and tumbled like a child's wooden blocks, half sunk in the soft boggy soil. Nothing else remained of a curtain wall that had once stood as high as Winterfell's. The wooden keep was gone entirely, rotted away 1,000 years past, with not so much as a timber to mark where it had stood. All that was left of the great stronghold of the first men were 3 towers, 3 where there had once been 20, if the tale-tellers could be believed. The gatehouse tower looked sound enough, and even boasted a few feet of standing wall to either side of it. The drunkard's tower, off in the bog where the south and west walls had once met, leaned like a man about to spew a bellyful of wine into the gutter. And the tall, slender children's tower, where legend said the children of the forest had once called upon their nameless gods to send the hammer of the waters, had lost half its crown. It looked as if some great beast had taken a bite out of the crenellations along the tower top and spit the rubble across the bog. All 3 towers were green with moss. A tree was growing up between the stones on the north side of the gatehouse tower, its gnarled limbs festooned with ropey white blankets of ghost skin. "Gods have mercy," Sir Brynden exclaimed, when he saw what lay before them. "This is Moat Cailin? It's no more than a death trap," Catelyn finished. "I know how it looks, uncle. I thought the same the first time I saw it, but Ned assured me that this ruin is more formidable than it seems. The 3 surviving towers command the causeway from all sides, and any enemy must pass between them. The bogs here are impenetrable, full of quicksands and suckholes and teeming of snakes. To assault any of the towers, an army would need to wade through waist-deep black muck, cross a moat full of lizard lions and scales, walls slimy with moss, all the while exposing themselves to fire from archers in the other towers." She gave her uncle a grim smile. "And when night falls, there are said to be ghosts, cold vengeful spirits of the north who hunger for saffron blood." Sir Brynden chuckled. "Remind me not to linger here. Last I looked, I was saffron myself." Standards had been raised atop all 3 towers. The cast-dark sunburst hung from the drunkard's tower beneath the direwolf. On the children's tower it was the great John's giant in shattered chains. But on the gatehouse tower the stark banner flew alone. That was where Rob had made his seat. Catelyn made for it, but with Sir Brynden and Sir Wendell behind her, their horses stepping slowly down the log and plank road that had been laid across the green and black fields of mud. She found her son surrounded by his father's lord's bannermen in a draughty hall with a peat fire smoking in a black hearth. He was seated at a massive stone table, a pile of maps and papers in front of him, talking intently with Roose Bolton and the Great John. At first he did not notice her, but his wolf did. The great grey beast was lying near the fire, but when Catelyn entered, he lifted his head, and his golden eyes met hers. The lords fell silent one by one, and Rob looked up at the sudden quiet and saw her. "Mother," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Catelyn wanted to run to him, to kiss his sweet brow, to wrap him in her arms and hold him so tightly that he would never come to harm. But here in front of his lords, she dared not. He was playing a man's part now, and she would not take that away from him. So she held herself at the far end of the basalt slab they were using for a table. The direwolf got to his feet and padded across the room to where she stood. It seemed bigger than a wolf ought to be. "You've grown a beard," she said to Rob, while Greywind sniffed her hand. He rubbed his double jaw, suddenly awkward. "Yes." His chin hairs were redder than the ones on his head. "I like it." Catelyn stroked the wolf's head gently. "It makes you look like my brother Edmure." Greywind nipped at her fingers, playful, and trotted back to his place by the fire. Sir Helmund Talhart was the first to follow the direwolf across the room to pay his respects, kneeling before her and pressing his brow to her hand. "Lady Catelyn," he said, "you are fair as ever, a welcome sight in troubled times." The Glovers followed, Galbart and Robert, and Great John Umber, and the rest one by one. Theon Greyjoy was the last. "I had not looked to see you here, my lady," he said as he knelt. "I had not thought to be here," Catelyn said, "until I came ashore at White Harbour, and Lord Wyman told me that Robert called the Banners. You know his son, Sir Wendell." Wendell Manderley stepped forward and bowed as low as his girth would allow. "And my uncle, Sir Brynden Tully, who has left my sister's service for mine." "The Blackfish," Rob said. "Thank you for joining us, sir. We need men of your courage. And you, Sir Wendell, I am glad to have you here. Is Sir Roderick with you as well, mother? I've missed him. Sir Roderick is on his way north from White Harbour. I have named him Castellan and commanded him to hold Winterfell till our return. Maester Luwin is a wise counsellor, but unskilled in the arts of war. Have no fear on that count, Lady Stark," the Great John told her in his bass rumble. "Winterfell is safe. We'll shove our swords up Tywin Lannister's bunghole soon enough, begging your pardons, and then it's on to the Red Keep, to free Ned." "My lady, a question, as it please you." Roose Bolton, Lord of the Dreadfort, had a small voice, yet when he spoke larger men quieted to listen. His eyes were curiously pale, almost without colour, and his look disturbing. "It is said that you hold Lord Tywin's dwarf son as captive. Have you brought him to us? I vow we should make good use of such a hostage." "I did hold Tyrion Lannister, but no longer," Catelyn was forced to admit. A chorus of consternation greeted the news. "I was no more pleased than you, my lords. The gods saw fit to free him, with some help from my fool of a sister." She ought not to be so open in her contempt, she knew, but her parting from the Eyrie had not been pleasant. She had offered to take Lord Robert with her, to foster him at Winterfell for a few years. The company of other boys would do him good, she had dared to suggest. Lysa's rage had been frightening to behold. "Sister or no," she had replied, "if you try to steal my son, you will leave by the moon door." And after that there was no more to be said. The lords were anxious to question her further, but Catelyn raised her hand. "No doubt we will have time for all this later. My journey has fatigued me. I would speak with my son alone. I know you will forgive me, my lords." She gave them no choice. Led by the ever-obliging Lord Hornwood, the bannermen bowed and took their leave. "And you, Theon," she added when Greyjoy lingered. He smiled and left them. There was ale and cheese on the table. Catelyn filled a horn, sat, sipped, and studied her son. He seemed taller than when she'd left, and the whiffs of beard did make him look older. Edmure was 16 when he grew his first whiskers. "I will be 16 soon enough," Rob said. "And you are 15 now, 15 and leading a host to battle. Can you understand why I might fear, Rob?" His look grew stubborn. "There was no one else." "No one?" she said. "Pray, who are those men I saw here a moment ago? Roose Bolton, Rickard Karstark, Galbart and Robert Glover, the Great John, Helmund Talhart. You might have given the commands to any of them. Gods be good, you might even have sent Theon, though he would not be my choice." "They are not Starks," he said. "They are men, Robert, seasoned in battle. You were fighting with wooden swords less than a year past." She saw anger in his eyes at that, but it was gone as quick as it came, and suddenly he was a boy again. "I know," he said, abashed. Are you sending me back to Winterfell?" Catelyn sighed. "I should. You ought never have left. Yet I dare not now. You have come too far. Some day these lords will look to you as their liege. If I pack you off now, like a child being sent to bed without his supper, they will remember, and laugh about it in their cups. The day will come when you need them to respect you, even fear you a little. Laughter is poison to fear. I will not do that to you, as much as I might wish to keep you safe." "Have my thanks, mother," he said, his relief obvious beneath the formality. She reached across his table and touched his hair. "You are my firstborn, Rob. I have only to look at you to remember the day you came into the world, red-faced and squirling." He rose, clearly uncomfortable with her touch, and walked to the hearth. Greywind rubbed his head against his leg. "You know about father?" "Yes." The reports of Robert's sudden death and Ned's fall had frightened Catelyn more than she could say, but she would not let her son see her fear. "Lord Manderley told me when I landed at White Harbour. Have you had any word of your sisters?" "There was a letter," Rob said, scratching his direwolf under the jaw. "One for you as well, but it came to Winterfell with mine." He went to the table, rummaged among some maps and papers, and returned with a crumpled parchment. "This is the one she wrote me. I never thought to bring you." Something in Rob's tone troubled her. She smoothed out the paper and read. Concern gave way to disbelief, then to anger, and lastly to fear. "This is Cersei's letter, not your sister's," she said when she was done. "The real message is in what Sansa does not say. All this about how kindly and gently the Lannisters are treating her. I know the sound of a threat, even whispered. They have Sansa hostage, and they mean to keep her." "There's no mention of Arya," Robb pointed out, miserable. "No, Catelyn did not want to think what that might mean. Not now, not here. I had hoped, if he still held the imp, a trade of hostages." He took Sansa's letter and crumpled it in his fist, and she could tell from the way he did it that it was not the first time. "Is there word from the Eyrie? I wrote to Lysa, asking help. Has she called Lord Arryn's banners, do you know? Will the Knights of the Vale come join us?" "Only one," she said. "The best of them, my uncle. But Brynden Blackfish was a Tully first. My sister is not about to stir beyond her bloody gate." Robb took it hard. "Mother, what are we going to do? I brought this whole army together, 18,000 men, but I'm not certain." He looked at her, his eyes shining. The proud young lord melted away in an instant, and quick as that he was a child again, a 15-year-old boy, looking to his mother for answers. It would not do. "What are you so afraid of, Robb?" she asked gently. He turned his head away to hide the first tear. "If we march, even if we win, the Lannisters hold Sansa and father. They'll kill them, won't they? They want us to think so." "You mean they're lying?" "I do not know, Robb. What I do know is that you have no choice. If you go to King's Landing and swear fealty, you will never be allowed to leave. If you turn your tail and retreat to Winterfell, your lords will lose all respect for you. Some may even go over to the Lannisters. Then the Queen, with that much less to fear, can do as she likes with her prisoners. Our best hope, our only true hope, is that you can defeat the foe in the field. If you should chance to take Lord Tywin or the Kingslayer captive, why then a trade might very well be possible, but that is not the heart of it. So long as you have power enough that they must fear you, Ned and your sister should be safe. Cersei is wise enough to know that she may need them to make her peace, should the fighting go against her." "What if the fighting doesn't go against her?" Robb asked. "What if it goes against us?" Catelyn took his hand. "Robb, I will not soften the truth for you. If you lose, there is no hope for any of us. They say there is naught but stone at the heart of Casterly Rock. Remember the fate of Rhaegar's children." She saw the fear in his young eyes then, but there was a strength as well. "Then I will not lose," he vowed. "Tell me what you know of the fighting in the Riverlands," she said. She had to learn if he was truly ready. "Less than a fortnight past, they fought a battle in the hills below the Golden Tooth," Robb said. "Uncle Edmo had sent Lord Vance and Lord Piper to hold the pass, but the Kingslayer descended on them and put them to flight. Lord Vance was slain. The last word we had was that Lord Piper was falling back to join your brother and his other bannermen at River Run, with Jaime Lannister on his heels. That's not the worst of it, though. All the time they were battling in the past, Lord Tywin was bringing a second Lannister army around from the south. It's said to be even larger than Jaime's host. Father must have known that, because he sent out some men to oppose them under the king's own banner. He gave them command to some Southron lordling, Lord Eric or Derek or something like that, but Sir Raymond Darry rode with him, and the letter said there were other knights as well, and a force of father's own guardsmen, only it was a trap. Lord Derek had no sooner crossed the Red Fork than the Lannisters fell upon him, the king's banner be damned, and Gregor Clegane took them in the rear as they tried to pull back across the Mummers Ford. This Lord Derek and a few others may have escaped, no one is certain, but Sir Raymond was killed, most of our men from Winterfell. Lord Tywin has closed off the King's Road, it said, and now he's marching north toward Harrenhal, burning as he goes." Grim and grimmer, thought Catelyn. It was worse than she'd imagined. "You mean to meet him here?" she asked. "If he comes so far, but no one thinks he will," Robb said. "I've sent word to Howland Reed, father's old friend at Greywater Watch. If the Lannisters come up the neck, the Crannog men will bleed them every step of the way, but Galbert Glover says Lord Tywin is too smart for that, and Roose Bolton agrees. He'll stay close to the Trident, they believe, taking the castles of the River Lords one by one, until Riverrun stands alone. We need to march south to meet him." The very idea of it chilled Catelyn to the bone. What chance would a 15-year-old boy have against seasoned battle commanders like Jaime and Tywin Lannister? Is that wise? You are strongly placed here. It's said that the old kings of the north could stand at Moat Cailin and throw back hosts 10 times the size of their own. Yes, but our food and supplies are running low, and this is not land we can live off easily. We've been waiting for Lord Manderley, but now that his sons have joined us, we need to march. She was hearing the Lord's bannerman speaking with her son's voice, she realized. Over the years, she had hosted many of them at Winterfell and been welcomed with Ned to their own hearths and tables. She knew what sorts of men they were, each one. She wondered if Robb did, and yet there was sense in what they said. This host her son had assembled was not a standing army such as the free cities were accustomed to maintain, not a force of guardsmen paid in coin. Most of them were small folk, crofters, field hands, fishermen, sheep herders, the sons of innkeeps and traders and tanners, leavened with a smattering of sellswords and free riders hungry for plunder. When their lords called, they came, but not forever. Marching is all very well, she said to her son, but where, and to what purpose? What do you mean to do? Rob hesitated. The Great John thinks we should take the battle to Lord Tywin and surprise him, he said, but the Glovers and the Carstarks feel it would be wiser to go around his army and join up with Uncle Sir Edmure against the Kingslayer. He ran his fingers through his shaggy mane of auburn hair, looking unhappy. That by the time we reach Riverrun, I'm not certain. Be certain, Catelyn told her son. We'll go home and take up that wooden sword again. You cannot afford to seem indecisive in front of men like Roose Bolton and Rickard Karstark. Make no mistake, Rob. These are your bannermen, not your friends. You named yourself battle commander. Command. Her son looked at her, startled, as if he could not credit what he was hearing. As you say, mother. I'll ask you again. What do you mean to do? Rob drew a map across the table, a ragged piece of old leather covered with lines of faded paint. One end curled up from being rolled. He weighed it down with his dagger. Both plans are virtues, but, look, if we try to swing around Lord Tywin's host, we take the risk of being caught between him and the Kingslayer, and if we attack him, by all reports he has more men than I do, and a lot more armoured horse. The Great John says that won't matter if we catch him with his breeches down, but it seems to me that a man who has fought as many battles as Tywin Lannister won't be so easily surprised. Good, she said. She could hear echoes of Ned in his voice as he sat there, puzzling over the map. Tell me more. I'd leave a small force here to hold Moat Cailin, archers mostly, and march the rest down the causeway, he said. Once we're below the neck, I'd split our host in two. The foot can continue down the King's Road while our horsemen cross the Green Fork at the Twins, he pointed. When Lord Tywin gets word that we've come south, he'll march north to engage our main host, leaving our riders free to hurry down the west bank to Riverrun. Rob sat back, not quite daring to smile, but pleased with himself and hungry for her praise. Catelyn frowned down at the map. You'd put a river between the two parts of your army, and between Jaime and Lord Tywin, he said eagerly. The smile came at last. There's no crossing on the Green Fork above the Ruby Ford where Robert won his crown, not until the Twins, all the way up here, and Lord Frey controls that bridge. He's your father's bannerman. Isn't that so? The late Lord Frey, Catelyn thought. He is, she admitted, but my father has never trusted him, nor should you. I won't, Rob promised. What do you think? She was impressed despite herself. He looks like a Tully, she thought. Yet he's still his father's son, and Ned taught him well. Which force would you command? The horse, he answered at once. Again, like his father, Ned would always take the more dangerous task himself. And the other? The Great John is always saying that we should smash Lord Tywin. I thought I'd give him the honour. It was his first misstep, but how to make him see it without wounding his fledgling confidence? Your father once told me that the Great John was as fearless as any man he had ever known. Rob grinned. Grey windowed two of his fingers, and he laughed about it. So you agree, then? Your father is not fearless, Catelyn pointed out. He is brave, but that is very different. Her son considered that for a moment. The eastern host will be all that stands between Lord Tywin and Winterfell, he said thoughtfully. Well, them and whatever few bowmen I leave here at the moat. So I don't want someone fearless, do I? No. You want cold cunning, I should think, not courage. Roose Bolton, Rob said at once. That man scares me. Then let us pray he will scare Tywin Lannister as well. Rob nodded and rolled up the map. I'll give the commands and assemble an escort to take you home to Winterfell. Catelyn had fought to keep herself strong, for Ned's sake and for this stubborn brave son of theirs. She had put despair and fear aside, as if they were garments she did not choose to wear, but now she saw that she had donned them after all. I am not going to Winterfell, she heard herself say, surprised at the sudden rush of tears that blurred her vision. My father may be dying behind the walls of Riverrun. My brother is surrounded by foes. I must go to them. Chella, daughter of Chek of the Black Ears, had gone ahead to scout, and it was she who brought back word of the army at the crossroads. By their fires I called them 20,000 strong, she said. Their banners are red, with a golden lion. Your father? Bronn asked. Or my brother Jaime, Tyrion said. We shall know soon enough. He surveyed his ragged band of brigands, near 300 Stonecrows, Moonbrothers, Black Ears, and Burned Men, and those just the seed of the army he hoped to grow. Gunfor, son of Gurn, was raising the other clans even now. He wondered what his lord father would make of them and their skins and bits of stolen steel. If truth be told, he did not know what to make of them himself. Was he their commander or their captive? Most of the time it seemed to be a little of both. It might be best if I rode down alone, he suggested. Best for Tyrion, son of Tywin, said Ulf, who spoke for the Moon Brothers. Shagga glowered, a fearsome sight to see. Shagga, son of Dolph, likes this not. Shagga will go with the boy man, and if the boy man lies, Shagga will chop off his manhood, and feed it to the goats, yes, Tyrion said wearily. Shagga, I give you my word as a Lannister, I will return. Why should we trust your word? Chella was a small, hard woman, flat as a boy and no fool. Lowland lords have lied to the clans before. You wound me, Chella, Tyrion said. Here I thought we had become such friends. But as you will, you shall ride with me, and Shagga and Con for the Stone Crows, Ulf for the Moon Brothers, and Timett, son of Timett, for the Burned Men. The clansmen exchanged wary looks as he named them. The rest shall wait here until I send for you. Try not to kill and maim each other while I'm gone. He put his heels to his horse and trotted off, giving them no choice but to follow or be left behind. Ivor was fine with him, so long as they did not sit down to talk for a day and a night. That was the trouble with the clans. They had an absurd notion that every man's voice should be heard in council, so they argued about everything, endlessly. Even their women were allowed to speak. Small wonder that it had been hundreds of years since they last threatened the Vale if anything beyond an occasional raid. Tyrion meant to change that. Bronn rode with him. Behind them, after a quick bit of grumbling, the 5 clansmen followed on their undersized garrons, scrawny things that looked like ponies and scrambled up rock walls like goats. The Stone Crows rode together, and Chella and Ulf stayed close as well, as the Moon Brothers and Black-Ears had strong bonds between them. Timett, son of Timett, rode alone. Every clan in the mountains of the moon feared the Burned Men, who mortified their flesh with fire to prove their courage, and, others said, roasted babies at their feasts. And even the other Burned Men feared Timett, who had put out his own left eye with a white-hot knife when he reached the age of manhood. Tyrion gathered that it was more customary for a boy to burn off a nipple, a finger, or, if he was truly brave or truly mad, an ear. Timett's fellow Burned Men were so awed by his choice of an eye that they promptly named him a Red Hand, which seemed to be some sort of a war chief. I wonder what their king burned off, Tyrion said to Bronn when he heard the tale. Grinning, the sellsword had tugged at his crotch, but even Bronn had kept a respectful tongue around Timett. If a man was mad enough to put out his own eye, he was unlikely to be gentle to his enemies. Distant watchers peered down from towers of unmortared stone as the party descended through the foothills, and once Tyrion saw a raven take wing. Where the high road twisted between 2 rocky outcrops, they came to the first strong point. A low earthen wall 4 feet high closed off the road, and a dozen crossbowmen manned the heights. Tyrion halted his followers out of range and rode to the wall alone. "Who commands here?" he shouted up. The captain was quick to appear, and even quicker to give them an escort when he recognized his lord's son. They trotted past blackened fields and burned holdfasts, down to the riverlands and the green fork of the Trident. Tyrion saw no bodies, but the air was full of ravens and carrion crows. They had been fighting here, and recently. Half a league from the crossroads, a barricade of sharpened stakes had been erected, manned by pikemen and archers. Behind the line, the camp spread out to the far distance. Thin fingers of smoke rose from hundreds of cook fires. Mailed men sat under trees and honed their blades, and familiar banners fluttered from staffs thrust into the muddy ground. A party of mounted horsemen rode forward to challenge them as they approached the stakes. The knight who led them wore silver armour inlaid with amethysts and a striped purple and silver cloak. His shield bore a unicorn sigil, and a spiral horn, 2 feet long, jutted up from the brow of his horsehead helm. Tyrion reined up to greet him. Sir Flement Brax lifted his visor. "Tyrion," he said in astonishment. "My lord, we all feared you dead, or—" He looked at the clansmen uncertainly. "These companions of yours—" "Bosom friends and loyal retainers," Tyrion said. "Where will I find my lord father?" "He has taken the inn at the crossroads for his quarters." Tyrion laughed. "The inn at the crossroads. Perhaps the gods were just after all. I will see him at once." "As you say, my lord." Sir Flement wheeled his horse about and shouted commands. 3 rows of stakes were pulled from the ground to make a hole in the line. Tyrion led his party through. Lord Tywin's camp spread over leagues. Chella's estimate of 20,000 men could not be far wrong. The common men camped out in the open, but the knights had thrown up tents, and some of the high lords had erected pavilions as large as houses. Tyrion spied the red ox of the Presters, Lord Craighall's brindled boar, the burning tree of Marbrand, the badger of Lydon. Knights called out to him as he cantered past, and men-at-arms gaped at the clansmen in open astonishment. Shagga was gaping back. Beyond a certainty, he had never seen so many men, horses, and weapons in all these days. The rest of the mountain brigands did a better job of guarding their faces, but Tyrion had no doubts that they were full as much in awe. Better and better. The more impressed they were with the power of the Lannisters, the easier they would be to command. The inn and its stables were much as he remembered. though little more than tumbled stones and blackened foundations remained where the rest of the village had stood. A gibbet had been erected in the yard, and the body that swung there was covered with ravens. At Tyrion's approach they took to the air, squawking and flapping their black wings. He dismounted and glanced up what remained of the corpse. The birds had eaten her lips and eyes and most of her cheeks, bearing her stained red teeth in a hideous smile. A room, a meal, and a flagon of wine, that was all I asked, he reminded her with a sigh of reproach. The boys emerged hesitantly from the stables to see to their horses. Shagger did not want to give his up. The lad won't steal your mare, Tyrion assured him. He only wants to give her some oats and water and brush out her coat. Shagger's coat could have used a good brushing too, but it would have been less than tactful to mention it. You have my word, the horse will not be harmed. Glaring, Shagger let go his grip on the reins. This is the horse of Shaggar, son of Dolph, he roared at the stable boy. If he doesn't give her back, chop off his manhood and feed it to the goats, Tyrion promised, provided you can find some. A pair of house guards in crimson cloaks and lion-crested helms stood under the inn sign on either side of the door. Tyrion recognized their captain. My father? In the common room, my lord. My men will want meat and mead, Tyrion told him. See that they get it. He entered the inn, and there was father. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, was in his middle 50s, yet hard as a man of 20. Even seated, he was tall, with long legs, broad shoulders, a flat stomach. His thin arms were corded with muscle. When his once thick golden hair had begun to recede, he had commanded his barber to shave his head. Lord Tywin did not believe in half measures. He raised his lip and chin as well, but kept his side whiskers, two great thickets of wiry golden hair that covered most of his cheeks from ear to jaw. His eyes were a pale green, flecked with gold. A fool more foolish than most had once jested that even Lord Tywin's ship was flecked with gold. Some said the man was still alive, deep in the bowels of Casterly Rock. Sir Kevan Lannister, his father's only surviving brother, was sharing a flagon of ale with Lord Tywin when Tyrion entered the common room. His uncle was portly and balding, with a close-cropped yellow beard that followed the line of his massive jaw. Sir Kevan saw him first. "Tyrion," he said in surprise. "Uncle," Tyrion said, bowing, "and my lord father. What a pleasure to find you here." Lord Tywin did not stir from his chair, but he did give his dwarf son a long, searching look. "I see that the rumours of your demise were unfounded." "Sorry to disappoint you, father," Tyrion said. "No need to leap up and embrace me. I wouldn't want you to strain yourself." He crossed the room to their table, acutely conscious of the way his stunted legs made him waddle with every step. Whenever his father's eyes were on him, he became uncomfortably aware of all his deformities and shortcomings. "Kind of you to go to war for me," he said as he climbed into a chair and helped himself to a cup of his father's ale. "By my lights, it was you who started this," Lord Tywin replied. "Your brother Jaime would never have meekly submitted to capture at the hands of a woman." "That's one way we differ, Jaime and I. He's taller as well, you may have noticed." His father ignored the sally. "The honour of our house is at stake. I had no choice but to ride. No man sheds Lannister blood with impunity." "Hear me roar," Tyrion said, grinning. "The Lannister words. Truth be told, none of my blood was actually shed, though it was a close thing once or twice. Morrick and Jick were killed. I suppose you'll be wanting some new men. Don't trouble yourself, father. I've acquired a few of my own." He tried a swallow of the ale. It was brown and yeasty, so thick he could almost chew it. Very fine, in truth. A pity his father had hanged the innkeep. "How is your war going?" His uncle answered. "Well enough, for the nonce. Sir Edmure had scattered small troops of men along his borders to stop our raiding, and your lord father and I were able to destroy most of them piecemeal before they could regroup." "Your brother has been covering himself with glory," his father said. "He smashed the Lords Vance and Piper at the Golden Tooth, and met the massed power of the Tullys under the walls of Riverrun. The Lords of the Trident have been put to rout. Sir Edmure Tully was taken captive with many of his knights and bannermen. Lord Blackwood led a few survivors back to Riverrun, where Jaime has them under siege. The rest fled to their own strongholds. Your father and I have been marching on each in turn." Sir Kevan said. "With Lord Blackwood gone, Raventree fell at once, and Lady Went yielded Harrenhal for want of men to defend it, so Gregor burnt out the Pipers and the Brackens." "Leaving you unopposed?" Tyrion said. "Not wholly," Sir Kevan said. "The Mallisters still hold Seaguard, and Walder Frey is marshalling his levies at the Twins." "No matter," Lord Tywin said. "Frey only takes the field when the scent of victory is in the air, and all he smells now is ruin, and Jason Mallister lacks the strength to fight alone. Once Jaime takes Riverrun, they will both be quick enough to bend the knee. Unless the Starks and the Arryns come forth to oppose us, this war is good as won." "I would not fret overmuch about the Arryns if I were you, Tyrion said. The Starks are another matter. Lord Eddard is our hostage, his father said. He will lead no armies while he rots in a dungeon under the Red Keep. No, Sir Kevan agreed, but his son has called the banners and sits at Moat Cailin with a strong host around him. No sword is strong until it's been tempered, Lord Tywin declared. The Stark boy is a child. No doubt he likes the sound of war horns well enough, and the sight of his banners fluttering in the wind, but in the end it comes down to a butcher's work. I doubt he has the stomach for it. Things had gotten interesting while he'd been away. Tyrion reflected. And what is our fearless monarch doing whilst all this butcher's work is being done? He wondered. How has my lovely and persuasive sister gotten Robert to agree to the imprisonment of his dear friend Ned? Robert Baratheon is dead, his father told him. Your nephew reigns in King's Landing. That did take Tyrion aback. My sister, you mean? He took another gulp of ale. Rome would be a much different place if Cersei ruling in place of her husband. If you have a mind to make yourself of use, I will give you a command, his father said. Mark Piper and Carol Vance are loose in our rear, raiding our lands across the Red Fork. Tyrion made a sking sound. The gall of them fighting back. Ordinarily I'd be glad to punish such rudeness, father, but the truth is, I have pressing business elsewhere. Do you? Lord Tywin did not seem awed. We also have a pair of Ned Stark's afterthoughts making a nuisance of themselves by harassing my foraging parties. Beric Dondarrion, some young lordling with delusions of valour. He has that fat jape of a priest with him, the one who likes to set his sword on fire. Do you think you might be able to deal with them as you scamper off, without making too much a botch of it? Tyrion wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled. Father, it warms my heart to think that you might entrust me with, 20 men? 50? Are you sure you can spare so many? Well, no matter. If I should come across Forrest and Lord Beric, I shall spank them both. He climbed down from his chair and waddled to the sideboard, where a wheel of veined white cheese sat surrounded by fruit. First, though, I have some promises of my own to keep, he said as he sliced off a wedge. I shall require 3,000 helms and as many hauberks, plus swords, pikes, steel spearheads, maces, battle-axes, gauntlets, gorgets, greaves, breastplates, wagons to carry all this. The door behind him opened with a crash so violently that Tyrion almost dropped his cheese. Sir Kevan leapt up, swearing as the captain of the guard went flying across the room to smash against the hearth. As he tumbled down into the cold ashes, his lion helm askew, Shagger snapped the man's sword in two over a knee thick as a tree trunk, threw down the pieces, and lumbered into the common room. He was preceded by his stench, riper than the cheese and overpowering in the closed space. Little Redcape, he snarled, when next you bear steel on Shagger son of Dolph, I will chop off your manhood and roast it in the fire. What, no goats? Tyrion said, taking a bite of cheese. The other clansmen followed Shagger into the common room, Bronn with them. The sellsword gave Tyrion a rueful shrug. Who might you be? Lord Tywin asked, cool as snow. They followed me home, father, Tyrion explained. May I keep them? They don't eat much. No one was smiling. By what right do you savages intrude on our councils? Demanded Sir Kevan. Savages, Lowlander? Con might have been handsome if you watched him. We are free men, and free men by right sit on all war councils. Which one is the Lion Lord? Chella asked. They are both old men, announced Timett, son of Timett, who had yet to see his 20th year. Sir Kevan's hand went to his sword hilt, but his brother placed 2 fingers on his wrist and held him fast. Lord Tywin seemed unperturbed. Tyrion, have you forgotten your courtesies? Kindly acquaint us with our honoured guests. Tyrion licked his fingers. With pleasure, he said. The fair maid is Chella, daughter of Chaek of the Black Ears. I'm no maid, Chella protested. My sons have taken 50 years among them. May they take 50 more. Tyrion waddled away from her. This is Con, son of Corrad. Shagger, son of Dolph, is the one who looks like Casterly Rock with hair. They are stone crows. Here is Ulf, son of Umar of the Moon Brothers, and here Timett, son of Timett, a red hand of the Burned Men. And this is Bronn, a sellsword of no particular allegiance. He has already changed sides twice in the short time I've known him, yet you and he ought to get on famously, father. To Bronn and the clansmen he said, May I present my lord father, Tywin, son of Tytos, of House Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, Warden of the West, Shield of Lannisport, and once and future Hand of the King. Lord Tywin rose, dignified and correct. Even in the West we know the prowess of the warrior clans of the Mountains of the Moon. What brings you down from your strongholds, my lords? Horses, said Shaggar. A promise of silk and steel, said Timett, son of Timett. Tyrion was about to tell his lord father how he proposed to reduce the Vale of Arryn to a smoking wasteland, but he was never given the chance. The door banged open again. The messenger gave Tyrion's clansman a quick, queer look as he dropped to one knee before Lord Tywin. My lord, he said, Sir Adam bid me tell you that the Stark host is moving down the causeway. Lord Tywin Lannister did not smile. Lord Tywin never smiled, but Tyrion had learned to read his father's pleasure all the same, and it was there on his face. "So the wolfling is leaving his den to play among the lions," he said in a voice of quiet satisfaction. "Splendid. Return to Sir Adam and tell him to fall back. He is not to engage the Northerners until we arrive, but I want him to harass their flanks and draw them farther south. It will be as you command." The rider took his leave. "We are well situated here," Sir Kevan pointed out, "close to the ford and ringed by pits and spikes. If they are coming south, I say let them come and break themselves against us." "The boy may hang back or lose his courage when he sees our numbers," Lord Tywin replied. "The sooner the Starks are broken, the sooner I shall be free to deal with Stannis Baratheon. Tell the drummers to beat assembly, and send word to Jaime that I am marching against Robb Stark." "As you will," Sir Kevan said. Tyrion watched with a grim fascination as his lord father turned next to the half-wild clansmen. "It is said that the men of the mountain clans are warriors without fear." "It is said truly," Con of the Stone Crows answered. "And the women," Chella added. "Ride with me against my enemies, and you shall have all my son promised you, and more," Lord Tywin told them. "Would you pay us with our own coin?" Ulf, son of Umar, said. "Why should we need the father's promise when we have the son's?" "I said nothing of need," Lord Tywin replied. "My words were courtesy, nothing more. You need not join us. The men of the Winterlands are made of iron and ice, and even my boldest knights fear to face them." "Oh, deftly done," Tyrion thought, smiling crookedly. "The burned men fear nothing. Timett, son of Timett, will ride with the lions. Wherever the burned men go, the Stone Crows have been there first," Con declared hotly. "We ride as well. Shagga, son of Dolf, will chop off their manhoods and feed them to the crows." "We will ride with you, Lion Lord," Chella, daughter of Chake, agreed, "but only if your half-man son goes with us. He has bought his breath out with promises. Until we hold the steel he has pledged us, his life is ours." Lord Tywin turned his gold-flecked eyes on his son. "Joy," Tyrion said with a resigned smile. The walls of the throne room had been stripped bare, the hunting tapestries that King Robert loved taken down and stacked in the corner in an untidy heap. Sir Mandon Moore went to take his place under the throne beside two of his fellows of the King's Guard. Sansa hovered by the door, for once unguarded. The Queen had given her freedom of the castle as a reward for being good, yet even so she was escorted everywhere she went. "Honour guards for my daughter-to-be," the Queen called them, but they did not make Sansa feel honoured. Freedom of the castle meant that she could go wherever she chose within the Red Keep, so long as she promised not to go beyond the walls, a promise Sansa had been more than willing to give. She couldn't have gone beyond the walls anyway. The gates were watched day and night by Janos Slynt's gold cloaks, and Lannister house guards were always about as well. Besides, even if she could leave the castle, where would she go? It was enough that she could walk in the yard, pick flowers in Myrcella's garden, and visit the Sept to pray for her father. Sometimes she prayed in the Godswood as well, since the Starks kept the old gods. This was the first court session of Joffrey's reign, so Sansa looked about nervously. A line of Lannister houseguards stood beneath the western windows, a line of gold-cloaked city watchmen beneath the east. Of small folk and commoners she saw no sign, but under the gallery a cluster of lords great and small milled restlessly. There were no more than 20, where 100 had been accustomed to wait upon King Robert. Sansa slipped in among them, murmuring greetings as she worked her way toward the front. She recognized black-skinned Jalabar Joe, gloomy Sir Aaron Santagar, the Red Wine twins Horror and Slobber. Only none of them seemed to recognize her, or if they did, they shied away as if she had the grey plague. Sickly Lord Giles covered his face at her approach and feigned a fit of coughing, and when funny drunken Sir Donto started to hail her, Sir Balon Swan whispered in his ear and he turned away. And so many others were missing. Where had the rest of them gone? Sansa wondered. Vainly she searched for friendly faces. Not one of them would meet her eyes. It was as if she had become a ghost, dead before her time. Grand Maester Pycelle was seated alone at the council table, seemingly asleep, his hands clasped together atop his beard. She saw Lord Varys hurry into the hall, his feet making no sound. A moment later Lord Baelish entered through the tall doors in the rear, smiling. He chatted amiably with Sir Balon and Sir Dontos as he made his way to the front. Butterflies fluttered nervously in Sansa's stomach. "I shouldn't be afraid," she told herself. "I have nothing to be afraid of. It will all come out well. Joff loves me and the Queen does too. She said so." A herald's voice rang out. All hail his grace, Joffrey of the houses Baratheon and Lannister, the first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, and Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. All hail his lady mother, Cersei of House Lannister, Queen Regent, Light of the West, and Protector of the Realm. Sir Barristan Selmy, resplendent in white plate, led them in. Sir Ares Oakheart escorted the Queen, while Sir Boris Blount walked beside Joffrey, so 6 of the King's Guard were now in the hall, all the white swords save Jaime Lannister alone. Her prince, no, her king now, took the steps of the Iron Throne 2 at a time, while his mother was seated with the council. Joff wore plush black velvet slashed with crimson, a shimmering cloth of gold cape with a high collar, and on his head a golden crown crusted with rubies and black diamonds. When Joffrey turned to look out over the hall, his eye caught Sansa's. He smiled, seated himself, and spoke. "It is a king's duty to punish the disloyal and reward those who are true. Grand Maester Pycelle, I command you to read my decrees." Pycelle pushed himself to his feet. He was clad in a magnificent robe of thick red velvet, with an ermine collar and shiny gold fastenings. From a drooping sleeve, heavy with gilded scrollwork, he drew a parchment, unrolled it, and began to read a long list of names, commanding each in the name of king and council to present themselves and swear their fealty to Joffrey. Failing that, they would be adjudged traitors, their lands and titles forfeit to the throne. The names he read made Sansa hold her breath. Lord Stannis Baratheon, his lady wife, his daughter, Lord Renly Baratheon, both Lord Royces and their sons, Sir Loras Tyrell, Lord Mace Tyrell, his brothers, uncles, sons, the Red Priest Forrest of Myr, Lord Beric Dondarrion, Lady Lysa Arryn and her son, the little Lord Robert, Lord Hoster Tully, his brother Sir Brynden, his son Sir Edmure, Lord Jason Mallister, Lord Bryce Caron of the Marches, Lord Tytos Blackwood, Lord Walder Frey and his heir Sir Stevron, Lord Carol Vance, Lord Jonas Bracken, Lady Stella Went, Doran Martell, Prince of Dawn, and all his sons. So many, she thought as Pycelle read on and on. It will take a whole flock of ravens to send out these commands. And at the end, near last, came the name Sansa had been dreading. Lady Catelyn Stark, Robb Stark, Brandon Stark, Rickon Stark, Arya Stark. Sansa stifled a gasp. Arya! They wanted Arya to present herself and swear an oath. It must mean her sister had fled on the galley. She must be safe at Winterfell by now. Grand Maester Pycelle rolled up the list, tucked it up his left sleeve, and pulled another parchment from his right. He cleared his throat and resumed. In the place of the traitor Eddard Stark, it is the wish of his grace that Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, take up the office of Hand of the King, to speak of his voice, lead his armies against his enemies, and carry out his royal will. So the king has decreed. The small council consents. In the place of the traitor Stannis Baratheon, it is the wish of his grace that his lady mother, the Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, who has ever been his staunchest supporter, be seated upon his small council, so that she may help him rule wisely and with justice. So the king has decreed. The small council consents. Sansa heard a soft murmuring from the lords around her, but it was quickly stilled. Pycelle continued. It is also the wish of his grace that his loyal servant, Janos Slynt, commander of the city watch of King's Landing, be at once raised to the rank of lord and granted the ancient seat of Harrenhal with all its attendant lords and incomes, and that his sons and grandsons shall hold these honours after him until the end of time. It is moreover his command that Lord Slynt be seated immediately upon his small council to assist in the governance of the realm. So the king has decreed. The small council consents. Sansa glimpsed motion from the corner of her eyes. Janos Slynt made his entrance. This time the muttering was louder and angrier. Proud lords whose houses went back thousands of years made way reluctantly for the balding, frog-faced commoner as he marched past. Golden scales had been sewn onto the black velvet of his doublet and rang together softly with each step. His cloak was checked black and gold satin. 2 ugly boys who must have been his sons went before him, struggling with the weight of a heavy metal shield and as tall as they were. For his sigil he had taken a bloody spear, gold on a night-black field. The side of it raised goose prickles up and down Sansa's arms. As Lord Slynt took his place, Grand Maester Pycelle resumed. Lastly, in these times of treason and turmoil, of our beloved Robert so lately dead, it is the view of the council that the life and safety of King Joffrey is of paramount importance. He looked to the Queen. Cersei stood. Sir Barristan Selmy, stand forth. Sir Barristan had been standing at the foot of the Iron Throne, as still as any statue, but now he went to one knee and bowed his head. Your Grace, I am yours to command. Rise, Sir Barristan, Sir Cersei Lannister said. You may remove your helm. My lady? Standing, the old knight took off his high white helm, though he did not seem to understand why. You have served the realm long and faithfully, good sir, and every man and woman in the 7 kingdoms owes you thanks. Yet now I fear your service is at an end. It is the wish of king and council that you lay down your heavy burden. My burden? I fear I do not. The new-made lord, Janos Slynt, spoke up, his voice heavy and blunt. Her Grace is trying to tell you that you are relieved as Lord Commander of the King's Guard. The tall white-haired knight seemed to shrink as he stood there, scarcely breathing. "Your Grace," he said at last, "the Kingsguard is a sworn brotherhood. Our vows are taken for life. Only death may relieve the Lord Commander of his sacred trust. Who's deaf, Sir Barristan?" The Queen's voice was soft as silk, but her words carried the whole length of the hall. "Yours or your king's?" "You let my father die," Joffrey said accusingly from atop the Iron Throne. "You're too old to protect anybody." Sansa watched as the knight peered up at his new king. She had never seen him look his years before, yet now he did. "Your Grace," he said, "I was chosen for the White Swords in my 23rd year. It was all I had ever dreamed. From the moment I first took sword in hand, I gave up all claim to my ancestral keep. The girl I was to wed married my cousin in my place. I had no need of land or sons. My life would be lived for the realm. Sir Gerald Hightower himself heard my vows, toward the king of all my strength, to give my blood for his. I fought beside the White Bull and Prince Lewin of Dawn, beside Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Before I served your father, I helped shield King Aerys and his father Jaehaerys before him. 3 kings." "And all of them dead," Littlefinger pointed out. "Your time is done," Cersei Lannister announced. "Joffrey requires men around him who are young and strong. The council has determined that Sir Jaime Lannister will take your place as the Lord Commander of Sworn Brothers of the White Swords." "The Kingslayer," Sir Barristan said, his voice hard with contempt. "The false knight who had profaned his blade with the blood of the king he had sworn to defend." "Have a care for your words, sir," the Queen warned. "You are speaking of our beloved brother, your king's own blood." Lord Varys spoke, gentler than the others. "We are not unmindful of your service, good sir. Lord Tywin Lannister has generously agreed to grant you a handsome tract of land north of Lannisport, beside the sea, with gold and men sufficient to build you a stout keep, and servants to see to your every need." Sir Barristan looked up sharply. "A hall to die in and men to bury me. I thank you, my lords, but I spit upon your pity." He reached up and undid the clasps that held his cloak in place, and the heavy white garment slivered from his shoulders to fall in a heap on the floor. His helmet dropped with a clang. "I am a knight," he told them. He opened the silver fastenings of his breastplate, and let that fall as well. "I shall die a knight." "A naked knight, it would seem," quipped Littlefinger. They all laughed then. Joffrey on his throne, and the lords standing attendants, Janos Slynt and Queen Cersei and Sandor Clegane, and even the other men of the Kingsguard, the 5 who had been his brothers until a moment ago. Surely that must have hurt the most, Sansa thought. Her heart went out to the gallant old man as he stood shamed and red-faced, too angry to speak. Finally he drew his sword. Sansa heard someone gasp. Sir Boros and Sir Meryn moved forward to confront him, but Sir Barristan froze them in place, with a look that dripped contempt. "Have no fear, sirs. Your king is safe. No thanks to you. Even now I could cut through the 5 of you as easy as a dagger cuts cheese. If you would serve under the Kingslayer, not a one of you is fit to wear the white." He flung his sword at the foot of the Iron Throne. "Here, boy, melt it down and add it to the others, if you like. It will do you more good when the sword's in the hands of these 5. Perhaps Lord Stannis will chance to sit on it when he takes your throne." He took the long way out, his steps ringing loud against the floor and echoing off the bare stone walls. Lords and ladies parted to let him pass. Not until the pages had closed the great oak and bronze doors behind him did Sansa hear sounds again. Soft voices, uneasy stirrings, the shuffle of papers from the council table. "He called me boy," Joffrey said peevishly, sounding younger than his ears. "He talked about my uncle Stannis, too." "Idle talk," said Varys the eunuch, "without meaning. He could be making plots with my uncles. I want him seized and questioned." No one moved. Joffrey raised his voice. "I said I want him seized." Janos Slynt rose from the council table. "My gold cloaks will see to it, your grace." "Good," said King Joffrey. Lord Janos strode from the hall, his ugly sons double-stepping to keep up as they lugged the great metal shield with the arms of House Slynt. "Your Grace," Littlefinger reminded the king, "if we might resume, the 7 are now 6. We find ourselves in need of a new sword for your Kingsguard." Joffrey smiled. "Tell them, mother." "The king and council have determined that no man in the 7 kingdoms is more fit to guard and protect his grace than his sworn shield, Sandor Clegane." "How do you like that, dog?" King Joffrey asked. The hound-scarred face was hard to read. He took a long moment to consider. "Why not? I have no lands nor wife to forsake, and who'd care if I did?" The burned side of his mouth twisted. "But I warn you, I'll say no knight's vows. The sworn brothers of the Kingsguard have always been knights," Sir Boros said firmly. "Until now," the hound said in his deep rasp, and Sir Boros fell silent. When the king's herald moved forward, Sansa realized the moment was almost at hand. She smoothed down the cloth of her skirt nervously. She was dressed in mourning as a sign of respect for the dead king, but she had taken special care to make herself beautiful. Her gown was the ivory silk that the queen had given her, the one Arya had ruined, but she'd had them dye it black and you couldn't see the stain at all. She had fretted over her jewellery for hours and finally decided upon the elegant simplicity of a plain silver chain. The herald's voice boomed out. "If any man in this hall has other matters to set before his grace, let him speak now or go forth and hold his silence." Sansa quailed. Now, she told herself, I must do it now. Gods give me courage. She took one step, then another. Lords and knights stepped aside silently to let her pass, and she felt the weight of their eyes on her. "I must be as strong as my lady mother." "Your grace," she called out in a soft, tremulous voice. The height of the Iron Throne gave Joffrey a better vantage point than anyone else in the hall. He was the first to see her. "Come forward, my lady," he called out, smiling. His smile emboldened her, made her feel beautiful and strong. "He does love me, he does." Sansa lifted her head and walked toward him, not too slow and not too fast. She must not let them see how nervous she was. "The Lady Sansa, of House Stark," the herald cried. She stopped under the throne, at the spot where Sir Barristan's white cloak lay puddled on the floor beside his helm and breastplate. "Do you have some business for king and council, Sansa?" the queen asked from the council table. "I do." She knelt on the cloak so as to not spoil her gown, and looked up at her prince on his fearsome black throne. "As it please your grace, I ask mercy for my father, Lord Eddard Stark, who is the hand of the king." She had practiced the words 100 times. The queen sighed. "Sansa, you disappoint me. What did I tell you about traitor's blood?" "Your father has committed grave and terrible crimes, my lady," Grand Maester Pycelle intoned. "Ah, poor sad thing," sighed Varys. "She's only a babe, my lords. She does not know what she asks." Sansa had eyes only for Joffrey. "He must listen to me. He must," she thought. The king shifted on his seat. "Let her speak," he commanded. "I want to hear what she says." "Thank you, your grace." Sansa smiled, a shy secret smile, just for him. He was listening. She knew he would. "Treason is a noxious weed," Pycelle declared solemnly. "It must be torn up, root and stem and seed, lest new traitors sprout from every roadside." "Do you deny your father's crime?" Lord Baelish asked. "No, my lords." Sansa knew better than that. "I know he must be punished. All I ask is mercy. I know my lord father must regret what he did. He was King Robert's friend and he loved him. You all know he loved him. He never wanted to be hanged until the king asked him. They must have lied to him. Lord Renly or Lord Stannis or somebody. They must have lied, otherwise—" King Joffrey leaned forward, hands grasping the arms of the throne. Broken sword points fanned out between his fingers. "He said I wasn't the king." "Why did he say that?" "His leg was broken," Sansa replied eagerly. "It hurt ever so much. Maester Pycelle was giving him milk of the poppy, and they say that milk of the poppy fills your head with clouds. Otherwise he would never have said it." Varys said, "A child's faith, such sweet innocence. And yet they say wisdom oft comes from the mouths of babes. Treason is treason," Pycelle replied at once. Joffrey rocked restlessly on the throne. "Mother?" Cersei Lannister considered Sansa thoughtfully. "If Lord Eddard were to confess his crime," she said at last, "we would know he had repented his folly." Joffrey pushed himself to his feet. "Please," Sansa thought, "please, please, be the king I know you are. Good and kind and noble, please." "Do you have any more to say?" he asked her. "Only that as you love me, you do me this kindness, my prince," Sansa said. King Joffrey looked her up and down. "Your sweet words have moved me," he said gallantly, nodding, as if to say all would be well. "I shall do as you ask, but first your father has to confess. He has to confess and say that I am the king, or there will be no mercy for him." "He will," Sansa said, heart soaring. "Oh, I know he will." The straw on the floor stank of urine. There was no window, no bed, not even a slop bucket. He remembered walls of pale red stone festooned with patches of nitre, a grey door of splintered wood, 4 inches thick and studded with iron. He had seen them briefly, a quick glimpse as they shoved him inside. Once the door had slammed shut, he had seen no more. The dark was absolute. He had as well been blind. Or dead, buried with his king. Robert, he murmured as his groping hand touched a cold stone wall, his leg throbbing with every motion. He remembered the jest the king had shared in the crypts of Winterfell, as the kings of winter looked on with cold stone eyes. "The king eats," Robert had said, "and the hand takes the shit." How he had laughed, yet he had gotten it wrong. The king dies, Ned Stark thought, and the hand is buried. The dungeon was under the Red Keep, deeper than he dared imagine. He remembered the old stories about Maegor the Cruel, who murdered all the masons who laboured on his castle, so they might never reveal its secrets. He damned them all. Littlefinger, Janos Slinton, his gold cloaks, the Queen, the Kingslayer, Pycelle, Varys, and Sir Barristan, even Lord Renly, Robert's own blood, for had run when he was needed most. Yet in the end he blamed himself. Fool, he cried to the darkness. Thrice damned blind fool. Cersei Lannister's face seemed to float before him in the darkness. Her hair was full of sunlight, but there was mockery in her smile. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die, she whispered. Ned had played and lost, and his men had paid the price of his folly with their life's blood. When he thought of his daughters, he would have wept gladly, but the tears would not come. Even now he was the Stark of Winterfell, and his grief and his rage froze hard inside him. When he kept very still, his leg did not hurt so much, so he did his best to lie unmoving. For how long he could not say. There was no sun and no moon, he could not see to mark the walls. Ned closed his eyes and opened them. It made no difference. He slept and woke and slept again. He did not know which was more painful, the waking or the sleeping. When he slept, he dreamed, dark disturbing dreams of blood and broken promises. When he woke, there was nothing to do but think, and his waking thoughts were worse than nightmares. The thought of Cat was as painful as a bed of nettles. He wondered where she was, what she was doing. He wondered whether he would ever see her again. Hours turned to days, or so it seemed. He could feel a dull ache in his shattered leg, an itch beneath the plaster. When he touched his fire, the flesh was hot to his fingers. The only sound was his breathing. After a time, he began to talk aloud, just to hear a voice. He made plans to keep himself sane, build castles of hope in the dark. Robert's brothers were out in the world, raising armies at Dragonstone and Storm's End. Alan and Harwin returned to King's Landing with the rest of his household guard once they had dealt with Sir Gregor. Catelyn would raise the north when the word reached her, and the lords of river and mountain and vale would join her. He found himself thinking of Robert. More and more, he saw the king as he had been in the flower of his youth, tall and handsome, his great antlered helm on his head, his warhammer in hand, sitting his horse like a horned god. He heard his laughter in the dark, saw his eyes, blue and clear as mountain lakes. "Look at us, Ned," Robert said. "Gods, how did we come to this? You here, and me killed by a pig. We were on a throne together." "I failed you, Robert," Ned thought. He could not say the words. "I lied to you, hid the truth. I let them kill you." The king heard him. "You stiff-necked fool," he muttered. "Too proud to listen. Can you eat pride, Stark? Will honour shield your children?" Cracks ran down his face, fissures opening in the flesh, and he reached up and ripped the mask away. It was not Robert at all. It was Littlefinger, grinning, mocking him. When he opened his mouth to speak, his lies turned to pale grey moths and took wing. Ned was half asleep when the footsteps came down the hall. At first he thought he dreamt them. It had been so long since he had heard anything but the sound of his own voice. Ned was feverish by then, his leg a dull agony, his lips parched and cracked. When the heavy wooden door creaked open, the sudden light was painful to his ears. A jailer thrust a jug at him. The clay was cool and beaded with moisture. Ned grasped it with both hands and gulped eagerly. Water ran from his mouth and dripped down through his beard. He drank until he thought he would be sick. "How long?" he asked weakly when he could drink no more. The jailer was a scarecrow of a man with a rat's face and frayed beard, clad in a mail shirt and a leather half cape. "No talking," he said, as he wrenched the jug from Ned's hands. "Please," Ned said. "My daughters." The door crashed shut. He blinked as the light vanished, lowered his head to his chest, and curled up on the straw. It no longer stank of urine and shit. It no longer smelled at all. He could no longer tell the difference between waking and sleeping. The memory came creeping upon him in the darkness, as vivid as a dream. It was the year of fall spring, and he was 18 again, down from the Eyrie to the tourney at Harrenhal. He could see the deep green of the grass and smell the pollen on the wind. Warm days and cool nights and the sweet taste of wine. He remembered Brandon's laughter and Robert's berserk valour in the melee, the way he laughed as the unhorsed men left and right. He remembered Jaime Lannister, a golden youth in scaled white armour, kneeling on the grass in front of the king's pavilion, making his vows to protect and defend King Aerys. Afterwards, Sir Oswell Wend helped Jaime to his feet, and the White Bull himself, Lord Commander Sir Gerald Hightower, fastened the snowy cloak of the Kingsguard about his shoulders. All 6 white swords were there to welcome their newest brother. Yet when the jousting began, the day belonged to Rhaegar Targaryen. The Crown Prince wore the armour he would die in, gleaming black plate with the three-headed dragon of his house wrought in rubies on the breast. A plume of scarlet silk streamed behind him when he rode, and it seemed no lance could touch him. Brandon fell to him, and Bronze-John Royce, and even the splendid Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Robert had been jesting of John and the old Lord Hunter, as the prince circled the field after unhorsing Sir Barristan in the final tilt to claim the champion's crown. Ned remembered the moment when all the smiles died, when Prince Rhaegar Targaryen urged his horse past his own wife, the Dornish princess Elia Martell, to lay the Queen of Beauty's laurel in Lyanna's lap. He could see it still, the crown of winter roses, blue as frost. Ned Stark reached out his hand to grasp the flowery crown, but beneath the pale blue petals the thorns lay hidden. He felt them clawing at his skin, sharp and cruel, saw the slow trickle of blood run down his fingers, and woke trembling in the dark. "Promise me, Ned," his sister had whispered from her bed of blood. She had loved the scent of winter roses. "God save me," Ned wept. "I am going mad." The gods did not deign to answer. Each time the turnkey brought him water, he told himself another day had passed. At first he would beg the man for some word of his daughters and the world beyond his cell. Grunts and kicks were his only replies. Later, when the stomach cramps began, he begged for food instead. It made no matter, he was not fed. Perhaps the Lannisters meant for him to starve to death. No, he told himself. If Cersei wanted him dead, he would have been cut down in the throne room with his men. She wanted him alive, weak, desperate, yet alive. Catelyn held her brother. She dare not kill him, or the imp's life would be forfeit as well. From outside his cell came the rattle of iron chains. As the door creaked open, Ned put a hand to the damp wall and pushed himself toward the light. The glare of a torch made him squint. "Food," he croaked. "Wine," a voice answered. It was not the rat-faced man. This jailer was stouter, shorter, though wore the same leather half-cape and spiked steel cap. "Drink, Lord Eddard." He thrust a wineskin into Ned's hands. The voice was strangely familiar, yet it took Ned Stark a moment to place it. "Varys?" he said groggily when it came. He touched the man's face. "I'm not dreaming this? You're here." The eunuch's plump cheeks were covered with a dark stubble of beard. Ned felt the coarse hair with his fingers. Varys had transformed himself into a grizzled turnkey, reeking of sweat and sour wine. "How did you... What sort of magician are you?" "A thirsty one," Varys said. "Drink, my lord." Ned's hands fumbled at the skin. "Is this the same poison they gave Robert?" "You wrong me," Varys said sadly. "Truly, no one loves the eunuch. Give me the skin." He drank, a trickle of red leaking from the corner of his plump mouth. "Not the equal of the vintage you offered me the night of the tourney, but no more poisonous than most," he concluded, wiping his lips. "Here." Ned tried to swallow. Dregs. He felt as though he were about to bring the wine back up. All men must swallow the sour with the sweet. High lords and eunuchs alike. "Your hour has come, my lord. My daughters..." The younger girl escaped Sir Meryn and fled, Varys told him. "I have not been able to find her. Nor have the Lannisters. A kindness there. Our new king loves her not. Your older girl is still betrothed to Joffrey. Cersei keeps her close. She came to court a few days ago to plead that you be spared. A pity you couldn't have been there. You would have been touched." He leaned forward intently. "I trust you realize that you are a dead man, Lord Eddard." "The Queen will not kill me," Ned said. His head swam. The wine was strong, and it had been too long since he'd eaten. Cat holds her brother." "The wrong brother," Varys sighed, "and lost to her, in any case. She let the imp slip through her fingers. I expect he is dead by now, somewhere in the mountains of the moon." "If that is true, slit my throat and have done with it." He was dizzy from the wine, tired and heartsick. "Your blood is the last thing I desire." Ned frowned. "When they slaughtered my guard, you stood beside the Queen and watched, and said not a word, and would again. I seem to recall that I was unarmed, unarmoured, and surrounded by Lannister swords." The eunuch looked at him curiously, tilting his head. "When I was a young boy, before I was cut, I travelled with a troop of mummers through the free cities. They taught me that each man has a role to play, in life as well as mummery. So it is at court. The king's justice must be fearsome, the master of coin must be frugal, the lord commander of the king's guard must be valiant, and the master of whisperers must be sly and obsequious and without scruple. A courageous informer would be as useless as a cowardly knight." He took the wineskin back and drank. Ned studied the eunuch's face, searching for truth beneath the mummer's scars and false stubble. He tried some more wine. This time it went down easier. "Can you free me from this pit?" "I could. But will I?" "No. Questions would be asked, and the answers would lead back to me." Ned had expected no more. "You are blunt. A eunuch has no honour, and a spider does not enjoy the luxury of scruples, my lord. Would you at least consent to carry a message out for me?" "That would depend on the message. I will gladly provide you with paper and ink if you like. When you have written what you will, I will take the letter and read it, and deliver it or not, as best serves my own ends." "Your own ends? What ends are those, Lord Varys?" "Peace," Varys replied without hesitation. If there was one soul in King's Landing who was truly desperate to keep Robert Baratheon alive, it was me, he sighed. For 15 years I protected him from his enemies, but I could not protect him from his friends. What strange fit of madness led you to tell the Queen that you had learned the truth of Joffrey's birth? The madness of mercy, Ned admitted. Ah, said Varys, to be sure. You are an honest and honourable man, Lord Eddard. Oft-times I forget that. I have met so few of them in my life. He glanced around the cell. When I see what honesty and honour have won you, I understand why. Ned Stark laid his head back against the damp stone wall and closed his eyes. His leg was throbbing. The king's wine. Did you question Lancel? Oh, indeed. Cersei gave him the wineskins and told him it was Robert's favourite vintage. The eunuch shrugged. A hunter lives a perilous life. If the boar had not done for Robert, it would have been a fall from a horse, the bite of a wood adder, or an arrow gone astray. The forest is the abattoir of the gods. It was not wine that killed the king. It was your mercy. Ned had feared as much. Gods forgive me. If there are gods, Varys said, I expect they will. The queen would not have waited long in any case. Robert was becoming unruly, and she needed to be rid of him to free her hands to deal with his brothers. They are quite a pair, Stannis and Wendley. The iron gauntlet and the silk glove. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. You have been foolish, my lord. You ought to have heeded Littlefinger when he urged you to support Joffrey's succession. How could you know of that? Varys smiled. I know. That's all that need concern you. I also know that on the morrow the Queen will pay you a visit. Slowly, Ned raised his eyes. Why? Cersei is frightened of you, my lord, but she has other enemies she fears even more. Her beloved Jaime is fighting the River Lords even now. Lysa Arryn sits in the Eyrie, ringed in stone and steel, and there is no love lost between her and the Queen. In Dorne the Martells still brood on the murder of Princess Elia and her babes, and now your son marches down the neck with a northern host at his back. Robb is only a boy, Robb said, aghast. A boy with an army, Varys said. Yet only a boy, as you say. The king's brothers are the ones giving Cersei sleepless nights. Lord Stannis in particular. His claim is the true one. He is known for his prowess as a battle commander, and he is utterly without mercy. There is no creature on earth half so terrifying as a truly just man. No one knows what Stannis has been doing on Dragonstone, but I will wager you that he's gathered more swords than seashells. So here is Cersei's nightmare. While her father and brother spend their power battling Starks and Tullys, Lord Stannis will land, proclaim himself king, and lop off her son's curly blonde head, and her own in the bargain, for I truly believe she cares more about the boy. Stannis Baratheon is Robert's true heir, Ned said. The throne is his by right. I would welcome his assent. Very Cersei will not want to hear that, I promise you. Stannis may win the throne, but only your rotting head will remain to cheer, unless you guard that tongue of yours. Sansa begged so sweetly, it would be a shame if you threw it all away. You are being given your life back, if you'll take it. Cersei is no fool. She knows a tame wolf is of more use than a dead one. You want me to serve the woman who murdered my king, butchered my men, and crippled my son? Ned's voice was thick with disbelief. I want you to serve the realm, Varys said. Tell the Queen that you will confess your vile treason, command your son to lay down his sword, and proclaim Joffrey as the true heir. Offer to denounce Stannis and Renly as faithless usurpers. Our green-eyed lioness knows you are a man of honour. If you will give her the peace she needs in the time to deal with Stannis, and pledge to carry her secret to your grave, I believe she will allow you to take the black and live out the rest of your days on the wall with your brother and that base-born son of yours. The thought of Jon filled Ned with a sense of shame and a sorrow too deep for words. If only he could see the boy again, sit and talk with him. Pain shot through his broken leg beneath the filthy grey plaster of his cast. He winced, his fingers opening and closing helplessly. Is this your own scheme? He gasped out at Varys. Or are you in league with Littlefinger? That seemed to amuse the eunuch. I would sooner wed the black goat of Qohor. Littlefinger is the second most devious man in the Seven Kingdoms. Oh, I feed him choice whispers, sufficient so that he thinks I am his, just as I allow Cersei to believe I am hers, and just as you let me believe that you are mine. Tell me, Lord Varys, who do you truly serve? Varys smiled thinly. Why, the realm, my good lord. How ever could you doubt that? I swear it by my lost manhood. I serve the realm, and the realm needs peace. He finished the last swallow of wine and tossed the empty skin aside. So what is your answer, Lord Eddard? Give me your word that you will tell the Queen what she wants to hear when she comes calling. If I did, my word would be as hollow as an empty suit of armour. My life is not so precious to me as that. Pity, the eunuch stood. And your daughter's life, my lord? How precious is that? A chill pierced Ned's heart. My daughter. Surely you did not think I'd forgotten about your sweet, innocent, my lord? The Queen most certainly has not. No, Ned pleaded, his voice cracking. Ferris, gods have mercy. Do as you like with me, but leave my daughter out of your schemes. Sansa's no more than a child. Rhaenys was a child too. Prince Rhaegar's daughter, a precious little thing, younger than your girls. She had a small black kitten she called Balerion, did you know? I always wondered what happened to him. Rhaenys liked to pretend he was the true Balerion, the Black Dread of old, but I imagine the Lannisters taught her the difference between a kitten and a dragon quick enough the day they broke down her door. Varys gave a long weary sigh, the sigh of a man who carried all the sadness of the world in a sack upon his shoulders. The High Septon once told me that as we sin, so do we suffer. If that's true, Lord Eddard, tell me, why is it always the innocents who suffer most when you High Lords play your Game of Thrones? Ponder it, if you would, while you wait upon the Queen, and spare a thought for this as well. The next visitor who calls on you could bring you bread and cheese and all the milk of the poppy for your pain. Or he could bring you Sansa's head. The choice, my dear Lord Hand, is entirely yours. As the host trooped down the causeway through the black bogs of the Neck and spilled out into the riverlands beyond, Catelyn's apprehensions grew. She masked her fears behind a face kept still and stern, yet they were there all the same, growing with every league they crossed. Her days were anxious, her nights restless, and every raven that flew overhead made her clench her teeth. She feared for her Lord Father, and wondered at his ominous silence. She feared for her brother Edmure, and prayed that the gods would watch over him if he must face the Kingslayer in battle. She feared for Ned and her girls, and for the sweet sons she had left behind at Winterfell. Yet there was nothing she could do for any of them, and so she made herself put all thought of them aside. You must save your strength for Robb, she told herself. He is the only one you can help. You must be as fierce and hard as the North, Catelyn Tully. You must be as stark for true now, like your son. Robb rode at the front of the column, beneath the flapping white banner of Winterfell. Each day he would ask one of his lords to join him, so they might confer as they marched. He honoured every man in turn, showing no favourites, listening as his Lord Father had listened, weighing the words of one against the other. He has learned so much from Ned, she thought as she watched him, but has he learned enough? The Blackfish had taken 100 picked men and 100 swift horses and raced ahead to screen their movements and scout the way. The reports of Bryndon's riders brought back did little to reassure her. Lord Tywin's host was still many days to the south, but Walder Frey, Lord of the Crossing, had assembled a force of near 4,000 men at his castles on the Green Fork. Late again, Catelyn murmured when she heard. It was the Trident all over, damn the man. Her brother Edmure had called the banners. By rights Lord Frey should have gone to join the Tully host at Riverrun, yet here he sat. 4,000 men, Robb repeated, more perplexed than angry. Lord Frey cannot hope to fight the Lannisters by himself. Surely he means to join his power to ours. Does he? Catelyn asked. She had ridden forward to join Robb and Robert Glover, his companion of the day. The vanguard spread out behind them, a slow-moving forest of lances and banners and spears. I wonder. Expect nothing of Walder Frey, and you will never be surprised. He's your father's bannerman. Some men take their oaths more seriously than others, Robb. And Lord Walder was always friendly with Casterly Rock, than my father would have liked. One of his sons is wed to Tywin Lannister's sister. That means little of itself, to be sure. Lord Walder has sired a great many children over the years, and they must needs marry someone. Still. Do you think he means to betray us to the Lannisters, my lady? Robert Glover asked gravely. Catelyn sighed. If truth be told, I doubt even Lord Frey knows what Lord Frey intends to do. He has an old man's caution and a young man's ambition, and it has never lacked for cunning. We must have the twins, mother, Robb said heatedly. There is no other way to cross the river. You know that. Yes, and so does Walder Frey, you can be sure of that. That night they made camp on the southern edge of the bogs, halfway between the King's Road and the river. It was there Theon Greyjoy brought them further word from her uncle. Sir Bryndon says to tell you he's crossed swords with the Lannisters. There are a dozen scouts who won't be reporting back to Lord Tywin any time soon. Or ever. He grinned. Sir Adam Marbrand commands their outriders, and he's pulling back south, burning as he goes. He knows where we are, more or less, but the Blackfish vows he will not know when we split. Unless Lord Frey tells him, Catelyn said sharply. Theon, when you return to my uncle, tell him he is to place his best bowmen around the twins day and night, with orders to bring down any raven they see leaving the battlements. I want no birds bringing word of my son's movements to Lord Tywin. Sir Bryndon has seen to it already, my lady, Theon replied with a cocky smile. A few more blackbirds and we should have enough to bake a pie. I'll save you their feathers for a hat. She ought to have known that Bryndon Blackfish would be well ahead of her. What have the Freys been doing while the Lannisters burn their fields and plunder their holdfasts? There's been some fighting between Sir Adam's men and Lord Walder's, Theon answered. Not a day's ride from here, We found 2 Lannister scouts feeding the crows where the Freys had strung them up. Most of Lord Walder's strength remains massed at the twins, though. That ball Walder Frey's seal beyond a doubt, Catelyn thought bitterly. Hold back, wait, watch, take no risk unless forced to it. If he's been fighting the Lannisters, perhaps he does not mean to hold to his vows, Robb said. Catelyn was less encouraged. Defending his own land is one thing, open battle against Lord Tywin quite another. Robb turned back to Theon Greyjoy. Has the Blackfish found any other way across the Green Fork? Theon shook his head. The river's running high and fast. Sir Brynden says it can't be forded, not this far north. I must have that crossing, Robb declared, fuming. Oh, our horses might be able to swim the river, I suppose, but not with armoured men on their backs. We need to build rafts to pole our steel across, helms and mail and lances. We don't have the trees for that, or the time. Lord Tywin is marching north. He balled his hand into a fist. Lord Frey would be a fool to try to bar our way, Theon Greyjoy said with his customary easy confidence. We have 5 times his numbers. You can take the twins if you need to, Robb. Not easily, Catelyn warned them, and not in time. While you were mounting your siege, Tywin Lannister would bring up his host and assault you from the rear. Robb glanced from her to Greyjoy, searching for an answer and finding none. For a moment he looked even younger than his 15 years, despite his mail and sword and the stubble on his cheeks. What would my lord father do? He asked her. Find a way across, she told him, whatever it took. The next morning it was Sir Brynden Tully himself who rode back to them. He had put aside the heavy plate and helm he'd worn as the Knight of the Gate, for the lighter leather and mail of an outrider, but his obsidian fish still fastened his cloak. Her uncle's face was grave as he swung down off his horse. There's been a battle under the walls of Riverrun, he said, his mouth grim. We had it from a Lannister outrider we took captive. The Kingslayer has destroyed Edmure's host and sent the Lords of the Trident reeling in flight. A cold hand clutched at Catelyn's heart. And my brother? Wounded and taken prisoner, Sir Brynden said. Lord Blackwood and the other survivors are under siege inside Riverrun, surrounded by Jaime's host. Robb looked fretful. We must get across this accursed river if we're to have any hope of relieving them in time. That will not be easily done, her uncle cautioned. Lord Frey has pulled his whole strength back inside his castles, and his gates are closed and barred. Damn the man, Robb swore. If the old fool does not relent and let me cross, he'll leave me no choice but to storm his walls. I'll pull the twins down around his ears if I have to. We'll see how well he likes that. You sound like a sulky boy, Robb, Catelyn said sharply. A child sees an obstacle and his first thought is to run around it or knock it down. A lord must learn that sometimes words can accomplish what swords cannot. Robb's neck reddened at the rebuke. Tell me what you mean, mother, he said meekly. The Freys have held the crossing for 600 years, and for 600 years they have never failed to exact their toll. What toll? What does he want? She smiled. That is what we must discover. And what if I do not choose to pay this toll? Then you had best retreat to Moat Cailin, deploy to meet Lord Tywin in battle, or grow wings. I see no other choices. Catelyn put her heels to her horse and rode off, leaving her son to ponder her words. It would not do to make him feel as if his mother were usurping his place. Did you teach him wisdom as well as valour, Ned? She wondered. Did you teach him how to kneel? The graveyards of the 7 Kingdoms are full of brave men who had never learned that lesson. It was near midday when their vanguard came in sight of the twins, where the Lords of the Crossing had their seat. The Green Fork ran swift and deep here, but the Freys had spanned it many centuries past and grown rich off the coin men paid them to cross. Their bridge was a massive arch of smooth grey rock, wide enough for 2 wagons to pass abreast. The water tower rose from the centre of the span, commanding both road and river with its arrow slits, murder holes, and portcullises. It had taken the Freys 3 generations to complete their bridge. When they were done, they'd thrown up stout timber keeps on either bank so no one might cross without their leave. The timber had long since given way to stone. The twins, 2 squat, ugly, formidable castles, identical in every respect, with the bridge arching between, had guarded the crossing for centuries. High curtained walls, deep moats, and heavy oak and iron gates protected the approaches. The bridge footings rose from within stout inner keeps. There was a barbican and portcullis on either bank, and the water tower defended the span itself. One glance was sufficient to tell Catelyn that the castle would not be taken by storm. The battlements bristled with spears and swords and scorpions. There was an archer at every crenel and arrow slit. The drawbridge was up, the portcullis down, the gates closed and barred. The great John began to curse and swear as soon as he saw what awaited them. Lord Rickard Karstark glowered in silence. That cannot be assaulted, my lords, Roose Bolton announced. Nor can we take it by siege, without an army on the far bank to invest the other castle, Helman Talhart said gloomily. Across the deep-running green waters, the western twin stood like a reflection of its eastern brother, even if we had the time, which, to be sure, we do not. As the northern lord studied the castle, a sally port opened, a plank bridge slid across the moat, and a dozen knights rode forth to confront them, led by four of Lord Walder's many sons. Their banner bore twin towers, dark blue on a field of pale silver grey. Sir Stevron Frey, Lord Walder's heir, spoke for them. The Freys all looked like weasels. Sir Stevron, past 60 with grandchildren of his own, looked like an especially old and tired weasel, yet he was polite enough. My lord father has sent me to greet you and inquire as to who leads this mighty host. I do. Rob spurred his horse forward. He was in his armour, with the direwolf shield of Winterfell strapped to his saddle and grey wind padding by his side. The old knight looked at her son with a faint flicker of amusement in his watery grey eyes, though his gelding whickered uneasily and sidled away from the direwolf. My lord father would be most honoured if you would share meat and mead with him in the castle and explain your purpose here. His words crashed among the Lord Bannermen like a great stone from a catapult. No, not one of them approved. They cursed, argued, shouted down each other. You must not do this, my lord, Galdart Glover pleaded with Rob. Lord Walder is not to be trusted. Roose Bolton nodded. Go in there alone and you're his. He can sell you to the Lannisters, throw you in a dungeon or slit your throat, as he likes. If he wants to talk to us, let him open his gates, and we will all share his meat and mead, declared Sir Wendell Manderley. Or let him come out and treat with Rob here in plain sight of his men and ours, suggested his brother, Sir Wylas. Catelyn Stark shared all their doubts, but she had only to glance at Sir Stevron to see that he was not pleased by what he was hearing. A few more words and the chance would be lost. She had to act, and quickly. I will go, she said loudly. You, my lady? The Great John furrowed his brow. Mother, are you certain? Clearly Rob was not. Nevermore, Catelyn lied glibly. Lord Walder is my father's bannerman. I have known him since I was a girl. He would never offer me any harm. Unless he saw some profit in it, she added silently, but some truths did not bear saying, and some lies were necessary. I am certain my lord father would be pleased to speak to the Lady Catelyn, Sir Stevron said. To vouchsafe for our good intentions, my brother Sir Perwyn will remain here until she is safely returned to you. He shall be our honoured guest, said Rob. Sir Perwyn, the youngest of the four Freys in the party, dismounted and handed the reins of his horse to her brother. I require my lady mother's return by evenfall, Sir Stevron, Rob went on. It is not my intent to linger here long. Sir Stevron Frey gave a polite nod. As you say, my lord. Catelyn spurred her horse forward and did not look back. Lord Walder's sons and envoys fell in around her. Her father had once said of Walder Frey that he was the only lord in the Seven Kingdoms who could field an army out of his breeches. When the Lord of the Crossing welcomed Catelyn in the great hall of the East Castle, surrounded by 20 living sons, minus Sir Perwyn, who would have made 21, 36 grandsons, 19 great-grandsons, and numerous daughters, granddaughters, bastards, and grandbastards, she understood just what he had meant. Lord Walder was 90, a wizened pink weasel with a bald spotted head, too gouty to stand unassisted. His newest wife, a pale, frail girl of 16 years, walked beside his litter when they carried him in. She was the 8th Lady Frey. It is a great pleasure to see you again after so many years, my lord, Catelyn said. The old man squinted at her suspiciously. Is it? I doubt that. Spare me your sweet words, Lady Catelyn. I am too old. Why are you here? Is your boy too proud to come before me himself? What am I to do with you? Catelyn had been a girl the last time she had visited the twins, but even then Lord Walder had been irascible, sharp of tongue and blunt of manner. Age had made him worse than ever, it would seem. She would need to choose her words of care, and do her best to take no offence from his. Father, Sir Stevron said, reproachfully, you forget yourself. Lady Stark is here at your invitation. Did I ask you? You are not Lord Frey yet, not until I die. Do I look dead? I'll hear no instructions from you. This is no way to speak in front of our noble guest, father, one of his younger sons said. Now my bastards presume to teach me courtesy, Lord Walder complained. I'll speak any way I like, damn you. I've had 3 kings to guest in my life, and queens as well. Do you think I require lessons from the likes of you, Rhaegar? Your mother was milking goats the first time I gave her my seed. He dismissed the red-faced youth with a flick of his fingers and gestured to 2 of his other sons. Danwell, Waylon, help me to my chair. They shifted Lord Walder from his litter and carried him to the high seat of the Freys, a tall chair of black oak whose back was carved in the shape of 2 towers linked by a bridge. His young wife crept up timidly and covered his legs with a blanket. When he was settled, the old man beckoned Catelyn forward and planted a papery dry kiss on her hand. There, he announced. Now that I have observed the courtesies, my lady, perhaps my sons will do me the honour of shutting their mouths. Why are you here? To ask you to open your gates, my lord. Catelyn replied politely. My sons and his lord's bannermen are most anxious to cross the river and be on their way. To Riverrun? He sniggered. Oh, no need to tell me. No need. I'm not blind yet. The old man can still read a map. To Riverrun, Catelyn confirmed. She saw no reason to deny it. Where I might have expected to find you, my lord. You are still my father's bannerman, are you not? Heh, said Lord Walter, a noise halfway between a laugh and a grunt. I called my swords. Yes, I did. Here they are. You saw them on these walls. It was my intent to march as soon as all my strength was assembled. Well, to send my sons, I am well past marching myself, Lady Catelyn. He looked around for likely confirmation and pointed to a tall, stooped man of 50 years. Tell her, Jared. Tell her that was my intent. It was, my lady, said Sir Jared Frey, one of his sons by his second wife. On my honour. Is it my fault that your full brother lost his battle before we could march? He leaned back against his cushions and scowled at her, as if challenging her to dispute his version of events. I am told the Kingslayer went through him like an axe through ripe cheese. Why should my boys hurry south to die? All those who did go south and running north again. Catelyn would gladly have spitted the querulous old man and roasted him over a fire, but she had only till evenfall to open the bridge. Calmly, she said, All the more reason that we must reach Riverrun, and soon. Where can we go to talk, my lord? We're talking now, Lord Frey complained. The spotted pink head snapped around. What are you all looking at? He shouted at his kin. Get out of here. Lady Stark wants to speak to me in private. Might be she has designs on my fidelity. Heh. Go, all of you. Find something useful to do. Yes, you too, woman. Out, out, out. As his sons and grandsons and daughters and bastards and nieces and nephews streamed from the hall, he leaned close to Catelyn and confessed, They were waiting for me to die. Everyone's been waiting for 40 years, but I keep disappointing him. Heh, why should I die just so he can be a lord? I ask you. I won't do it. I have every hope that he will live to be 100. That would boil them, to be sure. Oh, to be sure. Now, what do you want to say? We want to cross, Catelyn told him. Oh, do you? That's blunt. Why should I let you? For a moment her anger flared. If you were strong enough to climb your own battlements, Lord Frey, you would see that my son has 20,000 men outside your walls. There'll be 20,000 fresh corpses when Lord Tywin gets here, the old man shot back. Don't you try to frighten me, my lady. Your husband's in some trader's cell under the Red Keep, your father's sick, might be dying, and Jaime Lannister's got your brother in chains. What do you have that I should fear? That son of yours? I'll match you son for son, and I'll still have 18 when yours are all dead. You swore an oath to my father, Catelyn reminded him. He bobbed his head side to side, smiling. Oh, yes, I said some words, but I swore oaths to the crown, too, it seems to me. Joffrey's the king now, and that makes you and your boy and all those fools out there no better than rebels. If I had the sense the gods gave a fish, I'd help the Lannisters boil you all. Why don't you? She challenged him. Lord Walter snorted with disdain. Lord Tywin the proud and splendid, Warden of the West, Hand of the King. Oh, what a great man that one is. Him and his gold this and gold that and lions here and lions there. I'll wager you he eats too many beans, he breaks wind just like me, but you would never hear him admit it. Oh no, what's he got to be so puffed up about anyway? Only 2 sons, and one of them's a twisted little monster. I'll match him son for son, and I'll still have 19 and a half left when all of his are dead, he cackled. If Lord Tywin wants my help, he can bloody well ask for it. That was all Catelyn needed to hear. I am asking for your help, my lord, she said humbly. And my father and my brother and my lord husband and my sons are asking with my voice. Lord Walder jabbed a bony finger at her face. Save your sweet words, my lady. Sweet words I get from my wife. Did you see her? 16 she is, a little flower, and her honey's only for me. I wager she gives me a son by this time next year. Perhaps I'll make him heir. Wouldn't that boil the rest of them? I'm certain she will give you many sons. His head bobbed up and down. Your lord father did not come to the wedding. An insult, as I see it, even if he is dying. He never came to my last wedding either. He calls me the late Lord Frey, you know. Does he think I'm dead? I'm not dead, and I promise you, I'll outlive him as I outlived his father. Your family has always pissed on me. Don't deny it. Don't lie. You know it's true. Years ago I went to your father and suggested a match between his son and my daughter. Why not? I had a daughter in mind, sweet girl. only a few years older than Edmure, but if your brother didn't warm to her, I had others he might have had, young ones, old ones, virgins, widows, whatever he wanted. No, Lord Hoster would not hear of it. Sweet words he gave me, excuses, but what I wanted was to get rid of a daughter. And your sister, that one, she's full as bad. It was, a year ago, no more. John Aaron was still the king's hand, and I went to the city to see my sons ride in the tourney. Stephen and Jared are too old for the lists now, but Damwell and Hostine rode, Perwin as well, and a couple of my bastards tried the melee. If I'd known how they'd shame me, I would never have troubled myself to make the journey. Why did I need to ride all that way to see Hostine knocked off his horse by that Tyrell whelp? I ask you. The boy's half his age, Sir Daisy, they call him, something like that. And Danwell was unhorsed by a hedge knight. Some days I wonder if those two are truly mine. My third wife was a Craighall. All of the Craighall women are sluts. Well, never mind about that. She died before you were born. What do you care? I was speaking of your sister. I propose that Lord and Lady Aaron foster two of my grandsons at court, and offer to take their own son to board here at the Twins. Are my grandsons unworthy to be seen at the king's court? They are sweet boys, quiet and mannerly. Walder is Merritt's son, named after me, and the other one, I don't recall. He might have been another Walder. They're always naming them Walder, so I'll favour them. But his father, which one was his father now? His face wrinkled up. Well, whoever he was, Lord Aaron wouldn't have him, or the other one. I blame your lady sister for that. She frosted up as if I'd suggested selling her boy to a mummers show or making a eunuch out of him, and when Lord Aaron said the child was going to Dragonstone to foster with Stannis Baratheon, she stormed off without a word of regrets, and all the hand could give me was apologies. What good are apologies, I ask you? Catelyn frowned disquieted. I had understood that Lysa's boy was to be fostered with Lord Tywin at Casterly Rock. No, it was Lord Stannis, Walder Frey said irritably. Do you think I can't tell Lord Stannis from Lord Tywin? They're both bungholes who think they're too noble to shit, but never mind about that. I know the difference. Or do you think I'm so old I can't remember? I'm 19, I remember very well. I remember what to do with a woman too. That wife of mine will give me a son before this time next year, I'll wager. Or a daughter, that can't be helped. Boy or girl, it will be red, wrinkled, and squalling, and like it as not, she would want to name it Walder or Wilder. Catelyn was not concerned with what Lady Frey might choose to name her child. John Aaron was going to foster his son with Lord Stannis. You are quite certain of that? Yes, the old man said. Only he died, so what does it matter? You say you want to cross the river? We do. Well, you can't, Lord Walder announced crisply. Not unless I allow it, and why should I? The Tullys and the Starks have never been friends of mine. He pushed himself back in his chair and crossed his arms, smirking, waiting for her answer. The rest was only haggling. A swollen red sun hung low against the western hills when the gates of the castle opened. The drawbridge creaked down, the portcullis winched up, and Lady Catelyn Stark rode forth to rejoin her son and his lord's bannerman. Behind her came Sir Jared Frey, Sir Hostine Frey, Sir Danwell Frey, and Lord Walder's bastard son Ronil Rivers, leading a long column of pikemen, rank on rank of shuffling men in the blue steel ringmail and silvery grey cloaks. Robb galloped out to meet her, with Greywind racing beside his stallion. It's done, she told him. Lord Walder will grant you your crossing. His swords are yours as well. Less 400 he means to keep back to hold the Twins. I suggest that you leave 400 of your own, a mixed force of archers and swordsmen. He can scarcely object to an offer to augment his garrison, but make certain you give the command to a man you can trust. Lord Walder may need help keeping faith. As you say, mother, Robb answered, gazing at the ranks of pikemen. Perhaps Sir Helmund Talhart, do you think? A fine choice. What did he want of us? If you can spare a few of your swords, I need some men to escort two of Lord Frey's grandsons north to Winterfell, she told him. I have agreed to take them as wards. They are young boys, aged 8 years and 7. It would seem they are both named Walder. Your brother Bran will welcome the companionship of lads near his own age, I should think. Is that all? 2 fosterlings? That's a small enough price to... Lord Frey's son Oliver will be coming with us, she went on. He is to serve as your personal squire. His father would like to see him knighted in good time. A squire, he shrugged. Fine, that's fine if he's... Also, if your sister Arya is returned to us safely, it is agreed that she will marry Lord Walder's younger son, Elmar, when the two of them come of age. Robb looked nonplussed. Arya won't like that one bit. And you are to wed one of his daughters, once the fighting is done, she finished. His lordship has graciously consented to allow you to choose whichever girl you prefer. He has a number he thinks might be suitable. To his credit, Robb did not flinch. I see. Do you consent? Can I refuse? Not if you wish to cross. I consent, Robb said solemnly. He had never seemed more manly to her than he did in that moment. Boys might play with swords, but it took a lord to make a marriage pact, knowing what it meant. They crossed at evenfall as an horned moon floated upon the river. The double-column wound its way through the gate of the eastern twin like a great steel snake, slithering across the courtyard, into the keep and over the bridge, to issue forth once more from the second castle on the west bank. Catelyn rode at the head of the serpent, with her son and her uncle, Sir Brynden and Sir Stevin Frey. Behind followed 9/10 of their horse, knights, lancers, free riders, and mounted bowmen. It took hours for them all to cross. Afterward, Catelyn would remember the clatter of countless hooves on the drawbridge, the sight of Lord Walder Frey and his litter watching them pass, the glitter of eyes peering down through the slats of the murder holes in the ceiling as they rode through the water tower. The larger part of the northern host, pikes and archers, and great masses of men-at-arms on foot, remained upon the east bank under the command of Roose Bolton. Robb had commanded him to continue the march south to confront the huge Lannister army coming north under Lord Tywin. For good or ill, her son had thrown the dice. "Are you well, Snow?" Lord Mormont asked, scowling. "Well," his raven squawked. "Well." "I am, my lord," Jon lied, loudly, as if that could make it true. "And you?" Mormont frowned. "A dead man tried to kill me. How well could I be?" He scratched under his chin. His shaggy grey beard had been singed in the fire, and he'd hacked it off. The pale stubble of his new whiskers made him look old, disreputable, and grumpy. "You do not look well. How is your hand?" "Healing." Jon flexed his bandaged fingers to show him. He had burned himself more badly than he knew, throwing the flaming drapes, and his right hand was swathed in silk halfway to the elbow. At the time he'd felt nothing. The agony had come after. His cracked red skin oozed fluid, and fearsome blood blisters rose between his fingers, big as roaches. The maester says I'll have scars, but otherwise the hand should be as good as it was before. A scarred hand is nothing. On the wall you'll be wearing gloves often as not. As you say, my lord. It was not the thought of scars that troubled Jon. It was the rest of it. Maester Aemon had given him milk of the poppy, yet even so the pain had been hideous. At first it had felt as if his hand was still aflame, burning day and night. Only plunging it into basins of snow and shaved ice gave any relief at all. Jon thanked the gods that no one but Ghost saw him writhing on his bed, whimpering from the pain. And when at last he did sleep, he dreamt, and that was even worse. In the dream the corpse he fought had blue eyes, black hands, and his father's face, but he dared not tell Mormont that. "Tywin and Hake returned last night," the old bear said. "They found no sign of your uncle, no more than the others did." "I know." Jon had dragged himself to the common hall to sup with his friends, and the failure of the ranger search had been all the men been talking of. "You know," Mormont grumbled. "How is it that everyone knows everything around here?" He did not seem to expect an answer. It would seem there were only the two of those creatures, whatever they were. I will not call them men, and thank the gods for that. Any more and, well, that doesn't bear thinking of. There will be more, though. I can feel it in these old bones of mine, and Maester Aemon agrees. The cold winds are rising, summer is at an end, and a winter is coming such as this world has never seen. Winter is coming. The stark words had never sounded so grim or ominous to Jon as they did now. "My lord," he asked hesitantly, "it said there was a bird last night." "There was. What of it?" "I had hoped for some word of my father." "Father," taunted the old raven, bobbing its head as it walked across Mormont's shoulders. "Father." The Lord Commander reached up to pinch its beak shut, but the raven hopped up on his head, fluttered its wings, and flew across the chamber to light above a window. "Grief and noise," Mormont grumbled. "That's all they're good for, ravens. Why I put up with that pestilential bird. If there was news of Lord Eddard, don't you think I would have sent for you? Bastard or no, you're still his blood. The message concerned Sir Barristan Selmy. It seems he's been removed from the Kingsguard. They gave his place to that black dog Clegane, and now Selmy's wanted for treason. The fools sent some watchmen to seize him, but he slew 2 of them and escaped." Mormont snorted, leaving no doubt of his view of men who'd send gold cloaks against a knight as renowned as Barristan the Bold. "We have white shadows in the woods and unquiet dead stalking our halls, and a boy sits the Iron Throne," he said in disgust. The raven laughed shrilly. "Boy, boy, boy, boy." Sir Barristan had been the old bear's best hope, Jon remembered. If he had fallen, what chance was there that Mormont's letter would be heeded? He curled his hand into a fist. Pain shot through his burned fingers. "What of my sisters?" The message made no mention of Lord Eddard or the girls. He gave an irritated shrug. "Perhaps they never got my letter." Aemon sent 2 copies, with his best birds, but who can say? More like Pycelle did not deign to reply. It would not be the first time, nor the last. "I fear we count for less than nothing in King's Landing. They tell us what they want us to know, and that's little enough." And you tell me what you want me to know, and that's less, John thought resentfully. His brother Rob had called the banners and ridden south to war, yet no word of that had been briefed to him, save by Samuel Tarley, who'd read the letter to Maester Aemon and whispered its contents to John that night in secret, all the time saying how he shouldn't. Doubtless they thought his brother's war was none of his concern. It troubled him more than he could say. Rob was marching and he was not. No matter how often John told himself that his place was here now, with his new brothers on the wall, he still felt craven. "Corn," the raven was crying. "Corn, corn." "Oh, be quiet," the old bear told it. "Snow, how soon does Maester Aemon say you'll have use of that hand back?" "Soon," John replied. "Good." On the table between them, Lord Mormont laid a large sword in a black metal scabbard banded with silver. "Here, you'll be ready for this, then." The raven flapped down and landed on the table, striding toward the sword, head cocked curiously. John hesitated. He had no inkling what this meant. "My lord?" The fire melted the silver off the pommel and burnt the cross guard and grip. Well, dry leather and old wood. What could you expect? The blade, now. You'd need a fire 100 times as hot to harm the blade. Mormont shoved the scabbard across the rough oak planks. The rest may you knew. "Take it." "Take it," echoed his raven, preening. "Take it, take it." Awkwardly, John took the sword in hand. His left hand, his bandaged right, was still too raw and clumsy. Carefully he pulled it from its scabbard and raised it level with his eyes. The pommel was a hunk of hailstone weighted with lead to balance the long blade. It had been carved into the likeness of a snarling wolf's head, with chips of garnet set into the eyes. The grip was virgin leather, soft and black, as yet unstained by sweat or blood. The blade itself was a good half-foot longer than those John was used to, tapered to frost as well as slash with free fulls deeply incised in the metal. Where ice was a true two-handed greatsword, this was a hand and a half, sometimes named a bastard sword. Yet the wolf sword actually seemed lighter than the blades he had wielded before. When John turned it sideways, he could see the ripples in the dark steel where the metal had been folded back in on itself and again. "This is Valyrian steel, my lord," he said wonderingly. His father had let him handle ice often enough. He knew the look, the feel. "It is," the old bear told him. "It was my father's sword, and his father's before him. The Mormonts have carried it for 5 centuries. I wielded it in my day and passed it on to my son when I took the black. He is giving me his son's sword." John could scarcely believe it. The blade was exquisitely balanced. The edges glimmered faintly as they kissed alike. My son brought dishonor to House Mormont, but at least he had the grace to leave the sword behind when he fled. My sister returned it to my keeping, but the very sight of it reminded me of Jorah's shame, so I put it aside and thought no more of it until we found it in the ashes of my bedchamber. The original pommel was a bear's head, silver yet so worn its features, bald but indistinguishable. For you, I thought a white wolf more apt. One of our builders is a fair stone carver. When John had been Bran's age, he had dreamed of doing great deeds as boys always did. The details of his feats changed with every dreaming, but quite often he imagined saving his father's life. Afterward, Lord Eddard would declare that John had proved himself a true Stark and placed ice in his hand. Even then, he had known it was only a child's folly. No bastard could ever hope to wield the father's sword. Even the memory shamed him. What kind of man stole his own brother's birthright? I have no right to this, he thought, no more than to ice. He twitched his burned fingers, feeling a throb of pain deep under the skin. "My lord, you honour me, but—" "Spare me your buts, boy," Lord Mormont interrupted. "I would not be sitting here were it not for you and that beast of yours. You fought bravely, and more to the point, you fought quickly. Fire! Yes, damn it. We ought to have known. We ought to have remembered. The long night has come before. 8,000 years is a good while, to be sure. Yet if the Night's Watch does not remember, who will? Who will?" chimed the talkative raven. "Who will?" Truly the gods had heard John's prayer that night. The fire had caught in the dead man's clothing and consumed him as if his flesh were candle wax and his bones old dry wood. John had only to close his eyes to see the thing staggering across the solar, crashing against the furniture and flailing at the flames. It was the face that haunted him most, surrounded by a nimbus of fire, hair blazing like straw, the dead flesh melting away and sloughing off its skull to reveal the gleam of bone beneath. Whatever demonic force moved of or had been driven out by the flames, the twisted thing they had found in the ashes had been no more than crooked meat and charred bone, yet in his nightmare he faced it again, and this time the burning corpse wore Lord Eddard's features. It was his father's skin that burst and blackened, his father's eyes that ran liquid down his cheeks like jellied tears. John did not understand why that should be or what it might mean, but it frightened him more than he could say. "A sword small payment for a life," Mormont concluded. "Take it, I'll hear no more of it. Is that understood?" "Yes, my lord." The soft lever gave beneath John's fingers as if the sword were moulding itself to his grip already. He knew he should be honoured, and he was, and yet... He is not my father. The thought leapt unbidden to John's mind. Lord Eddard Stark is my father. I will not forget him, no matter how many swords they give me. Yet he could scarcely tell Lord Mormont that it was another man's sword he dreamt of. I want no courtesies either, Mormont said, so thank me no thanks. Honour the steel with deeds, not words. John nodded. Does it have a name, my lord? It did once. Longclaw, it was called. Claw, the raven cried. Claw. Longclaw is an apt name. John tried a practice cut. He was clumsy and uncomfortable with his left hand, yet even so the steel seemed to flow through the air as if it had a will of its own. Wolves have claws as much as bears. The old bear seemed pleased by that. I suppose they do. You'll want to wear that over the shoulder, I imagine. It's too long for the hip, at least until you've put on a few inches, and you'll need to work at your two-handed strikes as well. Sir Andrew can show you some moves when your burns have healed. Sir Andrew? John did not know the name. Sir Andrew Taff, a good man. He's on his way from the Shadow Tower to assume the duties of Master-at-Arms. Sir Alistair Thorne left yestermorn for Eastwatch by the sea. John lowered the sword. Why? He said, stupidly. Mormont snorted. Because I sent him. Why do you think? He's bringing the hand your ghost tore off the end of Chafer Flower's wrist. I have commanded him to take ship to King's Landing and lay it before this boy king. That should get young Joffrey's attention, I'd think. And Sir Alice is a knight, highborn, anointed, with old friends at court, altogether harder to ignore than a glorified crow. Crow, John thought the raven sounded faintly indignant. As well, the Lord Commander continued, ignoring the bird's protest. It puts 1,000 leagues twixt him and you without it seeming a rebuke. He jabbed a finger up at John's face. And don't think this means I approve of that nonsense in the common hall. Valour makes up for a fair amount of folly, but you're not a boy anymore, however many years you've seen. That's a man's sword you have there, and it will take a man to wield her. I'll expect you to act the part henceforth. Yes, my lord. John slid the sword back into the silver-banded scabbard. If not the blade he would have chosen, it was nonetheless a noble gift, and freeing him from Alistair Thorne's malignance was nobler still. The old bear scratched at his chin. I'd forgotten how much a new beard itches, he said. Well, no help for that. Is that hand of yours healed enough to resume your duties? Yes, my lord. Good. The night will be cold. I'll want hot spice water. Find me a flagon of red, not too sour, and don't skimp on the spices. And tell Hob that if he sends me boiled mutton again, I'm like to boil him. That last haunch was grey. Even the bird wouldn't touch it. He stroked the raven's head with his thumb, and the bird made a contented, quaking sound. Away with you. I'm with work to do. The guards smiled at him from their niches as he wound his way down the turret stair, carrying the sword in his good hand. Sweet steel, one man said. You earned that, Snow, another told him. John made himself smile back at them, but his heart was not in it. He knew he should be pleased, yet he did not feel it. His hand ached, and the taste of anger was in his mouth, though he could not have said who he was angry with or why. A half-dozen of his friends were lurking outside when he left the King's Tower, where Lord Commander Mormont now made his residence. They'd hung a target on the granary doors, so they could seem to be honing their skills as archers, but he knew lurkers when he saw them. No sooner did he emerge than Pip called out, Well, come about, let's have a look. At what? John said. Toad sidled close. Your rosy butt cheeks, what else? The sword, Gren stated. We want to see the sword. John raked them with an accusing look. You knew, Pip grinned. We're not all as dumb as Gren. You are so, insisted Gren. You're dumber. Holder gave an apologetic shrug. I helped pay carve the stone for the pommel, the builder said, and your friend Sam bought the garnets in Molestown. We knew even before that, though, Gren said. Roger's been helping Donald Noy in the forge. He was there when the old bear brought him the burnt blade. The sword, Matt insisted. The others took up the chant. The sword, the sword, the sword. John unsheathed Longclaw and showed it to them, turning it this way and that so they could admire it. The bastard blade glittered in the pale sunlight, dark and deadly. Valyrian steel, he declared solemnly, trying to sound as pleased and proud as he ought to have felt. I heard of a man who had a razor made of Valyrian steel, declared Toad. He cut his head off trying to shave. Pip grinned. The Night's Watch is thousands of years old, he said, but I'll wager Lord Snow's the first brother ever honoured for burning down the Lord Commander's tower. The others laughed, and even John had to smile. The fire he'd started had not, in truth, burned down that formidable stone tower, but it had done a fair job of guarding the interior of the top 2 floors where the old bear had his chambers. No one seemed to mind that very much, since it had also destroyed Ovor's murderous corpse. The other wight, the one-handed thing that had once been a ranger named Chafer Flowers, had also been destroyed, cut near to pieces by a dozen swords, but not before it had slain Sir Jeremy Ricker and 4 other men. Sir Jeremy had finished the job of hacking its head off, yet he died all the same when the headless corpse pulled his own dagger from its sheath and buried it in his bowels. Strength and courage did not avail much against foemen who would not fall because they were already dead. Even arms and armour offered small protection. That grim force soured John's fragile mood. "I need to see Hob about the old bear's supper," he announced brusquely, sliding Longclaw back into its scabbard. His friends meant well, but they did not understand. It was not their fault, truly. They had not had to face Offal. They had not seen the pale glow of those dead blue eyes, had not felt the cold of those dead black fingers, nor did they know of the fighting in the Riverlands. How could they hope to comprehend? He turned away from them abruptly and strode off, sullen. Pip called after him, but John paid him no mind. They had moved him back to his old cell in tumble-down Harden's tower after the fire, and it was there he returned. Ghost was curled up asleep beside the door, but he lifted his head at the sound of John's boots. The direwolf's red eyes were darker than garnets and wiser than men. John knelt, scratched his ear, and showed him the pommel of the sword. "Look, it's you." Ghost sniffed at his carved stone likeness and tried to lick. John smiled. "You're the one deserves an honour," he told the wolf, and suddenly he found himself remembering how he'd found him that day in the late summer snow. They had been riding off with the other pups, but John had heard a noise and turned back, and there he was, white fur almost invisible against the drifts. He was all alone, he thought, apart from the others in the litter. He was different, so they drove him out. "John?" He looked up. Samuel Tarley stood rocking nervously on his heels. His cheeks were red, and he was wrapped in a heavy fur cloak that made him look ready for hibernation. "Sam," John stood. "What is it? Do you want to see the sword?" If the others had known, no doubt Sam did too. The fat boy shook his head. "I was heir to my father's blade once," he said, mournfully. "Heartsbane. Lord Randall let me hold it a few times, but it always scared me. It was Valyrian steel, beautiful but so sharp I was afraid I'd hurt one of my sisters. Dickon will have it now." He wiped sweaty hands on his cloak. Maester Aemon wants to see you." It was not time for his bandages to be changed. John frowned suspiciously. "Why?" he demanded. Sam looked miserable. That was answer enough. "You told him, didn't you?" John said angrily. "You told him that you told me. John, I didn't want to." He asked. I think he knew. He sees things no one else sees." "He's blind," John pointed out forcefully, disgusted. "I can find the way myself." He left Sam standing there, open-mouthed and quivering. He found Maester Aemon up in the rookery, feeding the ravens. Clydas was with him, carrying a bucket of chopped meat as they shuffled from cage to cage. Sam said, "You wanted me?" The maester nodded. "I did indeed." "Clydas, give John the bucket. Perhaps he will be kind enough to assist me." The hunched pink-eyed brother handed John the bucket and scurried down the ladder. "Toss the meat into the cages," Aemon instructed him. "The birds will do the rest." John shifted the bucket to his right hand and thrust his left down into the body bits. The ravens began to scream noisily and fly at the bars, beating at the metal with night-black wings. The meat had been chopped into pieces no larger than a finger joint. He filled his fist and tossed the raw red morsels into the cage, and the squawking and squabbling grew hotter. Feathers flew as two of the larger birds fought over a choice piece. Quickly, John grabbed a second handful and threw it in after the first. "Lord Mormont's raven likes fruit and corn." "He is a rare bird," the maester said. "Most ravens will eat grain, but they prefer flesh. It makes them strong, and I fear they relish the taste of blood. In that they are like men, and like men, not all ravens are alike." John had nothing to say to that. He threw meat, wondering why he'd been summoned. No doubt the old man would tell him, in his own good time. Maester Aemon was not a man to be hurried. "Doves and pigeons can also be trained to carry messages," the maester went on, "though the raven is a stronger flyer, larger, bolder, far more clever, better able to defend itself against hawks. Yet ravens are black, and they eat the dead, so some godly men abhor them. Baelor the Blessed tried to replace all the ravens with doves. Did you know?" The maester turned his white eyes on John, smiling. "The Night's Watch prefers ravens." John's fingers were in the bucket, blood up to the wrist. "Darwin says the wildlings call us crows," he said uncertainly. "The crow is the raven's poor cousin. They are both beggars in black, hated and misunderstood." John wished he understood what they were talking about, and why. What did he care about ravens and doves? If the old man had something to say to him, why couldn't he just say it? "John, did you ever wonder why the men of the Night's Watch take no wives and father no children?" Maester Aemon asked. John shrugged. "No." He scattered more meat. The fingers of his left hand were slimy with blood, and his right throbbed from the weight of the bucket. "So they will not love," the old man answered. For love is the bane of honour, the death of duty. That did not sound right to John, yet he said nothing. The maester was 100 years old, and a high officer of the Night's Watch. It was not his place to contradict him. The old man seemed to sense his doubts. Tell me, John, if the day should ever come when your Lord Father must needs choose between honour on the one hand and those he loves on the other, what would he do? John hesitated. He wanted to say that Lord Eddard would never dishonour himself, not even for love, yet inside a small sly voice whispered, He fathered a bastard, where was the honour in that? And your mother, what of his duty to her? He will not even say her name. He would do whatever was right, he said, ringingly, to make up for his hesitation, no matter what. That Lord Eddard is a man in 10,000. Most of us are not so strong. What is honour compared to a woman's love? What is duty against the feel of a newborn son in your arms, or the memory of a brother's smile? Wind and words, we are only human, and the gods have fashioned us for love. That is our great glory and our great tragedy. The men who formed the Night's Watch knew that only their courage shielded the realm from the darkness to the north. They knew they must have no divided loyalties to weaken their resolve, so they vowed they would have no wives nor children. Yet brothers they had, and sisters, mothers who gave them birth, fathers who gave them names. They came from 100 quarrelsome kingdoms, and they knew times may change, but men do not. So they pledged as well that the Night's Watch would take no part in the battle of the realms it guarded. They kept their pledge. When Aegon slew Black Harren and claimed his kingdom, Harren's brother was Lord Commander on the wall. With 10,000 swords to hand, he did not march. In the days when the 7 kingdoms were 7 kingdoms, not a generation passed that 3 or 4 of them were not at war. The Watch took no part. When the Andals crossed the narrow sea and swept the kingdoms of the first men, the sons of the fallen kings held true to their vows and remained at their posts. So it has always been, for years beyond counting. Such is the price of honour. A craven can be as brave as any man, when there is nothing to fear, and we all do our duty when there is no cost to it. How easy it seems then to walk the path of honour, yet soon or late in every man's life comes a day when it is not easy, a day when he must choose. Some of the ravens were still eating, long stringy bits of meat dangling from their beaks. The rest seemed to be watching him. John could feel the weight of all those tiny black eyes. And this is my day. Is that what you're saying? Maester Aemon turned his head and looked at him with those dead white eyes. It was as if he were seeing right into his heart. John felt naked and exposed. He took the bucket in both hands and flung the rest of the slops through the bars. Strings of meat and blood flew everywhere, scattering the ravens. They took to the air, shrieking wildly. The quicker birds snatched morsels on the wing and gulped them down greedily. John let the empty bucket clang to the floor. The old man laid a withered, spotted hand on his shoulder. It hurts, boy, he said softly. Oh yes, choosing, it has always hurt, and always will. I know. You don't know, John said bitterly. No one knows. Even if I am his bastard, he's still my father. Maester Aemon sighed. Have you heard nothing I've told you, John? Do you think you are the first? He shook his ancient head, a gesture weary beyond words. 3 times the gods saw fit to test my vows. Once when I was a boy, once in the fullness of my manhood, and once when I had grown old. By then my strength was fled, my eyes grown dim, yet that last choice was as cruel as the first. My ravens would bring the news from the south, words darker than their wings, the ruin of my house, the death of my kin, disgrace and desolation. What could I have done, old, blind, frail? I was helpless as a suckling babe, yet still it grieved me to sit forgotten as they cut down my brother's poor grandson, and his son, and even the little children. John was shocked to see the shine of tears in the old man's eyes. Who are you? He asked quietly, almost in dread. A toothless smile quivered on the ancient lips. Only a maester of the citadel, bound in service to Castle Black and the Night's Watch. In my order, we put aside our house names when we take our vows, and don the collar. The old man touched the maester's chain that hung loosely around his thin, fleshless neck. My father was Maekar, the first of his name, and my brother Aegon reigned after him in my stead. My grandfather named me for Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, who was his uncle or his father, depending on which tale you believe. Aemon, he called me. Aemon Targaryen? John could scarcely believe it. Once, the old man said. Once. So you see, John, I do know. And knowing, I will not tell you stay or go. You must make that choice yourself and live with it all the rest of your days. As I have. His voice fell to a whisper. As I have. When the battle was done, Dany rode her silver through the fields of the dead. Her handmaids and the men of her caste came after, smiling and jesting among themselves. Dothraki hooves and torn the earth, and trampled the rye and lentils into the ground, while arrows and arrows had sown a terrible new crop and watered it with blood. Dying horses lifted their heads and screamed at her as she rode past. Wounded men moaned and prayed. Jakaran moved among them, the mercy men with their heavy axes taking a harvest of heads from the dead and dying alike. After them would scurry a flock of small girls pulling arrows from the corpses to fill their baskets. Last of all, the dogs would come sniffing, lean and hungry, the feral pack that was never far behind the Kalazar. The sheep had been dead longest. There seemed to be thousands of them, black with flies, arrow shafts bristling from each carcass. Kal Ogo's riders had done that, Danny knew. No man of Drogo's Kalazar would be such a fool as to waste his arrows on sheep when there were shepherds yet to kill. The town was afire, black plumes of smoke roiling and tumbling as they rose into a hard blue sky. Beneath broken walls of dried mud, riders galloped back and forth, swinging their long whips as they herded the survivors from the smoking rubble. The women and children of Ogo's Kalazar walked with a sullen pride. Even in defeat and bondage they were slaves now, but they seemed not to fear it. It was different with the townsfolk. Danny pitied them. She remembered what terror felt like. Mothers stumbled along with blank, dead faces, pulling, sobbing children by the hand. There were only a few men among them, cripples and cowards and grandfathers. So Jorah said the people of this country named themselves the Lazarene, but the Dothraki called them Haesh Raki, the Lamb Men. Once Danny might have taken them for Dothraki, for they had the same copper skin and almond-shaped eyes. Now they looked alien to her, squat and flat-faced, their black hair cropped unnaturally short. They were herders of sheep and eaters of vegetables, and Khal Drogo said they belonged south of the river bend. The grass of the Dothraki Sea was not meant for sheep. Danny saw one boy bolt and run for the river. A rider cut him off and turned him, and the others boxed him in, cracking their whips in his face, running him this way and that. One galloped behind him, lashing him across the buttocks until his thighs ran red with blood. Another snared his ankle with a lash and sent him sprawling. Finally, when the boy could only crawl, they grew bored of the sport and put an arrow through his back. So Jorah met her outside the shattered gate. He wore a dark green surcoat over his mail. His gauntlets, greaves, and great helm were dark grey steel, for Dothraki had mocked him for a coward when he donned his armour, but the knight had spit insults right back in their teeth, Tempest had fled, Longsword had clashed with Arak, and the rider whose taunts had been loudest had been left behind to bleed to death. So Jorah lifted the visor of his flat-topped great helm as he rode up. Your lord husband awaits you within the town. Drogo took no harm? A few cuts, Sir Jorah answered. Nothing of consequence. He slew 2 Khals this day, Khal Ogo first, and then the son, Fergo, who became Khal when Ogo fell. His blood riders got the bells from their hair, and now Khal Drogo's every step rings louder than before. Ogo and his son had shared the high bench with her lord husband at the naming feast where Viserys had been crowned, but that was in Vaes Dothrak, beneath the Mother of Mountains, where every rider was a brother and all quarrels were put aside. It was different out in the grass. Ogo's Kalazar had been attacking the town when Khal Drogo caught him. She wondered what the Lamb Men had fought when they first saw the dust of their horses from atop those cracked mud walls. Perhaps a few, the younger and more foolish, who still believed that the gods heard the prayers of desperate men, took it for deliverance. Across the road, a girl no older than Danny was sobbing in a high, thin voice as a rider shoved her over a pile of corpses, face down, and thrust himself inside her. Other riders dismounted to take their turns. That was the sort of deliverance the Dothraki brought the Lamb Men. I am the blood of the dragon, Daenerys Targaryen reminded herself as she turned her face away. She pressed her lips together and hardened her heart and rode on toward the gate. Most of Ogo's riders fled, so Jorah was saying. Still, there may be as many as 10,000 captives. Slaves, Danny thought. Khal Drogo would drive them downriver to one of the towns on Slaver's Bay. She wanted to cry, but she told herself that she must be strong. This is war. This is what it looks like. This is the price of the Iron Throne. I've told the Khali ought to make for Meereen, so Jorah said. They'll pay a better price than he'd get from a slaving caravan. Illyrio writes that they had a plague last year, so the brothels are paying double for healthy young girls and triple for boys under 10. If enough children survive the journey, the gold will buy us all the ships we need and hire men to sail them. Behind them, the girl being raped made a heart-rending sound, a long sobbing wail that went on and on and on. Danny's hand clenched hard around the reins, and she turned the Silver's head. Make them stop, she commanded Ser Jorah. Khaleesi, the knight sounded perplexed. You heard my words, she said. Stop them. She spoke to her cars in the harsh accents of Dothraki. Drogo, Quoro, you will aid Ser Jorah. I want no rape. The warriors exchanged a baffled look. Jorah Mormont spurred his horse closer. Princess, he said, you have a gentle heart, but you do not understand. This is how it has always been. Those men have shed blood for the Khal. Now they claim their reward. Across the road, the girl was still crying, her high sing-song tongue strange to Danny's ears. The first man was done with her now, and a second had taken his place. She is a lamb girl, Coaro said in Dothraki. She is nothing, Khaleesi. The riders do her honour. The lamb men lay with sheep. It is known. It is known, her handmaid Eerie echoed. It is known, agreed Jogo, astride the tall grey stallion that Drogo had given him. If her wailing offends your ears, Khaleesi, Jogo will bring you her tongue. He drew his arak. I will not have her harmed, Dany said. I claim her. Do as I command you, or Khal Drogo will know the reason why. Aye, Khaleesi, Drogo replied, kicking his horse. Coaro and the others followed his lead, the bells in their hair chiming. Go with them, she commanded Ser Jorah, as you command. The knight gave her a curious look. You are your brother's sister, in truth. Viserys? She did not understand. No, he answered. Rhaegar. He galloped off. Dany heard Jogo shout. The rapers laughed at him. One man shouted back. Jogo's arak flashed, and the man's head went tumbling from his shoulders. Laughter turned to curses as the horsemen reached for weapons, but by then Coaro and Argo and Rakara were there. She saw Argo point across the road to where she sat upon her silver. The riders looked at her with cold black eyes. One spat. The others scattered to their mounts, muttering. All the while the man atop the lamb girl continued to plunge in and out of her, so intent on his pleasure that he seemed unaware of what was going on around him. Ser Jorah dismounted and wrenched him off with a mailed hand. The Dothraki went sprawling in the mud, bounced up with a knife in hand, and died with Argo's arrow through his throat. Mormont pulled the girl off the pile of corpses and wrapped her in his blood-spattered cloak. He led her across the road to Dany. What do you want done with her? The girl was trembling, her eyes wide and vague. Her hair was matted with blood. Doria, see to her hurts. You do not have a rider's look. Perhaps she will not fear you. The rest, with me. She urged the silver through the broken wooden gate. It was worse inside the town. Many of the houses were afire, and the Jaqaran had been about their grisly work. Headless corpses filled the narrow, twisty lanes. They passed other women being raped. Each time Dany reined up, sent her cars to make an end to it, and claimed the victim as slave. One of them, a thick-bodied, flat-nosed woman of 40 years, blessed Dany haltingly in the common tongue, but from the others she got only flat black stares. They were suspicious of her, she realized with sadness, afraid that she had saved them for some worse fate. You cannot claim them all, child, Ser Jorah said, the fourth time they stopped, while the warriors of her cars herded her new slaves behind her. I am Khaleesi, heir to the Seven Kingdoms, the blood of the dragon, Dany reminded him. It is not for you to tell me what I cannot do. Across the city a building collapsed in a great cloud of fire and smoke, and she heard distant screams and the wailing of frightened children. They found Khal Drogo seated before a square windowless temple with thick mud walls and a bulbous dome like some immense brown onion. Beside him was a pile of heads taller than he was. One of the short arrows of the lamb men stuck through the meat of his upper arm, and blood covered the left side of his bare chest like a splash of paint. His 3 blood riders were with him. Jhiqui helped Dany dismount. She had grown clumsy as her belly grew larger and heavier. She knelt before the Khal. My son and stars is wounded. The arak cut was wide but shallow. His left nipple was gone, and a flap of bloody flesh and skin dangled from his chest like a wet rag. His scratch, Moon of Life, from arak of one blood rider to Khal Ogo, Khal Drogo said in the common tongue. I'd kill him for it, and Ogo too. He turned his head, the bells in his braid ringing softly. Is Ogo you here, and Fogo his Kalakar? Who was Khal when I slew him. No man can stand before the son of my life, Dany said, the father of the stallion who mounts the world. A mounted warrior rode up and vaulted from his saddle. He spoke to Hago, a stream of angry Dothraki too fast for Dany to understand. The huge blood rider gave her a heavy look before he turned to his Khal. This one is Maego, who rides in the cars of Ko Jaqo. He says the Khaleesi has taken his spoils, a daughter of the lambs who was his to mount. Khal Drogo's face was still and hard, but his black eyes were curious as they went to Dany. Tell me the truth of this, Moon of my life, he commanded in Dothraki. Dany told him what she had done, in his own tongue so the Khal would understand her better, her words simple and direct. When she was done, Drogo was frowning. This is the way of war. These women are our slaves now, to do with as we please. It pleases me to hold them safe, Dany said, wondering if she had dared too much. If your warriors would mount these women, let them take them gently and keep them for wives. Give them places in the Khalazar and let them bear your sons. Kofo was ever the cruelest of the blood riders. It was he who laughed. Does the horse breed with the sheep? Something in his tone reminded her of Viserys. Dany turned on him angrily. The dragon feeds on horse and sheep alike. Khal Drogo smiled. See how fierce she grows, he said. It is my son inside her, the stallion who mounts the world, filling her with his fire. Ride slowly, Kofo. If the mother does not burn you where you sit, the son will trample you in the mud. And you, Mago, hold your tongue and find another lamb to mount. These belong to my Khaleesi." He started to reach out a hand to Daenerys, but as he lifted his arm, Drogo grimaced in sudden pain and turned his head. Dany could almost feel his agony. The wounds were worse than Ser Jorah had led her to believe. "Where are the healers?" she demanded. The Khalasar had two sorts, barren women and eunuch slaves. The herbwomen dealt in potions and spells, the eunuchs in knife, needle, and fire. "Why do they not attend the Khal?" "The Khal sent the hairless men away," Khaleesi, old Kaholo assured her. Dany saw the blood rider had taken a wound himself, a deep gash in his left shoulder. "Many riders are hurt," Khal Drogo said stubbornly. "Let them be healed first. This arrow is no more than the bite of a fly. This little cut only a new scar to boast of to my son." Dany could see the muscles in his chest where the skin had been cut away. A trickle of blood ran from the arrow that pierced his arm. "It is not for Khal Drogo to wait," she proclaimed. "Drogo, seek out these eunuchs and bring them here at once." "Silver Lady," a woman's voice said behind her, "I can help the great rider with his hurts." Dany turned her head. The speaker was one of the slaves she had claimed, the heavy flat-nosed woman who had blessed her. "The Khal needs no help from women who lie with sheep," barked Kofo. Aggo cut out her tongue. Aggo grabbed her hair and pressed a knife to her throat. Dany lifted a hand. "No, she is mine. Let her speak." Aggo looked from her to Kofo. He lowered his knife. "I meant no wrong, fierce riders." The woman spoke Dothraki well. The robes she wore had once been the lightest and finest of woolens, rich with embroidery, but now they were mud-caked and bloody and ripped. She clutched the torn cloth of her bodice to her heavy breasts. "I have some small skill in the healing arts." "Who are you?" Dany asked her. "I am named Miri Maz-Dur. I am God's wife of this temple." "Magi," grunted Hago, fingering his arak. His look was dark. Dany remembered the word from a terrifying story that Jiqui had told her one night by the cook fire. A Magi was a woman who lay with demons and practiced the blackest of sorceries, a vile thing, evil and soulless, who came to men in the dark of night and sucked life and strength from their bodies. "I am a healer," Miri Maz-Dur said. "A healer of sheeps," sneered Quaffo. "Blood of my blood. I say kill this Magi and wait for the hairless men." Dany ignored the blood rider's outburst. This old, homely, thick-bodied woman did not look like a Magi to her. "Where did you learn your healing, Miri Maz-Dur?" "My mother was God's wife before me, and taught me all the songs and spells most pleasing to the great shepherd, and how to make the sacred smokes and ointments from leaf and root and berry. When I was younger and more fair, I went in caravan to Asai by the shadow, to learn from their mages. Ships from many lands came to Asai, so I lingered long to study the healing ways of distant peoples. A moon singer of the Jogos Nai gifted me with her roving songs. A woman of your own riding people taught me the magics of grass and corn and horse, and a maester from the sunset lands opened a body for me and showed me all the secrets that hide beneath the skin." Ser Jorah Mormont spoke up. "A maester? Marwyn," he named himself. The woman replied in the common tongue. "From the sea, beyond the sea, the 7 lands," he said. "Sunset lands, where men are iron and dragons rule. He taught me this speech." "A maester in Asai," Ser Jorah mused. "Tell me, God's wife, what did this Marwyn wear about his neck?" "A chain so tight it was like to choke him, Iron Lord, with links of many metals." The knight looked at Dany. "Only a man trained in the citadel of Oldtown wears such a chain," he said, "and such men do know much of healing." "Why should you want to help my Khal?" "All men are one flock, or so we are taught," replied Miri Maz-Dur. "The great shepherd sent me to earth to heal his lambs, wherever I might find them." Quaffo gave her a stinging slap. "We are no sheep, Magi." "Stop it," Dany said angrily. "She is mine. I will not have her harmed." Khal Drogo grunted. "The arrow must come out, Quaffo." "Yes, great rider," Miri Maz-Dur answered, touching her bruised face, "and your breast must be washed and sewn, lest the wound fester." "Do it, then," Khal Drogo commanded. "Great rider," the woman said, "my tools and potions are inside the god's house, where the healing powers are strongest." "I will carry you, blood of my blood," Hago offered. Khal Drogo waved him away. "I need no man's help," he said, in a voice proud and hard. He stood unaided, towering over them all. A fresh wave of blood ran down his breast, from where Ogo's arak had cut off his nipple. Dany moved quickly to his side. "I am no man," she whispered, "so you may lean on me." Drogo put a huge hand on her shoulder. She took some of his weight. As they walked toward the great mud temple, the 3 blood riders followed. Dany commanded Ser Jorah and the warriors of her cars to guard the entrance and make certain no one set the building afire while they were still inside. They passed through a series of anterooms into the high central chamber under the onion. Faint light shone down through hidden windows above. A few torches burned smokily from sconces on the walls. Sheepskins were scattered across the mud floor. There, Miri Mazdur said, pointing to the altar, a massive blue-veined stone carved with images of shepherds and their flocks. Khal Drogo lay upon it. The old woman threw a handful of dried leaves onto a brazier, filling the chamber with fragrant smoke. Best if you wait outside, she told the rest of them. We are blood of his blood, Kaholo said. Here we wait. Quaffo stepped close to Miri Mazdur. Know this, wife of the Lamb God. Harm the Khal and you suffer the same. He drew his skinning knife and showed her the blade. She will do no harm. Dany felt she could trust this old, plain-faced woman with her flat nose. She had saved her from the hard hands of her rapers, after all. If you must stay, then help, Miri told the Blood Riders. The Great Rider is too strong for me. Hold him still while I draw the arrow from his flesh. She let the rags of her gown fall to her waist as she opened a carved chest and busied herself with bottles and boxes, knives and needles. When she was ready, she broke off the barbed arrowhead and pulled out the shaft, chanting in the sing-song tongue of the Lazarene. She heated a flagon of wine to boiling on the brazier and poured it over his wounds. Khal Drogo cursed her, but he did not move. She bound the arrow wound with a plaster of wet leaves and turned to the gash on his breast, smearing it with a pale green paste before she pulled the flap of skin back in place. The Khal ground his teeth together and swallowed a scream. The god's wife took out a silver needle and a bobbin of silk thread and began to close the flesh. When she was done, she painted the skin with red ointment, covered it with more leaves, and bound the breast in a ragged piece of lambskin. You must say the prayers I give you and keep the lambskin in place for 10 days and 10 nights, she said. There will be fever and itching and a great scar when the healing is done. Khal Drogo sat, bells ringing. I sing of my scars, sheep woman. He flexed his arm and scowled. Drink neither wine nor the milk of the poppy, she cautioned him. Pain you will have, but you must keep your body strong to fight the poison spirits. I am Khal, Drogo said. I spit on pain and drink what I like. Kaholo, bring my vest. The older man hastened off. Before, Dany said to the ugly Lazarene woman, I heard you speak of birthing songs. I know every secret of the bloody bed, Silver Lady, nor have I ever lost a babe, Miri Mazdur replied. My time is near, Dany said. I would have you attend me when he comes, if you would. Khal Drogo laughed. Moon of my life, you do not ask a slave, you tell her. She will do as you command. He jumped down from the altar. Come, my blood. The stallion's call displays his ashes. It is time to ride. Hago followed the Khal from the temple, but Quaffo lingered long enough to favour Miri Mazdur with a stare. Remember, Meiji, as the Khal fares, so shall you. As you say, Rider, the woman answered him, gathering up her jars and bottles. The great shepherd guards the flock. On a hill overlooking the King's Road, a long trestle table of rough-hewn pine had been erected beneath an elm tree and covered with a golden cloth. There, beside his pavilion, Lord Tywin took his evening meal with his chief knights and lords bannermen, his great crimson and gold standard waving overhead from a lofty pike. Tyrion arrived late, saddle-sore and sour, all too vividly aware of how amusing he must look as he waddled up the slope to his father. The day's march had been long and tiring. He thought he might get quite drunk tonight. It was twilight, and the air was alive with drifting fireflies. The cooks were serving the meat course, 5 suckling pigs, skins seared and crackling, a different fruit in every mouth. The smell made his mouth water. My pardons, he began, taking his place on the bench beside his uncle. Perhaps I'd best charge you with burying our dead, Tyrion, Lord Tywin said. If you are as late to battle as you are to table, the fighting will all be done by the time you arrive. Oh, surely you can save me a peasant or two, father, Tyrion replied. Not too many, I wouldn't want to be greedy. He filled his wine cup and watched a serving man carve into the pig. The crisp skin crackled under his knife and hot juice ran from the meat. It was the loveliest sight Tyrion had seen in ages. Sir Adam's outriders say the Stark host has moved south from the Twins, his father reported as his trencher was filled with slices of pork. Lord Frey's levies have joined them. They are likely no more than a day's march north of us. Please, father, Tyrion said. I'm about to eat. Does the thought of facing the Stark boy unman you, Tyrion? Your brother Jaime would be eager to come to grips with him. I'd sooner come to grips with that pig. Robb Stark is not half so tender, and he never smelled as good. Lord Lefford, the sour bird who had charge of their stores and supplies, leaned forward. I hope your savages do not share your reluctance, else we've wasted our good steel on them. My savages will put your steel to excellent use, my lord, Tyrion replied. When he had told Lefford he needed arms and armour to equip the 300 men Ulf had fetched down out of the foothills, you would have thought he'd asked the man to turn his virgin daughters over to their pleasure. Lord Lefford frowned. I saw that great hairy one today, the one who insisted that he must have 2 battle axes, the heavy black steel ones with twin crescent blades. Shagger likes to kill with either hand, Tyrion said as a trencher of steaming pork was laid in front of him. He still had that wood axe of his strapped to his back. Shagger is of the opinion that 3 axes are even better than 2. Tyrion reached a thumb and forefinger into the salt dish and sprinkled a healthy pinch over his meal. Sir Kevin leaned forward. We had a thought to put you and your wildlings in the vanguard when we come to battle. Sir Kevin seldom had a thought that Lord Tywin had not had first. Tyrion had skewered a chunk of meat on the point of his dagger and brought it to his mouth. Now he lowered it. The vanguard? He repeated dubiously. Either his Lord Father had a new respect for Tyrion's abilities, or he decided to rid himself of his embarrassing get for good. Tyrion had the gloomy feeling he knew which. They seemed ferocious enough, Sir Kevin said. Ferocious? Tyrion realized he was echoing his uncle like a trained bird. His father watched, judging him, weighing every word. Let me tell you how ferocious they are. Last night a moon brother stabbed a stone crow over a sausage, so today we soon made camp. 3 stone crows seized the man and opened his throat for him. Perhaps they were hoping to get the sausage back, I couldn't say. Bronn managed to keep Shagger from chopping off the dead man's cock, which is fortunate, but even so Ulf is demanding blood money, which Con and Shagger refused to pay. When soldiers lack discipline, the fault lies with their Lord Commander, his father said. His brother Jaime had always been able to make men follow him eagerly and die for him if need be. Tyrion lacked that gift. He bought loyalty with gold and compelled obedience with his name. A bigger man would be able to put the fear in them. Is that what you're saying, my lord? Lord Tywin Lannister turned to his brother. If my son's men will not obey his commands, perhaps the vanguard is not the place for him. No doubt he would be more comfortable in the rear, guarding our baggage train. Do me no kindness, father, he said angrily. If you have no other command to offer me, I'll lead your van. Lord Tywin studied his dwarf son. I said nothing about command. You will serve under Sir Gregor. Tyrion took one bite of pork, chewed a moment, and spit it out angrily. I find I am not hungry after all, he said, climbing awkwardly off the bench. Pray excuse me, my lords. Lord Tywin inclined his head, dismissing him. Tyrion turned and walked away. He was conscious of their eyes on his back as he waddled down the hill. A great gust of laughter went up from behind him, but he did not look back. He hoped they all choked on their suckling pigs. Dusk had settled, turning all the banners black. The Lannister camp sprawled for miles between the river and the King's Road. In amongst the men and the horses and the trees, it was easy to get lost, and Tyrion did. He passed 12 great pavilions and 100 cook fires. Fireflies drifted amongst the tents like wandering stars. He caught the scent of garlic sausage, spiced and savoury, so tempting it made his empty stomach growl. Away in the distance he heard voices raised in some bawdy song. A giggling woman raced past him, naked beneath a dark cloak, her drunken pursuer stumbling over tree roots. Farther on, 2 spearmen faced each other across a little trickle of a stream, practicing their thrust and parry in the fading light, their chests bare and slick with sweat. No one looked at him, no one spoke to him, no one paid him any mind. He was surrounded by men sworn to House Lannister, a vast host 20,000 strong, and yet he was alone. When he heard the deep rumble of Shagger's laughter booming through the dark, he followed it to the stone crows in their small corner of the night. Con, son of Corrad, waved a tankard of ale. Tyrion Halfman, come, sit by our fire, share meat with the stone crows. We have an ox. I can see that, Con, son of Corrad. The huge red carcass was suspended over a roaring fire, skewered on a spit the size of a small tree. No doubt it was a small tree. Blood and grease dripped down into the flames as 2 stone crows turned the meat. I thank you. Send for me when the ox is cooked. From the look of it, that might even be before the battle. He walked on. Each clan had its own cook fire. Black Ears did not eat with stone crows did not eat with moon brothers, and no one ate with burned men. The modest tent he had coaxed out of Lord Lefford's stores had been erected in the centre of the 4 fires. Tyrion found Bronn sharing a skin of wine with the new servants. Lord Tywin had sent him a groom and a body servant to see to his needs, and even insisted he take a squire. They were seated around the embers of a small cook fire. A girl was with them, slim, dark-haired, no more than 18 by the look of her. Tyrion studied her face for a moment before he spied fish bones in the ashes. What did you eat? Trout, my lord, said his groom. Bronn caught them. Trout, he thought. Suckling pig. Damn my father. He stared mournfully at the bones, his belly rumbling. His squire, a boy of the unfortunate name of Podrick Payne, swallowed whatever he had been about to say. The lad was a distant cousin to Sir Ilan Payne, the king's headsman, and almost as quiet, although not for want of a tongue. Tyrion had made him stick it out once, just to be certain. Definitely a tongue, he had said. Some day you must learn to use it. At the moment, he did not have the patience to try and coax a thought out of the lad, whom he suspected had been inflicted on him as a cruel jape. Tyrion turned his attention back to the girl. "Is this her?" he asked Bronn. She rose gracefully and looked down at him from the lofty height of 5 feet or more. "It is, my lord, and she can speak for herself, if it please you." He cocked his head to one side. "I am Tyrion, of House Lannister. Men call me the Imp. My mother named me Shay. Men call me often." Bronn laughed, and Tyrion had to smile. "Into the tent, Shay, if you would be so kind." He lifted the flap and held it for her. Inside, he knelt to light a candle. The life of a soldier is not without certain compensations. Wherever you have a camp, you are certain to have camp followers. At the end of the day's march, Tyrion had sent Bronn back to find him a likely whore. "I would prefer one who is reasonably young, with as pretty a face as you can find," he had said. "If she has washed sometime this year, I shall be glad. If she hasn't, wash her. Be certain that you tell her who I am, and warn her of what I am." Chick had not always troubled to do that. There was a look the girls got in their eyes sometimes when they first beheld the lordling they had been hired to pleasure, a look that Tyrion Lannister did not ever care to see again. He lifted the candle and looked her over. Bronn had done well enough. She was doe-eyed and slim, with small firm breasts and a smile that was by turns shy, insolent, and wicked. He liked that. Shall I take my gown off, my lord?" she asked. "In good time. Are you a maiden, Shay?" "If it please you, my lord," she said demurely. "What would please me would be the truth of you, girl." "Aye, but that will cost you double." Tyrion decided they would get along splendidly. "I am a Lannister. Gold I have plenty, and you'll find me generous. But I'll want more from you than what you've got between your legs, though I want that too. You'll share my tent, pour my wine, laugh at my jests, rub the ache from my legs after each day's ride, and whether I keep you a day or a year, for so long as we are together, you will take no other men into your bed." "Fair enough." She reached down to the hem of her thin, rough-spun gown and pulled it up over her head in one smooth motion, tossing it aside. There was nothing underneath but Shay. "If he don't put down that candle, my lord, will burn his fingers." Tyrion put down the candle, took her hand in his, and pulled her gently to him. She bent to kiss him. Her mouth tasted of honey and cloves, and her fingers were deft and practised as they found the fastenings of his clothes. When he entered her, she welcomed him with whispered endearments and small shuddering gasps of pleasure. Tyrion suspected her delight was feigned, but she did it so well that it did not matter. That much truth he did not crave. He had needed her, Tyrion realized afterward, as she lay quietly in his arms, her or someone like her. It had been nigh on a year since he'd lain with a woman, since before he had set out for Winterfell in company with his brother and King Robert. He could well die on the morrow or the day after, and if he did, he would sooner go to his grave thinking of Shay than of his lord father, Lysa Arryn, or the Lady Catelyn Stark. He could feel the softness of her breasts pressed against his arm as she lay beside him. That was a good feeling. A song filled his head. Softly, quietly, he began to whistle. "What's that, my lord?" Shay murmured against him. "Nothing," he told her. "A song I learned as a boy, that's all. Go to sleep, sweetling." When her eyes were closed and her breathing deep and steady, Tyrion slid out from beneath her gently so as to not disturb her sleep. Naked, he crawled outside, stepped over his squire, and walked around behind his tent to make water. Bronn was seated cross-legged under a chestnut tree, near where they'd tied the horses. He was honing the edge of his sword. Wide awake, the sellsword did not seem to sleep like other men. "Where did you find her?" Tyrion asked him as he pissed. "I took her from a knight. The man was loath to give her up, but your name changed his thinking somewhat. That and my dirk at his throat." "Splendid," Tyrion said dryly, shaking off the last drops. "I seem to recall saying, 'Find me a whore, not make me an enemy.' The pretty ones are all claimed," Bronn said. "I'll be pleased to take her back if you'd prefer a toothless drab." Tyrion limped closer to where he sat. "My lord father would call that insolence and send you to the mines for impertinence." "Good for me you're not your father," Bronn replied. "I saw one with boils all over her nose. Would you like her?" "What, and break your heart?" Tyrion shot back. "I shall keep Shay. Did you perchance note the name of this knight you took her from? I'd rather not have him beside me in the battle." Bronn rose, cat quick and cat graceful, turning his sword in his hand. "You'll have me beside you in the battle, dwarf." Tyrion nodded. The night air was warm on his bare skin. "See that I survive this battle, and you can name your reward." Bronn tossed the longsword from his right hand to his left and tried a cut. Who'd want to kill the likes of you? My lord father, for one. He's put me in the van. I'd do the same. A small man with a big shield will give the archers fits. I find you oddly cheering, Tyrion said. I must be mad. Bronn sheathed his sword. Beyond a doubt. When Tyrion returned to his tent, Shay rolled onto her elbow and murmured sleepily. I woke and my lord was gone. My lord is back now. He slid in beside her. Her hand went between his stunted legs and found him hard. Yes, he is, she whispered, stroking him. He asked her about the man Bronn had taken her from, and she named the minor retainer of an insignificant lordling. You need not fear his like, my lord, the girl said, her fingers busy at his cock. He is a small man. And what am I, pray? Tyrion asked her. A giant? Oh, yes, she purred. My giant of Lannister. She mounted him then, and for a time she almost made him believe it. Tyrion went to sleep smiling, and woke in darkness to the blare of trumpets. Shay was shaking him by the shoulder. My lord, she whispered. Wake up, my lord. I'm frightened. Groggy, he sat up and threw back the blanket. The horns called through the night, wild and urgent, a cry that said, hurry, hurry, hurry. He heard shouts, the clatter of spears, the whicker of horses, though nothing yet that spoke to him of fighting. My lord father's trumpets, he said. Battle assembly. I thought Stark was yet a day's march away. She shook her head, lost. Her eyes were wide and white. Groaning, Tyrion lurched to his feet and pushed his way outside, shouting for his squire. Wisps of pale fog drifted through the night, long white fingers off the river. Men and horses blundered through the pre-dawn chill, saddles were being cinched, wagons loaded, fires extinguished. The trumpets blew again. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Knights vaulted onto snorting horses while men-at-arms buckled their sword belts as they ran. When he found Pod, the boy was snoring softly. Tyrion gave him a sharp poke in the ribs of his toe. My armour, he said, and be quick about it. Bronn came trotting out of the mists, already armoured and a horse, wearing his battered half-helm. Do you know what has happened? Tyrion asked him. The Stark boys stole a march on us, Bronn said. He crept down the King's Road in the night, and now his host is less than a mile north of here, forming up in battle array. Hurry, the trumpets called. Hurry, hurry, hurry. See that the clansmen are ready to ride. Tyrion ducked back inside his tent. Where are my clothes? He barked at Shay. There. No, the leather, damn it. Yes. Bring me my boots. By the time he was dressed, his squire had laid out his armour such that it was. Tyrion owned a fine suit of heavy plate, expertly crafted to fit his misshapen body. Alas, it was safe at Casterly Rock, and he was not. He had to make do with oddments assembled from Lord Lefford's wagons, mail hauberk and coif, a dead knight's gorget, lobstered greaves and gauntlets and pointed steel boots. Some of it was ornate, some plain, not a bit of it matched, or fit as it should. His breastplate was meant for a bigger man, for his oversized head. They found a huge bucket-shaped great helm topped with a foot-long triangular spike. Shay helped Pod with the buckles and clasps. If I die, weep for me, Tyrion told the whore. How will you know? You'll be dead. I'll know. I believe you would. Shay lowered the great helm down over his head, and Pod fastened it to his gorget. Tyrion buckled on his belt, heavy with the weight of short sword and dirk. By then his groom had brought up his mount, a formidable brown courser armoured as heavily as he was. He needed help to mount. He felt as though he weighed 1,000 stone. Pod handed him up his shield, a massive slab of heavy ironwood banded with steel. Lastly, they gave him his battle-axe. Shay stepped back and looked him over. My lord looks fearsome. My lord looks a dwarf in mismatched armour, Tyrion answered sourly, but I thank you for the kindness. Podrick, should the battle go against us, see the lady safely home. He saluted her with his axe, wheeled his horse about and trotted off. His stomach was a hard knot, so tight it pained him. Behind, his servants hurriedly began to strike his tent. Pale crimson fingers fanned out to the east as the first rays of the sun broke over the horizon. The western sky was a deep purple, speckled with stars. Tyrion wondered whether this was the last sunrise he would ever see, and whether wondering was a mark of cowardice. Did his brother Jaime ever contemplate death before a battle? A war horn sounded in the far distance, a deep mournful note that chilled the soul. The clansmen climbed onto their scrawny mountain horses, shouting curses and rude jokes. Several appeared to be drunk. The rising sun was burning off the drifting tendrils of fog as Tyrion led them off. What grass the horses had left was heavy with dew, as if some passing god had scattered a bag of diamonds over the earth. The mounted men fell in behind him, each clan arrayed behind its own leaders. In the dawn light, the army of Lord Tywin Lannister unfolded like an iron rose, thorns gleaming. His uncle would lead the centre. Sir Kevan had raised his standards above the King's Road. Quivers hanging from their belts, the foot archers arrayed themselves into 3 long lines, to east and west of the road, and stood calmly stringing their bows. Between them, pikemen formed squares. Behind were rank on rank of men-at-arms of spear and sword and axe. 300 heavy horse surrounded Sir Kevin and the Lord's bannermen, Lefford, Liddon, and Serret, with all their sworn retainers. The right wing was all cavalry, some 4,000 men, heavy with the weight of their armour. More than 3/4 of the knights were there, massed together like a great steel fist. Sir Adam Marbrand had the command. Tyrion saw his banner unfurl as his standard-bearer shook it out, a burning tree, orange and smoke. Behind him flew Sir Flemence, Purple Unicorn, the brindled boar of Crakehall, the bantam rooster of Swift, and more. His lord father took his place on the hill where he had slept. Around him the reserve assembled, a huge force, half mounted and half foot, 5,000 strong. Lord Tywin almost always chose to command the reserve. He would take the high ground and watch the battle unfold below him, committing his forces when and where they were needed most. Even from afar, his lord father was resplendent. Tywin Lannister's battle armour put his son Jaime's gilded suit to shame. His great cloak was sewn from countless layers of cloth of gold, so heavy that it barely stirred even when he charged, so large that its drape covered most of his stallion's hind quarters when he took the saddle. No ordinary clasp would suffice for such a weight, so the great cloak was held in place by a matched pair of miniature lionesses crouching on his shoulders as if poised to spring. Their mate, a male of a magnificent mane, reclined atop Lord Tywin's great helm, one paw raking the air as he roared. All 3 lions are wrought in gold with ruby eyes. His armour was heavy steel plate, enamelled in a dark crimson, greaves and gauntlets inlaid with ornate gold scrollwork. His rondels were golden sunbursts, all his fastenings were gilded, and the red steel was burnished to such a high sheen that it shone like fire in the light of the rising sun. Tyrion could hear the rumble of the foemen's drums now. He remembered Robb Stark as he had last seen him, in his father's high seat in the great hall of Winterfell, a sword naked and shining in his hands. He remembered how the direwolves had come at him out of the shadows, and suddenly he could see them again, snarling and snapping, teeth bared in his face. Would the boy bring his wolves to war with him? The thought made him uneasy. The Northerners would be exhausted after their long sleepless march. Tyrion wondered what the boy had been thinking. Did he think to take them unawares while they slept? Small chance of that. Whatever else might be said of him, Tywin Lannister was no man's fool. The van was massing on the left. He saw the standard first, 3 black dogs on a yellow field. Sir Gregor sat beneath it, mounted on the biggest horse Tyrion had ever seen. Bronn took one look at him and grinned. Always follow a big man into battle. Tyrion threw him a hard look. And why is that? They make such splendid targets. That one, he'll draw the eyes of every bowman on the field. Laughing, Tyrion regarded the mountain with fresh eyes. I confess I had not considered it in that light. Clegane had no splendour about him. His armour was steel plate, dull grey, scarred by hard use and showing neither sigil nor ornament. He was pointing men into position with his blade, a 2-handed greatsword that Sir Gregor waved about with one hand as a lesser man might wave a dagger. Any man runs, I'll cut him down myself. He was roaring when he caught sight of Tyrion. Imp, take the left. Hold the river, if you can. The left of the left. To turn their flank, the Starks would need horses that could run on water. Tyrion led his men toward the river bank. Look, he said, pointing with his axe. He shouted, pointing with his axe. The river. A blanket of pale mist still clung to the surface of the water, the murky green current swirling past underneath. The shallows are muddy and choked with reeds. That river is ours. Whatever happens, keep close to the water. Never lose sight of it. Let no enemy come between us and our river. If they dirty our waters, hack off their cocks and feed them to the fishes. Shagga had an axe in either hand. He smashed them together and made them ring. Half-man, he shouted. Other Stonecrows picked up the cry, and the Blackears and Moon Brothers as well. The burned men did not shout, but they rattled their swords and spears. Half-man, half-man, half-man. Tyrion turned his courser in a circle to look over the field. The ground was rolling and uneven here, soft and muddy near the river, rising in a gentle slope toward the King's Road, stony and broken beyond it to the east. A few trees spotted the hillsides, but most of the land had been cleared and planted. His heart pounded in his chest in time to the drums, and under his layers of leather and steel his brow was cold with sweat. He watched Sir Gregor as the mountain rode up and down the line, shouting and gesticulating. The wind, too, was all cavalry, but where the right was a mailed fist of knights in heavy lances, the vanguard was made up of the sweepings of the west, mounted archers in leather jerkins, a swarming mass of undisciplined free riders and sellswords, field hands on plough horses armed with scythes and their fathers' rusted swords, half-trained boys from the stews of Lannisport, and Tyrion and his mountain clansmen. Crow food, Bronn muttered beside him, giving voice to what Tyrion had left unsaid. He could only nod. Had his lord father taken leave of his senses? No pikes, too few bowmen, a bare handful of knights, the ill-armed and unarmoured, commanded by an unthinking brute who led with his rage. How could his father expect this travesty of a battle to hold his left? He had no time to think about it. The drums were so near that the beat crept under his skin and set his hands to twitching. Bronn drew his longsword, and suddenly the enemy was there before them, boiling over the tops of the hills, advancing with measured tread behind a wall of shields and pikes. Gods be damned, look at them all, Tyrion thought, though he knew his father had more men on the field. Their captains led them on armoured war horses, standard-bearers riding alongside of their banners. He glimpsed the bull moose of the Hornwoods, the Karstark Sunburst, Lord Serwyn's battle-axe, and the mailed fist of the Glovers, and the twin towers of Frey, blue on grey. So much for his father's certainty that Lord Walder would not bestir himself. The white of House Stark was seen everywhere, the grey direwolves seeming to run and leap as the banners swirled and streamed from the high staffs. Where is the boy? Tyrion wondered. A warhorn blew. Haroo! It cried, its voice as long and low and chilling as a cold wind from the north. The Lannister trumpet answered, da-da, da-da, da-da. Brazen and defiant, yet it seemed to Tyrion that they sounded somehow smaller, more anxious. He could feel a fluttering in his bowels, a queasy liquid feeling. He hoped he was not going to die sick. As the horns died away, a hissing filled the air. A vast flight of arrows arched up from his right, where the archers stood flanking the road. The Northerners broke into a run, shouting as they came, but the Lannister arrows fell on them like hail. Hundreds of arrows, thousands, and shouts turned to screams as men stumbled and went down. By then a second flight was in the air, and the archers were feeding a third arrow to their bowstrings. The trumpets played again. Da-da, 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 da-da. Sir Gregor waved his huge sword and bellowed a command, and 1,000 other voices screamed back at him. Tyrion put his spurs to his horse and added one more voice to the cacophony, and the van surged forward. "The river!" he shouted at his clansmen as they rode. "Remember, hew to the river!" He was still leading when they broke a canter, until Chella gave a blood-curdling shriek and galloped past him, and Shagga Haldon followed. The clansmen charged after them, leaving Tyrion in their dust. A crescent of enemy spearmen had formed ahead, a double hedgehog bristling with steel, waiting behind tall oaken shields marked with the sunburst of Karstark. Gregor Clegane was the first to reach them, leading a wedge of armoured veterans. Half the horses shied at the last second, breaking their charge before the row of spears. The others died, sharp steel points ripping through their chests. Tyrion saw a dozen men go down. The mountain stallion reared, lashing out with iron-shod hoofs as a barbed spearhead raked across his neck. Maddened, the beast lunged into the ranks. Spears thrusted him from every side, but the shield wall broke beneath his weight. The Northerners stumbled away from the animal's death throes. As his horse fell, snorting blood and biting with his last red breath, the mountain rose untouched, laying about him with his two-handed greatsword. Shagga went bursting through the gap before the shields could close, other stone crows hard behind him. Tyrion shouted, "Burned men! Moon brothers! After me!" But most of them were ahead of him. He glimpsed Timett, son of Timett, vault free as his mount died under him. In full stride, saw a moon brother impaled on a Karstark spear, watched Conn's horse shatter a man's ribs with a kick. A flight of arrows descended on them. Where they came from he could not say, but they fell on Stark and Lannister alike, rattling off armour or finding flesh. Tyrion lifted his shield and hid beneath it. The hedgehog was crumbling, the Northerners reeling back under the impact of the mounted assault. Tyrion saw Shagga catch a spearman full in the chest as the fool came on at a run, saw his axe shear through mail and leather and muscle and lungs. The man was dead on his feet, the axe head lodged in his breast, yet Shagga rode on, cleaving a shield in two with his left-hand battle-axe while the corpse was bouncing and stumbling bonelessly along on his right. Finally, the dead man slid off. Shagga smashed the two axes together and roared. By then the enemy was on him, and Tyrion's battle shrunk to the few feet of ground around his horse. A man-at-arms thrust at his chest, and his axe lashed out, knocking the spear aside. The man danced back for another try, but Tyrion spurred his horse and rode right over him. Bronn was surrounded by 3 foes, but he lopped the head off the first spear that came at him and raked his blade across a second man's face on his backslash. A thrown spear came hurtling at Tyrion from the left and lodged in his shield with a woody chunk. He wheeled and raced after the thrower, but the man raised his own shield over his head. Tyrion circled around him, raining axe blows down on the wood. Chips of oak went flying until the Northerner lost his feet and slipped, falling flat on his back with his shield on top of him. He was below the reach of Tyrion's axe, and it was too much bother to dismount, so he left him there and rode after another man, taking him from behind with a sweeping downcut that sent a jolt of impact upon his arm. That won him a moment's respite. Reining up, he looked for the river. There it was, off to the right. Somehow he had gotten turned around. A burned man rode past, slumped against his horse. A spear had entered his belly and come out through his back. He was past any help, but when Tyrion saw one of the Northerners run up and make a grab for his reins, he charged. His quarry met him sword in hand. He was tall and spare, wearing a long chainmail hauberk and gauntlets of lobstered steel, but he'd lost his helm and blood ran down into his eyes from a gash across his forehead. Tyrion aimed a swipe at his face, but the tall man slammed it aside. "Dwarf," he screamed. "Die." He turned in a circle as Tyrion rode around him, hacking at his head and shoulders. Steel rang on steel, and Tyrion soon realized that the tall man was quicker and stronger than he was. "Where in the seven hells is Bronn?" "Die," the man grunted, chopping at him savagely. Tyrion barely got his shield up in time, and the wood seemed to explode inward under the force of the blow. The shattered pieces fell away from his arm. "Die," the swordsman bellowed, shoving in close and wanging Tyrion across the temple so hard his head rang. The blade made a hideous scraping sound as he drew it back over the steel. The tall man grinned, until Tyrion's destrier bit, quick as a snake, laying his cheek bare to the bone. Then he screamed. Tyrion buried his axe in his head. "You die," he told him, and he did. As he wrenched the blade free, he heard a shout. "Eddard!" a voice rang out. "For Eddard and Winterfell!" The knight came thundering down on him, swinging the spiked ball of a morning star round his head. Their war horses slammed together before Tyrion could so much as open his mouth to shout for Bronn. His right elbow exploded with pain as the spikes punched through the thin metal around the joint. His axe was gone, as fast as that. He clawed for his sword, but the morning star was circling again, coming at his face, a sickening crunch, and he was falling. He did not recall hitting the ground, but when he looked up, there was only sky above him. He rolled onto his side and tried to find his feet, but pain shuddered through him and the world throbbed. The knight who had felled him drew up above him. "Tyrion the imp," he boomed down. "You are mine. Do you yield, Lannister?" Yes, Tyrion thought, but the word caught in his throat. He made a croaking sound and fought his way to his knees, fumbling for a weapon. His sword, his dirk, anything. "Do you yield?" The knight loomed overhead on his armoured warhorse. Man and horse both seemed immense. The spiked balls swung in a lazy circle. Tyrion's hands were numb, his vision blurred, his scabbard empty. "Yield or die," the knight declared, his flail whirling faster and faster. Tyrion lurched to his feet, driving his head into the horse's belly. The animal gave a hideous scream and reared. He tried to twist away from the agony. A shower of blood and viscera poured down over Tyrion's face, and the horse fell like an avalanche. The next he knew, his visor was packed with mud, and something was crushing his foot. He wriggled free, so his throat so tight he could scarce talk. "Yield," he managed to croak faintly. "Yes," a voice moaned, thick with pain. Tyrion scraped the mud off his helm so he could see again. The horse had fallen away from him onto its rider. The knight's leg was trapped. The arm he'd used to break his fall twisted at a grotesque angle. "Yield," he repeated. Fumbling at his belt with his good hand, he drew a sword and flung it at Tyrion's feet. "I yield, my lord." Dazed, the dwarf knelt and lifted the blade. Pain hammered through his elbow when he moved his arm. The battle seemed to have moved beyond him. No one remained on his part of the field, save a large number of corpses. Ravens were already circling and landing to feed. He saw that Sir Kevin had brought up his centre in support of the van. His huge mass of pikemen had pushed the Northerners back against the hills. They were struggling on the slopes, pikes thrusting against one another wall of shields, these oval and reinforced with iron studs. As he watched, the air filled with arrows again, and the men behind the oak wall crumbled beneath the murderous fire. "I believe you are losing, sir," he told the knight under the horse. The man made no reply. The sound of hooves coming up behind him made him whirl, though he could scarcely lift the sword he held for the agony in his elbow. Bronn reined up and looked down on him. "Small use you turned out to be," Tyrion told him. "It would seem you did well enough on your own," Bronn answered. "You've lost the spike off your helm, though." Tyrion groped at the top of the great helm. The spike had snapped off clean. I haven't lost it. I know just where it is. Do you see my horse? By the time they found it, the trumpets had sounded again, and Lord Tywin's reserve came sweeping up along the river. Tyrion watched his father fly past, the crimson and gold banner of Lannister rippling over his head as he thundered across the field. 500 knights surrounded him, sunlight flashing off the points of their lances. The remnants of the Stark lines shattered like glass beneath the hammer of their charge. With his elbow swollen and throbbing inside his armor, Tyrion made no attempt to join the slaughter. He and Bronn were looking for his men he found among the dead. Ulf, son of Umar, lay in a pool of congealing blood, his arm gone at the elbow. A dozen of his moon brothers sprawled around him. Shagga was slumped beneath a tree, riddled with arrows, Conn's head in his lap. Tyrion thought they were both dead, but as he dismounted, Shagga opened his eyes and said, "They have killed Conn, son of Korat." Handsome Conn had no mark but for the red stain over his breast, where the spear thrust had killed him. When Bronn pulled Shagga to his feet, the big man seemed to notice the arrows for the first time. He plucked them out one by one, cursing the holes they had made in his layers of mail and leather, and yowling like a babe at the few that had buried themselves in his flesh. Chela, daughter of Chaek, rode up as they were yanking arrows out of Shagga, and showed them 4 ears she had taken. Timid they discovered, looting the bodies of the slain with his burned men. Of the 300 clansmen who had ridden to battle behind Tyrion Lannister, perhaps half had survived. He left the living to look after the dead, sent Bronn to take charge of his captive knight, and went alone in search of his father. Lord Tywin was seated by the river, sipping wine from a jewelled cup as his squire undid the fastenings on his breastplate. "A fine victory," Sir Kevan said when he saw Tyrion. "Your wild men fought well." His father's eyes were on him, pale green flecked with gold, so cool they gave Tyrion a chill. "Did that surprise you, father?" he asked. "Did it upset your plans? We were supposed to be butchered, were we not?" Lord Tywin drained his cup, his face expressionless. "I put the least disciplined men on the left, yes. I anticipated that they would break. Robb Stark is a green boy, more like to be brave than wise. I had hoped that if he saw our left collapse, he might plunge into the gap, eager for a rout. Once he was fully committed, Sir Kevan's pikes would wheel and take him in the flank, driving him into the river while I brought up the reserve. And you thought it best to place me in the midst of this carnage, yet keep me ignorant of your plans. A feigned rout is less convincing," his father said, "and I am not inclined to trust my plans to a man who consults with sellswords and savages. A pity my savages ruined your dance." Tyrion pulled off his steel gauntlet and let it fall to the ground, wincing at the pain that stabbed up his arm. "The Stark boy proved more cautious than I expected for one of his years," Lord Tywin admitted, "but a victory is a victory. You appear to be wounded." Tyrion's right arm was soaked with blood. "Good of you to notice, father," he said through clenched teeth. "Might I trouble you to send for your maesters, unless you relish the notion of having a one-armed dwarf for a son?" An urgent shout of "Lord Tywin!" turned his father's head before he could reply. Tywin Lannister rose to his feet as Sir Adam Marbrand leapt down off his courser. The horse was lavered and bleeding from the mouth. Sir Adam dropped to one knee, a rangy man with dark copper hair that fell to his shoulders, armoured in burnished bronze steel with the fiery tree of his house etched black on his breastplate. "My liege, we have taken some of their commanders. Lord Serwyn, Sir Wylus Manderley, Harrion Karstark, 4 Freys, Lord Hornwood is dead, and I fear Roose Bolton has escaped us." "And the boy?" Lord Tywin asked. Sir Adam hesitated. "The Stark boy was not with them, my lord. They say he crossed at the Twins with the great part of his horse, riding hard for River Run. A green boy," Tyrion remembered, "more like to be brave than wise." He would have laughed if he hadn't hurt so much. The woods were full of whispers. Moonlight winked on the tumbling waters of the stream below as it wound its rocky way along the floor of the valley. Beneath the trees, war horses whinnied softly and pawed at the moist, leafy ground, while men made nervous jests in hushed voices. Now and again she heard the chink of spears, the faint metallic sliver of chain mail, but even those sounds were muffled. "It should not be long now, my lady," Hallis Mullen said. He had asked for the honour of protecting her in the battle to come. It was his right, as Winterfell's captain of guards, and Robb had not refused it to him. She had 30 men around her, charged to keep her unharmed and see her safely home to Winterfell if the fighting went against them. Robb had wanted 50. Catelyn had insisted that 10 would be enough, that he would need every sword for the fight. They made their peace at 30, neither happy with it. "It will come when it comes," Catelyn told him. When it came, she knew it would mean death. Hal's death, perhaps, or hers, or Rob's. No one was safe. No life was certain. Catelyn was content to wait, to listen to the whispers in the woods and the faint music of the brook, to feel the warm wind in her hair. She was no stranger to waiting, after all. Her men had always made her wait. "Watch for me, little cat," her father would always tell her when he rode off to court or fair or battle. And she would, standing patiently on the battlements of Riverrun as the waters of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone flowed by. He did not always come when he said he would, and days would oft-times pass as Catelyn stood her vigil, peering out between crenels and through arrow loops until she caught a glimpse of Lord Hoster on his old brown gelding, trotting along the river shore toward the landing. "Did you watch for me?" he'd ask when he bent to hug her. "Did you, little cat?" Brandon Stark had bid her wait as well. "I shall not be long, my lady," he had vowed. "We will be wed on my return." Yet when the day came at last, it was his brother Eddard who stood beside her in the sept. Ned had lingered scarcely a fortnight with his new bride before he too had ridden off to war with promises on his lips. At least he had left her with more than words. He had given her a son. 9 moons had waxed and waned, and Rob had been born in Riverrun while his father still warred in the south. She had brought him forth in blood and pain, not knowing whether Ned would ever see him. Her son. He had been so small. Now it was for Rob that she waited. For Rob, and for Jaime Lannister, the gilded knight who men said had never learned to wait at all. The Kingslayer was restless and quick to anger, her uncle Brynden had told Rob, and he had wagered their lives and their best hope of victory on the truth of what he said. If Rob was frightened, he gave no sign of it. Catelyn watched her son as he moved among the men, touching one on the shoulder, sharing a jest with another, helping a third to gentle and anxious horse. His armour clinked softly when he moved. Only his head was bare. Catelyn watched a breeze stir his auburn hair, so like her own, and wondered when her son had grown so big. 15 and near as tall as she was. Let him grow taller, she asked the gods. Let him know 16 and 20 and 50. Let him grow as tall as his father and hold his own son in his arms. Please, please, please. As she watched him, this tall young man, with the new beard and the direwolf prowling at his heels, all she could see was the babe they had laid at her breast at Riverrun so long ago. The night was warm, but the thought of Riverrun was easy enough to make her shiver. Where are they? She wondered. Could her uncle have been wrong? So much rested on the truth of what he had told them. Rob had given the Blackfish 300 picked men and sent them ahead to screen his march. Jaime does not know, so Brynden said when he rode back. I'll stake my life on that. No bird has reached him, my archers have seen to that. We've seen a few of his outriders, but those that saw us did not live to tell of it. He ought to have sent out more. He does not know. How large is his host? Her son asked. 12,000 foot, scattered around the castle in 3 separate camps, with the rivers between, her uncle said, with the cracky smile she remembered so well. There is no other way to besiege Riverrun, yet still, that will be their undoing. 2,000 or 3,000 horse. The Kingslayer has us 3 to 1, said Gallard Glover. True enough, said Brynden said. Yet there is one thing Sir Jaime lacks. Yes? Rob asked. Patience. The host was greater than it had been when they left the twins. Lord Jason Mallister had brought his power out from Seaguard to join them as they swept around the headwaters of the Blue Fork and galloped south, and others had crept forth as well, hedge knights and small lords and masterless men-at-arms who had fled north when her brother Edmer's army was shattered beneath the walls of Riverrun. They had driven their horses as hard as they dared to reach this place before Jaime Lannister had word of their coming, and now the hour was at hand. Catelyn watched her son mount up. Oliver Frey held his horse for him, Lord Walder's son, 2 years older than Rob, and 10 years younger and more anxious. He strapped Rob's shield in place and handed up his helm. When he lowered it over the face she loved so well, a tall young knight sat on his grey stallion where her son had been. It was dark among the trees, where the moon did not reach. When Rob turned his head to look at her, she could only see black inside his visor. I must ride down the line, mother, he told her. Father says you should let the men see you before a battle. Go then, she said. Let them see you. It will give them courage, Rob said. And who will give me courage? She wondered. Yet she kept her silence and made herself smile for him. Rob turned the big grey stallion and walked him slowly away from her, grey wind shadowing his steps. Behind him his battle guard formed up. When he'd forced Catelyn to accept her protectors, she had insisted he be guarded as well, and the Lord Spanman had agreed. Many of their sons had clamoured for the honour of riding with the young wolf, as they had taken to calling him. Torrhen Karstark and his brother Eddard were among his 30, and Patrick Mallister, Small John Umber, Darren Hornwood, Theon Greyjoy, no less than 5 of Walder Frey's vast brood, along with older men like Sir Wendell Manderley and Robin Flint. One of his companions was even a woman, Daisy Mormont, Lady Major's eldest daughter and heir to Bear Island, a lanky six-footer who had been given a morning star at an age when most girls were given dolls. Some of the other lords muttered about that, but Catelyn would not listen to their complaints. "This is not about the honour of your houses," she told them. "This is about keeping my son alive and whole." And if it comes to that, she wondered, will 30 be enough? Will 6,000 be enough? A bird called faintly in the distance, a high sharp trill that felt like an icy hand on Catelyn's neck. Another bird answered, a third, a fourth. She knew their call well enough from her years at Winterfell. Snow shrikes. Sometimes you saw them in the deep of winter, when the godswood was white and still. They were northern birds. "They are coming," Catelyn thought. "They are coming, my lady," Hal Mullen whispered. He was always a man for stating the obvious. "Gods be with us." She nodded as the woods grew still around them. In the quiet she could hear them, far off yet moving closer. The tread of many horses, the rattle of swords and spears and armour, the murmur of human voices, with here a laugh and there a curse. Eons seemed to come and go. The sounds grew louder. She heard more laughter, a shouted command, splashing as they crossed and recrossed a little stream. A horse snorted, a man swore, and then at last she saw him, only for an instant, framed between the branches of the trees as she looked down at the valley floor, yet she knew it was him. Even at a distance, Sir Jaime Lannister was unmistakable. The moonlight had silvered his armour and the gold of his hair, and turned his crimson cloak to black. He was not wearing a helm. He was there, and he was gone again, his silvery armour obscured by the trees once more. Others came behind him, long columns of them, knights in sworn swords and free riders, 3/4 of the Lannister horse. "He is no man for sitting in a tent while his carpenters build siege towers," Sir Brynden had promised. "He has ridden out with his knights thrice already, to chase down raiders or storm a stubborn holdfast." Nodding, Robb had studied the map her uncle had drawn him. Ned had taught him to read maps. "Raid him here," he said, pointing. "A few hundred men, no more, Tully banners. When he comes after you, we will be waiting." His finger moved an inch to the left. "Here." Here was a hush in the night. Moonlight and shadows, a thick carpet of dead leaves underfoot, densely wooded ridges sloping gently down to the stream bed, the underbrush thinning as the ground fell away. Here was her son on his stallion, glancing back at her one last time and lifting his sword in salute. Here was the call of Maege Mormont's war horn, a long low blast that rolled down the valley from the east to tell them that the last of Jaime's riders had entered the trap, and Grey Wind threw back his head and howled. The sound seemed to go right through Catelyn Stark, and she found herself shivering. It was a terrible sound, a frightening sound, yet there was music in it too. For a second she felt something like pity for the Lannisters below. "So this is what death sounds like," she thought. "Ha-roo," came the answer from the far ridge, as the great John winded his own horn. To east and west, the trumpets of the Mallisters and Freys blew vengeance. North, where the valley narrowed and bent like a cocked elbow, Lord Karstark's war horns added their own deep, mournful voices to the dark chorus. Men were shouting and horses rearing in the stream below. The whispering wood let out its breath all at once, as the bowman Robb had hidden in the branches of the trees, let fly their arrows, and the night erupted with the screams of men and horses. All around her, the riders raised their lances, and the dirt and leaves that had buried the cruel bright points fell away to reveal the gleam of sharpened steel. "Winterfell!" she heard Robb shout as the arrows sighed again. He moved away from her at a trot, leading his men downhill. Catelyn sat on her horse, unmoving, with Hal Mullen and her guard around her, and she waited, as she had waited before, for Brandon and Ned and her father. She was high on the ridge, and the trees hid most of what was going on beneath her. A heartbeat, 2, 4, and suddenly it was as if she and her protectors were alone in the wood. The rest were melted away into the green, yet when she looked across the valley to the far ridge, she saw the great John's riders emerge from the darkness beneath the trees. They were in a long line, an endless line, and as they burst from the wood, there was an instant, the smallest part of a heartbeat, when all Catelyn saw in them was the moonlight on the points of their lances, as if 1,000 willow-wisps were coming down the ridge, wreathed in silver flame. Then she blinked, and they were only men, rushing down to kill or die. Afterwards she could not claim she had seen the battle. Yet she could hear, and the valley rang with echoes, the crack of a broken lance, the clash of swords, the cries of Lannister and Winterfell and Tully, Riverrun and Tully. When she realized there was no more to see, she closed her eyes and listened. The battle came alive around her. She heard hoofbeats, iron boots splashing in shallow water, the woody sound of swords on oaken shields, and the scrape of steel against steel, the hiss of arrows, the thunder of drums, the terrified screaming of 1,000 horses. Men shouted curses and begged for mercy, and got it or not, and lived or died. The ridges seemed to play queer tricks with sound. Once she heard Rob's voice as clear as if he'd been standing at her side, calling, "To me, to me," and she heard his direwolf snarling and growling, heard the snap of those long teeth, the tearing of flesh, shrieks of fear and pain from man and horse alike. Was there only one wolf? It was hard to be certain. Little by little the sounds dwindled and died, until at last there was only the wolf. As a red dawn broke in the east, grey wind began to howl again. Rob came back to her on a different horse, riding a piebald gelding in the place of the grey stallion he had taken down into the valley. The wolf's head on his shield was slashed half to pieces, raw wood showing where deep gouges had been hacked in the oak, but Rob himself seemed unhurt. Yet when he came closer, Catelyn saw that his mailed glove and the sleeve of his surcoat were black with blood. "You're hurt," she said. Rob lifted his hand, opened and closed his fingers. "No," he said. "This is Torrhen's blood, perhaps, or—" He shook his head. "I do not know." A mob of men followed him up the slope, dirty and dented and grinning, with Theon and the Great John at their head. Between them they dragged Sir Jaime Lannister. They threw him down in front of her horse. "The Kingslayer," Hal announced, unnecessarily. Lannister raised his head. "Lady Stark," he said from his knees. Blood ran down one cheek from a gash across his scalp, but the pale light of dawn had put the glint of gold back in his hair. "I would offer you my sword, but I seem to have mislaid it." "It is not your sword I want, sir," she told him. "Give me my father and my brother Edmure. Give me my daughters. Give me my lord husband. I have misled them as well, I fear." "A pity," Catelyn said coldly. "Kill him, Rob," Theon Greyjoy urged. "Take his head off." "No," her son answered, peeling off his bloody glove. "He's more use alive than dead. My lord father never condoned the murder of prisoners after a battle." "A wise man," Jaime Lannister said, "and honourable." "Take him away and put him in irons," Catelyn said. "Do as my lady mother says," Rob commanded, "and make certain there's a strong guard around him. Lord Karstark will want his head on a pike." "That he will," the Great John agreed, gesturing. Lannister was led away to be bandaged and chained. "Why should Lord Karstark want him dead?" Catelyn asked. Rob looked away into the woods, with the same brooding look that Ned often got. He killed them. Lord Karstark's sons," Galbart Glover explained. "Both of them," said Rob, "Perron and Eddard, and Darren Hornwood as well." "No one can fault Lannister on his courage," Glover said. "When he saw that he was lost, he rallied his retainers and fought his way up the valley, hoping to reach Lord Rob and cut him down, and almost did. He mislaid his sword in Eddard Karstark's neck, after he took Torrhen's hand off and split Darren Hornwood's skull open," Rob said. "All the time he was shouting for me. If they hadn't tried to stop him, I should then be mourning in place of Lord Karstark," Catelyn said. "Your men did what they were sworn to do, Rob. They died protecting their liege lord. Grieve for them. Honour them for their valour. But not now. You have no time for grief. You may have lopped the head off the snake, but 3/4 of the body is still coiled around my father's castle. We have won a battle, not a war. But such a battle," said Theon Greyjoy eagerly. "My lady, the realm has not seen such a victory since the Field of Fire. I vow the Lannisters lost 10 men for every one of ours that fell. We've taken close to 100 knights captive and a dozen Lord Bannermen. Lord Westerling, Lord Banefort, Sir Garth Greenfield, Lord Estrin, Sir Tytos Brax, Malor the Dornishman, and 3 Lannisters besides Jaime, Lord Tywin's own nephews, 2 of his sister's sons, and 1 of his dead brothers." "And Lord Tywin?" Catelyn interrupted. "Have you perchance taken Lord Tywin, Theon?" "No," Greyjoy answered, brought up short. "Until you do, this war is far from done." Rob raised his head and pushed his hair back out of his eyes. "My mother is right. We still have River Run." The flies circled Khal Drogo slowly, their wings buzzing, a low thrum at the edge of hearing that filled Dany with dread. The sun was high and pitiless. Heat shimmered in waves off the stony outcrops of low hills. A thin finger of sweat trickled slowly between Dany's swollen breasts. The only sounds were the steady clop of their horses' hooves, the rhythmic tingle of the bells in Drogo's hair, and the distant voices behind them. Dany watched the flies. They were as large as bees, gross, purplish, glistening. The Dothraki called them blood flies. They lived in marshes and stagnant pools, sucked blood from man and horse alike, and laid their eggs in the dead and dying. Drogo hated them. Whenever one came near him, his hand would shoot out quick as a striking snake to close around it. She had never seen him miss. He would hold the fly inside his huge fist long enough to hear its frantic buzzing, then his fingers would tighten, and when he opened his hand again, the fly would be only a red smear on his palm. Now one crept across the rump of his stallion, and the horse gave an angry flick of its tail to brush it away. The others flitted about Drogo, closer and closer. The Khal did not react. His eyes were fixed on distant brown hills, the reins loose in his hands. Beneath his painted vest, a plaster of fig leaves and caked blue mud covered the wound on his breast. The herb women had made it for him. Miri Mazdur's poultice had itched and burned, and he had torn it off 6 days ago, cursing her for a Meiji. The mud plaster was more soothing, and the herb women made him poppy wine as well. He'd been drinking it heavily these past 3 days. When it was not poppy wine, it was fermented mare's milk or pepper beer. Yet he scarcely touched his food, and he thrashed and groaned in the night. Danny could see how drawn his face had become. Rhaegar was restless in her belly, kicking like a stallion, yet even that did not stir Drogo's interest as it had. Every morning her eyes found fresh lines of pain on his face when he woke from his troubled sleep. And now this silence. It was making her afraid. Since they had mounted up at dawn, he had said not a word. When she spoke, she got no answer but a grunt, and not even that much since midday. One of the bloodflies landed on the bare skin of the cow's shoulder. Another, circling, touched down on his neck and crept up toward his mouth. Khal Drogo swayed in the saddle, bells ringing, as his stallion kept onward, at a steady walking pace. Dany pressed her heels into her silver and rode closer. "My lord," she said softly. "Drogo, my sun and stars." He did not seem to hear. The bloodfly crawled up under his drooping moustache and settled on his cheek, in the crease beside his nose. Dany gasped, "Drogo." Clumsily she reached over and touched his arm. Khal Drogo reeled in the saddle, tilted slowly, and fell heavily from his horse. The flies scattered for a heartbeat and then circled back to settle on him where he lay. "No," Dany said, reining up. Heedless of her belly for once, she scrambled off her silver and ran to him. The grass beneath him was brown and dry. Drogo cried out in pain as Dany knelt beside him. His breath rattled harshly in his throat, and he looked at her without recognition. "My horse," he gasped. Dany brushed the flies off his chest, smashing one as he would have. Her skin burned beneath her fingers. The Khal's blood riders had been following just behind them. She heard Hago shout as they galloped up. Kaholo vaulted from his horse. "Blood of my blood," he said as he dropped to his knees. The other two kept to their mouths. "No," Khal Drogo groaned, struggling in Dany's arms. "Must ride. Ride. No." "He fell from his horse," Hago said, staring down. His broad face was impassive, but his voice was leaden. "You must not say that," Dany told him. "We have ridden far enough today. We will camp here." "Here?" Hago looked around them. The land was brown and sere, inhospitable. "This is no camping ground." "It is not for a woman to bid us halt," said Kofo. "Not even a Khaleesi. We camp here," Dany repeated. "Hago, tell them Khal Drogo commanded the halt. If any ask why, say to them that my time is near and I could not continue. Kaholo, bring up the slaves. They must put up the Khal's tent at once." "Kofo, you do not command me, Khaleesi," Kofo said. "Find Miri Mazdur," she told him. "The god's wife would be walking among the other lamb men in the long column of slaves. Bring her to me, with her chest." Kofo glared down at her, his eyes hard as flint. "The Meiji," he spat. "This I will not do." "You will," Dany said, "or when Drogo wakes he will hear why you defied me." Furious, Kofo wheeled his stallion around and galloped off in anger. But Dany knew he would return with Miri Mazdur, however little he might like it. The slaves erected Khal Drogo's tent beneath a jagged outcrop of black rock whose shadow gave some relief from the heat of the afternoon sun. Even so, it was stifling under the sand silk as Irri and Doria helped Dany walk Drogo inside. Thick patterned carpets had been laid down over the ground and pillows scattered in the corners. Eroya, the timid girl Dany had rescued outside the mud walls of the lamb men, set up a brazier. They stretched Drogo out on a woven mat. "No," he muttered in the common tongue. "No, no." It was all he said, all he seemed capable of saying. Doria unhooked his medallion belt and stripped off his vest and leggings, while Jikwi knelt by his feet to undo the laces of his riding sandals. Irri wanted to leave the tent flaps open to let in the breeze, but Dany forbade it. She would not have any see Drogo this way, in delirium and weakness. When her cars came up, she posted them outside at guard. "Admit no one without my leave," she told Drogo. "No one." Eroya stood fearfully at Drogo where he lay. "He dies," she whispered. Dany slapped her. "The Khal cannot die. He is the father of the stallion who mounts the world. His hair has never been cut. He still wears the bells his father gave him." "Khaleesi," Jikwi said. "He fell from his horse." Trembling, her eyes full of sudden tears, Dany turned away from them. He fell from his horse. It was so. She had seen it. And the blood riders, and no doubt her handmaids and the men of her cars as well. And how many more? They could not keep it secret, and Dany knew what that meant. A Khal who could not ride could not rule, and Drogo had fallen from his horse. "We must bathe him," she said stubbornly. She must not allow herself to despair. "Irri, have the tub brought at once. Doria, Eroya, find water, cool water. He's so hot." He was a fire in human skin. The slave set up the heavy copper tub in the corner of the tent. When Doria brought the first jar of water, Danny wet a length of silk to lay across Drogo's brow over the burning skin. His eyes looked at her, but he did not see. When his lips opened, no words escaped them, only a moan. "Where is Miri Mazdur?" she demanded. Her patience rubbed war with fear. "Kofo will find her," Iri said. Her handmaids filled the tub with tepid water that stank of sulphur, sweetening it with jars of bitter oil and handfuls of crushed mint leaves. While the bath was being prepared, Danny knelt awkwardly beside her lord husband, her belly great with their child within. She undid his braid with anxious fingers, as she had on the night he'd taken her for the first time beneath the stars. His spells she laid aside carefully, one by one. He would want them again when he was well, she told herself. A breath of air entered the tent as Aggo poked his head through the silk. "Khaleesi," he said, "the Andal has come, and begs leave to enter." The Andal was what the Dothraki called Ser Jorah. "Yes," she said, rising clumsily. "Send him in." She trusted the knight. He would know what to do if anyone did. Ser Jorah Mormont ducked through the door flap and waited a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dimness. In the fierce heat of the south, he wore loose trousers of mottled sand silk and open-toed riding sandals that laced up to his knee. His scabbard hung from a twisted horsehair belt. Under a bleached white vest, he was bare-chested, skin reddened by the sun. "Talk goes from mouth to ear all over the Khalazar," he said. "It is said Khal Drogo fell from his horse. Help him," Danny pleased. "For the love you say you bear me, help him now." The knight knelt beside her. He looked at Drogo long and hard, and then at Danny. "Send your maids away." Wordlessly, her throat tight with fear, Danny made a gesture. Iri herded the other girls from the tent. When they were alone, Ser Jorah drew his dagger. Deftly, with a delicacy surprising in such a big man, he began to scrape away the black leaves and dried blue mud from Drogo's chest. The plaster had caked hard as the mud walls of the Lamb Men, and like those walls, it cracked easily. Ser Jorah broke the dry mud with his knife, pried the chunks from the flesh, peeled off the leaves one by one. A foul, sweet smell rose from the wound, so thick it almost choked her. The leaves were crusted with blood and pus, Drogo's breast black and glistening with corruption. "No," Danny whispered as tears ran down her cheeks. "No, please, gods, hear me, no." Khal Drogo thrashed, fighting some unseen enemy. Black blood ran slow and thick from his open wound. "Your Khal is good as dead, princess." "No, he can't die. He mustn't. It was only a cut." Danny took his large calloused hand in her own small ones and held it tight between them. "I will not let him die." Ser Jorah gave a bitter laugh. "Khaleesi, your queen, that command is beyond your power. Save your tears, child. Weep for him tomorrow, or a year from now. We do not have time for grief. We must go, and quickly, before he dies." Danny was lost. "Go? Where should we go?" Asai, I would say. It lies far to the south, at the end of the known world, yet men say it is a great port. We will find a ship to take us back to Pentos. It will be a hard journey, make no mistake. Do you trust your cars? Will they come with us? Khal Drogo commanded them to keep me safe, Danny replied uncertainly. But if he dies, she touched the swell of her belly. I don't understand. Why should we flee? I am Khaleesi. I carry Drogo's heir. He will be Khal after Drogo. Ser Jorah frowned. Princess, hear me. The Dothraki will not follow a suckling babe. Drogo's strength was what they bowed to, and only that. When he is gone, Jaqo and Pono and the other Kos will fight for his place, and this Khalazar will devour itself. The winner will want no more rivals. The boy will be taken from your breast the moment he is born. They will give him to the dogs. Danny hugged herself. But why? She cried plaintively. Why should they kill a little baby? He is Drogo's son, and the crones say he will be the stallion who mounts the world. It was prophesied. Better to kill the child than to risk his fury when he grows to manhood. The child kicked inside her, as if he had heard. Danny remembered the story Viserys had told her, of what the usurper's dogs had done to Rhaegar's children. His son had been a babe as well, yet they had ripped him from his mother's breast and dashed his head against a wall. That was the way of men. They must not hurt my son, she cried. I will order my cars to keep him safe, and Drogo's blood riders will... Ser Jorah held her by the shoulders. A blood rider dies of his Khal. You know that, child. They will take you to Vaes Dothrak, to the crones. That is the last duty they owe him in life. When it is done, they will join Drogo in the Nightlands. Danny did not want to go back to Vaes Dothrak and live the rest of her life among those terrible old women, yet she knew that the night spoke the truth. Drogo had been more than her sun and stars. He had been the shield that kept her safe. I will not leave him, she said stubbornly, miserably. She took his hand again. I will not. A stirring at the tent flap made Danny turn her head. Miri Mazdur entered, bowing low. Danny, days on the march, trailing behind the Khalazar, had left her limpering and haggard, with blistered and bleeding feet and hollows under her eyes. Behind her came Kofo and Hago, carrying the god's wife's chest between them. When the blood riders caught sight of Drogo's wound, the chair slipped from Hago's fingers and crashed to the floor of the tent, and Kofo swore an oath so foul it seared the air. Miri Maz-Dur studied Drogo, her face still and dead. The wound has festered. This is your work, Meiji, Kofo said. Hago laid his fist across Miri's cheek with a meaty smack that drove her to the ground. Then he kicked her where she lay. "Stop it!" Danny screamed. Kofo pulled Hago away, saying, "Kicks are too merciful for a Meiji. Take her outside. We will stake her to the earth, to be the mount of every passing man. And when they are done with her, the dogs will use her as well. Weasels will tear out her entrails, and carrion crows feast upon her eyes. The flies of off the river shall lay their eggs in her womb and drink pus from the ruins of her breasts." He dug iron-hard fingers into the soft, wobbly flesh under the god's wife's arm and hauled her to her feet. "No," Danny said. "I will not have her harmed." Kofo's lips skinned back from his crooked brown teeth in a terrible mockery of a smile. "No? You say to me, no? Better you should pray that we do not stake you out beside your Meiji. You did this, as much as the other." Sojuro stepped between them, loosening his longsword in its scabbard. "Rein in your tongue, Blood Rider. The princess is still your Khaleesi. Only while the blood of my blood still lives," Kofo told the knight. "When he dies, she is nothing." Danny felt a tightness inside her. "Before I was Khaleesi, I was the blood of the dragon. Sojuro, summon my Khaz." "No," said Kofo. "We will go. For now, Khaleesi." Hago followed him from the tent, scowling. "That one means you no good, princess," Mormont said. "The Dothraki say a man and his blood riders share one life, and Kofo sees it ending. A dead man is beyond fear." "No one has died," Danny said. "So, Jorah, I may have need of your blade. Best go don your armor." She was more frightened than she dared admit, even to herself. The knight bowed. "As you say." He strode from the tent. Danny turned back to Miri Maz-Dur. The woman's eyes were wary. "So you have saved me once more, and now you must save him," Danny said. "Please, you do not ask a slave," Miri replied sharply. "You tell her." She went to Drogo, burning on his mat, and gazed long at his wound. "Ask or tell, it makes no matter. He is beyond a healer's skills." The Carl's eyes were closed. She opened one of her fingers. "He has been dulling the hurt with milk of the poppy." "Yes," Danny admitted. "I made him a poultice of firepot and sting me not and bound it in a lambskin. It burned," he said. He tore it off. The herb woman made him a new one, wet and soothing. "It burned, yes. There is great healing magic in fire. Even your hairless men know that." "Make him another poultice," Danny begged. "This time I will make certain he wears it." "The time for that is past, my lady," Miri said. "All I can do now is ease the dark road before him, so he might ride painless to the Nightlands. He will be gone by morning." Her words were a knife through Danny's breast. What had she ever done to make the gods so cruel? She had finally found a safe place, and finally tasted love and hope. She was finally going home, and now to lose it all. "No," she pleaded. "Save him, and I will free you. I swear it. You must know a way. Some magic, some—" Miri Maz-Dur sat back on her heels and studied Daenerys through eyes as black as night. "There is a spell." Her voice was quiet, scarcely more than a whisper. "But it is hard, lady, and dark. Some would say that death is cleaner. I learned the way in Arsai and paid dear for the lesson. My teacher was a blood mage from the Shadowlands." Danny went cold all over. "Then you truly are a Meiji? Am I?" Miri Maz-Dur smiled. "Only a Meiji can save your rider now, Silver Lady. Is there no other way?" "No other." Khal Drogo gave her a shuddering gasp. "Do it," Danny blurted. "She must not be afraid." She was the blood of the dragon. "Save him. There is a price," the god's wife warned her. "You'll have gold, horses, whatever you like. It is not a matter of gold or horses. This is blood magic, lady. Only death may pay for life." "Death?" Danny wrapped her arms around herself protectively, rocked back and forth on her heels. "My death?" She told herself she would die for him if she must. She was the blood of the dragon. She would not be afraid. Her brother Rhaegar had died for the woman he loved. "No," Miri Maz-Dur promised. "Not your death, Khaleesi." Danny trembled with relief. "Do it." The Meiji nodded solemnly. "As you speak, so it shall be done. Call your servants." Khal Drogo writhed feebly as Rakara and Quaro lowered him into the bath. "No," he muttered. "No. Must ride." Once in the water, all the strength seemed to leak out of him. "Bring his horse," Miri Maz-Dur commanded, and so it was done. Drogo led the great red stallion into the tent. When the animal caught the scent of death, he screamed and reared, rolling his eyes. It took 3 men to subdue him. "What do you mean to do?" Danny asked her. "We need the blood," Miri answered. "That is the way." Drogo edged back, his hand on his arak. He was a youth of 16 years, whip-thin, fearless, quick to laugh, with the faint shadow of his first mustachio on his upper lip. He fell to his knees before her. "Khaleesi," he pleaded, shouted. "You must not do this thing. Let me kill this Meiji." "Kill her and you kill your Carl," Danny said. "This is blood magic," he said. "It is forbidden. I am Khaleesi, and I say it is not forbidden. In Vaes Dothrak, Khal Drogo slew a stallion, and I ate his heart, to give our son strength and courage. This is the same. The same." The stallion kicked and reared as Rakaro, Quaro, and Ago pulled him close to the tub, where the Carl floated like one already dead, pus and blood seeping from his wound to stain the bath waters. Mirri Maz Dur chanted words in a tongue that Danny did not know, and a knife appeared in her hand. Danny never saw where it came from. It looked old, hammered red bronze, leaf-shaped, its blade covered with ancient glyphs. The Meiji drew it across the stallion's throat, under the noble head, and the horse screamed and shuddered as the blood poured out of him in a red rush. He would have collapsed, but the men of her cars held him up. "Strength of the mount, go into the rider," Mirri sang as horse blood swirled into the waters of Drogo's bath. "Strength of the beast, go into the man." Drogo looked terrified as he struggled with the stallion's weight, afraid to touch the dead flesh, yet afraid to let go as well. Only a horse, Danny thought. If she could buy Drogo's life with the death of a horse, she would pay 1,000 times over. When they let the stallion fall, the bath was a dark red, and nothing showed of Drogo but his face. Mirri Maz Dur had no use for the carcass. "Burn it," Danny told them. It was what they did, she knew. When a man died, his mount was killed and placed beneath him on the funeral pyre to carry him to the Nightlands. The men of her cars dragged the carcass from the tent. The blood had gone everywhere. Even the sand silk walls were spotted with red, and the rugs underfoot were black and wet. Braziers were lit. Mirri Maz Dur tossed a red powder onto the coals. It gave the smoke a spicy scent, a pleasant enough smell, yet Eroye fled sobbing, and Danny was filled with fear, but she had gone too far to turn back now. She sent her handmaids away. "Go with them, Silver Lady," Mirri Maz Dur told her. "I will stay," Danny said. "The man took me under the stars and gave life to the child inside me. I will not leave him. You must. Once I begin to sing, no one must enter this tent. My song will wake powers old and dark. The dead will dance here this night. No living man must look on them." Danny bowed her head, helpless. "No one will enter." She bent over the tub, over Drogo in his bath of blood, and kissed him lightly on the brow. "Bring him back to me," she whispered to Mirri Maz Dur before she fled. Outside, the sun was low on the horizon, the sky a bruised red. The Khalasar had made camp. Tents and sleeping mats were scattered as far as the eye could see. A hot wind blew. Drogo and Argo were digging a fire pit to burn the dead stallion. A crowd had gathered to stare at Danny with hard black eyes, their faces like masks of beaten copper. She saw Jorah Mormont, wearing mail and leather now, sweat beading on his broad, balding forehead. He pushed his way through the Dothraki to Danny's side. When he saw the scarlet footprints her boots had left on the ground, the colour seemed to drain from his face. "What have you done, you little fool?" he asked hoarsely. "I had to save him. We could have fled," he said. "I would have seen you safe to Asai, princess. There was no need. Am I truly your princess?" she asked him. "You know you are. God save us both. Then help me now." Sir Jorah grimaced. "Would that I knew how." Mirri Maz Dur's voice rose to a high, ululating wail that sent a shiver down Danny's back. Some of the Dothraki began to mutter and back away. The tent was aglow with the light of braziers within. Through the blood-spattered sand silk she glimpsed shadows moving. Mirri Maz Dur was dancing, and not alone. Danny saw naked fear in the faces of the Dothraki. This must not be, Khofro thundered. She had not seen the Blood Rider return. Hago and Kaholo were with him. They had brought the hairless men, the eunuchs who healed with knife and needle and fire. "This will be," Danny replied. "Meiji," Hago growled, "and old Kaholo who had bound his life to dragons on the day of his birth. Kaholo who had always been kind to her." Kaholo spat full in her face. "You will die, Meiji," Khofro promised, "but the other must die first." He drew his arak and made for the tent. "No," she shouted. "You mustn't." She caught him by the shoulder, but Khofro shoved her aside. Danny fell to her knees, crossing her arms over her belly to protect the child within. "Stop him," she commanded her cars. "Kill him." Rakara and Quaro stood beside the tent flap. Quaro took a step forward, reaching for the handle of his whip, but Khofro spun graceful as a dancer, the curved arak rising. It caught Quaro low under the arm, the bright sharp steel biting up through leather and skin, through muscle and rib bone. Blood fountained as the young rider reeled backward, gasping. Khofro wrenched the blade free. "Horse Lord," Sir Jorah Mormont called. "Try me." His longsword slid from its scabbard. Khofro whirled, cursing. The arak moved so fast that Quaro's blood flew from it in a fine spray, like rain in a hot wind. The long sword caught it a foot from Sir Jorah's face and held it quivering for an instant as Khofro howled in fury. The knight was clad in chainmail, with gauntlets and greaves of lobstered steel and a heavy gorget around his throat, but he had not thought to don his helm. Khofro danced backward, arak whirling around his head in a shining blur, flickering out like lightning as the knight came on in a rush. Sir Jorah parried as best he could, but the slashes came so fast that it seemed to Danny that Clotho had 4 araks and as many arms. She heard the crunch of sword on mail, saw sparks fly as the long curved blade glanced off a gauntlet. Suddenly it was Mormont stumbling backward, and Clotho leaping to the attack. The left side of the knight's face ran red with blood, and a cut to the hip opened a gash in his mail and left him limping. Clotho screamed taunts at him, calling him a craven, a milkman, a eunuch in an iron suit. "You die now," he promised, arak shivering through the red twilight. Inside Danny's womb, her son kicked wildly. The curved blade slipped past the straight one and bit deep into the knight's hip where the mail gaped open. Mora grunted, stumbled. Danny felt a sharp pain in her belly, a wetness on her thighs. Clotho shrieked triumph, but his arak had found bone, and for half a heartbeat it caught. It was enough. Zadror brought his long sword down with all the strength left him, through flesh and muscle and bone, and Clotho's forearm dangled loose, flopping on a thin cord of skin and sinew. The knight's next cut was at the Dothraki's ear, so savage that Clotho's face seemed almost to explode. The Dothraki were shouting, Miri Mazda wailing inside the tent like nothing human, Quaro pleading for water as he died. Danny cried out for help, but no one heard. Rakara was flighting Hago, Arak dancing with Arak until Jogo's whip cracked, loud as thunder, the lash coiling around Hago's throat. A yank, and the Blood Rider stumbled backward, losing his feet and his sword. Rakaro sprang forward, howling, swinging his Arak down with both hands through the top of Hago's head. The point caught between his eyes, red and quivering. Someone threw a stone, and when Danny looked, her shoulder was torn and bloody. "No," she wept. "No, please, stop it. It's too high. The price is too high." More stones came flying. She tried to crawl toward the tent, but Kaholo caught her. Fingers in her hair, he pulled her head back, and she felt the cold touch of his knife at her throat. "My baby," she screamed, and perhaps the gods heard, for as quick as that, Kaholo was dead again. Ago's arrow took him under the arm, to pierce his lungs and heart. When at last Daenerys found the strength to raise her head, she saw the crowd dispersing, the Dothraki stealing silently back to their tents and sleeping mats. Some were saddling horses and riding off. The sun had set. Fires burned throughout the Khalazar, great orange blazes that crackled with fury and spit embers at the sky. She tried to rise, and agony seized her and squeezed her like a giant's fist. The breath went out of her. It was all she could do to gasp. The sound of Miri Mazder's voice was like a funeral dirge. Inside the tent, the shadows whirled. An arm went under her waist, and then Sir Jorah was lifting her off her feet. His face was sticky with blood, and Danny saw that half his ear was gone. She convulsed in his arms as the pain took her again, and heard the knight shouting for her handmaids to help him. Are they also afraid? She knew the answer. Another pain grasped her, and Danny bit back a scream. It felt as if her son had a knife in each hand, as if he were hacking at her to cut his way out. "Doria, curse you," Sir Jorah roared. "Come here. Fetch the birthing women." "They will not come. They say she is accursed." "They'll come or I'll have their heads." Doria wept. "They are gone, my lord." "The Meiji," someone else said. Was that Ago? "Take her to the Meiji." "No," Danny wanted to say. "No, not that. You mustn't." But when she opened her mouth, a long wail of pain escaped, and the sweat broke over her skin. What was wrong with them? Couldn't they see? Inside the tent, the shapes were dancing, circling the brazier and the bloody bath, dark against the sand silk, and some did not look human. She glimpsed the shadow of a great wolf, and another like a man wreathed in flames. "The lamb woman knows the secrets of the birthing bed," Eerie said. "She said so. I heard her." "Yes," Doria agreed. "I heard her too." "No," she shouted, or perhaps she only thought it, for no whisper of sound escaped her lips. She was being carried. Her eyes opened to gaze up at a flat dead sky, black and bleak and starless. "Please, no." The sound of Miri Mazder's voice grew louder until it filled the world. "The shapes," she screamed. "The dancers." So Jorah carried her inside the tent. The scent of hot bread drifting from the shops along the street of flour was sweeter than any perfume Arya had ever smelled. She took a deep breath and stepped closer to the pigeon. It was a plump one, speckled brown, busily pecking at a crust that had fallen between 2 cobblestones, but when Arya's shadow touched it, it took to the air. Her stick sword whistled out and caught it, 2 feet off the ground, and it went down in a flurry of brown feathers. She was on it in the blink of an eye, grabbing a wing as the pigeon flapped and fluttered. It pecked at her hand. She grabbed its neck and twisted until she felt the bone snap. Compared with catching cats, pigeons were easy. A passing septum was looking at her askance. "Here's the best place to find pigeon," Arya told him as she brushed herself off. and picked up her fallen stick sword. "They come for the crumbs." He hurried away. She tied the pigeon to her belt and started down the street. A man was pushing a load of tarts by on a two-wheeled cart. The smells sang of blueberries and lemons and apricots. Her stomach made a hollow, rumbly noise. "Could I have one?" she heard herself say. "A lemon or any kind?" The pushcart man looked her up and down. Plainly he did not like what he saw. 3 coppers. Arya tapped her wooden sword against the side of her boot. "I'll trade you a fat pigeon," she said. "The others take your pigeon," the pushcart man said. The tarts were still warm from the oven. The smells were making her mouth water, but she did not have 3 coppers. Or 1. She gave the pushcart man a look, remembering what Syria had told her about seeing. He was short, with a little round belly, and when he moved he seemed to favour his left leg a little. She was just thinking that if she snatched a tart and ran, he would never be able to catch her when he said, "You be keeping your filthy hands off. The gold cloaks know how to deal with thieving little gutter rats. That they do." Arya glanced warily behind her. 2 of the city watch were standing at the mouth of an alley. Their cloaks hung almost to the ground. The heavy wool dyed a rich gold. Their mail and boots and gloves were black. One wore a long sword at his hip, the other an iron cudgel. With a last wistful glance at the tarts, Arya edged back from the cart and hurried off. The gold cloaks had not been paying her any special attention, but the sight of them tied her stomach in knots. Arya had been staying as far from the castle as she could get, and even from a distance she could see the heads rotting atop the high red walls. Flocks of crows squabbled noisily over each head, thick as flies. The talk in Flea Bottom was that the gold cloaks had thrown in with the Lannisters, their commander raised to a lord, with lands on the Trident and a seat on the King's Council. She had also heard other things, scary things that made no sense to her. Some said her father had murdered King Robert and been slain in turn by Lord Renly. Others insisted that Renly had killed the king in a drunken quarrel between brothers. Why else should he have fled in the night like a common thief? One story said the king had been killed by a boar while hunting, another that he died eating a boar, stuffing himself so full that he'd ruptured at the table. No, the king had died at table, others said, but only because Varys the spider poisoned him. No, it had been the queen who poisoned him. No, he had died of a pox. No, he had choked on a fishbone. One thing all the stories agreed on. King Robert was dead. The bells in the 7 towers of the great sept of Baelor had tolled for a day and a night, the thunder of their grief rolling across the city in a bronze tide. They only rang the bells like that for the death of her king, a Tannis boy told Arya. All she wanted was to go home, but leaving King's Landing was not as easy as she had hoped. Talk of war was on every lip, and gold cloaks were as thick on the city walls as fleas on, well, her for one. She had been sleeping in Flea Bottom, on rooftops and in stables, wherever she could find a place to lie down, and it hadn't taken her long to learn that the district was well named. Every day since her escape from the Red Keep, Arya had visited each of the 7 city gates in turn. The Dragon Gate, the Lion Gate, and the Old Gate were closed and barred. The Mud Gate and the Gate of the Gods were open, but only to those who wanted to enter the city. The guards let no one out. Those who were allowed to leave left by the King's Gate or the Iron Gate, but Lannister men-at-arms in crimson cloaks and lion-crested helms manned the guard posts there. Spying down from the roof of an inn by the King's Gate, Arya saw them searching wagons and carriages, forcing riders to open their saddlebags and questioning everyone who tried to pass on foot. Sometimes she thought about swimming the river, but the Blackwater Rush was wide and deep, and everyone agreed that its currents were wicked and treacherous. She had no coin to pay a ferryman or take passage on a ship. Her lord father had taught her never to steal, but it was growing harder to remember why. If she did not get out soon, she would have to take her chances with the gold cloaks. She hadn't gone hungry much since she learned to knock down birds with her stick sword, but she feared so much pigeon was making her sick. A couple she'd eaten raw before she found Flea Bottom. In the bottom there were pot shops along the alleys where huge tubs of stew had been simmering for years. You could trade half your birds for a heel of yesterday's bread and a bowl of brown, and they'd even stick the other half in the fire and crisp it up for you, so long as you plucked the feathers yourself. Arya would have given anything for a cup of milk and a lemon cake, but the brown wasn't so bad. It usually had barley in it, and chunks of carrot and onion and turnip, and sometimes even apple, with a film of grease swimming on top. Mostly she tried not to think about the meat. Once she had gotten a piece of fish. The only thing was, the pot shops were never empty, and even as she bolted down her food, Arya could feel them watching. Some of them stared at her boots or her cloak, and she knew what they were thinking. With others, she could almost feel their eyes crawling under her leathers. She didn't know what they were thinking, and that scared her even more. A couple of times she was followed out into the alleys and chased, but so far no one had been able to catch her. The silver bracelet she'd hoped to sell had been stolen her first night out of the castle, along with her bundle of good clothes, and snatched while she slept in a burnt-out house off Pig Alley. All they left her was the cloak she had been huddled in, the levers on her back, her wooden practice sword, and needle. She'd been lying on top of a needle, or else it would have been gone too. It was worth more than all the rest together. Since then, Arya had taken to walking around with her cloak draped over her right arm to conceal the blade at her hip. The wooden sword she carried in her left hand, where everybody could see it, to scare off robbers, but there were men in the pot shops who wouldn't have been scared off if she'd had a battle axe. It was enough to make her lose her taste for pigeon and stale bread. Often as not, she went to bed hungry rather than risk the stairs. Once she was outside the city, she would find berries to pick or orchards she might raid for apples and cherries. Arya remembered seeing some from the King's Road on the journey south, and she could dig for roots in the forest, even run down some rabbits. In the city, the only things to run down were rats and cats and scrawny dogs. The pot shops would give you a fistful of coppers for a litter of pups, she'd heard, but she didn't like to think about that. Down below, the street of Flower was a maze of twisting alleys and cross streets. Arya scrambled through the crowds, trying to put distance between her and the gold cloaks. She had learned to keep to the centre of the street. Sometimes she had to dodge wagons and horses, but at least you could see them coming. If you walked near the buildings, people grabbed you. In some alleys, you couldn't help but brush against the walls. The buildings leaned in so close they almost met. A whooping gang of small children went running past, chasing a rolling hoop. Arya stared at them with resentment, remembering the time she'd played at hoops with Bran and Jon and their baby brother Rickon. She wondered how big Rickon had grown, and whether Bran was sad. She would have given anything if Jon had been here to call her little sister and muss her hair. Not that it needed mussing. She'd seen her reflections in puddles, and she didn't think hair got any more mussed than hers. She had tried talking to children she saw in the street, hoping to make a friend who would give her a place to sleep, but she must have talked wrong or something. The little ones only looked at her with quick, wary eyes and ran away if she came too close. Their big brothers and sisters asked Arya questions Arya couldn't answer, called her names and tried to steal from her. Only yesterday a scrawny barefoot girl twice her age had knocked her down and tried to pull the boots off her feet, but Arya gave her a crack on her ear with her stick sword that sent her off sobbing and bleeding. A gull wheeled overhead as she made her way down the hill toward Flea Bottom. Arya glanced at it thoughtfully, but it was well beyond the reach of her stick. It made her think of the sea. Maybe that was the way out. Old Nan used to tell stories of boys who stowed away on trading galleys and sailed off into all kinds of adventures. Maybe Arya could do that too. She decided to visit the riverfront. It was on the way to the Mudgate anyway, and she hadn't checked that one today. The wharfs were oddly quiet when Arya got there. She spied another pair of gold cloaks walking side by side through the fish market, but they never so much as looked at her. Half the stalls were empty, and it seemed to her that there were fewer ships at dock than she remembered. Out on the Blackwater, 3 of the king's war galleys moved in formation, gold-painted hulls splitting the water as their oars rose and fell. Arya watched them for a bit, then began to make her way along the river. When she saw the guardsmen on the third pier, in grey woolen cloaks trimmed with white satin, her heart almost stopped in her chest. The sight of Winterfell's colours brought tears to her eyes. Behind them, a sleek, three-banked trading galley rocked at her moorings. Arya could not read the name painted on the hull. The words were strange. Mirish, Bravosi, perhaps even High Valyrian. She grabbed the passing longshoreman by the sleeve. "Please," she said, "what ship is this?" "She's the Wind Witch, out of Mere," the man said. "She's still here," Arya blurted. The longshoreman gave her a queer look, shrugged and walked away. Arya ran toward the pier. The Wind Witch was the ship Father had hired to take her home. Still waiting. She'd imagined it had sailed ages ago. 2 of the guardsmen were dicing together while the third walked rounds, his hand on the pommel of his sword. Ashamed to let them see her crying like a baby, she stopped to rub at her eyes. Her eyes. Why did... "Look with your eyes," she heard Syrio whisper. Arya looked. She knew all of her father's men. The 3 in the grey cloaks are strangers. "You," the one walking rounds called out. "What do you want here, boy?" The other 2 looked up from their dice. It was all Arya could do not to bolt and run, but she knew that if she did, they would be after her at once. She made herself walk closer. They were looking for a girl, but he thought she was a boy. She'd be a boy then. "Want to buy a pigeon?" She showed him the dead bird. "Get out of here," the guardsman said. Arya did as he told her. She did not have to pretend to be frightened. Behind her, the men went back to their dice. She could not have said how she got back to Flea Bottom, but she was breathing hard by the time she reached the narrow, crooked, unpaved streets between the hills. The bottom had a stench to it, a stink of pigsties and stables and tanners' sheds, mixed in with the sour smell of wine sinks and cheap whorehouses. Arya wound her way through the maze dully. It was not until she caught a whiff of bubbling brown coming through a pot shop door, but she realized her pigeon was gone. Must have slipped from her belt as she ran, or someone had stolen it and she'd never noticed. For a moment she wanted to cry again. She'd have to walk all the way back to the street of flour to find another one that plump. Far across the city, bells began to ring. Arya glanced up, listening, wondering what the ringing meant this time. "What's this now?" a fat man called from the pot shop. "The bells again. Gods ha' mercy," wailed an old woman. A red-haired whore in a wisp of painted silk pushed open a second-story window. "Is it the boy king that's died now?" she shouted down, leaning out over the street. "Ah, that's a boy for you. They never last long." As she laughed, a naked man slid his arms around her from behind, biting her neck and rubbing the heavy white breasts that hung loose beneath her shift. "Stupid slut," the fat man shouted up. "The king's not dead. That's only summoning bells. One tower tolling. When the king dies, they ring every bell in the city. Here, quit your biting, or I'll ring your bells," the woman in the window said to the man behind her, pushing him off with an elbow. "So who is it died, if not the king?" "It's a summoning," the fat man repeated. Two boys close to Arya's age scampered past, splashing through a puddle. The old woman cursed them, but they kept right on going. Other people were moving too, heading up the hill to see what the noise was about. Arya ran after the slower boy. "Where are you going?" she shouted when she was right behind him. "What's happening?" He glanced back without slowing. "The gold cloaks is carrying him to the sept." "Who?" she yelled, running hard. "The hand. They'll be taking his head off, Boo says." The passing wagon had left a deep rut in the street. The boy leapt over, but Arya never saw it. She tripped and fell, face first, scraping her knee open on a stone and smashing her fingers when her hands hit the hard-packed earth. Needle tangled between her legs. She sobbed as she struggled to her knees. The thumb of her left hand was covered with blood. When she sucked on it, she saw that half the thumbnail was gone, ripped off in her fall. Her hands throbbed and her knee was all bloody too. "Make way," someone shouted from the cross street. "Make way for my lords of red wine." It was all Arya could do to get out of the road before they ran her down. 4 guardsmen on huge horses pounding past at a gallop. They wore checkered cloaks, blue and burgundy. Behind them, 2 young lordlings rode side by side on a pair of chestnut mares alike as peas in a pod. Arya had seen them in the Bailey 100 times. The Redwine twins, Sir Horace and Sir Hobber, homely youths with orange hair and square freckled faces. Sansa and Jane Poole used to call them Sir Horror and Sir Slobber, and giggle whenever they caught sight of them. They did not look funny now. Everyone was moving in the same direction, all in a hurry to see what the ringing was all about. The bells seemed louder now, clanging, calling. Arya joined the stream of people. Her thumb hurt so bad where the nail had broken that it was all she could do not to cry. She bit her lip as she limped along, listening to the excited voices around her. "The king's hand, Lord Stark. They're carrying him up to Baelor's sept. I heard he was dead. Soon enough, soon enough. Here, I got me a silver stag, says they lop his head off." "Past time, the traitor," the man spat. Arya struggled to find a voice. "He never," she started, but she was only a child and they talked right over her. "Fool, they ain't never going to lop him. Since when do they nick traders on the steps of the great sept?" "Well, they don't mean to anoint him no knight. I heard it was Stark killed old King Robert, slit his throat in the woods, and when they found him, he stood there cool as you please, and said it was some old boar did for his grace. Ah, that's not true, it was his own brother did him, that Renly, him with his gold antlers." "You shut your lying mouth, woman. You don't know what you're saying. His lordship's a fine, true man." By the time they reached the Street of the Sisters, they were packed in shoulder to shoulder. Arya let the human current carry her along, up to the top of Visenya's hill. The white marble plaza was a solid mass of people, all yammering excitedly at each other and straining to get closer to the great sept of Baelor. The bells are very loud here. Arya squirmed through the press, ducking between the legs of horses and clutching tight to her sword stick. From the middle of the crowd, all she could see were arms and legs and stomachs, and the 7 slender towers of the sept looming overhead. She spotted a wood wagon and fought to climb up on the back where she might be able to see, but others had the same idea. The teamster cursed at them and drove them off with a crack of his whip. Arya grew frantic. Forcing her way to the front of the crowd, she was shoved up against the stone of a plinth. She looked up at Baelor the Blessed, the Septon King. Sliding her stick sword through her belt, Arya began to climb. Her broken thumbnail left smears of blood on the painted marble, but she made it up and wedged herself in between the king's feet. That was when she saw her father. Lord Eddard stood in the High Septon's pulpit outside the doors of the sept, supported between two of the gold cloaks. He was dressed in a rich grey velvet doublet with a white wolf sewn on the front in beads, and a grey wool cloak trimmed with fur. But he was thinner than Arya had ever seen him, his long face drawn with pain. He was not standing so much as being held up. The cast over his broken leg was grey and rotten. The High Septon himself stood behind him, a squat man, grey with age and ponderously fat, wearing long white robes and an immense crown of spun gold and crystal that wreathed his head with rainbows wherever he moved. Clustered around the doors of the sept, in front of the raised marble pulpit, were a knot of knights and high lords. Joffrey was prominent among them, his raiment all crimson, silk, and satin patterned, with prancing stags and roaring lions, a gold crown on his head. His queen mother stood beside him in a black mourning gown slashed with crimson, a veil of black diamonds in her hair. Arya recognized the Hound, wearing a snowy white cloak over his dark grey armour, with 4 of the Kingsguard around him. She saw Varys the eunuch gliding among the lords in soft slippers and a patterned damask robe, and she thought the short man with the silvery cape and pointed beard might be the one who had once fought a duel for mother. And there in their midst was Sansa, dressed in sky blue silk, with her long auburn hair washed and curled in silver bracelets on her wrists. Arya scowled, wondering what her sister was doing here, why she looked so happy. A long line of gold-cloaked spearmen held back the crowd, commanded by a stout man in elaborate armour, all black lacquer and gold filigree. His cloak had the metallic shimmer of true cloth of gold. When the bell ceased to toll, a quiet slowly settled across the great plaza, and her father lifted his head and began to speak, his voice so thin and weak she could scarcely make him out. People behind her began to shout out, "What?" and louder. The man in the black and gold armour stepped up behind father and prodded him sharply. "You leave him alone," Arya wanted to shout, but she knew no one would listen. She chewed her lip. Her father raised his voice and began again. "I am Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King," he said more loudly, his voice carrying across the plaza, "and I come before you to confess my treason in the sight of gods and men." "No," Arya whimpered. Below her, the crowd began to scream and shout. Taunts and obscenities filled the air. Sansa had hidden her face in her hands. Her father raised his voice still higher, straining to be heard. "I betrayed the faith of my king and the trust of my friend Robert," he shouted. "I swore to defend and protect his children, yet before his blood was cold, I plotted to depose and murder his son and seize the throne for myself. Let the High Septon and Baelor the Beloved and the Seven bear witness to the truth of what I say. Joffrey Baratheon is the one true heir to the Iron Throne, and by the grace of all the gods, Lord of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm." A stone came sailing out of the crowd. Arya cried out as she saw her father hit. The gold cloaks kept him from falling. Blood ran down his face from a deep gash across his forehead. More stones followed. One struck the guard to father's left. Another went clanging off the breastplate of the knight in the black and gold armour. 2 of the Kingsguard stepped in front of Joffrey and the Queen, protecting them with their shields. Her hand slid beneath her cloak and found needle in its sheath. She tightened her fingers around the grip, squeezing as hard as she had ever squeezed anything. "Please, gods, keep him safe," she prayed. "Don't let them hurt my father." The High Septon knelt before Joffrey and his mother. "As we sin, so do we suffer," he intoned, in a deep swelling voice much louder than father's. "This man has confessed his crimes in the sight of gods and men, here in this holy place." Rainbows danced around his head as he lifted his hands in entreaty. "The gods are just, yet blessed Baelor taught us, for they are also merciful. What shall be done with this traitor, your grace?" 1,000 voices were screaming, but Arya never heard them. Prince Joffrey, no, King Joffrey, stepped out from behind the shields of his Kingsguard. "My mother bids me let Lord Eddard take the black, and Lady Sansa has begged mercy for her father." He looked straight at Sansa then, and smiled, and for a moment Arya thought that the gods had heard her prayer, until Joffrey turned back to the crowd and said, "But they have the soft hearts of women. So long as I am your king, treason shall never go unpunished. Sir Ilyn, bring me his head." The crowd roared, and Arya felt the statue of Baelor rock as they surged against it. The High Septon clutched at the king's cape, and Varys came rushing over, waving his arms, and even the Queen was saying something to him, but Joffrey shook his head. Lords and knights moved aside as he stepped through, tall and fleshless, a skeleton in iron mail, the king's justice. Justice. Dimly, as if from far off, Arya heard her sister scream. Sansa had fallen to her knees, sobbing hysterically. Sir Ilan Payne climbed the steps of the pulpit. Arya wriggled between Baelor's feet and threw herself into the crowd. Drawing needle, she landed on a man in a butcher's apron, knocking him to the ground. Immediately someone slammed into her back, and she almost went down herself. Bodies closed in around her, stumbling and pushing, trampling on the poor butcher. Arya slashed at them with needle. High atop the pulpit, Sir Ilan Payne gestured, and the king in black and gold, and the knight in black and gold gave a command. The goldcloaks flung Lord Eddard to the marble, with his head and chest out over the edge. "Here, you!" an angry voice shouted at Arya, but she bowled past, shoving people aside, squirming between them, slamming into anyone in her way. A hand fumbled at her leg and she hacked at it, kicked at shins. A woman stumbled and Arya ran up her back, cutting to both sides, but it was no good. No good. There were too many people. No sooner did she make a hole than it closed again. Someone buffeted her aside. She could still hear Sansa screaming. Sir Ilan drew a two-handed greatsword from the scabbard on his back. As he lifted the blade above his head, sunlight seemed to ripple and dance down the dark metal, glinting off an edge sharper than any razor. Ice, she thought. He has ice. Her tears streamed down her face, blinding her. Then a hand shot out of the press and closed round her arm like a wolf trap, so hard that needle went flying from her hand. Arya was wrenched off her feet. She would have fallen if he hadn't held her up as easy as if she were a doll. A face pressed close to hers, long black hair and tangled beard and rotten teeth. "Don't look," a thick voice snarled at her. I, Arya sobbed. The old man shook her so hard her teeth rattled. "Shut your mouth and close your eyes, boy." Dimly, as if from far away, she heard a noise, a soft sighing sound, as if a million people had let out their breath at once. The old man's fingers dug into her arm, stiff as iron. "Look at me. Yes, that's the way of it. At me." Sour wine perfumed his breath. "Remember, boy? It was the smell that did it." Arya saw the matted, greasy hair, the patched, dusty black cloak that covered his twisted shoulders, the hard black eyes squinting at her, and she remembered the black brother who had come to visit her father. "Know me now, do you? There's a bright boy," he spat. "They're down here. You'll be coming with me, and you'll be keeping your mouth shut." When she started to reply, he shook her again, even harder. "Shut, I said." The plaza was beginning to empty. The press dissolved around them as people drifted back to their lives, but Arya's life was gone. Numb, she trailed along beside Yoren. Yes, his name is Yoren. She did not recall him finding needle till he handed the sword back to her. "Hope you can use that, boy." "I'm not," she started. He shoved her into a doorway, thrust dirty fingers through her hair, and gave it a twist, yanking her head back. "Not a smart boy? That what you mean to say?" He had a knife in his other hand. As the blade flashed toward her face, Arya threw herself backward, kicking wildly, wrenching her head from side to side, but he had her by the hair, so strong. She could feel her scalp tearing, and on her lips the salt taste of tears. The oldest were men grown, 17 and 18 years from the day of their naming. One was past 20. Most were younger, 16 or less. Bran watched them from the balcony of Maester Lewin's turret, listening to them grunt and strain and curse as they swung their staves and wooden swords. The yard was alive to the clack of wood on wood, punctuated all too often by thwacks and yowls of pain when a blow struck leather or flesh. Sir Roderick strode among the boys, face reddening beneath his white whiskers, muttering at them one and all. Bran had never seen the old knight look so fierce. "No," he kept saying. "No, no, no." "They don't fight very well," Bran said dubiously. He scratched Summer idly behind the ears as the direwolf tore at a haunch of meat. Bones crunched between his teeth. "For a certainty," Maester Lewin agreed with a deep sigh. The Maester was peering through his big mirrorish lens tube, measuring shadows and noting the position of the comet that hung low in the morning sky. "Yet given time, Sir Roderick has the truth of it. We need men to walk the walls. Your Lord Father took the cream of his guard to King's Landing, and your brother took the rest, along with all the likely lads for leagues around. Men will not come back to us, and we must needs find the men to take their places." Bran stared resentfully at the sweating boys below. If I still had my legs, I could beat them all. He remembered the last time he'd held a sword in his hand, when the king had come to Winterfell. It was only a wooden sword, yet he'd knocked Prince Tommen down 100 times. Sir Roderick should teach me to use a poleaxe. If I had a poleaxe of a big, long haft, Hodor could be my legs. We could be a knight together. I think that... Unlikely, Maester Lewin said. Bran, when a man fights, his arms and legs and thoughts must be as one. Below in the yard, Sir Roderick was yelling, "You fight like a goose. He pecks you and you peck him harder. Parry! Block the blow. Goose fighting will not suffice. If those are real swords, the first peck would take your arm off." One of the other boys laughed, and the old knight rounded on him. "You laugh. You. Now that is gall. You fight like a hedgehog." "There was a knight once who couldn't see," Bran said stubbornly, as Sir Roderick went on below. "Old Nan told me about him. He had a long staff with blades on both ends, and he could spin it in his hands and chop 2 men at once. Simeon Star Eyes," Lewin said as he marked numbers in a book. "When he lost his eyes, he put star sapphires in the empty sockets, or so the singers claim. Bran, that is only a story, like the tales of Florian the Fool, a fable from the age of heroes." The maester tisked, "You must put these dreams aside. They will only break your heart." The mention of dreams reminded him. "I dreamed about the crow again last night, the one with 3 eyes. He flew into my bedchamber and told me to come with him, so I did. We went down to the crypts. Father was there, and we talked. He was sad." "And why was that?" Lewin peered through his tube. "It was something to do about John, I think. The dream had been deeply disturbing, more so than any of the other crow dreams. Hodor won't go down into the crypts." The maester had only been half listening, Bran could tell. He lifted his eye from the tube, blinking. "Hodor won't go down into the crypts. When I woke, I told him to take me down to see if Father was truly there. At first he didn't know what I was saying, but I got him to the steps by telling him to go here and go there, only then he wouldn't go down. He just stood on the top step and said 'Hodor,' like he was scared of the dark, but I had a torch. It made me so mad I almost gave him a swat in the head, like old Nan is always doing." He saw the way the maester was frowning and hurriedly added, "I didn't, though. Good. Hodor is a man, not a mule to be beaten." "In the dream, I flew down with the crow, but I can't do that when I'm awake," Bran explained. "Why would you want to go down to the crypts?" "I told you, to look for Father." The maester tugged at the chain around his neck, as he often did when he was uncomfortable. "Bran, sweet child, one day Lord Eddard will sit below in stone, beside his father and his father's father and all the Starks back to the old kings in the north. But that will not be for many years, gods be good. Your father is a prisoner of the Queen in King's Landing. You will not find him in the crypts." "He was there last night. I talked to him. Stubborn boy," the maester sighed, setting his book aside. "Would you like to go see?" "I can't. Hodor won't go, and the steps are too narrow and twisty for Dancer. I believe I can solve that difficulty." In place of Hodor, the wildling woman Osha was summoned. She was tall and tough and uncomplaining, willing to go wherever she was commanded. "I lived my life beyond the wall. A hole in the ground won't fret me none, my lords," she said. "Summer, come," Bran called as she lifted him in wiry, strong arms. The direwolf left his bone and followed as Osha carried Bran across the yard, and down the spiral steps to the cold vault under the earth. Maester Lewin went ahead with a torch. Bran did not even mind, too badly, that she carried him in her arms and not on her back. Sir Roderick had ordered Osha's chain struck off, since she had served faithfully and well since she had been at Winterfell. She still wore the heavy iron shackles around her ankles, a sign that she was not yet wholly trusted, but they did not hinder her sure strides down the steps. Bran could not recall the last time he had been in the crypts. It had been before, for certain. When he was little, he used to play down here with Rob and John and his sisters. He wished they were here now. The vault might not have seemed so dark and scary. Summer stalked out in the echoing gloom, then stopped, lifted his head, and sniffed the chill dead air. He bared his teeth and crept backward, eyes glowing golden in the light of the maester's torch. Even Osha, hard as old iron, seemed uncomfortable. "Grim folk by the look of them," she said as she eyed the long row of granite Starks on their stone thrones. "They were the kings of winter," Bran whispered. Somehow it felt wrong to talk too loudly in this place. Osha smiled. "Winter's got no king. If you'd seen it, you'd know that, summer boy." "They were the kings in the north for thousands of years," Maester Lewin said, lifting the torch high so that the light shone on the stone faces. Some were hairy and bearded, shaggy men fierce as the wolves that crouched by their feet. Others were shaved clean, their features gaunt and sharp-edged as the iron longswords across their laps. Hard men for a hard time. "Come." He strode briskly down the vault, past the procession of stone pillars and the endless carved figures. A tongue of flame trailed back from the upraised torch as he went. The vault was cavernous, longer than Winterfell itself, and Jon had told him once that there were other levels underneath, vaults even deeper and darker where the older kings were buried. It would not do to lose the light. Somehow refused to move from the steps, even when Osha followed the torch, Bran in her arms. "Do you recall your history, Bran?" the Maester said as they walked. "Tell Osha who they were and what they did, if you can." He looked at the passing faces and the tales came back to him. The Maester had told him the stories and Old Nan had made them come alive. "That one is Jon Stark. When the Sea Raiders landed in the east, he drove them out and built the castle at White Harbour. His son was Rickard Stark, not my father's father, but another Rickard. He took the neck away from the Marsh King and married his daughter. Fionn Stark's the real Finn one, with the long hair and the skinny beard. They called him the Hungry Wolf, because he was always at war. That's a Brandon, the tall one with the dreamy face. He was Brandon the shipwright, because he loved the sea. His tomb is empty. He tried to sail west across the Sunset Sea and was never seen again. His son was Brandon the Burner, because he put the torch to all his father's ships in grief. There's Roderick Stark, who won Bear Island in a wrestling match and gave it to the Mormonts. And that's Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt. He was the last king in the north, and the first lord of Winterfell, after he yielded to Aegon the Conqueror. Oh, there, he's Cregan Stark. He fought with Prince Aemon once, and the Dragon Knight said he'd never face a finer swordsman. They were almost at the end now, and Bran felt a sadness creeping over him. And there's my grandfather, Lord Rickard, who was beheaded by Mad King Aerys. His daughter Lyanna and his son Brandon are in the tombs beside him. Not me, another Brandon, my father's brother. They're not supposed to have statues. That's only for the lords and the kings, but my father loved them so much he had them done." "The maid's a fair one," Osha said. "Robert was betrothed to marry her, but Prince Rhaegar carried her off and raped her," Bran explained. "Robert fought a war to win her back. He killed Rhaegar on the trident with his hammer, but Lyanna died and he never got her back at all." "A sad tale," said Osha, "but those empty holes are sadder. Lord Eddard's tomb for when his time comes," Maester Luwin said. "Is this where you saw your father in your dream, Bran?" Yes. The memory made him shiver. He looked around the vault uneasily, the hairs on the back of his neck bristling. Had he heard a noise? Was there someone here? Maester Luwin stepped toward the open sepulchre, torch in hand. "As you see, he's not here. Nor will he be for many a year. Dreams are only dreams, child." He thrust his arm into the blackness inside the tomb, as into the mouth of some great beast. "Do you see? It's quite empty." The darkness sprang at him, snarling. Bran saw eyes like green fire, a flash of teeth, fur as black as the pit around them. Maester Luwin yelled and threw up his hands. The torch went flying from his fingers, caromed off the stone face of Brandon Stark and tumbled to the statue's feet, the flames licking up his legs. In the drunken shifting torchlight, they saw Luwin struggling with the dire wolf, beating at his muzzle with one hand while the jaws closed on the other. "Summer!" Bran screamed. And summer came, shooting from the dimness behind them, a leaping shadow. He slammed into Shaggy Dog and knocked him back, and the two direwolves rolled over and over in a tangle of grey and black fur, snapping and biting at each other, while Maester Luwin struggled to his knees, his arm torn and bloody. Osha propped Bran up against Lord Rickard's stone wolf as she hurried to assist the Maester. In the light of the guttering torch, shadow wolves 20 feet tall fought on the wall and roof. "Shaggy," a small voice called. When Bran looked up, his little brother was standing in the mouth of Father's tomb. With one final snap at Summer's face, Shaggy Dog broke off and bounded to Rickon's side. "You let my father be," Rickon warned Luwin. "You let him be." "Rickon," Bran said softly. "Father's not here." "Yes, he is. I saw him." Tears glistened on Rickon's face. "I saw him last night." "In your dream?" Rickon nodded. You leave him be. He's coming home now, like he promised. He's coming home." Bran had never seen Maester Luwin look so uncertain before. Blood dripped down his arm where Shaggy Dog had shredded the wool of his sleeve and the flesh beneath. "Osha, the torch," he said, biting through his pain as she snatched it up before it went out. Soot stains blackened both legs of his uncle's likeness. That beast," Luwin went on, "is supposed to be chained up in the kennels." Rickon patted Shaggy Dog's muzzle, damp with blood. "I let him loose. He doesn't like chains." He licked at his fingers. "Rickon," Bran said, "would you like to come with me?" "No, I like it here. It's dark here, and cold. I'm not afraid. I have to wait for Father." "You can wait with me," Bran said. "We'll wait together, you and me and our wolves." Both of the direwolves were licking wounds now, and would bear close watching. "Bran," the Maester said firmly, "I know you mean well, but Shaggy Dog is too wild to run loose. I'm the third man he savaged. Give him the freedom of the castle, and it's only a question of time before he kills someone. The truth is hard, but the wolf has to be chained, or..." He hesitated. Or killed, Bran thought, but what he said was, he was not made for chains. We will wait in your tower, all of us. That is quite impossible, Maester Lewin said. Osha grinned. The boys were lordling here, as I recall. She handed Lewin back his torch and scooped Bran up into her arms again. The Maester's tower it is. Will you come, Rickon? His brother nodded. If Shaggy comes too, he said, running after Osha and Bran, and there was nothing Maester Lewin could do but follow, keeping a wary eye on the wolves. Maester Lewin's turret was so cluttered that it seemed to Bran a wonder that her ever found anything. Tottering piles of books covered tables and chairs, rows of stoppered jars lined the shelves, candle stubs and puddles of dried wax dotted the furniture, the bronze mirrorish lens tube sat on a tripod by the terrace door, star charts hung from the walls, shadow maps lay scattered among the rushes, papers, quills and pots of inks were everywhere, and all of it was spotted with droppings from the ravens in the rafters. Their strident quawks drifted down from above as Osha washed and cleaned and bandaged the maester's wounds under Lewin's terse instruction. This is folly, the small grey man said while she dabbed at the wolf bites of a stinging ointment. I agree that it is odd that both you boys dream the same dream, yet when you stop to consider it, it's only natural. You miss your lord father, and you know that he is a captive. Fear can fever a man's mind and give him queer thoughts. Rickon is too young to comprehend. I'm 4 now, Rickon said. He was peeking through the lens tube at the gargoyles on the first keep. The direwolves sat on opposite sides of the large round room, licking their wounds and gnawing on bones. Too young, and ooh, 7 hells. That burns. No, don't stop. More. Too young, as I say. But you, Bran, you're old enough to know that dreams are only dreams. Some are, some aren't. Osha poured pale red fire milk into a long gash. Lewin gasped. The children of the forest could tell you a thing or two about dreaming. Tears were streaming down the maester's face, yet he shook his head doggedly. The children live only in dreams. Now, dead and gone. Enough, that's enough. Now the bandages. Pads and then wrap and make it tight. I'll be bleeding. Old Nan says the children knew the songs of the trees, that they could fly like birds and swim like fish and talk to the animals, Bran said. She says that they made music so beautiful that it made you cry like a little baby just to hear it. And all this they did with magic, Maester Lewin said, distracted. I wish they were here now. A spell would heal my arm less painfully, and they could talk to Shaggy Dog and tell him not to bite. He gave the big black wolf an angry glance out of the corner of his eye. Take a lesson, Bran. The man who trusts in spells is dueling with a glass sword, as the children did. Here, let me show you something. He stood abruptly, crossed the room, and returned with a green jar in his good hand. Have a look at these, he said as he pulled the stopper and shook out a handful of shiny black arrowheads. Bran picked one up. It's made of glass. Curious, Rickon drifted closer to peer over the table. Dragon glass. Osha named it as she sat down beside Lewin, bandagings in hand. Obsidian, Maester Lewin insisted, holding out his wounded arm, forged in the fires of the gods far below the earth. The children of the forest hunted with that thousands of years ago. The children worked no metal. In place of mail, they wore long shirts of woven leaves and bound their legs in bark so they seemed to melt into the wood. In place of swords, they carried blades of obsidian, and still do. Osha placed soft pads over the bites on the maester's forearm and bound them tight with long strips of linen. Bran held the arrowhead up close. The black glass was slick and shiny. He thought it beautiful. Can I keep one? As you wish, the maester said. I want one too, Rickon said. I want 4. I'm 4. Lewin made him count them out. Careful, they're still sharp. Don't cut yourself. Tell me about the children, Bran said. It was important. What do you wish to know? Everything. Maester Lewin tugged at his chain collar where it chafed against his neck. They were people of the Dawn Age, the very first, before kings and kingdoms, he said. In those days there were no castles or holdfasts, no cities, not so much as a market town to be found between here and the Sea of Dawn. There were no men at all. Only the children of the forest dwelt in the lands we now call the 7 Kingdoms. They were a people dark and beautiful, small of stature, no taller than children even when grown to manhood. They lived in the depths of the wood, in caves and crannogs and secret tree towns. Slight as they were, the children were quick and graceful. Male and female hunted together with weirwood bows and flying snares. Their gods were the gods of the forest, stream, and snow, the old gods whose names were secret. Their wise men were called green seers, and carved strange faces in the weirwoods to keep watch on the woods. How long the children reigned here, or where they came from, no man can know. But some 12,000 years ago, the first men appeared from the east, crossing the broken arm of dawn before it was broken. They came with bronze swords and great leathern shields, riding horses. No horse had ever been seen on this side of the narrow sea. No doubt the children were as frightened by the horses as the first men were by the faces in the trees. As the first men carved out holdfasts and farms, they cut down the faces and gave them to the fire. Horror-struck, the children went to war. The old songs say that the green seers used dark magics to make the seas rise and sweep away the land, shattering the arm, but it was too late to close the door. The wars went on until the earth ran red with blood of men and children both, but more children than men, for men were bigger and stronger, and wood and stone and obsidian make a poor match for bronze. Finally, the wise of both races prevailed, and the chiefs and heroes of the first men met the green seers and wood dancers amidst the weirwood groves of a small island in the great lake called God's Eye. There they forged the pact. The first men were given the coastlands, the high plains and bright meadows, the mountains and bogs, but the deep woods were to remain forever the children's, and no more weirwoods were to be put to the axe anywhere in the realm. So the gods might bear witness to the signing. Every tree on the island was given a face, and afterward the sacred order of green men was formed to keep watch over the Isle of Faces. The pact began 4,000 years of friendship between men and children. In time, the first men even put aside the gods they had brought with them and took up the worship of the secret gods of the wood. The signing of the pact ended the Dawn Age and began the Age of Heroes. Bran's fist curled around the shiny black arrowhead. But the children of the forest are all gone now, you said. Here they are, said Osha, as she bit off the end of the last bandage of her teeth. North of the wall, things are different. That's where the children went, and the giants, and the other old races. Maester Lewin sighed. Woman, by rights you ought to be dead or in chains. The Starks have treated you more gently than you deserve. It is unkind to repay them for their kindness by filling the boys' heads with folly. Tell me where they went, Bran said. I want to know. Me too, Rickon echoed. Oh, very well, Lewin muttered. So long as the kingdoms of the first men held sway, the pact endured, all through the Age of Heroes and the Long Night and the birth of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet finally there came a time, many centuries later, when other peoples crossed the narrow sea. The Andals were the first, a race of tall, fair-haired warriors who came with steel and fire and the seven-pointed star of the new gods painted on their chests. The wars lasted hundreds of years, but in the end the 6 Southron kingdoms all fell before them. Only here, where the king in the north threw back every army that tried to cross the neck, did the rule of the first men endure. The Andals burnt out the weirwood groves, hacked down the faces, slaughtered the children where they found them, and everywhere proclaimed the triumph of the Seven over the old gods. So the children fled north. Someone began to howl. Maester Lewin broke off, startled, when Shaggy Dog bounded to his feet and added to his own voice to his brother's. Dread clutched at Bran's heart. It's coming, he whispered, with the certainty of despair. He had known it since last night, he realized, since the crow had led him down into the crypts to say farewell. He had known it, but he had not believed. He had wanted Maester Lewin to be right. The crow, he thought, the free-eyed crow. The howling stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Summer padded across the tower floor to Shaggy Dog and began to lick at a mat of bloody fur on the back of his brother's neck. From the window came a flutter of wings. A raven landed on the grey stone still, opened its beak and gave a harsh, raucous rattle of distress. Rickon began to cry. His arrowheads fell from his hand, one by one, and clattered on the floor. Bran pulled him close and hugged him. Maester Lewin stared at the blackbird as if it were a scorpion with feathers. He rose, slow as a sleepwalker, and moved to the window. When he whistled, the raven hopped onto his bandaged forearm. There was dried blood on its wings. A hawk, Lewin murmured. Perhaps an owl. Poor thing. I wonder it got through. He took the letter from its leg. Bran found himself shivering as the maester unrolled the paper. What is it? He said, holding his brother all the harder. You know what it is, boy, Osha said. Not unkindly, she put her hand on his head. Maester Luwin looked up at them numbly, a small grey man with blood on the sleeve of his grey wool robe and tears in his bright grey eyes. "My lords," he said to the sons, in a voice gone hoarse and shrunken, we shall need to find a stone carver who knew his likeness well." In the tower room at the heart of Maegor's holdfast, Sansa gave herself to the darkness. She drew the curtains around her bed, slept, woke weeping, and slept again. When she could not sleep, she lay under her blankets, shivering with grief. Servants came and went, bringing meals, and the sight of food was more than she could bear. But the sight of food was more than she could bear. For dishes piled up on the table beneath her window, untouched and spoiling, until the servants took them away again. Sometimes her sleep was leaden and dreamless, and she woke from it more tired than when she closed her eyes. Yet those were the best times. When she dreamed of father. Waking or sleeping, she saw him, saw the gold cloaks fling him down, saw Sir Ilyn striding forward, unsheathing ice from the scabbard on his back, saw the moment when she had wanted to look away, her legs had gone out from under her, and she had fallen to her knees, yet somehow she could not turn her head, and all the people were screaming and shouting, and her prince had smiled at her. He'd smiled and she'd felt safe, but only for a heartbeat, until he said those words, and her father's legs, that was what she remembered, his legs, the way they'd jerked when Sir Ilyn won the sword. Perhaps I will die too, she told herself, and the thought did not seem so terrible to her. If she flung herself from the window, she could put an end to her suffering, and in the years to come the singers would write songs of her grief. Her body would lie on the stones below, broken and innocent, shaming all those who had betrayed her. Sansa went so far as to cross the bedchamber and throw open the shutters, but then her courage left her, and she ran back to her bed, sobbing. The servant girls tried to talk to her when they brought her meals, but she never answered them. Once Grand Maester Pycelle came with a box of flasks and bottles to ask if she was ill. He felt her brow, made her undress, and touched her all over while her bedmaid held her down. When he left, he gave her a potion of honey, water, and herbs, and told her to drink a swallow every night. She drank it all right, then went back to sleep. She dreamt of footsteps on the tower stair, an ominous scraping of leather on stone as a man climbed slowly toward her bedchamber, step by step. All she could do was huddle behind her door and listen, trembling, as he came closer and closer. It was Sir Ilyn Payne, she knew, coming for her with ice in his hand, coming to take her head. There was no place to run, no place to hide, no way to bar the door. Finally the footsteps stopped, and she knew he was just outside, standing there, silent with his dead eyes and his long-pocked face. That was when she realized she was naked. She crouched down, trying to cover herself with her hands, as her door began to swing open, creaking, the point of the great sword poking through. She woke, murmuring, "Please, please, I'll be good, please don't." But there was no one to hear. When they finally came for her, in truth, Sansa never heard their footsteps. It was Joffrey who opened her door, not Sir Ilyn, but the boy who had been her prince. She was in bed, curled up tight, her curtains drawn, and she could not have said if it was noon or midnight. The first thing she heard was the slam of the door. Then her bed hangings were yanked back, and she threw up her hand against the sudden light and saw them standing over her. "You will attend me in court this afternoon," Joffrey said. "See that you bathe and dress as befits my betrothed." Sandor Clegane stood at his shoulder in a plain brown doublet and green mantle, his burned face hideous in the morning light. Behind them were 2 knights of the King's Guard in long white satin cloaks. Sansa drew her blanket up to her chin to cover herself. "No," she whimpered. "Please, leave me be. If you won't rise and dress yourself, my hound will do it for you," Joffrey said. "I beg of you, my prince. I'm king now. Dog, get her out of bed." Sandor Clegane scooped her up around the waist and lifted her off the feather bed as she struggled feebly. Her blanket fell to the floor. Underneath she had only a thin bedgown to cover her nakedness. "Do as you're bid, child," Clegane said. "Dress." He pushed her toward her wardrobe, almost gently. Sansa backed away from them. "I did as the Queen asked. I wrote the letters. I wrote what she told me. You promised you'd be merciful. Please, let me go home. I won't do any treason. I'll be good. I swear it. I don't have traitor's blood. I don't. I only want to go home." Remembering her courtesy, she lowered her head. "As it please you," she finished weakly. "It does not please me," Joffrey said. "Mother says I'm still to marry you, so you'll stay here and you'll obey." "I don't want to marry you," Sansa wailed. "You chopped off my father's head. He was a traitor. I never promised to spare him, only that I'd be merciful, and I was. If he hadn't been your father, I would have had him torn or flayed, but I gave him a clean death." Sansa stared at him, seeing him for the first time. He was wearing a padded, crimson doublet patterned with lions and a cloth of gold cape with a high collar that framed his face. She wondered how she could ever have thought him handsome. His lips were as soft and red as the worms you found after rain, and his eyes were vain and cruel. "I hate you," she whispered. King Joffrey's face hardened. "My mother tells me that it isn't fitting that a king should strike his wife." "Sir Meryn?" The knight was on her before she could think, yanking back her hand as she tried to shield her face and backhanding her across the ear with a gloved fist. Sansa did not remember falling, yet the next she knew she was sprawled on one knee amongst the rushes. Her head was ringing. Sir Meryn Trant stood over her, with blood on the knuckles of his white silk glove. "Will you obey now, or shall I have him chastise you again?" Sansa's ear felt numb. She touched it and her fingertips came away wet and red. As you command, my lord." "Your grace," Joffrey corrected her. "I shall look for you in court." He turned and left. Sir Meryn and Sir Aerys followed him out, but Sandor Clegane lingered long enough to yank her roughly to her feet. "Save yourself some pain, girl, and give him what he wants." What does he want? Please, tell me." "He wants you to smile and smell sweet and be his lady love," the hound rasped. "He wants to hear you recite all your pretty little words the way the scepter taught you. He wants you to love him and fear him." After he was gone, Sansa sank back onto the rushes, staring at the wall until two of her bedmaids crept timidly into the chamber. "I'll need hot water for my bath, please," she told them, "and perfume, and some powder to hide this bruise." The right side of her face was swollen and beginning to ache, but she knew Joffrey would want her to be beautiful. The hot water made her think of Winterfell, and she took strength from that. She had not washed since the day her father died, and she was startled how filthy the water became. Her maids sluiced the blood off her face, scrubbed the dirt from her back, washed her hair, and brushed it out until it sprang back in thick auburn curls. Sansa did not speak to them, except to give them commands. They were Lannister servants, not her own, and she did not trust them. When the time came to dress, she chose the green silk gown that she had worn to the tourney. She recalled how gallant Joff had been to her that night at the feast. Perhaps it would make him remember as well, and treat her more gently. She drank a glass of buttermilk and nibbled at some sweet biscuits as she waited, to settle her stomach. It was midday when Sir Meryn returned. He had donned his white armour, a shirt of enamelled scales chased with gold, a tall helm and a golden sunburst crest, greaves and gorget and gauntlet and boots of gleaming plate, a heavy wool cloak clasped with a golden iron. His visor had been removed from his helm, to better show his dour face, pouchy bags under his eyes, a wide sour mouth, rusty hair spotted with grey. "My lady," he said, bowing, as if he had not beaten her bloody only 3 hours past. "His Grace has instructed me to escort you to the throne room. Did he instruct you to hit me if I refused to come? Are you refusing to come, my lady?" The look he gave her was without expression. He did not so much as glance at the bruise he had left her. He did not hate her, Sansa realized. Neither did he love her. He felt nothing for her at all. She was only a thing to him. "No," she said, rising. She wanted to rage, to hurt him as he'd hurt her, to warn him that when she was queen she would have him exiled if he ever dared strike her again. But she remembered what the hound had told her, so all she said was, "I shall do whatever his Grace commands." "As I do," he replied. "Yes, but you are no true knight, Sir Meryn." Sandor Clegane would have laughed at that, Sansa knew. Other men might have cursed her, warned her to keep silent, even begged for her forgiveness. Sir Meryn Trant did none of these. Sir Meryn Trant simply did not care. The balcony was deserted save for Sansa. She stood with her head bowed, fighting to hold back her tears, while below Joffrey sat on his iron throne and dispensed what it pleased him to call justice. 9 cases out of 10 seemed to bore him, those he allowed his council to handle, squirming restlessly while Lord Baelish, Grand Maester Pycelle, or Queen Cersei resolved the matter. When he did choose to make a ruling, though, not even his queen mother could sway him. A thief was brought before him, and he had Sir Ilyn chop his hand off right there in court. 2 knights came to him with a dispute about some land, and he decreed that they should duel for it on the morrow. To the deaf, he added, a woman fell to her knees to plead for the head of a man executed as a traitor. She had loved him, she said, and she wanted to see him decently buried. "If you loved a traitor, you must be a traitor too," Joffrey said. 2 gold cloaks dragged her off to the dungeons. Frog-faced Lord Slint sat at the end of the council table wearing a black velvet doublet and a shiny cloth of gold cape, nodding with approval every time the king pronounced a sentence. Sansa stared hard at his ugly face, remembering how he had thrown down her father for Sir Ilyn to behead, wishing she could hurt him, wishing that some hero would throw him down and cut off his head. But a voice inside her whispered, there are no heroes, and she remembered what Lord Peter had said to her, here in this very hall. Life is not a song, sweeting, he told her. You may learn that one day to your sorrow. In life the monsters win, she told herself, and now it was the hound's voice she heard, a cold rasp, metal on stone. Save yourself some pain, girl, and give him what he wants. The last case was a plump tavern singer, accused of making a song that ridiculed the late King Robert. Joff commanded them to fetch his wood harp and ordered him to perform the song for the court. The singer wept and swore he would never sing that song again, but the king insisted. It was sort of a funny song, all about Robert fighting with a pig. The pig was the boar who'd killed him, Sansa knew, but in some verses it almost sounded as if he was singing about the queen. When the song was done, Joffrey announced that he decided to be merciful. The singer could keep either his fingers or his tongue. He would have a day to make his choice. Janos Slynt nodded. That was the final business of the afternoon, Sansa saw with relief. But her ordeal was not yet done. When the herald's voice dismissed the court, she fled the balcony, only to find Joffrey waiting for her at the base of the curving stairs. The hound was with him, and Sir Meryn as well. The young knight examined her critically, top to bottom. You look much better than you did. Thank you, your grace, Sansa said. Hollow words, but they made him nod and smile. Walk with me, Joffrey commanded, offering her his arm. She had no choice but to take it. The touch of his hand would have thrilled her once. Now it made her flesh crawl. My name day will be here soon, Joffrey said as they slipped out the rear of the throne room. There will be a great feast and gifts. What are you going to give me? I had not thought, my lord. Your grace, he said sharply. You truly are a stupid girl, aren't you? My mother says so. She does? After all that had happened, his words should have lost their power to hurt her, yet somehow they had not. The queen had always been so kind to her. Oh, yes, she worries about our children, whether they'll be stupid like you, but I told her not to trouble herself. The king gestured, and Sir Meryn opened a door for them. Thank you, your grace, she murmured. The hound was right, she thought. I am only a little bird, repeating the words they taught me. The sun had fallen below the western wall, and the stones of the Red Keep glowed dark as blood. I'll get you with child as soon as you're able, Joffrey said as he escorted her across the practice yard. If the first one is stupid, I'll chop off your head and find a smarter wife. When do you think you'll be able to have children? Sansa could not look at him. He shamed her so. Septim Ordain says most. Most highborn girls have their flowering at 12 or 13. Joffrey nodded. This way. He led her into the gatehouse, to the base of the steps that led up to the battlements. Sansa jerked back away from him, trembling. Suddenly she knew where they were going. No, she said, her voice a frightened gasp. Please, no. Don't make me. I beg you. Joffrey pressed his lips together. I want to show you what happens to traitors. Sansa shook her head wildly. I won't. I won't. I can have Sir Meryn drag you up, he said. You won't like that. You had better do what I say. Joffrey reached for her, and Sansa cringed away from him, backing into the hound. Do it, girl, Sandor Clegane told her, pushing her back toward the king. His mouth twitched on the burned side of his face, and Sansa could almost hear the rest of it. He'll have you up there no matter what, so give him what he wants. She forced herself to take King Joffrey's hand. The climb was something out of a nightmare. Every step was a struggle, as if she were pulling her feet out of ankle-deep mud, and there were more steps than she would have believed, 1,000 steps, and horror waiting on the ramparts. From the high battlements of the gatehouse, the whole world spread out below them. Sansa could see the great sept of Baelor on Visenya's hill, where her father had died. At the other end of the street of the sisters stood the fire-blackened ruins of the dragon pit. To the west, the swollen red sun was half hidden beneath the gate of the gods. The salt sea was at her back, and to the south was the fish market and the docks and the swirling torrent of the Blackwater rush. And to the north, she turned that way, and saw only the city, streets and alleys and hills and bottoms, and more streets and more alleys and the stone of distant walls. Yet she knew that beyond them was open country, farms and fields and forests, and beyond that, north and north and north again, stood Winterfell. What are you looking at? Joffrey said. This is what I wanted you to see, right here. A fixed-stone parapet protected the outer edge of the rampart, reaching as high as Sansa's chin, with crenellations cut into it every 5 feet for archers. The heads were mounted between the crenels along the top of the wall, impaled on iron spikes so they faced out over the city. Sansa had noted them the moment she'd stepped out onto the wall walk, but the river and the bustling streets in the setting sun were ever so much prettier. He can make me look at the heads, she told herself, but he can't make me see them. This one is your father, he said. This one here. Dog, turn it around so she can see him. Sandor Clegane took the head by the hair and turned it. The severed head had been dipped in tar to preserve it longer. Sansa looked at it calmly, not seeing it at all. It did not really look like Lord Eddard, she thought. It did not even look real. How long do I have to look? Joffrey seemed disappointed. Do you want to see the rest? There was a long row of them. If it please your grace. Joffrey marched her down the wall walk, past a dozen more heads and 2 empty spikes. I'm saving those for my Uncle Stannis and my Uncle Renly, he explained. The other heads had been dead and mounted much longer than her father. Despite the tar, most were long past being recognizable. The king pointed to one and said, That's your scepter there, but Sansa could not even have told that it was a woman. The jaw had rotted off her face, and the birds had eaten one ear and most of her cheek. Sansa had wondered what had happened to Septa Mordain, although she supposed she had known all along. Why did you kill her? She asked. She was God-sworn. She was a traitor. Joffrey looked pouty. Somehow she was upsetting him. You haven't said what you mean to give me for my name day. Maybe I should give you something instead. Will you like that? If it please you, my lord, Sansa said. When he smiled, she knew he was mocking her. Your brother is a traitor too, you know. He turned Septa Mordain's head back around. I remember your brother from Winterfell. My dog called him the Lord of the Wooden Sword. Didn't you, dog? Did I? The hound replied. I don't recall. Joffrey gave a petulant shrug. Your brother defeated my Uncle Jaime. My mother says it was treachery and deceit. She wept when she heard. Women are all weak, even her, though she pretends she isn't. She says we need to stay in King's Landing in case my other uncles attack, but I don't care. After my name day feast, I'm going to raise a host and kill your brother myself. That's what I'll give you, Lady Sansa, your brother's head. A kind of madness took over her then, and she heard herself say, Maybe my brother will give me your head. Joffrey scowled. You must never mock me like that. A true wife does not mock her lord. Sir Meryn, teach her. This time the knight grasped her beneath the jaw and held her head still as he struck her. He hit her twice, left to right, and harder, right to left. Her lips split and blood ran down her chin to mingle with the salt of her tears. You shouldn't be crying all the time, Joffrey told her. You're more pretty when you smile and laugh. Sansa made herself smile, afraid that he would have Sir Meryn hit her again if she did not. But it was no good. The king still shook his head. Wipe off the blood. You're all messy. The outer parapet came up to her chin, but along the inner edge of the wall was nothing but a long plunge to the bailey 70 or 80 feet below. All it would take was a shove, she told herself. He was standing right there, smirking at her with those fat worm lips. You could do it, she told herself. You could. Do it right now. It wouldn't even matter if she went over with him. It wouldn't matter at all. Here, girl, Sandor Clegane knelt before her, between her and Joffrey. With a delicacy surprising in such a big man, he dabbed at the blood welling from her broken lip. The moment was gone. Sansa lowered her eyes. Thank you, she said when he was done. She was a good girl, and always remembered her courtesies. Wings shadowed her fever dreams. You don't want to wake the dragon, do you? She was walking down a long hall beneath high stone arches. She could not look behind her, must not look behind her. There was a door ahead of her, tiny with distance, but even from afar she saw that it was painted red. She walked faster, and her bare feet left bloody footprints on the stone. You don't want to wake the dragon, do you? She saw sunlight on the Dothraki Sea, the living plain rich with the smells of earth and death. Wind stirred the grasses, and they rippled like water. Drogo held her in strong arms, and his hand stroked her sex and opened her and woke that sweet wetness that was his alone, and the stars smiled down on them, stars in a daylight sky. Home, she whispered as he entered her and filled her with his seed. But suddenly the stars were gone, and across the blue sky swept the great wings, and the world took flame. Don't want to wake the dragon, do you? Sir Jorah's face was drawn and sorrowful. Rhaegar was the last dragon, he told her. He warmed translucent hands over a glowing brazier where stone eggs smouldered red as coals. One moment he was there, and the next he was fading, his flesh colourless, less substantial than the wind. The last dragon, he whispered, thin as a wisp, and was gone. She felt the dark behind her, and the red door seemed farther away than ever. Don't want to wake the dragon, do you? Viserys stood before her, screaming. The dragon does not beg, slut. You do not command the dragon. I am the dragon, and I will be crowned. The molten gold trickled down his face like wax, burning deep channels in his flesh. I am the dragon, and I will be crowned, he shrieked, and his fingers snapped like snakes, biting at her nipples, pinching, twisting, even as his eye burst and ran like jelly down seared and blackened cheeks. Don't want to wake the dragon. The red door was so far ahead of her, and she could feel the icy breath behind, sweeping up on her. If it caught her, she would die, a death that was more than death, howling forever alone in the darkness. She began to run. Don't want to wake the dragon. She could feel the heat inside her, a terrible burning in her womb. Her son was tall and proud, with Drogo's copper skin and her own silver gold hair, violet eyes shaped like almonds, and he smiled for her and began to lift his hand toward hers, but when he opened his mouth, the fire poured out. She saw his heart burning through his chest, and in an instant he was gone, consumed like a moth by a candle, turned to ash. She wept for her child, the promise of a sweet mouth on her breast, but her tears turned to steam as they touched her skin. Want to wake the dragon. Ghosts lined the hallway, dressed in the faded raiment of kings. In their hands were swords of pale fire. They had hair of silver and hair of gold and hair of platinum white, and their eyes were opal and amethyst, tourmaline and jade. Faster, they cried. Faster, faster. She raced, her feet melting the stone wherever they touched. Faster, the ghost cried as one, and she screamed and threw herself forward. A great knife of pain ripped down her back, and she felt her skin tear open and smelled the stench of burning blood, and saw the shadow of wings, and Daenerys Targaryen flew. Wake the dragon. The door loomed before her, the red door, so close, so close. The hall was a blur around her, the cold receding behind. Now the stone was gone, and she flew across the Dothraki sea, higher and higher, the green rippling beneath, and all that lived and breathed fled in terror from the shadow of her wings. She could smell home, she could see it. There, just beyond that door, green fields and great stone houses and arms to keep her warm. There. She threw open the door. The dragon, and saw her brother Rhaegar mounted on a stallion as black as his armour. Fire glimmered red through the narrow eye slit of his helm. The last dragon, Sir Jorah's voice whispered faintly. The last, the last. Dany lifted his polished black visor. The face within was her own. After that, for a long time, there was only the pain, the fire within her, and the whispering of stars. So she woke to the taste of ashes. No, she moaned. No, please. Khaleesi? Jiqui hovered over her, a frightened doe. The tent was drenched in shadow, still and close. Flakes of ash drifted up from a brazier, and Dany followed them with her eyes through the smoke hole above. Flying, she thought. I had wings. I was flying. But it was only a dream. Help me, she whispered, struggling to rise. Bring me... Her voice was raw as a wound, and she could not think what she wanted. Why did she hurt so much? It was as if her body had been torn to pieces and remade from the scraps. I want... Yes, Khaleesi. Quick as that, Jiqui was gone, bolting from the tent, shouting. Dany needed something, someone. What? It was important, she knew. It was the only thing in the world that mattered. She rolled onto her side and got an elbow under her, fighting the blanket tangled about her legs. It was so hard to move. The world swam dizzily. I have to... They found her on the carpet, crawling toward her dragon eggs. Sir Jorah Mormont lifted her in his arms and carried her back to her sleeping silks, while she struggled feebly against him. Over his shoulder, she saw her three handmaids, Jogo with his little wisp of moustache, and the flat, broad face of Mirri Maz Dur. I must, she tried to tell them. I have to sleep, Princess, Sir Jorah said. No, Dany said. Please. Please. Yes. He covered her with silk, though she was burning. Sleep and grow strong again, Khaleesi. Come back to us. And then Mirri Maz Dur was there, the Meiji, tipping a cup against her lips. She tasted sour milk and something else, something thick and bitter. Warm liquid ran down her chin. Somehow she swallowed. The tent grew dimmer and sleep took her again. This time she did not dream. She floated, serene and at peace, on a black sea that knew no shore. After a time, a night, a day, a year, she could not say, she woke again. The tent was dark, its silken walls flapping like wings when the wind gusted outside. This time Dany did not attempt to arise. Eerie, she called. Jiqui, Doria. They were there at once. My throat is dry, she said, so dry, and they brought her water. It was warm and flat, yet Dany drank it eagerly, and sent Jiqui for more. Eerie dampened a soft cloth and stroked her brow. I have been sick, Dany said. The Dothraki girl nodded. How long? The cloth was soothing, but Eerie seemed so sad. It frightened her. Long, she whispered. When Jiqui returned with more water, Mirri Maz Dur came with her, eyes heavy from sleep. Drink, she said, lifting Dany's head to the cup once more, but this time it was only wine. Sweet, sweet wine. Dany drank and lay back, listening to the soft sound of her own breathing. She could feel the heaviness in her limbs as sleep crept in to fill her up once more. Bring me, she murmured, her voice slurred and drowsy. Bring, I want to hold. Yes? The Meiji asked. What is it you wish, Khaleesi? Bring me egg, dragon's egg, please. Her lashes turned to lead, and she was too weary to hold them up. When she woke the third time, a shaft of golden sunlight was pouring through the smoke hole of the tent, and her arms were wrapped around a dragon's egg. It was the pale one, its scales the colour of buttercream, framed with walls of gold and bronze, and Dany could feel the heat of it. Beneath her bed silks, a fine sheen of perspiration. covered her bare skin. Dragon dew, she thought. Her fingers trailed lightly across the surface of the shell, tracing the wisps of gold, and deep in the stone she felt something twist and stretch in response. It did not frighten her. All her fear was gone, burned away. Danny touched her brow. Under the film of sweat, her skin was cool to the touch, her fever gone. She made herself sit. There was a moment of dizziness and a deep ache between her thighs. Yet she felt strong. Her maids came running at the sound of her voice. Water, she told them. A flagon of water, cold as you can find it. And fruit, I think. Dates. As you say, Khaleesi. I want Sojora, she said, standing. Jiqui bought a sand silk robe and draped it over her shoulders, and a warm bath, and Miri Mazdur, and... Memory came back to her all at once, and she faltered. Khal Drogo, she forced herself to say, watching their faces with dread. Is he... The Khal lives, Eerie answered quietly. Yet Danny saw a darkness in her eyes when she said the words, and no sooner had she spoken than she rushed away to fetch water. She turned to Doria. Tell me, I shall bring Ser Jorah, the Lycian girl said, bowing her head and fleeing the tent. Jiqui would have run as well, but Danny caught her by the wrist and held her captive. What is it? I must know. Drogo, and my child. Why had she not remembered the child until now? My son. Rhaego. Where is he? I want him. A handmaid lowered her eyes. The boy... He did not live, Khaleesi. Her voice was a frightened whisper. Danny released her wrist. My son is dead, she thought as Jiqui left the tent. She had known somehow. She had known since she woke the first time to Jiqui's tears. No, she had known before she woke. Her dream came back to her, sudden and vivid, and she remembered the tall man with the copper skin and long silver gold braid, bursting into flame. She should weep, she knew, yet her eyes were dry as ash. She had wept in her dream, and the tears had turned to steam on her cheeks. All the grief has been burned out of me, she told herself. She felt sad, and yet she could feel Rhaego receding from her as if he had never been. Ser Jorah and Miri Mazdur entered a few moments later and found Danny standing over the other dragon's eggs, the two still in their chest. It seemed to her that they felt as hot as the one she had slept with, which was passing strange. Ser Jorah, come here, she said. She took his hand and placed it on the black egg with the scarlet swirls. What do you feel? Shell, hard as rock. The knight was wary. Scales. Heat? No. Cold stone. He took his hand away. Princess, are you well? Should you be up, weak as you are? Weak? I am strong, Jorah. To please him, she reclined on a pile of cushions. Tell me how my child died. He never lived, my princess. The women say, he faltered, and Danny saw how the flesh hung loose on him, and the way he limped when he moved. Tell me what the women say. He turned his face away. His eyes were haunted. They say the child was... She waited, but Ser Jorah could not say it. His face grew dark with shame. He looked half a corpse himself. Monstrous, Miri Mazdur finished for him. The knight was a powerful man, yet Danny understood in that moment that the Magi was stronger and crueler and infinitely more dangerous. Twisted, I drew him forth myself. He was scaled like a lizard, blind, with the stub of a tail and small leather wings like the wings of a bat. When I touched him, the flesh slaved off the bone, and inside he was full of grave worms and the stink of corruption. He had been dead for years. Darkness, Danny thought. A terrible darkness sweeping up behind to devour her. If she looked back, she was lost. My son was alive and strong when Ser Jorah carried me into this tent, she said. I could feel him kicking, fighting to be born. That may be as it may be, answered Miri Mazdur. Yet the creature that came forth from your womb was as I said. Death was in that tent, Khaleesi. Only shadows, Ser Jorah husked, but Danny could hear the doubt in his voice. I saw Magi. I saw you alone, dancing with the shadows. The grave casts long shadows, Iron Lord, Miri said, long and dark, and in the end no light can hold them back. Ser Jorah had killed her son, Danny knew. He had done what he did for love and loyalty, yet he had carried her into a place no living man should go and fed her baby to the darkness. He knew it too, the grey face, the hollow eyes, the limp. The shadows have touched you too, Ser Jorah, she told him. The knight made no reply. Danny turned to the god's wife. You warned me that only death could pay for life. I thought you meant the horse. No, Miri Mazdur said. That was a lie you told yourself. You knew the price. Had she? If I look back, I am lost. The price was paid, Danny said. The horse, my child, Quara and Kotho, Hago and Kaholo. The price was paid and paid and paid. She rose from her cushions. Where is Khal Drogo? Show him to me, god's wife, Magi, blood mage, whatever you are. Show me Khal Drogo. Show me what I brought with my son's life. As you command, Khaleesi, the old woman said. Come, I will take you to him. Danny was weaker than she knew. Sojora slipped an arm around her and helped her stand. "Time enough for this later, my princess," he said quietly. "I would see him now, Sojora." After the dimness of the tent, the world outside was blinding bright. The sun burned like molten gold, and the land was seared and empty. Her handmaids waited with fruit and wine and water, and Joko moved close to help Sojora support her. Ago and Rakara stood behind. The glare of sun on sand made it hard to see more, until Danny raised her hand to shade her eyes. She saw the ashes of a fire, a few score horses milling listlessly and searching for a bite of grass, a scattering of tents and bedrolls. A small crowd of children had gathered to watch her, and beyond she glimpsed women going about their work, and withered old men staring at the flat blue sky with tired eyes, swatting feebly at bloodflies. A count might show 100 people, no more. Where the other 40,000 had made their camp, only the wind and dust lived now. "Jogo's Kalazar is gone," she said. "A Kal who cannot ride is no Kal," said Jogo. "But Dothraki follow only the strong," Sojora said. "I am sorry, my princess. There was no way to hold them. Kopono left first, naming himself Kal Pono, and many followed him. Jako was not long to do the same. The rest slipped away night by night, in large bands and small. There are a dozen new Kalazars on the Dothraki Sea, where once there was only Drogos." "The old remain," said Argo, "the frightened, the weak, and the sick. And we who swore, we remain. They took Khal Drogo's herds, Khaleesi," Rakara said. "We were too few to stop them. It is the right of the strong to take from the weak. They took many slaves as well, the Khal's and yours, yet they left some few." "Eroer?" asked Danny, remembering the frightened child she had saved outside the city of the Lamb Men. "Mago seized her, who is Khal Jaco's blood rider now," said Jogo. "He mounted her high and low and gave her to his Khal, and Jako gave her to his other blood riders. They were 6. When they were done with her, they cut her throat." "It was her fate, Khaleesi," said Argo. "If I look back, I am lost. It was a cruel fate," Danny said, "yet not so cruel as Mago's will be. I promise you that, by the old gods and the new, by the Lamb God and the Horse God and every god that lives, I swear it by the Mother of Mountains and the Womb of the World, before I am done with them, Mago and Khal Jako will plead for the mercy they showed Eroer." The Dothraki exchanged uncertain glances. "Khaleesi," the handmaid Iri explained, as if to a child. "Jako is a Khal now, with 20,000 riders at his back." She lifted her head. "And I am Daenerys Stormborn, Daenerys of House Targaryen, of the blood of Aegon the Conqueror and Maegor the Cruel and old Valyria before them. I am the dragon's daughter, and I swear to you, these men will die screaming. Now bring me to Khal Drogo." He was lying on the bare red earth, staring up at the sun. A dozen blood flies had settled on his body, though he did not seem to feel them. Danny brushed them away and knelt beside him. His eyes were wide open but did not see, and she knew at once that he was blind. When she whispered his name, he did not seem to hear. The wound on his breast was as healed as it would ever be. The scar that covered it grey and red and hideous. "Why is he out here alone, in the sun?" she asked them. "He seems to like the warmth, princess," Sojora said. "His eyes follow the sun, for he does not see it. He can walk after a fashion. He will go where you lead him, but no farther. He will eat if you put food in his mouth, drink if you dribble water on his lips." Danny kissed her sun and stars gently on the brow, and stood to face Mirri Maz Dur. "Your spells are costly, Meiji." "He lives," said Mirri Maz Dur. "You asked for life. You paid for life. This is not life, for one who was as Drogo was. His life was laughter, and meat roasting over a fire pit, and a horse between his legs. His life was an arak in his hand, and his bells ringing in his hair as he rode to meet an enemy. His life was his blood riders, and me, and the son I was to give him." Mirri Maz Dur made no reply. "When will he be as he was?" Danny demanded. "When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east," said Mirri Maz Dur. "When the seas go dry and mountains blow in the wind like leaves. When your womb quickens again, and you bear a living child, then he will return, and not before." Danny gestured at Sojora and the others. "Leave us. I would speak of this Meiji alone." Mormont and the Dothraki withdrew. "You knew," Danny said when they were gone. She ached inside and out, but her fury gave her strength. "You knew what I was buying, and you knew the price, and you let me pay it. It was wrong of them to burn my temple," the heavy, flat-nosed woman said placidly. "That angered the great shepherd." "This was no god's work," Danny said coldly. "If I look back, I am lost. You cheated me. You murdered my child within me. The stallion who mounts the world will burn no cities now. His Khalasar shall trample no nations into dust." I spoke for you, she said, anguished. I saved you. Saved me? The Lazarene woman spat. 3 riders had taken me, not as a man takes a woman, but from behind as a dog takes a bitch. The 4th was in me when you rode past. How then did you save me? I saw my God's house burn, where I had healed good men beyond counting. My home they burned as well, and in the street I saw piles of heads. I saw the head of a baker who made my bread. I saw the head of a boy I had saved from dead-eye fever only 3 moons past. I heard children crying as the riders drove them off with their whips. Tell me again what you saved. Your life. Miri Mazda laughed cruelly. Look to your Carl and see what life is worth when all the rest is gone. Danny called out for the men of her cars and bid them take Miri Mazda and bind her hand and foot, but the Meiji smiled at her as they carried her off, as if they shared a secret. A word, and Danny could have her head off. Yet then, what would she have? A head? If life was worthless, what was death? They led Khal Drogo back to her tent, and Danny commanded them to fill a tub, and this time there was no blood in the water. She bathed him herself, washing the dirt and the dust from his arms and chest, cleaning his face with a soft cloth, soaping his long black hair and combing the knots and tangles from it till it shone again as she remembered. It was well past dark before she was done, and Danny was exhausted. She stopped for drink and food, but it was all she could do to nibble at a fig and keep down a mouthful of water. Sleep would have been a release, but she had slept enough. Too long, in truth. She owed this night to Drogo, for all the nights that had been and yet might be. The memory of their first ride was with her when she led him out into the darkness. For the Dothraki believed that all things of importance in a man's life must be done beneath the open sky. She told herself that there were powers stranger than hatred, and spells older and truer than any the Meiji had learned in Asai. The night was black and moonless, but overhead a million stars burned bright. She took that for an omen. No soft blanket of grass welcomed them here, only the hard dusty ground, bare and strewn with stones. No tree stirred in the wind, and there was no stream to soothe her fears of the gentle music of water. Danny told herself that the stars would be enough. Remember, Drogo, she whispered. Remember our first ride together, the day we wed? Remember the night we made Rhaego, with the Khalasar all around us and your eyes on my face? Remember how cool and clean the water was in the womb of the world? Remember my sun and stars? Remember and come back to me. The birth had left her too raw and torn to take him inside of her, as she would have wanted, but Doria had taught her other ways. Danny used her hands, her mouth, her breasts. She raked him with her nails and covered him with kisses and whispered and prayed and told him stories, and by the end she had bathed him with her tears. Yet Drogo did not feel or speak or rise. When the bleak dawn broke over an empty horizon, Danny knew that he was truly lost to her. When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, she said sadly, when the seas go dry and mountains blow in the wind like leaves, when my womb quickens again and I bear a living child, then you will return, my sun and stars, and not before. Never, the darkness cried. Never, never, never. Inside the tent, Danny found a cushion, soft silk stuffed with feathers. She clutched it to her breasts as she walked back out to Drogo, to her sun and stars. If I look back, I am lost. It hurt even to walk, and she wanted to sleep and not to dream. She knelt, kissed Drogo on the lips, and pressed the cushion down across his face. "They have my son," Tywin Lannister said. "They do, my lord." The messenger's voice was dulled by exhaustion. On the breast of his torn surcoat, the brindled bore of Craighall was half obscured by dried blood. "One of your sons," Tyrion thought. He took a sip of wine and said not a word, thinking of Jaime. When he lifted his arm, pain shot through his elbow, reminding him of his own brief taste of battle. He loved his brother, but he would not have wanted to be with him in the Whispering Wood for all the gold in Casterly Rock. His lord father's assembled captains and bannermen had fallen very quiet as the courier told his tale. The only sound was the crackle and hiss of the log burning in the hearth at the end of the long, draughty common room. After the hardships of the long, relentless drive south, the prospect of even a single night in an inn had cheered Tyrion mightily, though he rather wished it had not been this inn again with all its memories. His father had set a grueling pace, and it had taken its toll. Men wounded in the battle kept up as best they could, or were abandoned to fend for themselves. Every morning they left a few more by the roadside, men who went to sleep never to wake. Every afternoon a few more collapsed along the way, and every evening a few more deserted, stealing off into the dusk. Tyrion had been half tempted to go with them. He had been upstairs, enjoying the comfort of a feather bed and the warmth of Shay's body beside him, when his squire had woken him to say that a rider had arrived with dire news of Riverrun. So it had all been for nothing. The rush south, the endless forced marches, the bodies left beside the road, all for naught. Robb Stark had reached Riverrun days and days ago. How could this happen? Sir Harry Swift moaned. How? Even after the Whispering Wood, you had Riverrun ringed in iron, surrounded by a great host. What madness made Sir Jamie decide to split his men into 3 separate camps? Surely he knew how vulnerable that would leave him. Better than you chinless craven, Tyrion thought. Jamie might have lost Riverrun, but it angered him to hear his brother slandered by the likes of Swift, a shameless lickspittle whose greatest accomplishment was marrying his equally chinless daughter to Sir Kevan, and thereby attaching himself to the Lannisters. I would have done the same, his uncle responded, a good deal more calmly than Tyrion might have. You have never seen Riverrun, Sir Harrys, or you would know that Jamie had little choice in the matter. The castle is situated at the end of the point of land where the Tumblestone flows into the Red Fork of the Trident. The rivers form 2 sides of a triangle, and when danger threatens, the Tullys open their sluice gates upstream to create a wide moat on the 3rd side, turning Riverrun into an island. The walls rise sheer from the water, and from their towers the defenders have a commanding view of the opposite shores for many leagues around. To cut off all the approaches, a besieger must needs place 1 camp north of the Tumblestone, 1 south of the Red Fork, and a 3rd between the rivers, west of the moat. There is no other way, none. Sir Kevan speaks truly, my lords, the courier said. We'd built palisades of sharpened stakes around the camps, yet it was not enough, not with no warning and the rivers cutting us off from each other. They came down on the north camp first. No one was expecting an attack. Mark Piper had been raiding our supply trains, but he had no more than 50 men. Sir Jamie had gone out to deal with them the night before. Well, with what we thought was them. We were told the Stark host was east of the Green Fork, marching south. And your outriders? Sir Gregor Clegane's face might have been hewn from rock. The fire in the hearth gave a sombre orange cast to his skin and put deep shadows in the hollows of his eyes. They saw nothing? They gave you no warning? The bloodstained messenger shook his head. Our outriders had been vanishing. Mark Piper's work, we thought. The ones who did come back had seen nothing. A man who sees nothing has no use for his eyes, the mountain declared. Cut them out and give them to your next outrider. Tell him you hope that 4 eyes might see better than 2, and if not, the man after him will have 6. Lord Tywin Lannister turned his face to study Sir Gregor. Tyrion saw a glimmer of gold as the light shone off his father's pupils, but he could not have said whether the look was one of approval or disgust. Lord Tywin was oft quiet in council, preferring to listen before he spoke, a habit Tyrion himself tried to emulate. Yet the silence was uncharacteristic even for him, and his wine was untouched. You said they came at night, Sir Kevan prompted. The man gave a weary nod. The Blackfish led the van, cutting down our sentries and clearing away the palisades for the main assault. By the time our men knew what was happening, riders were pouring over the ditch banks and galloping through the camp with swords and torches in hand. I was sleeping in the west camp, between the rivers, when we heard the fighting and saw the tents being fired. Lord Brack led us to the rafts and we tried to pole across, but the current pushed us downstream and the Tully started flinging rocks at us with the catapults on their walls. I saw 1 raft smashed to kindling and 3 others overturned. Men swept into the river and drowned, and those who did make it across found the Starks waiting for them on the river banks. Sir Flemond Brax wore a silver and purple tabard and the look of a man who cannot comprehend what he has just heard. My lord father, sorry my lord, the messenger said. Lord Brax was clad in plate and mail when his raft overturned. He was very gallant. He was a fool, Tyrion thought, swirling his cup and staring down into the winy depths. Crossing a river at night on a crude raft, wearing armour, with an enemy waiting on the other side. If that was gallantry, he would take cowardice every time. He wondered if Lord Brax had felt especially gallant as the weight of his steel pulled him under the black water. The camp between the rivers was overrun as well, the messenger was saying. While we were trying to cross, more Starks swept in from the west. 2 columns of armoured horse. I saw Lord Umber's giant in chains and the Malister Eagle, but it was the boy who led them, with a monstrous wolf running at his side. I wasn't there to see, but it said the beast killed 4 men and ripped apart 12 horses. Our spearmen formed up a shield wall and held against their final charge, but when the Tullys saw them engaged, they opened the gates of Riverrun and Tytos Blackwood, led a sortie across the drawbridge and took them in the rear. God save us, Lord Lefford swore. Great John Umber fired the siege towers we were building, and Lord Blackwood found Sir Edmo Tully in chains among the other captives and made off with them all. Our south camp was under the command of Sir Forley Prester. He retreated in good order when he saw that the other camps were lost, and with 2,000 spears and as many bowmen, but the Tyroshi sellsword who led his 3 riders struck his banners and went over to the foe. Curse the man. His uncle Kevan sounded more angry than surprised. I warned Jamie not to trust that one. A man who fights for coin is loyal only to his purse. Lord Tywin wove his fingers together under his chin. Only his eyes moved as he listened. His bristling golden side whiskers framed a face so still it might have been a mask, but Tyrion could see tiny beads of sweat trappling his father's shaven head. How could it happen? Sir Harry Swift wailed again. Sir Jaime taken, the siege broken, this is a catastrophe. Sir Adam Marbrand said, I am sure we are all grateful to you for pointing out the obvious, Sir Harrys. The question is, what shall we do about it? What can we do? Jaime's host is all slaughtered or taken or put to flight, and the Starks and the Tullys sit squarely across our line of supply. We are cut off from the west. They can march on Casterly Rock if they so choose. And what's to stop them? My lords, we are beaten. We must sue for peace. Peace? Tyrion swallowed his wine thoughtfully, took a deep draught, and hurled his empty cup to the floor, where it shattered into 1,000 pieces. There's your peace, Sir Harrys. My sweet nephew broke it for good and all when he decided to ornament the Red Keep with Lord Eddard's head. You'll have an easier time drinking wine from that cup than you will convincing Robb Stark to make peace now. He's winning. Or hadn't you noticed? 2 battles do not make a war, Sir Adam insisted. We are far from lost. I should welcome the chance to try my own steel against this Stark boy. Perhaps they would consent to a truce and allow us to trade our prisoners for theirs, offered Lord Lefford. Unless they trade 3 for 1, we still come out light on those scales, Tyrion said acidly. And what are we to offer for my brother? Lord Eddard's rotting head? I had heard that Queen Cersei has the Hand's daughters, Lefford said hopefully. If we give the lad his sisters back. Sir Adam snorted disdainfully. It would have to be an utter arse to trade Jaime Lannister's life for 2 girls. Then we must ransom Sir Jaime, whatever it costs, Lord Lefford said. Tyrion rolled his eyes. If the Starks feel the need for gold, they can melt down Jaime's armour. If we ask for a truce, they will think us weak, Sir Adam argued. We should march on them at once. Surely our friends at court could be prevailed upon to join us with fresh troops, said Sir Harrys, and someone might return to Casterly Rock to raise a new host. Lord Tywin Lannister rose to his feet. They have my son, he said once more, in a voice that cut through the babble like a sword through suet. Leave me, all of you. Ever the soul of obedience, Tyrion rose to depart with the rest. But his father gave him a look. Not you, Tyrion. Remain. And you as well, Cavan. The rest of you, out. Tyrion eased himself back onto the bench, startled into speechlessness. Sir Kevin crossed the room to the wine casks. Uncle, Tyrion called, if you'd be so kind. Here. His father offered him his cup, the wine untouched. Now Tyrion truly was nonplussed. He drank. Lord Tywin seated himself. You have the right of it about Stark. Alive, we might have used Lord Eddard to forge a peace with Winterfell and Riverrun, a peace that would have given us the time we need to deal with Robert's brothers. Dead. His hand curled into a fist. Madness. Rank madness. Joff's only a boy, Tyrion pointed out. At his age I committed a few follies of my own. His father gave him a sharp look. I suppose we ought to be grateful that he has not yet married a whore. Tyrion sipped at his wine, wondering how Lord Tywin would look if he flung the cup in his face. Our position is worse than you know, his father went on. It would seem we have a new king. Sir Kevan looked poleaxed. A new... who? What have they done to Joffrey? The faintest flicker of distaste played across Lord Tywin's thin lips. Nothing. Yet. My grandson still sits the Iron Throne, but the eunuch has heard whispers from the south. Renly Baratheon read Marjorie Tyrell at Highgarden this fortnight past, and now he has claimed the crown. The bride's father and brothers have bent the knee and sworn him their swords. Those are grave tidings. When Sir Kevan frowned, the furrows in his brow grew deep as canyons. My daughter commands us to ride for King's Landing at once, to defend the Red Keep against King Renly and the Knight of Flowers. His mouth tightened. Commands us, mind you, in the name of the King and Council. How is King Joffrey taking the news? Tyrion asked with a certain black amusement. Cersei has not seen fit to tell him yet, Lord Tywin said. She fears he might insist on marching against Renly himself. With what army? Tyrion asked. You don't plan to give him this one, I hope. He talks of leading the city watch, Lord Tywin said. If he takes the watch, he'll leave the city undefended, Sir Kevan said. And with Lord Stannis on Dragonstone... Yes, Lord Tywin looked down at his son. I had thought you were the one made for motley, Tyrion, but it would appear that I was wrong. My father, said Tyrion. That almost sounds like praise. He leaned forward intently. What of Stannis? He's the elder, not Renly. How does he feel about his brother's claim? His father frowned. I felt from the beginning that Stannis was a greater danger than all the others combined. Yet he does nothing. All Varys hears his whispers. Stannis is building ships. Stannis is hiring sellswords. Stannis is bringing a Shadowbinder from Us High. What does it mean? Is any of it true? He gave an irritated shrug. Cavan, bring us the map. Sir Kevan did as he was bid. Lord Tywin unrolled the lever, smoothing it flat. Jaime has left us in a bad way. Roose Bolton and the remnants of his host are north of us. Our enemies hold the twins in Moat Cailin. Robb Stark sits to the west, so we cannot retreat to Lannisport and the Rock unless we choose to give battle. Jaime is taken, and his army for all purposes has ceased to exist. Forest of Mere and Beric Dondarrion continue to plague our foraging parties. To our east we have the Arryns. Stannis Baratheon sits on Dragonstone, and in the south Highgarden and Storm's End are calling their banners. Tyrion smiled crookedly. Take heart, father. At least Rhaegar Targaryen is still dead. I had hoped you might have more to offer us than japes, Tyrion, Lord Tywin Lannister said. Sir Kevan frowned over the map, a forehead creasing. Robb Stark will have Edmure Tully and the Lords of the Trident with him now. Their combined power may exceed our own. And with Roose Bolton behind us, Tywin, if we remain here, I fear we might be caught between three armies. I have no intention of remaining here. We must finish our business with young Lord Stark before Renly Baratheon can march from Highgarden. Bolton does not concern me. He is a wary man, and we made him warier on the Green Fork. He will be slow to give pursuit. So, on the morrow, we make for Harrenhal. Kevan, I want Sir Adam's outriders to screen our movements. Give him as many men as he requires, and send them out in groups of 4. I will have no vanishings. As you say, my lord, but why Harrenhal? That is a grim, unlucky place. Some call it cursed. Let them, Lord Tywin said. Unloose Sir Gregor and send him before us with his reavers. Send forth Vargo Hoat and his free riders as well, and Sir Amory Lork. Each is to have 300 horse. Tell them I want to see the riverlands afire from the God's Eye to the Red Fork. They will burn, my lord, Sir Kevan said, rising. I shall give the commands. He bowed and made for the door. When they were alone, Lord Tywin glanced at Tyrion. Your savages might relish in a bit of raping. Tell them they may ride with Vargo Hoat and plunder as they like. Goods, stock, women, they may take what they want and burn the rest. Telling Shagger and Timid how to pillage is like telling a rooster how to crow, Tyrion commented, but I should prefer to keep them with me. Uncouth and unruly they might be, yet the wildlings were his, and he trusted them more than any of his father's men. He was not about to hand them over. Then you had best learn to control them. I will not have the city plundered. The city? Tyrion was lost. What city would that be? King's Landing. I am sending you to court. It was the last thing Tyrion Lannister would ever have anticipated. He reached for his wine and considered for a moment as he sipped. What am I to do there? Rule, his father said curtly. Tyrion hooted with laughter. My sweet sister might have a word or two to say about that. Let her say what she likes. Her son needs to be taken in hand before he ruins us all. I blame those jackanapes on the council. Our friend Peter, the venerable Grand Maester, and that cockless wonder Lord Varys. What sort of counsel are they giving Joffrey when he lurches from one folly to the next? Whose notion was it to make this Janos Slynt a lord? The man's father was a butcher, and they grant him Harrenhal. Harrenhal, that was the seat of kings. Not that he will ever set foot inside it, if I have a say. I am told he took a bloody spear for his sigil. A bloody cleaver would have been my choice. His father had not raised his voice, yet Tyrion could see the anger in the gold of his eyes. And dismissing Selmy, where was the sense in that? Yes, the man was old, but the name of Barristan the Bold still has meaning in the realm. He lent honour to any man he served. Can anyone say the same of the Hound? You feed your dog bones under the table. You do not seat him beside you on the high bench. He pointed his finger at Tyrion's face. If Cersei cannot curb the boy, you must. And if these counsellors are playing us false... Tyrion knew. Spikes, he sighed. Heads. Walls. I see you have taken a few lessons from me. More than you know, father, Tyrion answered quietly. He finished his wine and set the cup aside, thoughtful. A part of him was more pleased than he cared to admit. Another part was remembering the battle upriver and wondering if he was being sent to hold the left again. Why me? He asked, cocking his head to one side. Why not my uncle? Why not Sir Adam or Sir Flemont or Lord Serret? Why not a bigger man? Lord Tywin rose abruptly. You are my son. That was when he knew. You have given him up for lost, he thought. You bloody bastard. You think Jaime's good as dead. Swamwald you have left. Tyrion wanted to slap him, to spit in his face, to draw his dagger and cut the heart out of him, and see if it was made of old hard gold, the way the small folk said. Yet he sat there, silent and still. The shards of the broken cup crunched beneath his father's heels as Lord Tywin crossed the room. One last thing, he said at the door. You will not take the whore to court. Tyrion sat alone in the common room for a long while after his father was gone. Finally, he climbed the steps to his cosy garret beneath the bell tower. The ceiling was low, but that was scarcely a drawback for a dwarf. From the window he could see the gibbet his father had erected in the yard. The innkeep's body turned slowly on its rope Whenever the night wind gusted, her flesh had grown as thin and ragged as Lannister hopes. Shane murmured sleepily and rolled toward him when he sat on the edge of the feather bed. He slid his hand under the blanket and cupped her soft breast, and her eyes opened. "My lord," she said, with a drowsy smile. When he felt her nipples stiffen, Tyrion kissed her. "I have a mind to take you to King's Landing, sweetling," he whispered. The mare whinnied softly as Jon Snow tightened the cinch. "Easy, sweet lady," he said in a soft voice, quieting her with a touch. Wind whispered through the stable, a cold dead breath on his face, but Jon paid it no mind. He strapped his roll to the saddle, his scarred fingers stiff and clumsy. "Ghost," he called softly, "to me," and the wolf was there, eyes like embers. "Jon, please, you must not do this." He mounted, the reins in his hand, and wheeled the horse around to face the night. Samwell Tarly stood in the stable door, a full moon peering over his shoulder. He threw a giant's shadow, immense and black. "Get out of my way, Sam." "Jon, you can't," Sam said. "I won't let you. I would sooner not hurt you," Jon told him. "Move aside, Sam, or I'll ride you down." "You won't. You have to listen to me. Please." Jon put his spurs to horseflesh, and the mare bolted for the door. For an instant Sam stood his ground, his face as round and pale as the moon behind him, his mouth a widening O of surprise. At the last moment, when they were almost on him, he jumped aside as Jon had known he would, stumbled and fell. The mare leapt over him, out into the night. Jon raised the hood of his heavy cloak and gave the horse her head. Castle Black was silent and still as he rode out, with Ghost racing at his side. Men watched from the wall behind him, he knew, but their eyes were turned north, not south. No one would see him go, no one but Sam Tarly, struggling back to his feet in the dust of the old stables. He hoped Sam hadn't hurt himself falling like that. He was so heavy and so ungainly. It would be just like him to break a wrist or twist his ankle getting out of the way. "I warned him," Jon said aloud. "It was nothing to do with him anyway." He flexed his burned hand as he rode, opening and closing the scarred fingers. They still pained him, but it felt good to have the wrappings off. Moonlight silvered the hills as he followed the twisting ribbon of the King's Road. He needed to get as far from the wall as he could before they realized he was gone. On the morrow he would leave the road and strike out overland through field and bush and stream to throw off pursuit, but for the moment speed was more important than deception. It was not as though they would not guess where he was going. The old bear was accustomed to rise at first light, so Jon had until dawn to put as many leagues as he could between him and the wall. If Sam Tarly did not betray him, the fat boy was dutiful and easily frightened, but he loved Jon like a brother. If questioned, Sam would doubtless tell them the truth, but Jon could not imagine him braving the guards in front of the King's Tower to wake Mormont from sleep. When Jon did not appear to fetch the old bear's breakfast from the kitchen, they'd look in his cell and find Longclaw on the bed. It had been hard to abandon it, but Jon was not so lost to honour as to take it with him. Even Jorah Mormont had not done that when he fled in disgrace. Doubtless, Lord Mormont would find someone more worthy of the blade. Jon felt bad when he thought of the old man. He knew his desertion would be salt in the still raw wound of his son's disgrace. That seemed a poor way to repay him for his trust, but it couldn't be helped. No matter what he did, Jon felt as though he were betraying someone. Even now he did not know if he was doing the honourable thing. The Southron had it easier. They had their Septons to talk to, someone not to tell them the gods will and help sort out right from wrong. But the Starks worshipped the old gods, the nameless gods, and if the heart-trees heard, they did not speak. When the last lights of Castle Black vanished behind him, Jon slowed his mare to a walk. He had a long journey ahead, and only the one horse to see him through. There were holdfasts and farming villages along the road south where he might be able to trade the mare for a fresh mount when he needed one, but not if she were injured or blown. He would need to find new clothes soon, most like. He'd need to steal them. He was clad in black from head to heel, high leather riding boots, rough-spun breeches and tunic, sleeveless leather jerkin and heavy wool cloak. His longsword and dagger were sheathed in black moleskin, and the hauberk and coif in his saddlebag were black ringmail. Any bit of it could mean his death if he were taken. A stranger wearing black was viewed with cold suspicion in every village and holdfast north of the neck, and men would soon be watching for him. Once Maester Aemon's ravens took flight, Jon knew he would find no safe haven, not even at Winterfell. Bran might want to let him in, but Maester Luwin had better sense. He would bar the gates and send Jon away, as he should. Better not to call there at all. Yet he saw the castle clear in his mind's eye, as if he had left it only yesterday. The towering granite walls, the great hall with its smells of smoke and dog and roasting meat, his father's solar, the turret room where he had slept. Part of him wanted nothing so much as to hear Bran laugh again, to sup on one of Gage's beef and bacon pies, to listen to old Nan tell her tales of the children of the forest and Florian the Fool. But he had not left the wall for that. He had left because he was after all his father's son and Rob's brother. The gift of a sword, even a sword as fine as Longclaw, did not make him a Mormont, nor was he Aemon Targaryen. 3 times the old man had chosen, and 3 times he had chosen honour, but that was him. Even now Jon could not decide whether the maester had stayed because he was weak and craven, or because he was strong and true. Yet he understood what the old man had meant about the pain of choosing. He understood that all too well. Tyrion Lannister had claimed that most men would rather deny a hard truth than face it, but Jon was done with denials. He was who he was, Jon Snow, bastard and oath-breaker, motherless, friendless, and damned. For the rest of his life, however long that might be, he would be condemned to be an outsider, the silent man standing in the shadows who dares not speak his true name. Wherever he might go throughout the 7 kingdoms, he would need to live a lie, lest every man's hand be raised against him, but it made no matter, so long as he lived long enough to take his place by his brother's side and help avenge his father. He remembered Rob as he had last seen him, standing in the yard with snow melting in his auburn hair. Jon would have to come to him in secret, disguised. He tried to imagine the look on Rob's face when he revealed himself. His brother would shake his head and smile, and he'd say, he could not see the smile. Hard as he tried, he could not see it. He found himself thinking of the deserter his father had beheaded the day they had found the direwolves. You said the words, Lord Eddard had told him. You took a vow, before your brothers, before the old gods and the new. Desmond and Fat Tom had dragged the man to the stump. Bran's eyes had been wide as saucers, and Jon had to remind him to keep his pony in hand. He remembered the look on father's face when Theon Greyjoy brought forth ice, the spray of blood on the snow, the way Theon had kicked the head when it came rolling at his feet. He wondered what Lord Eddard might have done if the deserter had been his brother Benjen instead of that ragged stranger. Would it have been any different? It must, surely, and Rob would welcome him for a certainty. He had to, or else. It did not bear thinking about. Pain throbbed deep in his fingers as he clutched the reins. Jon put his heels into his horse and broke into a gallop, racing down the King's Road as if to outrun his doubts. Jon was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die like that, trussed and bound and beheaded like a common brigand. If he must perish, let it be with a sword in his hand, fighting his father's killers. He was no true Stark, had never been one, but he could die like one. Let them say that Eddard Stark had fathered 4 sons, not 3. Ghost kept pace with them for almost half a mile, red tongue lolling from his mouth. Man and horse alike lowered their heads as he asked the mare for more speed. The wolf slowed, stopped, watching, his eyes glowing red in the moonlight. He vanished behind, but Jon knew he would follow at his own pace. Scattered lights flickered through the trees ahead of him, on both sides of the road. Molestown. A dog barked as he rode through, and he heard a mule's raucous haw from the stable, but otherwise the village was still. Here and there the glow of hearth fires shone through shuttered windows, leaking between wooden slats, but only a few. Molestown was bigger than it seemed, but 3/4 of it was under the ground, in deep warm cellars connected by a maze of tunnels. Even the whorehouse was down there, nothing on the surface but a wooden shack no bigger than a privy, with a red lantern hung over the door. On the wall he'd heard men call the whores buried treasures. He wondered whether any of his brothers in black were down there tonight, mining. That was oath-breaking too, yet no one seemed to care. Not until he was well beyond the village did Jon slow again, but by then both he and the mare were damp with sweat. He dismounted, shivering, his burnt hand aching. A bank of melting snow lay under the trees, bright in the moonlight, water trickling off to form small shallow pools. Jon squatted and brought his hands together, cupping the runoff between his fingers. The snow melt was icy cold. He drank and splashed some on his face until his cheeks tingled. His fingers were throbbing worse than they had in days, and his head was pounding too. I am doing the right thing, he told himself, so why do I feel so bad? The horse was well lavered, and so Jon took the lead and walked her for a while. The road was scarcely wide enough for 2 riders to pass abreast, its surface cut by tiny streams and littered with stone. That run had been truly stupid, an invitation to a broken neck. Jon wondered what had gotten into him. Was he in such a great rush to die? Off in the trees, the distant scream of some frightened animal made him look up. His mare whinnied nervously. Had his wolf found some prey? He cupped his hands together around his mouth. "Ghost," he shouted. "Ghost to me." The only answer was a rush of wings behind him as an owl took flight. Frowning, Jon continued on his way. He led the mare for half an hour until she was dry. Ghost did not appear. John wanted to mount up and ride again, but he was concerned about his missing wolf. "Ghost," he called again. "Where are you? To me! Ghost!" Nothing in these woods could trouble a direwolf, even a half-grown direwolf, unless... No, Ghost was too smart to attack a bear, and if there was a wolf pack anywhere close, John would have surely heard them howling. He should eat, he decided. Food would settle his stomach and give Ghost the chance to catch up. There was no danger yet. Castle Black still slept. In his saddlebag he found a biscuit, a piece of cheese, and a small withered brown apple. He'd brought salt beef as well, and a rasher of bacon he'd filched from the kitchens, but he would save the meat for the morrow. After it was gone he'd need to hunt, and that would slow him. John sat under the trees and ate his biscuit and cheese while his mare grazed along the King's Road. He kept the apple for last. It had gone a little soft, but the flesh was still tart and juicy. He was down to the core when he heard the sounds, horses, and from the north. Quickly John leapt up and strode to his mare. Could he outrun them? No, they were too close. They'd hear him for a certainty, and if they were from Castle Black... He led the mare off the road, behind a fixed stand of grey-green sentinels. "Quiet now," he said in a hushed voice, crouching down to peer through the branches. If the gods were kind, the riders would pass by. Likely as not, they were only small folk from Molestown, farmers on their way to their fields, although what they were doing out in the middle of the night. He listened to the sound of hooves growing steadily louder as they trotted briskly down the King's Road. From the sound, there were 5 or 6 of them at the least. Their voices drifted through the trees. "Certain he came this way?" "We can't be certain. He could have ridden east, for all you know, or left the road to cut through the woods. That's what I'd do. In the dark? Stupid. If you didn't fall off your horse and break your neck, you'd get lost and wind up back at the wall when the sun came up." "I would not." Gren sounded peeved. "I just ride south. You can tell south by the stars." "What if the sky was cloudy?" Pip asked. "Then I wouldn't go." Another voice broke in. "You know where I'd be if it was me? I'd be in Molestown digging for buried treasure." Toad's shrill laughter boomed through the trees. John's mare snorted. "Keep quiet, all of you," Halder said. "I thought I heard something." "Where?" "I didn't hear anything." The horses stopped. "You can't hear yourself fart." "I can too," Gren insisted. "Quiet." They all fell silent, listening. John found himself holding his breath. Sam, he thought. He hadn't gone to the old bear, but he hadn't gone to bed either. He'd woken the other boys. Damn them all. Come dawn, if they were not in their beds, they'd be named deserters too. What did they think they were doing? The hushed silence seemed to stretch on and on. From where John crouched, he could see the legs of their horses through the branches. Finally Pip spoke up. "What did you hear?" "I don't know," Halder admitted. "A sound. I thought it might have been a horse, but there's nothing here." Out of the corner of his eye, John glimpsed a pale shape moving through the trees. Leaves rustled and Ghost came bounding out of the shadows, so suddenly that John's mare started and gave a whinny. "There!" Halder shouted. "I heard it too." "Traitor!" John told the direwolf as he swung up into the saddle. He turned the mare's head to slide off through the trees, but they were on him before he had gone 10 feet. "John!" Pip shouted after him. "Pull up," Gren said. "You can't outrun us all." John wheeled around to face them, drawing his sword. "Get back. I don't wish to hurt you, but I will if I have to." 1 against 7? Halder gave a signal. The boys spread out, surrounding him. "What do you want with me?" John demanded. "We want to take you back where you belong," Pip said. "I belong with my brother." "We're your brothers now," Gren said. "They'll cut off your head if they catch you, you know," Toad put in with a nervous laugh. "This is so stupid. It's like something the Elrocs would do." "I would not," Gren said. "I'm no oath-breaker. I said the words and I meant them." "So did I," John told them. "Don't you understand? They have murdered my father. It's war. My brother Rob is fighting in the Riverlands. We know," said Pip solemnly. "Sam told us everything." "We're sorry about your father," Gren said, "but it doesn't matter. Once you say the words, you can't leave, no matter what." "I have to," John said fervently. "You said the words," Pip reminded him. "Now my watch begins. You said it. It shall not end until my death. I shall live and die at my post," Gren added, nodding. "You don't have to tell me the words. I know them as well as you do." He was angry now. Why couldn't they let him go in peace? They were only making it harder. "I am the sword in the darkness," Halder intoned. "The watcher on the walls," piped Toad. John cursed them all to their faces. They took no notice. Pip spurred his horse closer, reciting, "I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men." "Stay back," John warned him, brandishing his sword. "I mean it, Pip." They weren't even wearing armor. He could cut them to pieces if he had to. Mafar had circled behind him. He joined the chorus. "I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch." John kicked his mare, spinning her in a circle. The boys were all around him now, closing from every side. "For this night," Halder trotted in from the left, "and all the nights to come," finished Pip. He reached over for John's reins. "So here are your choices. Kill me or come back with me." John lifted his sword and lowered it. Helpless. "Damn you," he said. "Damn you all." "Do we have to bind your hands? Will you give us your word to ride back peaceful?" asked Huldah. "I won't run, if that's what you mean." Ghost moved out from under the trees and John glared at him. "Small help you were," he said. The deep red eyes looked at him knowingly. "We had best hurry," Pip said. "If we're not back before first light, the old bear will have all our heads." Of the ride back, Jon Snow remembered little. It seemed shorter than the journey south, perhaps because his mind was elsewhere. Pip set the pace, galloping, walking, trotting, and then breaking into another gallop. Molestown came and went, the red lantern over the brothel long extinguished. They made good time. Dawn was still an hour off when Jon glimpsed the towers of Castle Black ahead of them, dark against the pale immensity of the wall. It did not seem like home this time. They could take him back, Jon told himself, but they could not make him stay. The war would not end on the morrow or the day after, and his friends could not watch him day and night. He would bide his time, make them think he was content to remain here, and then, when they had grown lax, he would be off again. Next time he would avoid the King's Road. He could follow the wall east, perhaps all the way to the sea, a longer route but a safer one, or even west, to the mountains, and then south over the high passes. That was the wildling's way, hard and perilous, but at least no one would follow him. He wouldn't stray within 100 leagues of Winterfell or the King's Road. Samuel Tarly awaited them in the old stables, slumped on the ground against a bale of hay, too anxious to sleep. He rose and brushed himself off. I'm glad they found you, Jon." "I'm not," Jon said, dismounting. Pip hopped off his horse and looked at the lightening sky with disgust. "Give us a hand bedding down the horses, Sam," the small boy said. "We have a long day before us, and no sleep to face it on, thanks to Lord Snow." When day broke, Jon walked to the kitchens as he did every dawn. Three-Finger Hob said nothing as he gave him the old bear's breakfast. Today it was 3 brown eggs boiled hard, with fried bread and ham, steak, and a bowl of wrinkled plums. Jon carried the food back to the King's Tower. He found Mormont at the window seat, writing. His raven was walking back and forth across his shoulders, muttering, "Corn, corn, corn." The bird shrieked when Jon entered. "Put the food on the table," the old bear said, glancing up. "I'll have some beer." Jon opened a shuttered window, took the flagon of beer off the outside ledge and filled a horn. Hob had given him a lemon, still cold from the wall. Jon crushed it in his fist. The juice trickled through his fingers. Mormont drank lemon in his beer every day and claimed that was why he still had his own teeth. "Doubtless you loved your father," Mormont said when Jon brought him his horn. "The things you love destroy us every time, lad. Remember when I told you that?" "I remember," Jon said sullenly. He did not care to talk of his father's death, not even to Mormont. "See that you never forget it. The hard truths are the ones to hold tight. Fetch me my plate. Is it ham again? So be it. You look weary. Was your moonlight ride so tiring?" Jon's throat was dry. "You know?" "No," the raven echoed from Mormont's shoulder. "No?" The old bear snorted. "Do you think they chose me Lord Commander of the Night's Watch because I'm dumb as a stump, Snow? Aemon told me you'd go. I told him you'd be back. I know my men. And my boys, too. Honor set you on the King's Road, and honor brought you back." "My friends brought me back," Jon said. "Did I say it was your honor?" Mormont inspected his plate. "They killed my father. Did you expect me to do nothing? If truth be told, we expected you to do just as you did." Mormont tried a plum, spit out the pit. "I ordered a watch kept over you. You were seen leaving. If your brothers had not fetched you back, you would have been taken along the way, and not by friends. Unless you have a horse with wings like a raven. Do you?" "No." Jon felt like a fool. "Pity. We could use a horse like that." Jon stood tall. He told himself that he would die well. That much he could do, at the least. "I know the penalty for desertion, my lord. I'm not afraid to die." "Die!" the raven cried. "Nor live, I hope," Mormont said, cutting his hand with a dagger and feeding a bite to the bird. "You have not deserted. Yet. Here you stand. If you beheaded every boy who rode to Molestown in the night, only ghosts would guard the wall. Yet maybe you mean to flee again on the morrow, or a fortnight from now. Is that it? Is that your hope, boy?" Jon kept silent. "I thought so." Mormont peeled the shell off a boiled egg. "Your father is dead, lad. Do you think you can bring him back?" "No," he answered, sullen. "Good," Mormont said. "We've seen the dead come back, you and me, and it's not something I care to see again." He ate the egg in 2 bites and flicked a bit of shell out from between his teeth. "Your brother is in the field, with all the power of the north behind him. Any one of his lord's bannermen commands more swords than you'll find in all the Night's Watch. Why do you imagine that they need your help? Are you such a mighty warrior, or do you carry a grumpkin in your pocket to magic up your sword? John had no answer for him. The raven was pecking at an egg, breaking the shell. Pushing his beak through the hole, he pulled out morsels of white and yolk. The old bear sighed. You are not the only one touched by this war. Like as not, my sister is marching in your brother's host, her and those daughters of hers, dressed in men's mail. Mage is a hoary old snark, stubborn, short-tempered, and wilful. Truth be told, I can hardly stand to be around the wretched woman, but that does not mean my love for her is any less than the love you bear your half-sisters. Frowning, Mormont took his last egg and squeezed it in his fist until the shell crunched. Or perhaps it does. Be that as it may, I'd still grieve if she was slain, yet you don't see me running off. I said the words just as you did. My place is here. Where is yours, boy? I have no place, John wanted to say. I'm a bastard. I have no rights, no name, no mother, and now not even a father. The words would not come. I don't know. I do, said Lord Commander Mormont. The cold winds are rising snow. Beyond the wall, the shadows lengthen. Cotter Pike writes of vast herds of elk, streaming south and east toward the sea, and mammoths as well. He says one of his men discovered huge, misshapen footprints, not 3 leagues from Eastwatch. Rangers from the Shadow Tower have found whole villages abandoned, and at night Sir Denny says they see fires in the mountains, huge blazes that burn from dusk till dawn. Corin Halfhand took a captive in the depths of the gorge, and the man swears that man's raider is massing all his people in some new secret stronghold he's found. To what end the gods only know. Do you think your Uncle Benjen was the only ranger we've lost this past year? Ben, Jen, the raven squawked, bobbing its head, bits of egg dribbling from its beak. Ben, Jen, Ben, Jen. No, John said, there had been others, too many. Do you think your brother's war is more important than ours? The old man barked. John chewed his lip. The raven flapped its wings at him. War, 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 it sang. It's not, Mormont told him. God save us, boy. You're not blind, and you're not stupid. When dead men come hunting in the night, do you think it matters who sits on the Iron Throne? No, John had not thought of it that way. Your Lord Father sent you to us, John. Why? Who can say? Why? The raven called. All I know is that the blood of the first men flows in the veins of the Starks. The first men built the wall, and it's said they remember things otherwise forgotten. And that beast of yours, he led us to the Whites, warned you of the dead man on the steps. Sir Jeremy would doubtless call that happenstance, yet Sir Jeremy is dead and I am not. Lord Mormont stabbed a chunk of ham with the point of his dagger. I think you were meant to be here, and I want you and that wolf of yours with us when we go beyond the wall. His words sent a chill of excitement down John's back. Beyond the wall? You heard me. I mean to find Ben Stark, alive or dead. He chewed and swallowed. I will not sit here meekly and wait for the snows and the ice winds. We must know what is happening. This time the Night's Watch will ride in force, against the king beyond the wall, the others, and anything else that may be out there. I mean to command them myself. He pointed his dagger at John's chest. By custom, the Lord Commander Stewart is his squire as well, but I do not care to wake every dawn wondering if you've run off again. So I will have an answer from you, Lord Snow, and I will have it now. Are you a brother of the Night's Watch, or only a bastard boy who wants to play at war? Jon Snow straightened himself and took a long deep breath. Forgive me, father. Robb, Arya, Bran. Forgive me. I cannot help you. Here's the truth of it. This is my place. I am yours, my lord. Your man. I swear it. I will not run again. The old bear snorted. Good. Now go put up your sword. It seemed 1,000 years ago that Catelyn Stark had carried her infant son out of River Run, crossing the Tumblestone in a small boat to begin their journey north to Winterfell, and it was across the Tumblestone that they came home now, for the boy wore plate and mail in place of swaddling clothes. Robb sat in the bow with Grey Wind, his hand resting on his direwolf's head as the rowers pulled at their oars. Theon Greyjoy was with him. Her uncle Brynden would come behind in the second boat, with the great Jon and Lord Karstark. Catelyn took a place toward the stern. They shot down the Tumblestone, letting the strong current push them past the looming wheel tower. The splash and rumble of the great water wheel within was a sound from her girlhood that brought a sad smile to Catelyn's face. From the sandstone walls of the castle, soldiers and servants shouted down her name, and Robb's and Winterfell. From every rampart waved the banner of House Tully, a leaping trout, a silver against a rippling blue and red field. It was a stirring sight, yet it did not lift her heart. She wondered if indeed her heart would ever lift again. Oh, Ned! Between the wheel tower, they made a wide turn and knifed through the churning water. The men put their backs into it, The wide arch of the water gate came into view, and she heard the crack of heavy chains as the great iron portcullis was winched upward. It rose slowly as they approached, and Catelyn saw that the lower half of it was red with rust. The bottom foot dripped brown mud on them as they passed underneath, the barbed spikes mere inches above their heads. Catelyn gazed up at the bars and wondered how deep the rust went and how well the portcullis would stand up to a ram, and whether it ought to be replaced. Thoughts like that were seldom far from her mind these days. They passed beneath the arch and under the walls, moving from sunlight to shadow and back into sunlight. Boats large and small were tied up all around them, secured to iron rings set in the stone. Her father's guards waited on the water stair with her brother. Sir Edmure Tully was a stocky young man with a shaggy head of auburn hair and a fiery beard. His breastplate was scratched and dented from battle, his blue and red cloak stained by blood and smoke. At his side stood the Lord Titus Blackwood, a hard pike of a man with close-cropped salt and pepper whiskers and a hook nose. His bright yellow armour was inlaid with jet in elaborate vine and leaf patterns, and a cloak sewn from raven feathers draped his thin shoulders. It had been Lord Titus who led the sortie that plucked her brother from the Lannister camp. "Bring them in," Sir Edmure commanded. 3 men scrambled down the stairs, knee-deep in the water, and pulled the boat close with long hooks. When Greywood bounded out, one of them dropped his pole and lurched back, stumbling and sitting down abruptly in the river. The others laughed, and the man got a sheepish look on his face. Theon Greyjoy vaulted over the side of the boat and lifted Catelyn by the waist, setting her on a dry step above him as water lapped around his boots. Edmure came down the steps to embrace her. "Sweet sister," he murmured hoarsely. He had deep blue eyes and a mouth made for smiles, but he was not smiling now. He looked worn and tired, battered by battle and haggard from strain. His neck was bandaged where he had taken a wound. Catelyn hugged him fiercely. "Your grief is mine, Cat," he said when they broke apart. "When we heard about Lord Eddard, the Lannisters will pay, I swear it. You will have your vengeance." "Will that bring Ned back to me?" she said sharply. The wound was still too fresh for softer words. She could not think about Ned now. She would not. It would not do. She had to be strong. All that will keep. "I must see father. He awaits you in his solar," Edmure said. "Lord Hoster is bedridden, my lady," her father's steward explained. "When had that good man grown so old and grey? He instructed me to bring you to him at once. I'll take her." Edmure escorted her up the water stair and across the lower bailey, where Peter Baelish and Brandon Stark had once crossed swords for her favour. The massive sandstone walls of the keep loomed above them. As they pushed through a door between 2 guardsmen in fish-crest helms, she asked, "How bad is he?" dreading the answer even as she said the words. Edmure's look was sombre. "He will not be with us long," the maester said. "The pain is constant and grievous." A blind rage filled her, a rage at all the world, at her brother Edmure and her sister Lysa, at the Lannisters, at the maesters, at Ned and her father, and the monstrous gods who would take them both away from her. "You should have told me," she said. "You should have sent word as soon as you knew." He forbade it. He did not want his enemies to know that he was dying. With the realm so troubled, he feared that if the Lannisters suspected how frail he was, they might attack. Catelyn finished, hard. "It was your doing, yours," a voice whispered inside her. "If you had not taken it upon yourself to seize the dwarf." They climbed the spiral stair in silence. The keep was three-sided, like Riverrun itself, and Lord Hoster's solar was triangular as well, with a stone balcony that jutted out to the east like the prow of some great sandstone ship. From there the lord of the castle could look down on his walls and battlements, and beyond, to where the waters met. They had moved her father's bed out onto the balcony. He liked to sit in the sun and watch the rivers, Edmure explained. "Father, see who I've brought. Cat has come to see you." Hoster Tully had always been a big man, tall and broad in his youth, portly as he grew older. Now he seemed shrunken, the muscle and meat melted off his bones. Even his face sagged. The last time Catelyn had seen him, his hair and beard had been brown, oil streaked with grey. Now they had gone white as snow. His eyes opened to the sound of Edmure's voice. "Little cat," he murmured in a voice thin and wispy and racked by pain. "My little cat." A tremulous smile touched his face as his hand groped for hers. "I watched for you. I shall leave you to talk," her brother said, kissing her lord father gently on the brow before he withdrew. Catelyn knelt and took her father's hand in hers. It was a big hand, but fleshless now, the bones moving loosely under the skin, all the strength gone from it. "You should have told me," she said. "A rider, a raven. Riders are taken, questioned," he answered. "Ravens are brought down." A spasm of pain took him, and his fingers clutched hers hard. "The crabs are in my belly, pinching, always pinching, day and night. They have fierce claws, the crabs. Maester Vyman makes me dream wine, milk of the poppy. I sleep a lot, but I wanted to be awake to see you, when you came. I was afraid, when the Lannisters took your brother, the camps all around us. I was afraid I would go, before I could see you again. I was afraid. I'm here, father, she said, with Rob, my son. He'll want to see you too. Your boy, he whispered. He had my eyes, I remember. He did, and does. And we've brought you Jaime Lannister, in irons. Riverrun is free again, father. Lord Hoster smiled. I saw. Last night, when it began, I told them, had to see. They carried me to the gatehouse, watched from the battlements. Ah, that was beautiful. The torches came in a wave. I could hear the cries floating across the river. Sweet cries. When that siege tower went up, gods. Would have died then. And glad. If only I could have seen you children first. Was it your boy who did it? Was it your Rob? Yes, Catelyn said, fiercely proud. It was Rob. And Brynden. Your brother is here as well, my lord. Him. Her father's voice was a faint whisper. The Blackfish. Came back? From the Vale? Yes. And Liza? A cool wind moved through his thin white hair. Gods be good, your sister. Did she come as well? He sounded so full of hope and yearning that it was hard to tell the truth. No. I'm sorry. Oh. His face fell and some light went out of his eyes. I'd hoped. I would have liked to see her. Before. She's with her son. In the Eyrie. Lord Hoster gave a weary nod. Lord Robert. Now. Poor Aaron's gone. I remember. Why did she not come with you? She is frightened, my lord. In the Eyrie she feels safe. She kissed his wrinkled brow. Rob will be waiting. Will you see him? And Brynden? Your son, he whispered. Yes. Cat's child. He had my eyes, I remember. When he was born. Bring him. Yes. And your brother? Her father glanced out over the rivers. Blackfish, he said. Has he wed yet? Taken some girl to wife? Even on his deathbed, Catelyn thought, sadly. He has not wed. You know that, father. Nor will he ever. I told him. Commanded him. Marry. I was his lord. He knows. My right to make his match. A good match. A red wine. Old house. Sweet girl, pretty. Freckles. Bethany, yes. Poor child. Still waiting. Yes. Still. Bethany Redwine read Lord Rowan years ago, Catelyn reminded him. She has 3 children by him. Even so, Lord Hoster muttered. Even so. Spit on the girl, the Redwines. Spit on me. His lord, his brother, that Blackfish. I had other offers. Lord Bracken's girl, Walder Frey. Any are free, he said. Has he wed? Anyone? Anyone? No one, Catelyn said. Yet he has come many leagues to see you, fighting his way back to Riverrun. I would not be here now if Sir Brynden had not helped us. He was ever a warrior, her father husked. That he could do. Knight of the Gate, yes. He leaned back and closed his eyes, unutterably weary. Send him. Later. I'll sleep now. Too sick to fight. Send him up later, the Blackfish. Catelyn kissed him gently, smoothed his hair, and left him there, in the shade of his keep, with his rivers flowing beneath. He was asleep before she left the Solar. When she returned to the lower bailey, Sir Brynden Tully stood on the water stairs with wet boots, talking with the captain of Riverrun's guards. He came to her at once. Is he dying? She said, as we feared. Her uncle's scraggy face showed his pain plain. He ran his fingers through his thick grey hair. Will he see me? She nodded. He says he is too sick to fight. Brynden Blackfish chuckled. I am too old a soldier to believe that. Hoster will be chiding me about the red wine girl, even as we light his funeral pyre, damn his bones. Catelyn smiled, knowing it was true. I do not see Rob. He went with Greyjoy to the hall, I believe. Theon Greyjoy was seated on a bench in Riverrun's great hall, enjoying a horn of ale and regaling her father's garrison with an account of the slaughter in the Whispering Wood. Some tried to flee, but we'd pinched the valley shut at both ends, and we rode out of the darkness with sword and lance. The Lannisters must have thought the others themselves were on them, when that wolf of Rob's got in among them. I saw him tear one man's arm from his shoulder, and their horses went mad at the scent of him. I couldn't tell you how many men were thrown. Theon, she interrupted, where might I find my son? Lord Rob went to visit the godswood, my lady. It was what Ned would have done. He is his father's son as much as mine, I must remember. Oh, gods, Ned. She found Rob beneath the green canopy of leaves, surrounded by tall redwoods and great old elms, kneeling before the heart tree, a slender weirwood with a face more sad than fierce. His longsword was before him, the point thrust in the earth, his gloved hands clasped around the hilt. Around him others knelt, great John Umber, Rickard Karstark, Mage Mormont, Galbar Glover, and more. Even Titus Blackwood was among them, the great Ravencloak fanned out behind him. These are the ones who keep the old gods, she realized. She asked herself what gods she kept these days, and could not find an answer. It would not do to disturb them at their prayers. The gods must have their due, even cruel gods who would take Ned from her, and her lord father as well. So Catelyn waited. The river wind moved through the high branches, and she could see the wheel tower to her right, ivy crawling up its side. As she stood there, all the memories came flooding back to her. Her father had taught her to ride amongst these trees, and that was the elm that Edmure had fallen from when he broke his arm. And over there, beneath that bower, she and Lysa had played at kissing with Peter. She had not thought of that in years. How young they all had been. She no older than Sansa, Lysa younger than Arya, and Peter younger still, yet eager. The girls had traded him between them, serious and giggling by turns. It came back to her so vividly she could almost feel his sweaty fingers on her shoulders and taste the mint on his breath. There was always mint growing in the godswood, and Peter had liked to chew it. He had been such a bold little boy, always in trouble. He tried to put his tongue in my mouth, Catelyn had confessed to her sister afterwards when they were alone. He did with me too, Lysa had whispered, shy and breathless. I liked it. Robb got to his feet slowly and sheathed his sword, and Catelyn found herself wondering whether her son had ever kissed a girl in the godswood. Surely he must have. She had seen Jane Poole giving him moist-eyed glances, and some of the serving girls, even ones as old as 18. He had ridden in battle and killed men with a sword. Surely he had been kissed. There were tears in her eyes. She wiped them away angrily. Mother, Robb said when he saw her standing there, we must call a council. There are things to be decided. Your grandfather would like to see you, she said. Robb, he's very sick, Sir Edmure told me. I am sorry, Mother, for Lord Hoster and for you. Yet first we must meet. We've had word from the south. Renly Baratheon has claimed his brother's crown. Renly? She said, shocked. I had thought surely it would be Lord Stannis. So did we all, my lady, Galbart Glover said. The war council convened in the great hall, at 4 long trestle tables arranged in a broken square. Lord Hoster was too weak to attend, asleep on his balcony, dreaming of the sun on the rivers of his youth. Edmure sat in the high seat of the Tullys, with Brynden Blackfish at his side, and his father's bannermen arrayed to right and left and along the side tables. Word of the victory at River Run had spread to the fugitive lords of the Trident, drawing them back. Carol Vance came in, a lord now, his father dead beneath the golden tooth. Sir Mark Piper was with him, and they brought a Darry, Sir Raymond's son, a lad no older than Bran. Lord Jonos Bracken arrived from the ruins of Stonehenge, glowering and blustering, and took a seat as far from Tytos Blackwood as the tables would permit. The northern lords sat opposite, with Catelyn and Robb facing her brother across the tables. They were fewer. The Great John sat at Robb's left hand, and then Theon Greyjoy. Galbart Glover and Lady Mormont were to the right of Catelyn. Lord Rickard Karstark, gaunt and hollow-eyed in his grief, took his seat like a man in a nightmare, his long beard uncombed and unwashed. He had left 2 sons dead in the Whispering Wood. There was no word of the third, his eldest, who had led the Karstark spears against Tywin Lannister on the Green Fork. The arguing raged on late into the night. Each lord had a right to speak, and speak they did, and shout and curse and reason and cajole and jest and bargain and slam tankards on the table and threaten and walk out and return sullen or smiling. Catelyn sat and listened to it all. Roose Bolton had reformed the battered remnants of their other host at the mouth of the causeway. Sir Helman, Talhart, and Walder Frey still held the twins. Lord Tywin's army had crossed the Trident and was making for Harrenhal, and there were 2 kings in the realm, 2 kings and no agreement. Many of the Lord's bannermen wanted to march on Harrenhal at once, to meet Lord Tywin and end Lannister power for all time. Young, hot-tempered Mark Piper urged to strike west at Casterly Rock instead. Still others counselled patience. Riverrun sat athwart the Lannister supply lines. Jason Mallister pointed out, let them bide their time, denying Lord Tywin fresh levies and provisions while they strengthened their defences and rested their weary troops. Lord Blackwood would have none of it. They should finish the work they began in the Whispering Wood, march to Harrenhal and bring Roose Bolton's army down as well. What Blackwood urged, Bracken opposed, as ever. Lord Jonos Bracken rose to insist they all pledge their fealty to King Renly and move south to join their might to his. Renly is not the king, Robb said. It was the first time her son had spoken. Like his father, he knew how to listen. You cannot mean to hold to Joffrey, my lord, Galbart Glover said. He put your father to death. That makes him evil, Robb replied. I do not know that it makes Renly king. Joffrey is still Robert's eldest true-born son, so the throne is rightfully his by all the laws of the realm. Were he to die, and I mean to see that he does, he has a younger brother. Tommen is next in line after Joffrey. Tommen is no less a Lannister, Sir Mark Piper snapped. As you say, said Robb, troubled. Yet if neither one is king, still, how could it be Lord Renly? He's Robert's younger brother. Bran can't be Lord of Winterfell before me, and Renly can't be king before Lord Stannis. Lady Mormont agreed. Lord Stannis has the better claim. Renly is crowned, said Mark Piper. Highgarden and Storm's End support his claim, and the Dornishmen will not be laggardly. If Winterfell and Riverrun add their strength to his, he will have 5 of the 7 great houses behind him. 6 if the Arryns bestir themselves. 6 against the Rock. My lords, within the year we will have all their heads on pikes. The Queen and the Boy King, Lord Tywin, the Imp, the Kingslayer, Sir Kevan, all of them. This is what we shall win if we join with King Renly. What does Lord Stannis have against that we should cast it all aside? The right, said Robb stubbornly. Catelyn thought he sounded eerily like his father as he said it. So you mean us to declare for Stannis? Asked Edmure. I don't know, said Robb. I prayed to know what to do, but the gods did not answer. The Lannisters killed my father for a traitor, and we know that was a lie. But if Joffrey is the lawful king, and we fight against him, we will be traitors. My lord father would urge caution, aged Sir Steveron said, with the weaselly smile of a Frey. Wait, let these 2 kings play their game of thrones. When they are done fighting, we can bend our knees to the victor or oppose him as we choose. With Renly arming, likely Lord Tywin would welcome a truce, and the safe return of his son. Noble lords, allow me to go to him at Harrenhal and arrange good terms and ransoms. A roar of outrage drowned out his voice. Craven, the great John thundered. Begging for a truce will make us seem weak, declared Lady Mormont. Ransoms be damned. We must not give up the Kingslayer, shouted Rickard Karstark. Why not a peace? Catelyn asked. The lords looked at her, but it was Robb's eyes she felt. His and his alone. My lady, they murdered my lord father, your husband, he said grimly. He unsheathed his longsword and laid it on the table before him, the bright steel on the rough wood. This is the only peace I have for Lannisters. The great John bellowed his approval, and other men added their voices, shouting and drawing swords and pounding their fists on the table. Catelyn waited until they had quieted. My lords, she said then, Lord Eddard was your liege, but I shared his bed and bore his children. Do you think I love him any less than you? Her voice almost broke with her grief, but Catelyn took a long breath and steadied herself. Robb, if that sword could bring him back, I should never let you sheath it until Ned stood at my side once more. But he is gone, and 100 Whispering Woods will not change that. Ned is gone, and Darren Hornwood, and Lord Karstark's valiant sons, and many other good men besides, and none of them will return to us. Must we have more death still? You are a woman, my lady, the great John rumbled in his deep voice. Women do not understand these things. You are the gentle sex, said Lord Karstark, with the lines of grief fresh on his face. A man has a need for vengeance. Give me Cersei Lannister, Lord Karstark, and you would see how gentle a woman can be, Catelyn replied. Perhaps I do not understand tactics and strategy, but I understand futility. We went to war when Lannister armies were ravaging the Riverlands, and Ned was a prisoner, falsely accused of treason. We fought to defend ourselves, and to win my lord's freedom. Well, the one is done, and the other forever beyond our reach. I will mourn for Ned until the end of my days, but I must think of the living. I want my daughters back, and the Queen holds them still. If I must trade our 4 Lannisters for their 2 Starks, I will call that a bargain and thank the gods. I want you safe, Robb, ruling at Winterfell from your father's seat. I want you to live your life, to kiss a girl and wed a woman and father a son. I want to write an end to this. I want to go home, my lords, and weep for my husband. The hall was very quiet when Catelyn finished speaking. Peace, said her uncle Brynden. Peace is sweet, my lady, but on what terms? It is no good hammering your sword into a ploughshare if you must forge it again on the morrow. What did Torhin and my Eddard die for, if I am to return to Carhold with nothing but their bones? Asked Rickard Karstark. Aye, said Lord Bracken. Gregor Clegane laid waste to my fields, slaughtered my small folk, and left Stonehenge a smoking ruin. Am I now to bend the knee to the ones who sent him? What have we fought for, if we are to put all back as it was before? Lord Blackwood agreed, to Catelyn's surprise and dismay. And if we do make peace with King Joffrey, are we not then traitors to King Renly? What if the stag should prevail against the lion? Where would that leave us? Whatever you may decide for yourselves, I shall never call a Lannister my king, declared Mark Piper. Nor I, yelled the little Darry boy. I never will. Again the shouting began. Catelyn sat despairing. She had come so close, she thought. They had almost listened. Almost. But the moment was gone. There would be no peace, no chance to heal, no safety. She looked at her son, watched him as he listened to the lords' debate, frowning, troubled, yet wedded to his war. He had pledged himself to marry a daughter of Walder Frey, but she saw his true bride plain before her now, the sword he had laid on the table. Catelyn was thinking of her girls, wondering if she would ever see them again, when the Great John lurched to his feet. "My lords!" he shouted, his voice booming off the rafters. "Here is what I say to these two kings." He spat. "Renly Baratheon is nothing to me, nor Stannis neither. Why should they rule over me and mine from some flowery seat in Highgarden or Dorne? What do they know of the wall or the wolfswood or the barrows of the first men? Even their gods are wrong. The others take the Lannisters too. I've had a bellyful of them." He reached back over his shoulder and drew his immense two-handed greatsword. "Why shouldn't we rule ourselves again? It was the dragons we married, and the dragons are all dead." He pointed at Robb with the blade. "There sits the only king I mean to bow my knee to, my lords," he thundered. "The king in the north." And he knelt and laid his sword at her son's feet. "I'll have peace on those terms," Lord Karstark said. "They can keep their red castle and their iron chair as well." He eased his longsword from its scabbard. "The king in the north," he said, kneeling beside the Great John. Maege and Mormont stood. "The king of winter," she declared, and laid her spiked mace beside the swords. And the river lords were rising too, Blackwood and Bracken and Mallister, houses who had never been ruled from Winterfell. Yet Catelyn watched them rise and draw their blades, bending their knees and shouting the old words that had not been heard in the realm for more than 300 years, since Aegon the Dragon had come to make the Seven Kingdoms one. Yet now were heard again, ringing from the timbers of her father's hall, "The king in the north, the king in the north, the king in the north." The land was red and dead and parched, and good wood was hard to come by. Her foragers returned with gnarled cottonwoods, purple brush, sheaves of brown grass. They took the two straightest trees, hacked the limbs and branches from them, skinned off their bark, and split them, laying the logs in a square. Its centre they filled with straw, brush, bark, shavings, and bundles of dry grass. Rakara chose a stallion from the small herd that remained to them. He was not the equal of Khal Drogo's red, but few horses were. In the centre of the square, Aggo fed him a withered apple and dropped him in an instant with an axe blow between the eyes. Bound hand and foot, Mirri Maz Duur watched from the dust, with disquiet in her black eyes. "It is not enough to kill a horse," she told Dany. "By itself the blood is nothing. You do not have the words to make a spell, nor the wisdom to find them. Do you think blood magic is a game for children? You call me Magie as if it were a curse, but all it means is wise. You are a child, with a child's ignorance. Whatever you mean to do, it will not work. Loose me from these bonds, and I will help you. I am tired of the Magie's braying," Dany told Jogo. He took his whip to her, and after that the god's wife kept silent. Over the carcass of the horse they built a platform of hewn logs, trunks of smaller trees and limbs from the greater, and the thickest, straightest branches they could find. They laid the wood east to west, from sunrise to sunset. On the platform they piled Khal Drogo's treasures, his great tent, his painted vests, his saddles and harness, the whip his father had given him when he came to manhood, the Araki he had used to slay Khal Ogo and his son, a mighty dragon-bone bow. Aggo would have added the weapons Drogo's blood riders had given Dany for bride gifts as well, but she forbade it. "Those are mine," she told him, "and I mean to keep them." Another layer of brush was piled about the Khal's treasures, and bundles of dried grass scattered over them. Sir Jorah Mormont drew her aside as the sun was creeping toward its zenith. "Princess," he began. "Why do you call me that?" Dany challenged him. "My brother Viserys was your king, was he not?" "He was, my lady. Viserys is dead. I am his heir, the last blood of House Targaryen. Whatever was his is mine now. My queen," Sir Jorah said, going to one knee. "My sword that was his is yours, Daenerys, and my heart as well. That never belonged to your brother. I am only a knight, and I have nothing to offer you but exile. But I beg you, hear me. Let Khal Drogo go. You shall not be alone. I promise you, no man shall take you to Vaes Dothrak unless you wish to go. You need not join the Dosh Khaleen. Come east with me. Yiti, Karth, the Jade Sea, us high by the shadow. We will see all the wonders yet unseen, and drink what wines the gods see fit to serve us. Please, Khaleesi, I know what you intend. Do not, do not." "I must," Dany told him. She touched his face, fondly, sadly. "You do not understand." "I understand that you loved him," Sir Jorah said in a voice thick with despair. "I loved my lady wife once, yet I did not die with her. You are my queen, my sword is yours, but do not ask me to stand aside as you climb on Drogo's pyre. I will not watch you burn. Is that what you fear?" Dany kissed him lightly on his broad forehead. "I am not such a child as that, sweet sir. You do not mean to die with him? You swear it, my queen?" "I swear it," she said in the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms that, by rights, were hers. The third level of the platform was woven of branches no thicker than a finger and covered with dry leaves and twigs. They laid them north to south, from ice to fire, and piled them high with soft cushions and sleeping silks. The sun had begun to lower toward the west by the time they were done. Danny called the Dothraki around her. Fewer than 100 were left. How many had Aegon started with? She wondered. It did not matter. You will be my Khalasar, she told them. I see the faces of slaves. I free you. Take off your collars. Go if you wish. No one shall harm you. If you stay, it will be as brothers and sisters, husbands and wives. The black eyes watched her, wary, expressionless. I see the children, women, the wrinkled faces of the aged. I was a child yesterday. Today I am a woman. Tomorrow I will be old. To each of you I say, give me your hands and your hearts, and there will always be a place for you. She turned to the 3 young warriors of her cars. Drogo, to you I give the silver-handled whip that was my bride gift, and name you Ko, and ask your oath that you will live and die as blood of my blood, riding at my side to keep me safe from harm. Drogo took the whip from her hands, but his face was confused. Khaleesi, he said hesitantly, this is not done. It would shame me to be blood rider to a woman. Aggo, Danny called, paying no heed to Drogo's words. If I look back I am lost. To you I give the dragon bone bow that was my bride gift. It was double curved, shiny, black and exquisite, taller than she was. I name you Ko and ask your oath that you should live and die as blood of my blood, riding at my side to keep me safe from harm. Aggo accepted the bow with lowered eyes. I cannot say these words. Only a man can lead a Khalasar or name a Ko. Rakaro, Danny said, turning away from the refusal, you shall have the great arak that was my bride gift, with hilt and blade chased in gold, and you too I name my Ko, and ask that you live and die as blood of my blood, riding at my side to keep me safe from harm. You are Khaleesi, Rakaro said, taking the arak. I shall ride at your side to face Dothraki beneath the mother of mountains, and keep you safe from harm until you take your place with the crones of the Dosh Khaleen. No more can I promise. She nodded, as calmly as if she had not heard his answer, and turned to the last of her champions. Sir Jorah Mormont, she said, first and greatest of my knights, I have no bride gift to give you, but I swear to you, one day you shall have from my hands a longsword like none the world has ever seen, dragon forged and made of Valyrian steel, and I would ask for your oath as well. You have it, my queen, Sir Jorah said, kneeling to lay his sword at her feet. I vow to serve you, to obey you, to die for you if need be. Whatever may come, I shall hold you to that oath. I pray you never regret the giving of it. Danny lifted him to his feet. Stretching on her toes to reach his lips, she kissed the knight gently and said, You are the first of my queen's guard. She could feel the eyes of the Khalasar on her as she entered her tent, but Dothraki were muttering and giving her strange sideways looks from the corners of their dark almond eyes. They thought her mad, Danny realized. Perhaps she was. She would know soon enough. If I look back, I am lost. Her bath was scalding hot when Eerie helped her into the tub, but Danny did not flinch or cry aloud. She liked the heat. It made her feel clean. Jiqui had scented the water with the oils she had found in the market in Base Dothraki. The steam rose moist and fragrant. Doria washed her hair and combed it out. Working loose the mats and tangles, Eerie scrubbed her back. Danny closed her eyes and let the smell and the warmth enfold her. She could feel the heat soaking through the soreness between her thighs. She shuddered when it entered her, and her pain and stiffness seemed to dissolve. She floated. When she was clean, her handmaids helped her from the water. Eerie and Jiqui fanned her dry, while Doria brushed her hair until it fell like a river of liquid silver down her back. They scented her with spice flower and cinnamon, a touch on each wrist, behind her ears, on the tips of her milk-heavy breasts. The last dab was for her sex. Eerie's finger felt as light and cool as a lover's kiss as it slid softly up between her lips. Afterward, Danny sent them all away, so she might prepare Khal Drogo for his final ride into the Nightlands. She washed his body clean and brushed and oiled his hair, running her fingers through it for the last time, feeling the weight of it, remembering the first time she had touched it, the night of their wedding ride. His hair had never been cut. How many men could die with their hair uncut? She buried her face in it and inhaled the dark fragrance of the oils. He smelled like grass and warm earth, like smoke and semen and horses. He smelled like Drogo. Forgive me, son of my life, she thought. Forgive me for all I have done and all I must do. I paid the price, my star, but it was too high, too high. Danny braided his hair and slid the silver rings onto his moustache and hung his bells one by one. So many bells, gold and silver and bronze. Bells so his enemies would hear him coming and grow weak with fear. She dressed him in horsehair leggings and high boots, buckling a belt heavy with gold and silver medallions about his waist. Over his scarred chest she slipped a painted vest, old and faded, the one Drogo had loved best. For herself she chose loose sand silk trousers, sandals that laced halfway up her legs, and a vest like Drogo's. The sun was going down when she called them back to carry his body to the pyre, for Dothraki watched in silence as Drogo and Aggo bore him from the tent. Danny walked behind them. They laid him down on his cushions and silks, his head toward the mother of mountains far to the northeast. Oil, she commanded, and they brought forth the jars and poured them over the pyre, soaking the silks and the brush and the bundles of dry grass until the oil trickled from beneath the logs and the air was rich with fragrance. "Bring my eggs," Danny commanded her handmaids. Something in her voice made them run. So Jorah took her arm. "My queen, Drogo will have no use for dragon's eggs in the Nightlands. Better to sell them in Asai. Sell one and we can buy a ship to take us back to the free cities. Sell all three and you'll be a wealthy woman all your days." "They were not given to me to sell," Danny told him. She climbed the pyre herself to place the eggs around her sun and stars, the black beside his heart under his arm, the green beside his head, his braid coiled around it, the cream and gold down between his legs. When she kissed him for the last time, Danny could taste the sweetness of the oil on his lips. As she climbed down off the pyre, she noticed Miri Mazdur watching her. "You are mad," the god's wife said hoarsely. "Is it so far from madness to wisdom?" Danny asked. "So Jorah, take this Magi and bind her to the pyre." "My queen, no, hear me, do as I say." Still he hesitated until her anger fled. "You swore to obey me, whatever might come. Rakaro, help him." The god's wife did not cry out as they dragged her to Khal Drogo's pyre and staked her down amidst these treasures. Danny poured the oil over the woman's head herself. "I thank you, Miri Mazdur," she said, "for the lessons you have taught me. You will not hear me scream," Miri responded as the oil dripped from her hair and soaked her clothing. "I will," Danny said, "but it is not your screams I want, only your life. I remember what you told me. Only death can pay for life." Miri Mazdur opened her mouth but made no reply. As she stepped away, Danny saw that the contempt was gone from the Magi's flat black eyes. In its place was something that might have been fear. Then there was nothing to be done but watch the sun and look for the first star. When a horse lord dies, his horse is slain with him, so he might ride proud into the Nightlands. The bodies are burned beneath the open sky, and the Khal rises on his fiery steed to take his place among the stars. The more fiercely the man burned in life, the brighter his star will shine in the darkness. Drogo spied it first. "There," he said in a hushed voice. Danny looked and saw it, low in the east. The first star was a comet, burning red. Blood red, fire red, the dragon's tail. She could not have asked for a stronger sign. Danny took the torch from Aggo's hand and thrust it between the logs. The oil took the fire at once. The brush and dried grass a heartbeat later. Tiny flames went darting up the wood like swift red mice, skating over the oil and leaping from bark to branch to leaf. A rising heat puffed at her face, soft and sudden as a lover's breath, but in seconds it had grown too hot to bear. Danny stepped backward. The wood crackled louder and louder. Miri Mazdur began to sing in a shrill, ululating voice. The flames whirled and writhed, racing each other up the platform. The dusk shimmered as the air itself seemed to liquefy from the heat. Danny heard logs spit and crack. The fire swept over Miri Mazdur. Her song grew louder, shriller, then she gasped again and again, and her song became a shuddering wail, thin and high and full of agony. And now the flames reached her Drogo, and now they were all around him. His clothing took fire, and for an instant the Khal was clad in wisps of floating orange silk and tendrils of curling smoke, grey and greasy. Danny's lips parted, and she found herself holding her breath. Part of her wanted to go to him as Ser Jorah had feared, to rush into the flames to beg for his forgiveness and take him inside her one last time, the fire melting the flesh from their bones until they were as one forever. She could smell the odour of burning flesh, no different than horse flesh roasting in a fire pit. The pyre roared in the deepening dusk like some great beast, drowning out the faintest sound of Miri Mazdur screaming and sending up long tongues of flame to lick at the belly of the night. As the smoke grew thicker, the Dothraki backed away, coughing. Huge orange gouts of fire unfurled their banners in that hellish wind, the logs hissing and cracking glowing cinders rising on the smoke to float away into the dark like so many newborn fireflies. The heat beat at the air with great red wings, driving the Dothraki back, driving off even Mormont, but Dany stood her guard. She was the blood of the dragon, and the fire was in her. She had sensed the truth of it long ago, Dany thought as she took a step closer to the conflagration, but the brazier had not been hot enough. The flames writhed before her like the women who had danced at her wedding, whirling and singing and spinning their yellow and orange and crimson veils, fearsome to behold, yet lovely, so lovely, alive with heat. Dany opened her arms to them, her skin flushed and glowing. This is a wedding too, she thought. Miri Mazdur had fallen silent. The god's wife thought her a child, but children grow, and children learn. Another step, and Dany could feel the heat of the sand on the soles of her feet, even through her sandals. Sweat ran down her thighs and between her breasts and in rivulets over her cheeks, where tears had once run. Sir Jorah was shouting behind her, but he did not matter any more. Only the fire mattered. The flames were so beautiful, the loveliest things she had ever seen, each one a sorcerer robed in yellow and orange and scarlet, swirling long smoky cloaks. She saw crimson fire lions and great yellow serpents and unicorns made of pale blue flame. She saw fish and foxes and monsters, wolves and bright birds and flowering trees, each more beautiful than the last. She saw a horse, a great grey stallion, limbed in smoke, its flowing mane a nimbus of blue flame. Yes, my love, my sun and stars, yes, mount now, ride now. Her vest had begun to smoulder, so Dany shrugged it off and let it fall to the ground. The painted leather burst into sudden flame as she skipped closer to the fire, her breasts bare to the blaze, streams of milk flowing from her red and swollen nipples. Now, she thought, now, and for an instant she glimpsed Khal Drogo before her, mounted on his smoky stallion, a flaming lash in his hand. He smiled, and the whip snaked down at the pyre, hissing. She heard a crack, the sound of shattering stone. The platform of wood and brush and grass began to shift and collapse in upon itself. Bits of burning wood slid down at her, and Dany was showered with ash and cinders. And something else came crashing down, bouncing and rolling to land at her feet, a chunk of curved rock, pale and veined with gold, broken and smoking. The roaring filled the world, yet dimly through the firefall Dany heard a woman shriek and children cry out in wonder. Only death can pay for life. And there came a second crack, loud and sharp as thunder, and the smoke stirred and whirled around her, and the pyre shifted, the logs exploding as the fire touched their secret hearts. She heard the screams of frightened horses, and the voices of the Dothraki raised in shouts of fear and terror, and Ser Jorah calling her name and cursing. No, she wanted to shout to him, "No, my good knight, do not fear for me. The fire is mine. I am Daenerys Stormborn, daughter of dragons, bride of dragons, mother of dragons. Don't you see? Don't you see?" With a belch of flame and smoke that reached 30 feet into the sky, the pyre collapsed and came down around her. Unafraid, Dany stepped forward into the firestorm, calling to her children. The third crack was as loud and sharp as the breaking of the world. When the fire died at last and the ground became cool enough to walk upon, Ser Jorah Mormont found her amidst the ashes, surrounded by blackened logs and bits of glowing ember and the burnt bones of man and woman and stallion. She was naked, covered with soot, her clothes turned to ash, her beautiful hair all crisped away. Yet she was unhurt. The cream and gold dragon was suckling at her left breast, the green and bronze at the right. Her arms cradled them close. The black and scarlet beast was draped across her shoulders, its long sinuous neck coiled under her chin. When it saw Jorah, it raised its head and looked at him with eyes as red as coals. Wordless, the knight fell to his knees. The men of her cars came up behind him. Drogo was the first to lay his arak at her feet. "Blood of my blood," he murmured, pushing his face to the smoking earth. "Blood of my blood," she heard Argo echo. "Blood of my blood," Rakaro shouted, and after them came her handmaids, and then the others, all the Dothraki, men and women and children, and Dany had only to look at their eyes to know that they were hers now, today and tomorrow and forever, hers as they had never been Drogo's. As Daenerys Targaryen rose to her feet, her black hissed, pale smoke venting from its mouth and nostrils. The other two pulled away from her breasts and added their voices to the call, translucent wings unfolding and stirring the air, and for the first time in hundreds of years the night came alive with the music of dragons.